Chapter 1. The Primordial Chaos. In the midst of chaos, a colossal figure stood tall, engaged in fierce combat with an equally formidable being. Countless epochs passed in this relentless struggle, until only one silhouette remained, proudly upright amidst the swirling void. Though this figure resembled a pillar supporting the heavens, it appeared solitary and diminutive against the vastness of chaos. It was not until this being, with one foot upon the earth and one hand raised to the celestial dome, forged a new world that life began to flourish, and he transcended into the Tao. Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated through the air. Qingyang had just opened his eyes, still dazed and shrouded in obscurity. In the blink of an eye, a radiant beam of black and white light surged towards him. He barely had time to call out before darkness engulfed him, leaving him in utter oblivion. He witnessed a stream of black and white essence rushing towards a breath of pure energy within a cavern, whereupon the two forces entwined, merging into one another in a harmonious embrace. Unbeknownst to him, this pure essence, born of misfortune, fused with the primordial yin-yang energies, elevating its essence to become a new source of primordial yin-yang. Time flowed silently, stretching into millennia and countless epochs, until a grand sound resonated throughout the world. High above the 9 heavens, I shall be the revered teacher. Pangu begets the Taiji. The two forms give rise to the 4 symbols. The Xianmen shall lead, and one breath shall transform into Hongjun. This voice, imbued with the profound resonance of the Tao, echoed through the ages, casting an immense pressure that permeated the primordial realm. All beings within the chaos were awestruck, bowing in reverence to this celestial authority. I am Hongjun Laozu, and on this day, I attain enlightenment, declaring myself Daozu. In the primordial chaos, I shall establish the Purple Cloud's Palace. A millennium hence, I shall impart the opportunity for enlightenment. Those destined may come forth to listen to the Tao. Every being in the primordial realm, regardless of race, heard these words, igniting a fervor throughout the chaos. The powerful beings that had taken form began to stir. Some soared from celestial islands, piercing the heavens, while others crawled from towering peaks, and some even flew forth from the sun, all in search of the fabled Purple Cloud's Palace and the chance for enlightenment. At this moment, the primordial realm had just endured the cataclysm of the 3 races war: the lizard folk, the avian race, and the beasts. This conflict had ravaged the land, leaving it in disarray, and many races faced near extinction. Ultimately, it became clear that this war was a cunning scheme orchestrated by the demon race, leading to the downfall of the illustrious reign of the dragon, phoenix, and Qingyang clans. Once hidden in the shadows, the myriad beings, oppressed by the 3 races, now emerged like butterflies breaking free from their cocoons, vying for a place in the world. An endless tumult of war erupted, the drums of battle resounding without cease. As Qingyang lay in slumber, the majestic sound of the Tao awakened him, and the name Hongjun Laozu caused him to turn in bewilderment, as if he had heard it before. In the next moment, a message flooded his mind, revealing his current location. Instinctively, he inhaled sharply, terror washing over him. Yet this fleeting fear was swiftly replaced by an exhilarating thrill. He had traversed into the primordial realm. Instantly, the mythic figures of the primordial tales filled his mind. Saints like Tongtian, Taishang, Nuwa, and Yuanshi danced before his thoughts. The prospect of encountering these legendary beings, once only seen in novels, filled him with fervor. In his past life, he had spent his days in idleness, devouring tales of mythology. He recalled being an orphan, raised by the kindness of the villagers, ultimately sacrificing himself to save a few children, thus repaying his debt to the village. With a newfound resolve, he embraced his fate, declaring, I have arrived in the primordial realm. Habitually, he reached out to touch himself, only to find his hand inexplicably absent. Lowering his gaze, he discovered he was but a wisp of gas, momentarily stunned. Gradually, understanding dawned upon him. He had yet to take form, and thus began to ponder the nature of his gaseous existence. Initially, Qingyang was merely a common primordial azure essence, while the black and white essence was a fragment of the Qingyang ancestors' self-explosion, the last remnant of the primordial Qingyang energies. Qingyang found himself positioned in the western expanse of the primordial realm, not far from the battleground where Hongjun Laozu clashed with Luo Ho. In the chaos of battle, the soaring figure of Yang, Mei Laozu vanished, Qianquan Laozu perished, and the Qingyang ancestors' self-detonation shattered the supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the Qingyang mirror. Ultimately, only a trace of primordial Qingyang essence remained. The fragments of the shattered Qingyang mirror, infused with this essence, were propelled by the shock wave of the explosion into the valley where Qingyang had traversed. Unbeknownst to him, as he awakened, the primordial Qingyang essence was drawn to him, merging into one. Fortuitously, this enhanced Qingyang's foundation, making him the sole possessor of the primordial Qingyang essence in this era. The realization of being a primordial essence filled him with secret delight. Such an identity was indisputably exceptional. Possessing the primordial Qingyang essence, what more could one desire? Suddenly, he recalled that in novels, those who traversed realms often bore treasures, chaos pearls, fragments of the creation jade, disc. Surely, he too must possess something remarkable. Hastily, he surveyed himself, discovering an unknown fragment to his right. He reached out to touch it, but felt nothing, as it yielded no response. Turning to his left, he noticed a mass of gas enveloping an object, yet its true nature eluded him. From the outside, it was impossible to discern its essence. After pondering, he decided to wait until the right moment to investigate further. At the very least, he bore a companion's spiritual treasure, which was not too shabby. Feeling the limitations of his current form, he resolved to focus on cultivation. He aimed to take shape swiftly, for once he did, he could traverse the primordial realm, witnessing firsthand the expanse crafted by the great Pangu and the myriad primordial deities. As for the teachings of Hongjun Daozu, he did not rush to consider them. He had only just awakened, and there was no urgency to pursue cultivation. Instead, he sought tranquility in his practice, planning to one day seek out the saint as his master. At this juncture, the primordial realm was replete with innate treasures, many of which were unclaimed spiritual artifacts. He would meander through the primordial expanse, perhaps encountering those primal treasures. Casting aside these thoughts, Qingyang closed his eyes, instinctively drawing upon the spiritual energy of the cosmos, commencing his cultivation. Chapter 2. The transformation emerges in a valley where the eastern and western lands of the primordial world converge. An ominous gathering of dark clouds suddenly enveloped the sky. These clouds swiftly amalgamated into a colossal black curtain, emanating a sense of oppression and unease. Should a being of great power be present, they would discern that a life form was undergoing transformation, heralded by the manifestation of the transformation, thunder tribulation. This thunder tribulation marked the awakening of Qingyang, a moment long awaited after countless years of slumber. At last, the day of transformation had arrived, as he silently observed the thunder tribulation unfolding above. A wave of anxiety washed over him, akin to being preyed upon by a ferocious beast, leaving his spirit in disarray and his heart laden with trepidation. The ominous clouds blanketed the sky, revealing flashes of lightning brewing within the layers, gradually coalescing into several roaring thunder dragons of varying sizes. Qingyang beheld 5 colors of lightning, a manifestation of the 5 elemental thunder tribulations, instinctively sensing his soul quaking in response to the celestial forces. Suddenly, the first bolt of heavenly thunder, imbued with divine might, surged towards Qingyang, striking him with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment of contact, a wave of annihilating power surged through him, as if he were on the brink of disintegration. The thunder roared incessantly, and he winced in agony. Indeed, it was excruciating. Were it not for the absence of tears, Qingyang would have surely wept. Yet amidst the pain, he also felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body as the might of the thunder enveloped him, rendering his form momentarily solidified. As he absorbed the torrent of thunderous energy, his corporeal existence grew increasingly defined, no longer resembling a gaseous form on the verge of dissolution. Just as he began to stabilize, The second and third bolts of thunder descended, each more potent than the last. The impact intensified his pain, but in light of the allure of transformation, such suffering was bearable. The fourth, fifth, and sixth bolts followed in swift succession. And before he knew it, the eighth bolt of five-colored lightning struck without pause. Penetrating Qingyang's being at this juncture, it became evident that Qingyang had attained a substantial physical form to cultivate the innate Dao body. One must first absorb the essence of heaven and earth, thus allowing for the swift acquisition of spiritual energy and the attainment of primordial creation. The eighth bolt of thunder sculpted the meridians within his body, shaping the perfect, innate Dao body. The ninth bolt of heavenly thunder appeared before Qingyang in an instant. Compared to the first eight, this one was a titan, making the previous strikes seem trivial. The pain was overwhelming, and Qingyang felt as though he were nearing annihilation. Why was the power of this transformation, thunder tribulation, so formidable? Did it seem as if the heavens wished to obliterate him? Just as despair threatened to consume him, a moment of clarity struck. In that instant, Qingyang raised his voice towards the heavens, declaring, "Great Dao above, from this day forth, I shall be known as Qingyang of the primordial realm." In that fleeting moment, a wave of relief washed over him, accompanied by a peculiar energy dissipating from within. It dawned upon him that his soul, upon crossing over, carried a trace of an anomalous aura. The heavenly Dao detests the presence of anomalies. Had he not pledged allegiance to the Great Dao in time, this bolt of thunder would have surely led to his utter destruction. Following his vow, the sky fell silent, and the dark clouds gradually dispersed. He had narrowly escaped the tribulation of transformation. Henceforth, it would be known that Qingyang emerged from the primordial essence of yin and yang. Soon after, the earth bestowed its gifts, and the valley became suffused with divine light. The liquid of the thunder tribulation, infused with the pure essence of the heavens, descended from the void, while golden vapors began to rise from the ground. The spiritual liquid and energy enveloped Qingyang's form, ultimately encasing him in a cocoon. After a considerable passage of time, the cocoon ruptured, revealing Qingyang's newly formed body, perfectly sculpted muscles, a striking visage, and piercing eyes. His gaze bore the weight of experience, framed by long hair of black and white. Exuding an air of ethereal grace, he conjured a robe of black and white using his mystical powers. Embodying the quintessential innate Dao body, it is said that Pangu, the creator deity, possessed 81 transformative forms, the ultimate of which was the innate Dao body. In this primordial realm, the cultivation of Pangu's innate Dao body is the swiftest, granting practitioners greater ease in comprehending the myriad paths of the universe. With a flick of his wrist, Qingyang summoned a 9-tiered pagoda of resplendent golden hue, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the Yangxian Pagoda. He pondered, having never heard of such a treasure in his previous life. Whatever, he thought, this is my companion's spiritual treasure, and a top-tier innate one at that. I shall explore its capabilities. Having transformed, he possessed the cultivation of a late-stage, mysterious immortal. Wielding a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the root of innate yin and yang, and an unknown fragment, in the vast expanse of the primordial world, such assets were undoubtedly among the elite. He wondered when the 3 pure ones would establish their teachings. Contemplating whether to join the Chan or the GS sects, in no matter, he resolved that I must first cultivate some spells. Despite having undergone transformation, the primordial realm teemed with peril. Venturing forth without means of defense could lead to his demise before even reaching Kunlun Mountain. Thus, he returned to the cave, diligently dedicating himself to his cultivation. However, he sensed a scarcity of spiritual energy in this region. Chapter 3. Emerging from the valley at this moment, the primordial land was a tapestry of undulating mountains. Towering peaks stretching into the heavens. Within the boundless expanse of this mountainous realm, countless exotic flowers and herbs flourished. Ancient trees intertwined with strange vines, and majestic waterfalls cascaded from the skies. Though the 3 races no longer dominated the primordial world after their great war, chaos and conflict remained ever present in this realm. The law of survival of the fittest prevailed, and only the most formidable and cunning beings could carve a niche for themselves in this land. Time passed unnoticed in the pursuit of cultivation, and Qingyang slowly opened his eyes, rising with newfound strength. After years of rigorous training, he had finally attained a semblance of self-preservation. He had grasped the essence of a rudimentary spell. Accompanied by a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, with cautiousness, he felt prepared to navigate the primordial realm without significant concern. He exited the cave and glanced back at the valley where he had spent countless years. A wave of nostalgia washed over him before he set forth with renewed vigor. The primordial continent stretched endlessly before him, dotted with towering peaks and dense forests, its vastness extending for thousands of miles. The tides of danger ever present. Yet, lurking within were ferocious beasts and unknown entities, rendering the journey perilous. Should he continue on this path, he might not even reach Mount Buzhou before meeting his demise. Along the way, he had encountered countless dangers, narrowly escaping becoming prey for formidable monsters. Among these encounters were beings that resembled Deluo golden immortals, instilling a sense of dread within Qingyang, who often contemplated retreating back to the sanctuary of the valley. However, he persevered, suppressing his fears with a hint of sarcasm. Qingyang resumed his journey towards Mount Buzhou, this time with utmost caution. Fortune favors the bold, he reminded himself, as he summoned a small, golden pagoda to suppress two colossal beasts before him. One was a silver-white wolf demon, and the other a massive one-horned bull, whose head was all that remained above the ground, the rest crushed beneath the pagoda's weight. In a flash, Qingyang darted to the side of the bull demon, swiftly collecting a plant before turning to flee. After traveling a considerable distance, he found a hidden cave to examine his find, a mid-tier spiritual root, the fragrant white jade pear. Throughout his journey, he had collected every innate treasure he encountered, often finding himself in the lairs of demons, narrowly escaping with his life. Yet he had not stumbled upon any particularly remarkable innate treasures, merely common items this time. However, the great Pangu had finally smiled upon him, for he had discovered a mid-tier spiritual root that, not merely stumbled upon. This item resonates with me. Who claimed that the primordial realm was filled with treasures. It was a bitter irony that he had nearly lost his life to obtain a single mid-tier spiritual root. Was it truly a matter of luck? After experiencing the great battle of the three clans, following the teachings of the Dao ancestor Hongjun, the vast and primordial land had long been stripped bare of its rare and precious spiritual entities. Spiritual flowers and extraordinary herbs by formidable beings, all of whom recognized the vital importance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures for cultivation. Now, the spiritual entities on the surface of the earth were merely mundane, ordinary items, and the powerful beings regarded these common spiritual treasures with disdain. Even when superior innate spiritual items occasionally surfaced, they were swiftly claimed by the strong. Aside from a few innate treasures yet to be born, there weren't many rare items left. Most were either claimed or still hidden, and by the time Qingyang commenced his search, only the ordinary remained. As Qingyang delved deeper into the primordial continent, various formidable races emerged, and he found himself embroiled in an increasing number of battles. The powerful Lion clan clashed with the Ox clan, and he witnessed the fierce confrontations between Tai Yi and even Deluo, feeling that even the aftermath of such battles could obliterate him. Consequently, Qingyang became increasingly cautious, fully alert, fearful of being discovered. Alongside this, a burgeoning emotion took root within him, the desire to grow stronger, strong enough to not have to tread so carefully, strong enough to act at will. The primordial continent was rife with conflict, with struggles between races and battles over heavenly materials and earthly treasures, although none matched the widespread warfare of the three clans' conflict. Suddenly, a curious sound, emitted by an unknown creature, interrupted Qingyang's thoughts. Gazing ahead, approximately 100 meters away, he spotted an animal that resembled both a mouse and a marten. It was mouse-like, yet its entire body was white, with golden whiskers reminiscent of a marten for his past life, slender and graceful. Conversely, its head bore features akin to a mouse, yet it exuded an endearing charm. With this in mind, Qingyang gradually approached it. When he was about 10 meters away, Qingyang produced a fragrant and crisp white jade pear. The little creature, undeterred by his presence, twitched its tiny nose and cautiously approached the pear. Once it reached Qingyang, it cast a brief glance at him, then grasped the fruit with its tiny paws and began to nibble, consuming even the core within a short while. Qingyang, taking pity on the little beast, offered another white jade pear, which it naturally accepted, devouring it and licking its paws clean afterward. Just as Qingyang reached out to scoop up the little creature, it darted away in an instant. Retreating several dozen meters, Qingyang thought to himself that he couldn't let it escape. Otherwise, he would have wasted 2 spiritual fruits, a loss he couldn't afford. He held up 2 fruits and called to the little beast. "Would you like to eat? I have plenty of these, enough for you to enjoy every day." While waving his hand, he noticed the little creature twitch its nose again, displaying an almost human-like expression as it nodded in response. As he prepared to advance, the little beast swiftly bolted away, pausing briefly to chirp at him. Qingyang pondered whether it was calling for him. After a moment, he took off in pursuit of the little creature. Engaging in a playful game of chase, they ran and stopped intermittently, losing track of time and distance. Before him lay a landscape of undulating mountains, a magnificent peak rising majestically, enveloped in auspicious clouds and infused with spiritual energy. As he beheld a stone tablet before him, he recalled the 2 innate spiritual items it contained, igniting a fervor within him as he fixed his gaze on the distant mountain range. Chapter 4. The astonishing appearance of Wuyi Mountain. The stone tablet bore the inscription Wuyi, signifying the legendary Wuyi Mountain within the realm of caves and blessed lands. Additionally, it was said to harbor innate spiritual treasures, stirring great excitement in Qingyang's heart. In truth, the time for Wuyi Mountain to emerge had not yet arrived, and without the little beast guiding him, he would never have found himself here, had there been any traceable clues. Those mighty beings would have long since claimed this paradise. That it must be acknowledged that Qingyang's fortune played a significant role. The little beast was a rare creature known as the break-in mouse, or seeking spirit mouse. This mouse possessed the unique ability to locate heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and spiritual veins, while also guiding its master away from peril. It could find spiritual stones, or veins, and even spiritual caves brimming with energy. However, possessing such a mouse did not guarantee safe passage through the primordial realm, for there existed countless extraordinary beasts with their own unique abilities. As Qingyang gazed at Wuyi Mountain, a gleam of gold sparkled in his eyes. He composed himself and turned to the little creature, which was also looking at him. With a wave of his hand, the little beast instantly appeared on his shoulder, letting out a joyful laugh before striding boldly into the mountain range. Guided by the little beast, he avoided numerous forbidden formations and ascended directly to the highest peak, where the little creature suddenly began to chirp excitedly toward a particular direction. Following its lead, they arrived at the entrance of a cave, where golden light flickered within. Just as Qingyang was about to step inside, a barrier blocked his way. Having reached this point, he would not be deterred by a trivial restriction. Understanding the principle of entering a treasure mountain and not returning empty-handed, he resolved that this treasure was meant for him. With that thought, he sat cross-legged, while the little mouse approached the barrier. Assisting him in breaking it, sniffing around, Qingyang utilized his spiritual force to sense the nature of the barrier. After a moment, the little beast called out, and Qingyang sensed the point of breach. The little mouse then expelled a gust of energy, and Qingyang channeled his entire magical force, propelling it toward the barrier. To crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass, as the barrier crumbled. The little beast let out a triumphant cry and dashed into the cave, with Qingyang closely following. Before him appeared a golden, square, coin-like object, adorned with wings on either side and inscribed with the mysterious runes of the heavenly Dao. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the treasure, which he recognized as the falling treasure coin. It was said that this coin was an extraordinary treasure of the heavenly Dao, yet the information revealed it to be a superior, innate spiritual treasure, suggesting that the rumors from his past life were not entirely accurate. One could not always rely on conventional wisdom. Nevertheless, with his coin in hand, he no longer needed to worry about magical artifacts. He could simply take what he desired from others' treasures. What a delightful thought! As he chuckled heartily, he prepared to refine this treasure. The process of refining an innate-level spiritual item was quite time-consuming. After several hundred years, he finally succeeded in assimilating the treasure. Gazing at the falling treasure coin in his hand, he mused, to obtain this treasure was worth the peril of traversing the primordial realm. Unlike other magical artifacts, which either inflicted physical harm or obliterated the soul, this treasure was non-destructive. It could sever the connection between a divine being and their artifact. When celestial beings wield their treasures, they must rely on their consciousness and magical power to manipulate them. The falling treasure coin could disrupt this connection, rendering the artifact uncontrollable while still allowing for the defeat of weapons. Apologies, Brother Shao, he thought, but this treasure would serve you little purpose that I might as well keep it for myself. This treasure was of great utility to him, and indeed, treasures rightfully belong to those who possessed virtue. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of being a villain in this scenario. However, there was still one more spiritual item to collect. It was prudent to secure it in hand to avoid unforeseen complications. Exiting the cave, he ascended toward the mountain summit. Upon reaching the peak, he beheld a plant standing tall, vibrant green, and modest in stature, an innate tea tree. Using his spiritual sense, he investigated the tea tree, confirming that it was indeed the renowned enlightenment tea tree, second only to the 10 most exceptional spiritual roots of the primordial realm. This was indeed a treasure of the highest caliber. The tea tree was the first of its kind in the primordial world, imbued with the essence of the Dao, enigmatic and profound that it produced only 108 leaves every 10,000 years, each leaf containing a distinct aspect of Dao insight. Furthermore, the leaves of this tea tree could enhance one's comprehension, enabling cultivators to grasp the laws of the universe. Consuming a cup of enlightenment tea could induce a state of sudden insight, swiftly aiding cultivators in their understanding of the heavenly principles. For high-level cultivators, this tea could assist in breaking through bottlenecks and elevating their cultivation. With a wave of his hand, Qingyang stored the enlightenment tea tree within the Yangxian Tower, where it would keep company with the fragrant white jade pear. Having acquired 2 innate spiritual roots, he felt well equipped to engage in discussions with fellow cultivators, offering gifts to senior brothers and younger disciples alike, a gesture that would surely earn him respect. As he gazed down from the mountaintop, surveying the range, he felt content having secured the treasures. Just as he completed his collection of spiritual roots, a resonant voice echoed in his ears. I, Emperor Jun, shall uphold the will of the heavenly Dao, maintain the order of the primordial realm, and benefit all beings therein. May the heavenly Dao grant its approval. Upon hearing this proclamation, Qingyang mused, Emperor Jun has established the demon court for the demon race. The conflict between the witch and demon clans is about to unfold. I must act swiftly. Otherwise, should the battle erupt before I have the chance to seek refuge under a sage, I may face perilous consequences. Looking up towards the direction of Kunlun, he departed from Wuyi Mountain, vanishing from this realm. Chapter 5. The fisherman in a certain place amidst the vast primordial land, a figure clad in a black and white robe, cradling a small beast, was leisurely soaring through the skies. This was Qingyang, who had acquired 2 treasures from Wuyi Mountain. After leaving, he was heading towards Kunlun, simultaneously seeking new opportunities, passing by several grand mountains. He would ascend to take a look, lest he miss any precious artifacts that it had nearly been 10,000 years since he emerged from the realm of transformation, and his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Xianxian. Yet, whenever he approached the threshold of breaking through to Jingxian, he would awaken from his meditation, feeling no inclination towards ascension. This perplexed Qingyang, who pondered the reason but ultimately decided not to dwell on it any longer. Continuing on his journey. Ever since the arrival of Lai Fu, he had not encountered any threats to his life. Although he had never come across innate spiritual treasures or roots, he had collected a fair share of rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He even encountered a strand of newly emerged heavenly spiritual fire. However, he dared not refine it. The power of this fire was extraordinarily formidable. Merely touching it nearly incinerated Qingyang. It was evident that this spiritual fire was beyond his current capabilities to refine. He resolved to suppress and store it within the Yangxian Tower for the time being. Yet, he had a premonition that once he refined this spiritual fire, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous aid. Whether for forging artifacts, concocting pills, or facing adversaries, possessing spiritual fire would be exceedingly advantageous. The true fire within a cultivator's body could also be utilized for forging and alchemy, yet the refining power of heavenly spiritual fire was undoubtedly superior to that of a cultivator's true fire. It was well known that in combat, the offensive power of lightning and fire attributes was often the most potent. Thus, possessing a type of formidable heavenly spiritual fire would be a nightmare for any foe. As he was lost in thought, traversing a mountain range, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed. Upon closer inspection, alongside the thunderous roar of a tiger, there was a hissing sound. Boundless heavenly spiritual energy surged forth, accompanied by a resonant rumble. Qingyang felt astonished, sensing that a battle must be unfolding ahead. However, the aura seemed to be at the level of Xianxian, certainly not reaching Jingxian, as Jingxian would wield some semblance of law power. Reassured, he stealthily advanced. Not far ahead, he beheld a massive azure serpent, or rather, a jiao, for it bore a single azure horn upon its head. Cold air flowed around the horn, and its body was riddled with wounds. The most grievous being on its neck, where the white bones were starkly exposed at a mere inch away. The serpent's vital point was almost struck. Opposite the serpent stood a majestic white tiger, also bearing numerous injuries. Some areas devoid of fur. Yet, in comparison to the serpent, its wounds were considerably lighter. Next to the two beasts was a crimson plant, adorned with a plump red fruit, indicating that the two creatures were engaged in battle over this fruit. Qingyang deduced that the white tiger was likely at the mid-stage of Xianxian, while the serpent was at the initial stage. Observing the white tiger's demeanor, Qingyang's eyes gleamed. Was this not the perfect mount for himself? As the battle resumed, Qingyang quietly observed the conflict. Harboring no intention to intervene, he recalled the old adage, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. He was that very fisherman. Suddenly, the white tiger deliberately exposed a flaw, allowing the azure serpent to bite its hind leg. In a swift motion, it retaliated, clawing at the serpent's neck wound. The strike landed squarely on the serpent's vital point. Piercing through its body, the serpent collapsed, convulsing twice before falling silent. At this moment, the white tiger lay on the ground, gasping heavily. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyang activated the Yangxian Tower, appearing above the white tiger. The tiger, its fur bristling, addressed Qingyang. If you desire this fruit, feel free to take it. The body of this serpent also belongs to you. My kin shall arrive shortly, so you must depart quickly. Qingyang regarded the tiger. Such intelligence. You even know how to intimidate me. With a chuckle, he grinned, which startled the white tiger, causing it to leap up, baring its fangs. Qingyang spoke to the tiger. I am known as Qingyang, that I have come here today. Sensing a connection between us, I am in need of a mount. Could you serve as such? Together, we can ascend to immortality, and breaking through to Daluo will be a breeze. The feeling of portraying a sage was exhilarating, as if all his pores were wide open. Upon hearing these words, the white tiger's eyes widened, and it spat out a mouthful of blood, trembling with rage. It then roared, You want me to be your mount? To ascend to immortality and break through to Daluo? You are only marginally stronger than I am. How can you claim such ease in breaking through? Embarrassed by the revelation of his true self, Qingyang cast a glance at the white tiger, only to witness its menacing expression turn threatening. If that is the case, you may accompany this serpent in death. How convenient. I have not had roasted tiger meat in ages. Raising his hand, he commanded the tower to descend. The white tiger, sensing a chill in its lower half, tightened its body and hurriedly exclaimed, Great One, please hold your hand. I was but a foolish creature, misled and speaking nonsense. I am willing to follow you to achieve immortality and break through to Daluo. The massive head of the tiger bowed to the ground. Hearing this, Qingyang mused that brute force often yielded quicker results. Next time, he would not hesitate to act. Very well. Since you have recognized your error, open your mind that I shall place a restriction upon you. If you perform well, I shall surely lift it upon hearing this. The white tiger, resigned, opened its mind and became Qingyang's mount. Chapter 6. The Dao Ancestor establishes the Immortal Court within the Chaos Purple Sky Palace. Numerous beings were gathered to hear the teachings of the Dao Ancestor. Suddenly, the discourse came to a halt. The lecture had concluded, and all were instructed to return and contemplate its contents. Before the crowd could express their gratitude, the Dao Ancestor uttered a few more words. The primordial chaos is in disarray, with no one to govern the myriad spirits. The land is in ruin. Thus I shall appoint 2 innate powers to oversee the primordial realm. After imparting the teachings, the Dao Ancestor designated Dong Wanggong as the head of the male immortals and Zhuangmu as the head of the female immortals. Dong Wanggong was transformed from the first strand of innate yang energy, while Zhuangmu was born from the first strand of innate yin energy. Both possessed considerable strength among the innate beings, due to the lack of order in the primordial realm. It was necessary for someone to manage it, hence the appointment of these 2, who were granted the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, to Dong Wanggong, and the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the purifying water bowl, to Zhuangmu, facilitating their governance over the myriad spirits. Upon receiving the Dao Ancestor's command, the 2 did not hesitate to express their gratitude. Observing this scene, the 3,000 listeners in the Purple Sky Palace exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. Some bore expressions of discontent, others glared with indignation, while some remained indifferent. Noticing the subtle shift in atmosphere, Zhuangmu's gaze flickered with an enigmatic glimmer. In contrast, Dong Wanggong remained oblivious, smiling at the crowd, indifferent to their reactions. Under the guidance of the Dao Ancestor, the 2 discovered the future sanctuaries for scattered cultivators in the Eastern Sea, the Penglai Immortal Island, the Yingzhou Immortal Island, and the Fangzhong Immortal Island. These 3 islands lay in close proximity, their air brimming with abundant heavenly spiritual energy, solidifying like water, with various innate spiritual materials and heavenly treasures scattered across their shores, numbering in the countless. The 3 islands of Penglai resembled a fairyland, where gentle breezes flowed and picturesque views stretched infinitely. Lush green mountains intertwined with azure waters, creating a breathtaking panorama. It felt as though one had entered a world of artistry, where the enchanting scenery captivated the senses. Amidst the swirling mists, it resembled a celestial realm, providing an otherworldly experience. The undulating landscape, with waves crashing against the rocks, stirred the air with gentle ripples. The islands boasted palaces adorned with intricate carvings. Resonating with ethereal melodies, a myriad of flowers vied for beauty, creating a sight that was nothing short of mesmerizing. As night descends, the vast expanse of the sky becomes adorned with twinkling stars, resembling the Milky Way suspended in the ether, an awe-inspiring sight. After the 2 took possession of the Immortal Isle, Dong Wanggong, the foremost among male immortals, and Zhuangmu, the leader of the female immortals, convened the formidable beings from the myriad creatures of the primordial realm. A considerable number of beings came forth to pledge their allegiance. However, the primordial realm is teeming with powerful entities, not to mention the likes of the 3 pure ones and those from the west. There already existed the demon clan, led by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, along with the witch clan commanded by the 12 ancestors, all of whom were resistant to his authority, sowing the seeds of destruction for the celestial court. Subsequently, as Dong Wanggong ascended to the position of sovereign over the celestial court, he basked in the glory of his newfound power, leveraging the authority granted by the Dao Ancestor to rally others to his cause. This Dong Wanggong, emboldened by the Dao Ancestor's endorsement, amassed a following of formidable beings, but soon became arrogant and reckless, showing no signs of restraint. Consequently, he offended many, yet out of respect for the Dao Ancestor, they refrained from confronting him. Still, he remained oblivious to the brewing storm, growing increasingly audacious on his path to self-destruction. In contrast, Zhuangmu perceived the situation with clarity from the outset, despite her position as the foremost among female immortals. She refrained from using the Dao Ancestor's name to impose upon her fellow female immortals, merely recruiting a few. After multiple attempts to counsel Dong Wanggong proved fruitless, she gradually distanced herself from him, ultimately retreating to her cultivation sanctuary in the West Kunlun to pursue her practice in solitude. Since Dong Wanggong established the celestial court and proclaimed himself the celestial emperor, he indeed gathered a plethora of talented individuals, with many adept practitioners pledging their service to him. His domain was suffused with celestial energy, various spiritual roots flourishing upon the earth, emanating a mystical aura. At the heart of this immortal isle stood an imposing palace, within which a middle-aged man, wielding a dragon-headed staff, sat regally upon a throne. This man was none other than Dong Wanggong, under whose governance the primordial land was shrouded in chaos, with suffering creatures amidst relentless strife among powerful races. Witnessing the annihilation of various clans on a near-daily basis, in stark contrast, Dong Wanggong turned a blind eye to this turmoil, often resorting to coercion and bribery against the myriad beings of the primordial realm. Following the Dao ancestors' 3 sermons, Dong Wanggong's cultivation ascended, and many of his followers experienced breakthroughs, resulting in an increasing number of the Luo golden immortals and quasi-saints within the celestial court. However, the actions of Dong Wanggong grew ever more excessive, inciting growing discontent among the divine beings of the primordial realm, particularly from Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, who harbored great ambitions and had long expressed their dissent regarding the Dao ancestors' establishment of the celestial court. Otherwise, they would not have formed the demon clan. As time progressed, a new force began to swell within the primordial realm, namely, the power of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Their imperial aura deepened, especially during this period, as they subjugated numerous powerful demon clans. Their reputation soared, and gradually, hostility towards the celestial court intensified, with an increasing number of beings rising in rebellion against it, news of which reached the celestial court. However, the celestial court's response was harsh, eliminating any dissenters and ruthlessly eradicating those who spoke ill of it, instilling greater fear among the beings of the primordial realm. Yet, Dong Wanggong remained undeterred, impervious to counsel, leading some beings to unite and begin their resistance against the celestial court, ultimately culminating in its downfall. Chapter 7. The Demon Master and the 10 Demon Saints. As Dong Wanggong of the celestial court continued his reckless path, numerous beings of the primordial realm united in rebellion against him. Among them, the most formidable force was that of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Over the years, they had garnered the allegiance of many powerful practitioners, including 10 renowned figures of profound power in the primordial realm. They were Bai Zhe, second only to Emperor Jun, and Dong Huang Tai Yi among the demon clan. Ying Zhao, whose form was that of a horse with a human face and tiger-striped wings, yet bore the appearance of a grotesque rat with wings. Jiu Ying, a 9-headed serpent, an ancient primordial beast. Qingyang, whose essence was a blue, single-legged bird, a rare beast of the primordial realm. Ji Ming, possessing a human body with a dragon's head. Qin Yuan, resembling a bee. Ci Tai, a giant horned water buffalo, an ancient primordial beast. Gui Che, a 9-headed bird. Fei Lian, with the head of a bird and the body of a deer. All 10 of these beings were extraordinary creatures of the primordial realm, serving as enforcers for the celestial court, loyal to Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, holding high positions just beneath them. Not only were Emperor Jun and Tai Yi powerful, but they also possessed great acumen in dealing with others. After subjugating numerous demon clan experts, they extended an olive branch to fellow demon figures such as Nuwa, Fuxi, and Kunlun. Fuxi, who had always regarded himself as a member of the demon clan, quickly agreed to join them. Nuwa, though averse to conflict, felt compelled to comply since her brother had already pledged his allegiance. Kunlun, however, made a request for assistance against Hongyan. Due to the matter of the Zhixiao Palace's seating, Kunlun harbored resentment, believing that had it not been for Hongyan, he too would have attained a sacred position. With the completion of the 3 sermons at the Zhixiao Palace and the distribution of sacred positions, Hongyan's acquisition of a strand of primordial purple energy left Kunlun aggrieved, longing for vengeance. Speaking of Kunlun, he was indeed a primordial deity. In the depths of the North Sea, there existed a fish named Kun, colossal in size, with an indeterminate length of several thousand miles. When it took flight, it transformed into a giant bird known as Peng, capable of traversing the 4 seas as Kun and soaring to the 9 heavens as Peng. This is the origin of Kunlun, After weighing the pros and cons, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi agreed, understanding Kunlun's formidable strength, which was precisely the kind of powerful practitioner they were lacking. Thus, the embryonic form of the ancient demon court began to take shape. And now Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were merely a step away from seizing dominion over the primordial realm. In the ensuing years, Emperor Jun, accompanied by the demon master Kunlun and the 10 demon saints, successively conquered numerous powerful beings within the primordial realm. All those subdued joined their ranks, and Emperor Jun's name resounded throughout the primordial land, drawing many races to his banner. Among them were royal avian clans such as Qingyang, Bing Yuan, and the ancient Songwan, as well as scaled creatures like Tung Shi, Yu Ming Mang, and Wang Shi, alongside fierce beasts like the violent bear, silver moon celestial wolf, and sky-devouring tiger. These races were renowned throughout the primordial realm for their formidable combat prowess. And under their leadership, an increasing number of races began to rally to their cause. Emperor Jun's reputation grew ever more illustrious, hinting at a burgeoning resurgence. The celestial court took notice and dispatched many powerful individuals to subdue them, hoping to establish their authority and intimidate the unruly. Initially, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi hesitated to act directly out of concern for the Dao Ancestor, merely awaiting the arrival of the celestial court. However, the celestial court mistakenly believed that Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were intimidated, demanding that they disband their forces and join the celestial court to obey their commands. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, proud as they were, not only possessed great strength, but also wielded the innate treasures of the chaos spell, Houtu and Luo Shu. Upon hearing such demands, they erupted in fury and launched an assault on the celestial court, swiftly decimating several high-ranking members of the celestial court in mere moments, leading to the complete annihilation of the celestial forces that in the aftermath. The beings of the primordial realm anticipated that the celestial court would dispatch greater armies and more formidable forces to eliminate Tai Yi and his allies. Yet, they waited for nearly 100 years, only to find that the celestial court remained utterly silent. Observing the situation, the myriad beings came to understand that the celestial court was merely a bully, preying on the weak, and thus they all gravitated toward Emperor Jun. Chapter 8. The establishment of the demon court time flows unceasingly, and several hundred years passed. The beings of the primordial realm lamented their plight amidst the chaos, while the high-ranking members of the celestial court reveled in comfort, seizing other spiritual veins and treasures, solely focused on their own interests, indifferent to the suffering of others. Such actions starkly contradicted the order of the primordial realm and the intentions of the Dao Ancestor. For Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, the desire to establish their own power and overthrow the celestial court intensified. Yearning to govern all beings to this end, they summoned the various demons to deliberate on this matter. Meanwhile, the celestial court remained as prosperous as ever, exuding a captivating aura, with sounds of music and laughter frequently echoing. Dong Wanggong sat in the great hall, indulging in song and dance, blissfully unaware of the impending peril. As for Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, they had made their decision, yet chose not to make a grand announcement or notify the major powers, fearing the emergence of unforeseen conflicts. After several hundred years, the Sun Star became populated with countless figures, each exuding a potent aura of demonic energy. Within the great hall of the Sun Star, over 100 figures stood, each radiating an impressive presence, their spirits vibrant. Upon closer inspection, they were all formidable beings, their eyes fixated ahead, not daring to blink lest they miss anything. At the forefront stood 2 figures, emanating an imperial aura, resembling sovereigns perched atop the peaks, their divine might illuminating the primordial realm. The assembly of cultivators below resembled a celestial court suspended between heaven and earth, capable of subduing dragons and tigers at will, enveloping the entire hall in an imperial atmosphere. At this moment, the leading figure proclaimed, "Heavenly Dao, I, Emperor Jun of the Demon Clan, feel compelled to address the celestial court's blindness and cruelty, resulting in the suffering of the beings of the primordial realm. The primordial realm is shrouded in chaos, and the order of the Heavenly Dao is obscured. Maintain stability for the beings of the primordial realm and uphold the order of the Heavenly Dao. I hereby petition the heavenly Dao. Dijun aspire to establish the demon court, with myself as the demon emperor, Tai Yi as the eastern sovereign, Fu Shi as the Shi sovereign, Nuwa as the Hua sovereign, and Kuan Peng as the master of demons. I summoned by Zhe, Ing Zhao, Fei Xian, Jiu Xiangyang, Ji Ming, Qin Yuan, Ci Tai, Gui Che, and Fei Lian to form the 10 great demon saints alongside 72 demon gods. I shall utilize the innate supreme treasure, the chaos bell, to suppress the fortunes of the demon court. Furthermore, all entities, whether they be flora, avifauna, terrestrial beasts, or even sentient stones, shall be considered part of the demon kin. I will steadfastly uphold the will of the heavenly Dao, maintain the primordial order, and bring benefit to the myriad beings of the great wilderness, that I beseech the heavenly Dao for its grace. Perhaps it is indeed the will of fate that Dijun should become the demon emperor. The decree of the heavenly Dao resonated profoundly, echoing throughout the consciousness of every living being in the great wilderness. Reaching them all. At that moment, the heavenly Dao bestowed a portion of merit, with Tianyi Dijun and Eastern Sovereign Tai each receiving a 20% share. The remaining merit was distributed among Fu Shi, Kuan Peng, the 10 great demon saints, and numerous demon kin. With this merit, Dijun was able to slay the evil corpse, attaining the status of a quasi-saint, while the duration of training required to eradicate the evil corpse remained uncertain. Tai likewise vanquished his second corpse. Among the many experts in the great wilderness, few had achieved the slaying of a second corpse. As for Kuan Peng, the 10 great demon saints, and the various demon gods, though they had not slain corpses, they made significant advancements in their cultivation, saving considerable training time. Thus, the demon court was established, poised to commence its campaign against the celestial court, and this endeavor was justified and righteous. Observing the reactions of the various practitioners and races in the great wilderness, those who had not aligned with Dijun and Tai now deeply regretted their choices, as their most powerful members rushed towards the Sun Star. The 3 pure ones remained indifferent, though Yuan Shirtanzun was infuriated, uttering a curse, while Tong Tian laughed heartily. The 2 Western sages showed little response, their faces reflecting a deepening distress from the direction of the Blood Sea. The ancestor of the Underworld, Ming He, gazed at the vast merit radiating from the Sun Star, lost in contemplation, and his furrows seemed to deepen. Moments later, he closed his eyes and sank into quiet reflection. After a brief silence, the celestial court erupted with a cacophony of curses, but quickly fell silent again. Even the sounds of music and dance ceased. From a distance, the celestial court appeared shrouded in an oppressive gloom, devoid of any vibrant life. On this day, countless figures descended from the Sun Star, each being propelled with fierce momentum towards a singular destination. The Celestial Court, Chapter 9. The Demon Court's confrontation with the Celestial Court. Endless figures of demons surged towards the Celestial Court in the Eastern Sea. Even untransformed demon beasts raced upon the ground, while those with wings flew grandly towards the east, to the forefront of the demon court were the demon emperor Dijun and Eastern Sovereign Tai, flanked by the 10 great demon saints and the master of demons, Kuan Peng. The demon court unleashed its full combat prowess, leaving no opportunity for the celestial court. Meanwhile, within the celestial court, the Eastern Prince convened with his subordinates, celebrating with song and dance, wholly unconcerned about the impending calamity. Logically, the attendees were formidable beings, including nearly a dozen quasi-saints. It was inconceivable that they had not sensed any heavenly omen, particularly the Eastern Prince. A quasi-saint who should possess some intuition that in truth, the heavenly Dao had obscured the heavenly mysteries, rendering the celestial court devoid of any heavenly fortune, thus preventing them from perceiving any signs. The entire celestial court was shrouded in ignorance, as if abandoned by the heavenly Dao. Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated, causing the entire island to tremble as the protective formations of Penglai Island activated, jolting everyone awake from their stupor. While they pondered the cause, a resonant bell toll echoed through the island, compelling all to fly towards the palace. Upon nearing the boundary of Penglai Island, they beheld a sight that left every cultivator in the celestial court utterly astounded. A vast horde of demons, An overwhelming tide of demon practitioners, including celestial beings, true immortals, mysterious immortals, golden immortals, and the great Luo, who were quasi-saints. The sheer number of demons eclipsed even the sun, leaving the cultivators of the celestial court in a state of shock. Following this came an unending wave of panic. Many cultivators trembled. Even the great Luo quasi-saints felt their hearts race as they observed Jun and Tai. Someone, foolishly bold, dared to inquire, "What do you intend to do?" The absurdity of the question elicited laughter from the demons. What nonsense is this? Is this cultivator truly so dull-witted as to not discern our intentions? At this juncture, the Eastern Prince emerged, frantically shouting at Jun and Tai, "Are you defying the heavens? I am a male immortal designated by the Dao Ancestor, the Emperor of the Celestial Court." Jun regarded the Eastern Prince momentarily before responding. "You truly understand nothing of the heavenly Dao. It is clear now who is defying the heavens. From a moment the demon court was established, your celestial court was forsaken by the heavenly Dao. Look at the turmoil you have wrought upon the great wilderness over the years. The chaos and suffering inflicted upon countless races, and yet you possess no inkling of remorse. Enough of this idle chatter. Let the chaos bell descend." At this moment, Eastern Sovereign Tai activated the chaos bell, directing it towards Penglai Island. With one strike, then a second, and a third, the protective array of Penglai Island shattered. Before the cultivators of the Celestial Court could react, the demon saints led a multitude of demons into the heart of Penglai Island, filling the air with cries for mercy, howls, and roars. By the time the Eastern Prince and other quasi-saints grasped the situation, Jun and Tai had already closed in. Tai wielded the chaos bell against the Eastern Prince, who, alongside another quasi-saint, struggled to fend off Tai's strike. However, the innate supreme treasure, the chaos bell, was no easy weapon to withstand. The Eastern Prince, armed with his exquisite innate spiritual treasure, a dragon-headed cane, barely managed to block the blow. Yet the residual force caused him to spit celestial blood and left his hands grievously injured. The other quasi-saint was instantly struck back, severely wounded, and fell into the sea. His fate uncertain. The full force of a quasi-saint, combined with an innate supreme treasure, was not something easily endured. For him to survive even one strike was already a stroke of good fortune. Just as the Eastern Prince attempted to articulate something, he saw the chaos bell hurtling towards him, imbued with overwhelming suppressive power. With a single strike, his dragon-headed cane was damaged, and he was grievously injured. Sent crashing into the island on the opposite side, Jun led Kun Peng and the 10 great demon saints in a battle, but the cultivators of the Celestial Court were vastly outmatched and faced a massacre. Only 2 quasi-saints remained among the Celestial Court, while many great Luo had perished or fled, a truly disorganized rabble. Tai and Jun fixed their gaze upon the last 2 quasi-saints, who seemed poised to speak. Yet, Jun and Tai offered them no opportunity, as they waved their hands and sent the chaos bell hurtling towards the 2 quasi-saints. Jun also deployed the Houtu and Luo Shu to establish a grand formation, ensuring they could not escape, leaving them no glimmer of hope. That moment, the 3 celestial islands resembled a realm of slaughter, echoing with the cries of the damned. Chapter 10. The Fall of the Celestial Court. At this moment, the 3 celestial islands resembled an endless slaughterhouse, strewn with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Nearly 100,000 cultivators of the Celestial Court had been utterly annihilated in this brief span of time. Once a colossal entity governing the entirety of the great wilderness, it had collapsed in such a fashion, leaving behind countless corpses, with the very soil of the celestial islands stained crimson, a boon for the aquatic races, providing ample sustenance. The vicinity of the Celestial Court was now overrun by the demon kin, and among them were new in the realm of the demon court. Several quasi-saints had gathered, poised to embark on their journey. Suddenly, Kunpeng felt an intense gaze fixated upon him. If that gaze could kill, he believed he would have perished 1,000 times over. Upon discovering the source of this penetrating stare, he found it belonged to a bearded Taoist. A sinister smile crept across Kunpeng's face, but as a thought struck him, his expression darkened, and he swiftly turned to follow the demon army's retreat. Meanwhile, The owner of that gaze took one last deep look at Kunping's receding figure before turning away. This Taoist was none other than the Grandmaster of Earth Immortals, Xinyuan Zizi. The animosity he harbored towards Kunping stemmed from a recent tragedy. His dear friend, Hong Yun, had fallen at Kunping's hands. The details of other powerful beings involved remained unknown. As Hong Yun had shouted Kunping's name just before his self-detonation, forever etching the name in Xinyuan Zizi's memory, in the East Sea's celestial court, the three immortal islands lay desolate, devoid of any life, save for the sounds of marine creatures feasting and the whispers of the sea breeze. It would likely take a long time before this place could transform into a haven for wandering cultivators. Chapter 11. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirits in the Vast Wilderness, a mountain known as Lazaoshan, lay neither too far nor too near, where two figures were engaged in combat, two individuals and two beasts. Nearby, a small creature resembling a mouse nibbled on fruit, squeaking as if cheering for the fighters. Fortunately, this mouse-like creature had not transformed. Otherwise, it would have been a perfect audience member. Why, dear fellow, I assure you, it was not my intention to harm your steed. I merely admired its majestic presence and wished to take it as my mount, not realizing it was already claimed. This Taoist was none other than Qingyang, while the small creature beside him was Laifu. Opposite them stood a woman clad in golden attire, her graceful figure accentuated by the shimmering fabric, which perfectly highlighted her pure and innocent aura. Her delicate brows arched slightly, imbuing her beauty with a hint of determination. Long eyelashes, reminiscent of cicada wings, rested upon her almond-shaped eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. Upon hearing Qingyang's words, she ceased her attack, paused momentarily, and sheathed her weapon, responding, "Since your misstep was unintentional and my steed remains unharmed, I kindly ask you to vacate my cultivation grounds." Upon hearing this, Qingyang called out, Wangkai in the distance. A great white tiger roared, rushing to his side. This name, bestowed by Qingyang, was chosen for its auspicious meaning, regardless of whether the white tiger consented. The poor creature could only accept its fate silently, as its life was firmly in Qingyang's grasp. Producing a fruit, Qingyang offered, "Esteemed friend, this is a mid-grade innate spiritual fruit, the fragrant, crispy, white jade pear. Please accept my apologies." The woman, momentarily taken aback, recognized Qingyang's genuine contrition, and given the rarity of the spiritual fruit, she graciously accepted it. "May I ask how I should address you?" Qingyang inquired. "You may call me Jin Ling," the woman replied. Qingyang maintained a composed exterior while inwardly exclaiming, "Goodness, Jin Ling, the first female immortal of the dot. I am fortunate not to have offended her. If I were to join and she became my senior sister, would she not delight in making my life difficult?" "How did you come to be here, Qingyang?" "I have set up 2 concealment formations in my sanctuary, and even several great Luo golden immortals passing overhead were unaware of this place. Laifu, come here." "Esteemed Jin Ling, please observe. This is my spiritual beast, sensitive to spiritual energy, capable of locating hidden treasures. It likely led me here, believing there were treasures within your domain." Jin Ling bent down to inspect the small mouse, then spoke, "You are fortunate. This creature is a rare ancient beast known as the Broken Band Mouse, or Spirit-Seeking Mouse. It can locate treasures infused with spiritual energy in auspicious places while averting calamities. For instance, it can find spiritual stones, mineral veins, and even spiritual realms teeming with energy. Such creatures are scarce across the vast wilderness. Possessing one ensures a steady supply of cultivation materials. Indeed, ever since acquiring it, I have not faced significant life-threatening dangers, and I have gathered numerous treasures," Qingyang remarked, feigning humility. However, in his heart, he reveled in his good fortune, envisioning a future of exploration throughout the wilderness. "Jin Ling, I bid you farewell. Until we meet again," he declared, turning to leave without hesitation. After traversing a considerable distance from the mountain range, he embraced Laifu, playfully nibbling on it, and gently urged, "My dear Laifu, do seek out some treasures swiftly." Producing the treasure-finding coin for it to sniff, he added, "Can you remember this? This is the treasure." Laifu sniffed intently, its little eyes darting, before leaping down, stretching its tongue toward Qingyang, and squeaking twice, "I've already given you a spiritual fruit. Here's a white jade pear for you. Finish it quickly and find some treasures. Qingyang sighed in exasperation. Holding the white jade pear, Laifu inhaled its fragrant aroma, taking a hearty bite and displaying a look of satisfaction before swiftly consuming it. Gazing at Qingyang with eager anticipation. Find treasures first. If you fail, you shall have no more white jade pears, Qingyang warned. Disappointed, Laifu turned away, inhaling deeply to absorb spiritual energy before darting off in a particular direction. With Qingyang following closely behind. Chapter 12. The Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. Is this the place? I hope I don't make another mistake. Last time, I nearly fell into your trap. That was no treasure. That was a demon beast. A bear demon at the golden immortal level. If I hadn't fled swiftly, I might have been caught. Laifu squeaked anxiously, bouncing around while gesturing as if to say, "This is it. There must be treasures here." Before them lay a vast black mountain devoid of life, its eerie stillness remarkable. Oddly enough, one side of the mountain was thick with spiritual energy, while the other exuded a sense of death and despair. After pondering for a while, Qingyang slapped his thigh and declared, "What does it matter? As long as the beings here are below the great Luo golden immortal level, I shall not perish. If they are above, then I will accept my fate." With the Yang immortal tower in his left hand and the treasure-finding coin in his right, he summoned Wankai to lead the way. The foolish tiger, intrigued by the unusual surroundings, refused to venture ahead, insisting it would rather meet its end than scout the path. Left with no choice, Qingyang stored Wankai away, realizing he had to rely on himself. Muttering a few complaints, he stealthily advanced, careful not to make any noise that might attract unwanted attention. After some time, he approached the desolate side, where Laifu began to squeak excitedly, tugging at his hair while pointing in a specific direction. Startled by Laifu's actions, Qingyang nearly turned to flee but caught a glimpse of what lay ahead. A cave. Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. Why the theatrics? Don't you know that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences? Peering toward the cave, he noticed its peculiar nature. One half was vibrant with life, while the other half was shrouded in deathly stillness. Moreover, this was not a mountain peak, but a round stone devoid of any vegetation. To enter or not to enter? Qingyang found himself in a dilemma. Should danger lurk within, escape might prove impossible. However, his divine sense failed to penetrate the cave. It dissipated at the entrance, leaving him with nothing to sense. Gazing at the cave, he felt trapped in indecision. Resolving to step inside, he took a deep breath, pinched his nose, and boldly entered. Upon entering, he beheld a rectangular object enveloped in swirling black and white energies. Indeed a treasure, yet he wondered why it lacked any concealment formations or restrictions. Forget it, he thought, walking closer to touch the object. Yes, soon as his hand made contact, the black and white mist vanished, revealing a material that resembled neither paper nor cloth, adorned with intricate patterns of black and white. After securing the object, he scoured the cave, but found nothing else of value. Exiting the cave, he flew away from that area in search of a safer location. Finding a secure spot, he created a cave, set up concealment formations, and examined the patterned object closely. With eyes closed, he began the process of refining it. After a century had passed, Qingyang slowly opened his eyes, golden light radiating from them, as he broke into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! I am truly blessed. The supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Yin-Yang life and death diagram. What a magnificent find. The Yin-Yang life and death diagram, embracing Yin within Yang, and Yang within Yin, embodying the coexistence of life and death. The diagram of Yin and Yang slowly rotates, releasing countless terrifying auras, a continuous transformation of life force and death energy. Of Yin and Yang, it ensnares opponents within, as the black and white energies of life and death circulate, extinguishing all tangible matter. This treasure suppresses the flow of fate, serving as a supreme defensive artifact. Versatile in both attack and defense, embodying the energies of Yin and Yang, life and death. Each type of energy can be utilized for offense, rendering it virtually impossible to defend against. Yang signifies life, while Yin signifies death, determining the cycle of existence. Why, then, has such a powerful, innate spiritual treasure not been heard of in previous lives? This is primarily due to Qingyang's preconceived notions, believing that innate treasures are limited to a select few. Following the demise of countless chaos demons at the hands of the Great Pangu, many of those unclaimed chaos spiritual treasures transformed into Dao, some into heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and many quasi-saints did not manifest during the period of the function. Take, for instance, the 3,000 guests within the Zixiao Palace. How many have remained unseen? Thus, it is clear that the innate treasures on the Hongguang continent are indeed numerous. After all, the abundance of treasures during the function period was mainly attributed to the three teachings, leading many to believe that innate treasures were so few. As Qingyang pondered, a voice pierced his thoughts. I am the Taoist Nuwa. Having comprehended the Tao of creation, I have fashioned a race known as humans from my own essence. Attaining enlightenment at Mount Buzhou. Qingyang rose and bowed deeply towards Mount Buzhou, expressing his gratitude to the goddess Nuwa. It was time for him to shine brightly as well. He exited the cave and made his way towards Mount Buzhou. Chapter 13. The Ascendance of Nuwa. It is said that after the heavenly marriage of the heavenly Emperor Dejuan and Empress Shiha in the celestial court, Nuwa returned alone to her sanctuary at Mount Buzhou. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself by a great river at the foot of the mountain, and upon arriving, she felt increasingly restless, gazing into the water at her own reflection. After a prolonged contemplation, she looked up at the sky and then at the majestic scenery of Mount Buzhou, striving to calm her agitated heart. After a lengthy silence, Nuwa crouched down, observing the tranquil surface of the river, where a hint of worry lingered on her face, refusing to dissipate. Unconsciously, she reached her hand into the water to touch her face, but the moment her fingers met the surface, her reflection vanished. Nuwa paused, as if struck by an epiphany, and a smile crept across her lips. She extended her hands once more, this time not to touch herself, but to retrieve a clump of earth from the riverbed. Once the water calmed, she began to manipulate the clay, molding it in her likeness. Moments later, under Nuwa's careful crafting, the clay transformed into a small figure resembling her. Observing this small clay figure, the worry on Nuwa's face seemed to diminish, and she set it aside. She continued to draw more clay from the water, fashioning more figures, yet she felt something was still amiss. Deep in thought, she contemplated, but this only heightened her agitation as she looked upon the small figures. Sensing a heavy air of lifelessness, they were not true living beings. With a wave of her hand, she sent forth a surge of creation energy imbued with the Tao of creation towards the small figures. As Nuwa practiced the Tao of creation, this energy radiated with immense vitality. Upon contact, the clay figures exhibited a flicker of life, but moments later, they shattered and returned to mere clay. Nuwa gazed at the fragments, murmuring, "How can this be?" Her power of creation, inherently vibrant with life, had led her to believe that the figures would transform into genuine beings. Yet in that moment, she understood. Her opportunity for enlightenment lay before her. As she comprehended the Tao through creation, and thus sought to enter the Tao through creation. After meditating for a while, a realization struck her. How could mundane earth and water give rise to living beings? The more she thought about it, the clearer her understanding became, and her thoughts grew increasingly lucid. The Tao of creation began to manifest within her, its essence becoming more pronounced. She then produced a lump of earth radiating a golden light. Infused with the primal essence of the earth, known as the nine-heaven Shirong, the primordial source of earth. Alongside it, she retrieved some divine water from the three lights. Observing these elements, Nuwa's understanding deepened, and she began to mold them together using the nine-heaven Shirong and the divine water. She envisioned the form of the Great Pangu as she crafted the first figure, while the second was shaped in her own likeness. Once the two figures were complete, she infused them with a trace of creation energy. This time, upon contact, the figures did not shatter. Instead, one transformed into a robust man, while the other became a graceful woman. Momentarily bewildered, they then bowed instinctively towards Nuwa, who regarded them with a smile. Her understanding of the heavenly mysteries now fully realized. She resumed crafting more figures, but soon felt that this method was far too slow. After enlightening a third figure, she produced a vine from a plant. the very vine that bore 7 innate gourds, pouring the divine water over the clump of 9 heaven shirong. The two substances quickly melded into a muddy mixture. Nuwa then waved the gourd vine, which was now coated in the mixture, forward, and the mud dispersed, each droplet transforming into living beings until, when the mud was finally depleted, thousands of beings had gathered by the riverbank. The scene became lively, though these beings possessed no cultivation, appearing merely strong in physique. Observing the multitude of human figures before her, Nuwa smiled gently and, as if prompted by a deeper connection, closed her eyes. An aura of profound mystery emanated from her, and moments later, she opened her eyes and proclaimed to the heavens, "I, Nuwa, have comprehended the Dao of creation, and from my essence, I have created a race known as humans, achieving enlightenment at Mount Buzhou." The emergence of humanity reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, shaking the entirety of Honghuang with a resounding roar. Nuwa's voice was empowered by the heavenly Dao, reaching the ears of all beings, awakening even those who were deep in meditation. In an instant, a surge of merit descended from the heavens, far greater than that which was bestowed upon Dijuan during the establishment of the demon court. This merit split into 3 parts, with approximately 80% flowing into Nuwa, while another 15% scattered among all humans. The remaining 5% fused with the innate gourd vine, instantly transforming into a postnatal supreme merit spiritual treasure. Although the humans did not gain cultivation from this merit, it enhanced their innate Dao bodies, allowing them to cultivate without ailments or misfortune. Chapter 14. Various parties meanwhile, upon Nuwa receiving the merit of the heavenly Dao. The energy within her surged and expanded rapidly, merging the merit with the primordial purple energy. Nuwa sensed that the Dao of creation was becoming increasingly clear, and she began to comprehend the boundless principles of creation. As if breaking free from shackles, many previously obscure truths now became evident at this moment. The primordial purple energy lent Nuwa its strength, instantly refining the merit and integrating it into her primordial spirit, allowing her cultivation to break through to the early stages of sainthood. Once all the merit had been refined, her cultivation reached the pinnacle of the early stage, just a fraction away from the mid-stage of sainthood. However, little did she know, that final fraction of cultivation was as challenging to attain as the opportunity to achieve sainthood itself. Nuwa's ascendance to sainthood should have been a cause for universal celebration throughout Honghuang. In an instant, a colossal and magnificent pressure infused with saintly power emanated from Nuwa, enveloping the entire realm of Honghuang. The ethereal sounds of the heavenly Dao resonated across the land, and countless colorful clouds appeared in the sky, illuminating the world. Endless golden lotus flowers surged from the earth, blanketing the land of Honghuang in layers. The immense pressure of saintly power spread rapidly as the heavens and earth rejoiced. Celestial music filled the air. Golden lotuses erupted from the ground, and the myriad beasts roared in harmony, an auspicious aura suffusing the realm. Countless spiritual creatures and celestial flora and stones awakened their intellect. Thus, the second saint of the heavenly Dao was born within Honghuang, heralding the imminent arrival of the age of saints. As for the 3 purities, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian all observed this moment. Taishang had already summoned the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, hoping to withstand the pressure of the saint. Yuanshi and Tongtian each invoked the Qingping sword and the Panga banner. Yet the saintly pressure was formidable and not easily resisted. In the end, the 3 bowed towards Mount Buzhou before rising. They exchanged glances, and Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke first. "Indeed, Nuwa has ascended to sainthood before us. That we, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, have been outdone by a woman." How infuriating! Upon saying this, an expression of discontent crossed Yuanshi's face, and he was about to speak further when Taishang interrupted. "Silence, second brother. Sister Nuwa has become a saint. Mentioning her name will invoke her awareness. Be mindful of your words." Taishang gazed sternly at Yuanshi, who huffed in response and ceased his speech. "Elder brother, should we go congratulate Sister Nuwa?" At this moment, Tongtian inquired, expressing his admiration for Nuwa, a woman who had achieved sanctification before them. a feat that was indeed commendable. Taishang paused briefly and replied, "Let us go congratulate our junior sister Nuwa on her achievement. After all, she is our junior sister, and it would be prudent to seek her insights on the path to sanctification. Though each individual's path is unique, we may glean some wisdom from her experience in the Western Spirit Mountain. The spiritual essence had significantly improved compared to the past, fostering the growth of numerous spiritual roots. And the natural spiritual energy had coalesced substantially. The devastation wrought during the era of the Five Ancestors War, when several elders self-destructed, had severely impacted the foundation of the West. It took nearly 10 millennia for it to recover to this commendable state. The Taoist Qingtue turned to Taoist Jin and asked, "Brother, where do we find our path?" Upon hearing this, Jin's face, already marked by suffering, seemed to wrinkle further, reflecting his distress. After a moment's hesitation, he uttered, "Let us go and observe the principles of our junior sister Nuwa's path." With that, the two rose and hurried towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain in the heavenly realm. The heavenly Emperor Dijuan and Dongwang Tai gazed intently towards Buzhou, their eyes filled with reluctance. Tai murmured, "Is it truly impossible to attain the Dao without the primordial purple energy? My teacher is so biased." Dijuan sighed at these words. Although he remained silent, his expression betrayed his own dissatisfaction. Without sanctification, one remains but an ant. He summoned the 10 great demon saints of Kunlun, bringing gifts to celebrate Nuwa's sanctification. Despite her achievement, she remained the sole saint of the demon race, their only pillar of support. And thus their attendance was imperative. The ancestor of the Blood Sea and Nether River bore an impassive expression, leaving others unaware of his thoughts. He soared from the Blood Sea towards Buzhou Mountain. At Wanqiu Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, the entrance bore inscriptions, Pavilion of Eternal Life on the left and Taoist who shares longevity with heaven on the right, truly a display of grandeur and fortune. However, Xinyuanzi glanced at these inscriptions, pondering that no matter how great one's powers or treasures, a cave dwelling could never compare to achieving sanctification. Has my path reached its end? He mused, shaking his head slightly with a bitter smile. He retreated to the back courtyard, plucking 2 fruit resembling children, calling for Qing Feng and Mingyue to offer some words of guidance before soaring away towards Buzhou Mountain. Across the vast wilderness, once among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, many had returned to the cosmos, having drawn from and contributed to it, ultimately destined to return. Numerous mighty beings hastened towards Buzhou Mountain to pay homage to the Saint Nuwa, seeking a thread of virtuous connection. Yet, for Qingyang, these matters were momentarily irrelevant. Upon learning of the emergence of the human race, he too set off towards Buzhou Mountain, eager to witness firsthand the lives of these innate humans, as to why he chose to walk rather than fly. The current wilderness was rife with strife. Since the collapse of the celestial court, tranquility had eluded the realm for many years, with the demon court transforming into the heavenly court and the demon emperor becoming the heavenly emperor. The witch and demon races had already clashed once. To fly through the wilderness might provoke a great demon or a formidable witch, leading to dire consequences. Chapter 15. Slaying after refining the treasure map. Qingyang leisurely flew towards Buzhou Mountain. His spirits lifted, he felt compelled to explore the mountain. Lest he miss any treasures, as he journeyed eastward, he suddenly spotted a shimmering lake, its surface glistening with silvery waves. Truly a sight to behold. Descending gently by the lakeside, he marveled at the beauty before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility wash over him, his breath calming significantly, just as he began to relax. The waters of the lake churned violently, as if some colossal creature were about to emerge. The imposing spectacle tightened Qingyang's heart, prompting him to retreat from shore, eyes fixed intently on the lake's surface. Channeling his entire magical essence, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Emerging from the depths, he spotted a frog's head breaking the surface, followed by a golden toad perched on the water. Also gazing at Qingyang at this moment, Qingyang felt a wave of annoyance and muttered, "A toad?" Hearing this, the water creature was incensed, unleashing a beam of golden light directly at him. Qingyang responded with a surge of black energy. Countering the golden light, despite its appearance, the toad possessed true golden immortal power. The collision of the golden light and black energy erupted in a brilliant explosion, illuminating the sky and sending ripples across the lake. The surface transformed into a chaotic blend of black and gold, obscuring both the human and the demon from one another. Gradually, the waters calmed, revealing their respective forms, neither having sustained injury from the encounter. "I'm a golden toad, not a mere toad," came a faint voice. Taken aback, Qingyang retorted, "A golden toad? I assent that just another kind of toad." The two exchanged glances, and in unison they summoned their powers. Enveloping the area in a formidable energy, Qingyang formed intricate hand seals, dark and radiant energies swirling around him like a demonic deity, his magical power surging exponentially. Opposite him, the golden toad radiated a fierce golden light, which coalesced into a massive net aimed at Qingyang, seeking to ensnare him. In response, Qingyang conjured a colossal black and white finger to strike at the golden net. Neither party could gain the upper hand. Suddenly, the dual hues of the giant finger began to fade, revealing the depth of the golden immortal's power. Qingyang, realizing this, unleashed another wave of black and white energy, coalescing into a palm that struck the golden net. The clash of their spells emitted a cacophony as they nullified each other. The golden toad remained unmoved, while Qingyang stumbled back a few steps, indicating a shift in fortune. That moment, the toad transformed into human form, charging at him. The figure was a short, bald man clad in golden robes, with two whiskers and bulbous eyes that seemed to dominate his face. To describe him, one might say he was quite unappealing. Resembling a gnome, wielding a golden net, the gnome lunged at Qingyang, the net brimming with small bags resembling coins, densely packed. The sight was unsettling, evoking goosebumps, and it was clear that the contents were far from benign. Qingyang discreetly summoned a trace of the dual energies from his supreme innate treasure, the yin-yang life and death chart, mixing it with his magical essence. In truth, even a great Luo golden immortal would be unable to discern this trickery. Qingyang's own magic already bore the dual colors, and the energies from the chart mirrored that essence. Merging these forces, Qingyang unleashed a massive handprint towards the golden toad, still referring to him as a toad. "Yin-yang great handprint," Qingyang cried out. The golden toad, having faced this technique before, dismissed it entirely and continued to propel the golden net towards Qingyang. This strike was silent, yet Qingyang expertly controlled the great handprint, enveloping the toad. The toad, meanwhile, activated the golden net, attempting to disperse the black and white energies. Upon contact with these energies, the toad's expression shifted dramatically. Something was amiss that a portion of the energy infiltrated his body, and an agonizing pain surged within him. "What is this?" he shouted in horror. Ultimately, the golden toad met a tragic fate as the energies from the life and death chart suffocated all tangible matter, leaving him unaware of his demise, a consequence of his underestimation. The initial clashes had led him to believe that Qingyang wielded only trivial magic, and being a golden immortal, defeating a Xian immortal should have been effortless. As the black and white energies dissipated, they left behind a heap of crimson and golden remains. The last words he uttered in his final moments were barely audible, akin to a mosquito's whine, unheard by Qingyang. Now, Qingyang examined the yin-yang life and death chart, contemplating the swirling energies upon it. What a splendid treasure, so perfectly suited to me. It's ideal for dealing with enemies, he thought, excitement illuminating his features. Approaching the pile of remains, he used his magic to sift through the debris, levitating the golden net for closer inspection. Of course, he dared not touch it directly, wary of potential toxins. He had no desire to suffer an untimely demise before achieving his goals. Only after refining it would he feel assured enough to handle it. After securing the treasure, he leaped to the lakeside, probing the waters with his spiritual force. Before diving in, he found an entrance to a cavern, where golden light sparkled, revealing numerous metallic spiritual objects. However, upon further examination, he discovered no innate treasures, merely some ores, which he collected into his tower. He then resurfaced and took flight towards the horizon, wary of attracting other beasts with the sounds of conflict. Upon reaching a secluded valley, he scanned the area with his spiritual force, finding no other beings, and proceeded to refine the golden net there. Chapter 16. A false joy, as Qingyang gazed at the treasure in his hands. His brow furrowed. The toad had indeed transformed its shed skin into a golden net. However, the numerous bags filled with toxins made him shudder, and he considered, this will have to do for now. Perhaps I can bestow it upon my disciples in the future. Having witnessed countless battles along the way, the escalating tensions between the witch and demon races urged him to exercise caution. His life was paramount, and thus he decided against venturing to Buzhou Mountain, opting instead for Kunlun Mountain. Regardless of whether the three pure ones were accepting disciples, at least the vicinity of their abode would ensure safety. No one would dare to act recklessly there that a shadow of black and white traversed the earth, moving with remarkable speed, though it could not fly. Unbeknownst to me, in some obscure corner, formidable demons and sorcerers are diligently honing their powers. Should I inadvertently provoke them, escape may become an impossibility. Cradling Lai Fu in my arms, I hasten my steps, for Wang Kai is ensconced within the tower. Lai Fu possesses an innate ability to ward off misfortune and attract good fortune, ensuring our journey remains relatively secure, though I have no notion of how far we have traversed. Before me looms a mountain range, ordinary in appearance, yet exuding an ominous aura that I decide to take a detour. Suddenly, Lai Fu emits a series of excited chirps, prompting Qingyang to inquire about the presence of treasure. Lai Fu responds with enthusiastic sounds. After a brief moment of contemplation, I step into the mountain range. Proceeding with utmost caution at that moment, Lai Fu leaps to the ground and sniffs the air a few times before dashing off in a particular direction, with Qingyang trailing closely behind. Were it not for Lai Fu, I would scarcely dare to enter. Once within the mountains, the interior starkly contrasts with the exterior, revealing a natural formation of darkness. The very trees and stones are shrouded in black, akin to stepping into a realm of the netherworld. Along the way, numerous eerie white bones litter the ground, sending chills down my spine. Moreover, the atmosphere is devoid of the natural essence of heaven and earth, saturated instead with a suffocating aura of darkness. Yet, Qingyang remains undaunted, for he is intrinsically attuned to the dualities of yin and yang. These dark energies pose no threat to him. Nevertheless, the sight is unsettling, and the atmosphere is profoundly grim, evoking Qingyang's displeasure. After traversing for what feels like an eternity, Lai Fu halts ahead, turning back to chirp at me. I stride to its side and follow its gaze to behold a cavernous maw, exuding dark vapors. Upon closer inspection, I realize that the so-called smoke is merely the manifestation of concentrated yin energy, an insight that does not escape Qingyang's keen perception. He bites his lip, pondering the curious affinity he seems to have with darkness. The last time he encountered the diagram of life and death, it appeared against a backdrop of a similar black mountain. Yet this place feels far more menacing. As I observe, dark rain begins to fall near the cave entrance, heightening the foreboding atmosphere. Lowering my gaze, I furrow my brow, then raise my head to swallow hard, glancing at Lai Fu, who continues to chirp excitedly. Resolute, I choose to trust in Lai Fu. Summoning the diagram of life and death above my head, the dual energies of yin and yang swirl around me. Forming a protective aura, I lift my leg and stride toward the cave entrance, fully focused on the path ahead, while keeping an eye on my surroundings as I proceed cautiously. I reach the end, but the sight before me leaves me utterly astonished. Floating before me are two objects, both emanating dark energies, a brush and a book, both pitch black. Had anyone else come upon these items, they might have remained oblivious to their significance, that a simple refining process would unveil their nature. Yet for Qingyang, they are immediately recognizable without any need for such refinement. The judge's brush and the book of life and death, also known as the Book of Mortals. How could they possibly be found here? After all, the Underworld has yet to undergo its cycle of reincarnation. Qingyang stands there, dumbfounded, gazing at the two spiritual treasures, his expression shifting between contemplation and uncertainty. Why does he exhibit such a pensive demeanor? At this moment, he finds himself in a dilemma, to take or not to take. If he seizes these treasures, Would they not be in the possession of the Lord Yanluo or the Emperor of Yin? Such an act would inevitably entangle him in karmic ties with these divine beings, not to mention the entire underworld. As a second-generation disciple of Taoism, possessing treasures from the underworld would surely attract unwanted attention, and he cannot remain in the sect indefinitely. The mere thought sends shivers down his spine. Conversely, to forego these treasures feels utterly unsatisfactory. What peril he has faced to arrive at this juncture? Was it not for the sake of acquiring treasures? They lay before him, tantalizingly within reach. After much deliberation, he stomps his foot in determination and grits his teeth. Why not take them? The underworld has yet to manifest. If worse comes to worst, he could always return them later. Resolutely, he extends his hands, grasping one treasure in each. The exhilaration of seizing such artifacts is indescribable. He scrutinizes the items for some time, but cannot discern their deeper significance. He stows them within the tower, shakes his head, and resolves not to dwell on such thoughts any longer. Exiting the cave, he departs without a backward glance. The acquisition of these items will undoubtedly yield immense benefits for Qingyang in the future. Unbeknownst to him, as he retreats, a powerful spiritual presence watches him intently, seemingly imprinting his image in its memory until he vanishes from sight. Only then does this spiritual force, entwined with the crimson gourd, take its leave. That it is only because he has taken the judge's brush and the book of life and death that this spiritual entity is permitted to depart. Otherwise, it would have inevitably succumbed to the suffocating energies of this place. Chapter 17. The Emergence of the Celestial Court, as previously alluded to. The matters of celestial marriage and the metamorphosis of the demon court into the celestial court must also be discussed in light of the annihilation of the immortal court. Following the self-detonation of the Eastern King, the three celestial islands lay in ruins, neglected and abandoned, as if forsaken. The demon emperor Dijun and the Eastern emperor Tai Yi, leading the forces of the demon court, make their way back to the Sun Star. Dijun observes the multitude of demon warriors and ponders that in the future, many more demons are sure to flock to the demon court like mushrooms after a rain. He considers that not all demons are fond of fire, and the Sun Star cannot accommodate such an overwhelming number of demons. Otherwise, it would surely become a cauldron of chaos. This thought troubles him greatly. Noticing his brother's troubled demeanor, Tai Yi approaches with concern. "Brother, are you injured?" Dijun, lost in thought, does not respond, prompting Tai Yi to reach out and gently prod him, reiterating his inquiry. "Brother, do you feel unwell?" Dijun, momentarily startled, quickly replies, "I am fine, merely deep in contemplation." Tai Yi, seeing his brother's furrowed brow, presses further. "What weighs upon your mind, brother? You may share it with me." Seizing the opportunity, Dijun divulges his concerns, only for Tai Yi to respond with a carefree smile. "Fear not, brother. Upon our return, we shall convene all demons to deliberate on this matter. I am certain we shall devise a solution. With so many valiant demon warriors, can we not find a suitable location?" Reassured by Tai Yi's words, Dijun's spirits lift, and he bellows, "Return to the demon court." Instantly, the demon army resounds in unison. "Yes, Demon Emperor." With this affirmation, Dijun regains his regal composure, his demeanor invigorated as he leads the troops back. Upon their return to the demon court, he summons the demon sages Kunlun and Xianyuan, along with the 10 great demon saints, 72 demon gods, and numerous clan leaders to convene in the Grand Hall of the Sun Star to discuss the new location for the demon court. After much deliberation, no resolution is reached. It is then that Baize proposes, "Let all demons embark on a quest to seek out a suitable location, with generous rewards for those who succeed." The assembled demons exchange glances, acknowledging that this is the only viable course of action. The ensuing chaos disrupts the primordial realm, leaving its inhabitants, who had only just rejoiced at the fall of the immortal court, once again in despair. Furthermore, during this tumultuous period, numerous skirmishes erupt between the demon and shaman factions, resulting in casualties on both sides. However, the leaders of each faction exercise restraint, each waiting for the opportune moment to strike a decisive blow. Nearly a century passes without a trace of progress that Dijun, realizing the necessity of consulting the Dao Ancestor, discusses the matter with Tai Yi. They summon all demons and journey to the chaos, seeking the Zixiao Palace, where the Dao Ancestor imparts wisdom. Yet, encountering the Dao Ancestor proves to be an elusive endeavor. They spend over a decade searching without success. The two brothers exchange glances, and Di Jun kneels, prompting Tai Yi to follow suit. Their perseverance is commendable, as they kneel in the chaos for a full 3 years. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoes in their ears. You may return. The time has not yet come. When the time is right, I shall reveal myself. Grateful for the Dao Ancestor's guidance, the brothers express their thanks and return to the primordial realm that a century later, atop Mount Buzhou, the earth trembles and radiant light fills the skies. As torrents of spiritual energy cascade like rain throughout the region, this extraordinary phenomenon immediately captures the attention of the demon court, prompting swift reports to Tai Yi and Di Jun, who lead the high-ranking demons to Mount Buzhou. At the summit, ripples of energy radiate outward as five-colored lights shimmer ceaselessly, resembling precious gemstones in their brilliance. The sight captivates all present, imparting a sense of mystery and grandeur. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Di Jun and the others express their admiration. And as the demon emperor, he senses that this is indeed a treasure of their kind. When the extraordinary display finally subsides, Di Jun and his companions step through a portal, only to be awestruck by what lies beyond. They discover a small world, replete with a celestial court, consisting of 36 heavens, each adorned with exquisite palaces of remarkable grandeur. As they explore each level of heaven, including the 4 great heavenly gates. They are met with unparalleled beauty. The southern heavenly gate, Baizé eagerly exclaims, "Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor, on obtaining the celestial court. You now reign supreme over all, governing the realms." Upon hearing the words echoed by the remaining demon clans, Emperor Jun realized the truth of the matter. This was indeed the heavenly court, and he was its sovereign. Known as the Heavenly Emperor, he summoned all demon clans to establish the heavenly court a decade hence. The heavenly court comprises 36 celestial heavens. The supreme Emperor Huang, the supreme bright J Perfection, the clear bright Hitong, the Xin Tai Pingyu, the Yuan Ming Wenju, the 7 luminaries Moe, the void beyond balance, the Tai Chi Ming, the Xian Ming Gonghua, totaling 36 heavens that in Chapter 18, Nuwa spoke of the heavenly marriage that in recent years, the wilderness had seen no major events, save for the sporadic and mysterious disappearances of numerous demon clans, all vanishing without a trace near Mount Buzhou. Beyond this, the beings of the wilderness engaged in steady cultivation out on the Sun Star. The high-ranking members of the demon court convened, seemingly in deliberation that moment. Nuwa entered the grand hall, prompting the 10 great demon saints to rise and proclaim, "We pay our respects to Empress Nuwa." Nuwa replied, "Please rise, esteemed demon saint." This juncture, Emperor Jun inquired, "I was unaware of your presence." Empress Nuwa, there's something of import. Nuwa gazed at Emperor Jun and slowly articulated, "It concerns the matter of the heavenly court. While listening to teachings in the Zixiao Palace, my master bestowed upon me a treasure known as the Red Embroidery Ball, which I have pondered for some time, but have yet to comprehend. Since the establishment of the heavenly court, I have reflected upon it, realizing that while the demon clans ascend to the heavenly court, solitude in the yin cannot endure, and singularity in the yang cannot flourish. It is through the union of yin and yang that all beings are born. There must be a heavenly marriage within the heavenly court to unify the fate of the demon clans. As the sovereign of the heavenly court, it is your duty to establish this union, for it shall bring fulfillment to the fate of both the demon clans and the heavenly emperor." Upon hearing Nuwa's exposition, Emperor Jun felt the weight of her words and inquired if there were any suitable candidates. Nuwa responded, "The sun star is transformed from the right eye of the Pangu great deity. The heavenly emperor is thus born from the sun star. Embodying pure yang energy, one must seek a maiden of pure yin energy. The balance of yin and yang is the natural order. The moon star, birthed from the left eye of Pangu, has given rise to 3 divine maidens, Changxi, Shihi, and Wang Shu. Among them, Shihi is destined by heaven to wed the heavenly emperor. If you so agree, I may facilitate this heavenly marriage." Emperor Jun paused, saying, "I am grateful to Empress Nuwa for your assistance in this matter." And he then pondered and produced the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the sun and moon golden wheel, along with numerous innate spiritual materials as betrothal gifts for Nuwa. For how could the Heavenly Emperor's proposal be taken lightly? Upon landing on the Moonstar, Nuwa had scarcely descended when two maidens emerged, calling out, "Sister Nuwa." It turned out that Nuwa had known the three divine maidens on the Moonstar for many years, referring to them as sisters. One of the maidens remarked, "Sister Wang Shu, your arrival today must involve important matters. Oh, what matters are these? Come, let us speak within the palace," Nuwa replied as they walked. "Where is she? I do not see her." At this moment, Nuwa inquired. "She has been troubled of late, her spirit restless and her soul unanchored." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's eyes flickered. It seems she has sensed something. She come forth. Sister has arrived. After calling a few times, a maiden emerged from the side hall, her form graceful like spring willows, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, embodying the beauty of spring, a vision of elegance and poise. Her vivid lips contrasted with her dark brows, a truly peerless beauty that stirred the heart. Observing Shi-He, Nuwa remarked, "Sister has come today to assist in a proposal." Shi-He, sensing something, blushed and quietly asked, "May I inquire whom Sister is assisting?" Nuwa replied, "The Lord of the Demon Clans, Emperor Jun, has entrusted me to seek your hand in marriage. You and Emperor Jun are destined by heaven. Will you agree to this union?" At this, Shi-He, overwhelmed with shyness, could only nod, and in a whisper as soft as a mosquito's buzz, she said, "Thank you, Sister, I shall accept this proposal." She then lowered her head, remaining silent for a time. "Very well. I shall return to inform Emperor Jun, and then we shall bring the betrothal gifts. Prepare yourselves at a year later." Nuwa, leading Emperor Jun, followed by the multitude of demon clans rejoicing in song and dance, made their way toward the Moonstar. The three divine maidens of the Moonstar welcomed Nuwa and Emperor Jun into the palace. "Today, I bring the Demon Emperor to present the betrothal gifts. Sister Shi-He, do you wish to marry Emperor Jun and forge a splendid union?" Though prepared, Shi-He's face turned crimson as she softly replied, "Sister, I am willing." Hearing this, Emperor Jun stepped forward, and with a wave of his hand, the assembled demon clans presented the long-prepared betrothal gifts, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the sun and moon golden wheel, and numerous heavenly and earthly spiritual treasures, laying them before the three maidens. After the arrangements, Emperor Jun declared, "In 9 years hence, I shall come to welcome the maiden and wed her in the heavenly court." Nuwa then proclaimed, "In 9 years, I shall officiate the marriage of the heavenly emperor and the heavenly empress." "Thank you, Empress Nuwa." "Thank you, Sister." Emperor Jun and she said in unison as they bowed. With that, Nuwa and the assembly departed the grand hall and returned to the Sunstar. Upon their return, the group, under the leadership of Emperor Jun and Tai, made their way to the heavenly court, bustling with preparations. The esteemed lord of the demon clans, the heavenly emperor's marriage was no trifling matter. Efforts were doubled to arrange the heavenly court while sending invitations to various powerful factions and esteemed beings. The establishment of the heavenly court and the heavenly marriage were set for the same day. A double celebration that on a day 9 years later, the eminent figures of the wilderness stirred into action, flocking toward Mount Buzhou. The 36 heavens of the heavenly court were adorned festively, with countless maidens moving about, golden dragons spiraling, and colorful phoenixes descending. An atmosphere of joyous revelry, with smiles adorning the faces of many demons. Indeed, the establishment of the heavenly court and the royal marriage were matters of great joy. The three purities, Laozi, the primordial beginning, and the spiritual treasure, arrived at Kunlun Mountain, greeted at the southern heavenly gate by officiants. Soon after, Tai and Kunpeng, along with other quasi-saintly beings of the heavenly court, welcomed guests to the 9th heaven. The two revered figures of the West, the guide and the propagation, arrived next, followed by others, including the endless blood sea's ancestor and the Grand Master of Wanzhou Mountain. Chapter 19. The Heavenly Marriage and the Witch Clan within the 9th heaven. Emperor Jun donned a red wedding robe, joyfully welcoming the great beings of the wilderness. I could see this moment. Empress Nuwa proclaimed. Emperor Jun, the auspicious hour has arrived. Take your companions to the moon star to wed the maiden. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun responded affirmatively and set forth toward the moon star. The usually tranquil moon star was unlike its customary self. Bustling with throngs of beings, even the laurel trees adorned with red ribbons, resonating with laughter and joy, a dragon and phoenix chariot soared from afar, trailed by myriad beings celebrating with gongs and drums. Merrily arriving at the moon star, stepping down from the chariot, Emperor Jun approached Hou Yi, lifting her into his arms and returning to the chariot, which then made its way back to the heavenly court amidst the jubilant sounds of celebration. Upon reaching the 36th layer of the heavenly court, they entered through the eastern heavenly gate into the ninth heaven, where Emperor Jun led Hou Yi to the grand hall's innermost altar. There, Nuwa placed the red embroidery ball into their hands and proclaimed loudly, "Today I, Nuwa, officiate the marriage of Emperor Jun and Hou Yi." The ceremony begins. First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to the Taoist master. Third, the couple bows to each other. The rites are complete. As Nuwa concluded her words, a cascade of merit descended from the heavens, dividing into 4 portions. 2 portions floated toward Emperor Jun and Hou Yi. Merging within them, 1 portion drifted toward Nuwa, while the last scattered to the gathered demons. Just as it seemed the ceremony concluded, Emperor Jun suddenly summoned the spiritual treasures, the river diagram and the Luo book. Followed closely by Tai, who conjured the chaos bell, a resonant voice echoed throughout the wilderness. Heavenly Dao above, today, I, the demon Emperor Jun, sensing the folly and disarray among the myriad spirits of the wilderness, am compelled to heed the will of heaven and ascend to the heavenly emperor's throne. I hereby appoint the moon goddess, Hou Yi, as heavenly empress, Tai as eastern sovereign, Fuxi as she sovereign, Nuwa as Nuwa sovereign, and Baiming Kunpeng as the martial guardian of the heavenly court. The 10 great demon saints will serve as heavenly generals, with a chaos bell suppressing the heavenly court's fate and the river diagram and Luo book orchestrating the great formation of the heavenly court, to enlighten the myriad spirits of the wilderness. Thus, the heavenly court is established. In an instant, purple chi surged from the east, an overwhelming aura of authority flowed forth, and infinite merit rained down from the sky. All beings in the wilderness sensed Emperor Jun's call. Henceforth, the heavenly court was founded. At this moment, all guests in the heavenly court glared at Emperor Jun with fierce intensity. Whispers circulated below. "Surely this is a scheme of your demon clan," remarked an unknown quasi-saint. After a brief silence, the voice of Eastern Sovereign Tai rang out. "This matter has the approval of the Taoist ancestor. Thus, no further objection shall be raised." However, among the seated guests, all were at least great Luo, who among them required guidance. Moreover, the merit accrued from establishing the heavenly court far surpassed that of the heavenly marriage, and was distributed among many. Among them, the heavenly emperor and empress, along with the 3 sovereigns, received the most, each having severed a corpse. Thus, both Emperor Jun and Tai became quasi-saints of the 3 corpses, the momentum of the heavenly court truly unstoppable. Suddenly, a loud laugh broke through. Hearing of the demon emperor's grand wedding, we siblings have come to offer our congratulations. Are we welcomed? Following this, a dismembered demon clan member was tossed before Emperor Jun and the others. Qingyang. Are you courting death? Emperor Jun's expression darkened with rage. Seeking death? Is it your demon clan seeking death? Or you, Emperor Jun? A voice imbued with a tone of irony and mockery reverberated throughout the grand hall, followed by the emergence of several towering figures. They were none other than the 12 ancestral shamans of the witch clan, who cultivated only their physical forms, eschewing the refinement of their primordial spirits. They revered Pangu as their paternal deity and considered themselves the rightful heirs of his bloodline, looking down upon other clans whom they deemed to be of mixed ancestry. Qingyang appeared with a countenance resembling the hue of yellow bile, his skin akin to the flames of cinnabar, sporting 6 legs and 4 wings upon his back, embodying chaos and lacking a distinct visage. He was the progenitor of spatial speed. Zhu Meng was adorned in a verdant hue reminiscent of bamboo. his form bird-like yet bearing a human face, riding upon two dragons, representing the eastern wood. Zhu Rong possessed the body of a man with the head of a beast, clad in red scales, with serpent earrings and standing upon a fire dragon, embodying the southern fire. Yusho bore a human visage atop a tiger's body, adorned with golden scales, sporting dual wings at his sides, with one ear pierced by a serpent, riding on two dragons, representing the western gold. Gong Gong had the head of a python and the body of a man, draped in black scales, treading upon a black dragon, entwined with a green python. The progenitor of northern waters, Xian Ming, was characterized by a human face and a bird's body, with a green serpent dangling from each ear, standing upon two green serpents, the ancestor of rain and ice. Houtu possessed a human form with a serpent's tail, sprouting 7 hands from his back and holding a writhing serpent in his grasp, representing the central earth. Chang Liang, with a serpent clenched in his mouth and another in his hand, bore a tiger's head and human body, with elongated limbs akin to hooves, representing thunder. Zhu Jiuyin had the head of a man and the body of a dragon, entirely crimson, embodying the essence of time. Tian Wu had 8 heads, each with a human visage, his body resembling a tiger, adorned with 8 tails, representing wind. Shizi bore a human face upon a bird's body, with green serpents dangling from his ears, wielding a red serpent, embodying lightning. Shibaishir also had a human face and a beast body, with dog-like ears and green serpents hanging from them, representing the weather. In the next moment, a torrent of destructive flames surged forth, hurtling towards the grand hall. In an instant, the majority of those within bore expressions of terror, rushing towards the exit. In stark contrast, the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western sages exhibited stoicism as they retreated, their expressions revealing a sense of satisfaction. After all, having been played by Yu, Dijun, and Tai Yi, the arrival of adversaries to wreak havoc was a welcome relief. Simultaneously, a formidable force of suppression emanated from within the hall, clashing with the sea of flames, driving it outwards before both dissipated into the ether. You, a mere feathered creature, possess only a broken bell. Otherwise, I could easily vanquish you. Of course, Zhu Rong was merely indulging in verbal sparring. In a genuine confrontation, he would not stand a chance against Tai. Dijun arranged for Fu Shi and Nuwa to protect Shi, wielding the river map and Luo book as they stepped forward, while Tai Yi brandished the chaos bell and surged into the fray. Outside, a great battle was imminent. No one could endure the humiliation of having their joyous day sullied at their doorstep. Chapter 20. The Battle of Witch and Demon. Upon exiting the hall, Dijun and Tai Yi engaged fiercely with the 12 ancestral shamans. Fortunately, having severed their 3 corpses, they found themselves evenly matched. Otherwise, they might have struggled against the 12, despite the shaman's singular focus on physical prowess. Each wielded a unique power of law, a testament to their heritage as the offspring of the mighty Pangu. In an instant, the demon master Kunpeng and several quasi-saints among the demon saints joined the fray, gradually leveling the battlefield. With the addition of these allies, the pressure on Dijun and Tai Yi significantly lessened. The conflict raged on, a thunderous roar shaking the primordial realm, with nearly 1/3 of the heavenly court reduced to ruins amidst the terrifying tumult. The once vibrant and ethereal heavenly court now lay in shambles, its majesty diminished, appearing utterly chaotic. "Let us set up the 12 capital celestial array," commanded the ancestral shamans, retreating beyond the heavenly court, followed closely by numerous powerful beings eager to witness the array's formation as they exited through the eastern gate. 12 magnificent and robust figures assembled, each positioned uniquely yet exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodthirsty energy. The sanguine force intensified, obscuring their true forms. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, causing the 3 pure ones and their companions to feel a shiver of dread. "What manner of being is this? So terrifying?" inquired one quasi-saint. Suddenly, a blurred silhouette emerged from the array, indistinct yet undeniably towering, wielding a colossal weapon. As the bloodthirsty energy within the array began to dissipate, a discernible outline of a giant became visible. The aura emanating from this figure was staggering, prompting gasps of astonishment from all present. Before them stood an immensely powerful giant, brandishing a massive axe. Though his form remained somewhat indistinct, the oppressive force and sanguine energy he exuded were undeniably formidable. Pangu, our father god, someone whispered in a WIT, was indeed the three pure ones, transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, intimately familiar with him, as each had inherited his legacy of creation. What? Someone exclaimed. This is the great Pangu deity. Tong Tian responded. Though his visage is unclear, we three are undoubtedly descendants of our father god, and are well acquainted with him. At that moment, Pangu's ethereal form raised his arm, wielding the giant axe, toward Dijun and Tai. Dijun's eyes blazed with intensity as he transmitted a message to Bai Zhe beside him. Bai Zhe, return to the heavenly court and summon the 365-star deities that we need to establish the great celestial array post-haste. Lest we face peril today, Bai Zhe queried. What about here? Just as he was about to elaborate, Dijun interrupted. Hurry! We have no time to waste. Bai Zhe unleashed his full power, employing the swiftest escape technique to return to the heavenly court. In a moment of urgency, Pangu's ethereal form swung its axe downward. Dijun gritted his teeth, urging everyone, quickly, unleash your most potent defensive measures. If we withstand this strike, we may yet survive. With that, the denizens of the heavenly court summoned their full power to form the strongest defense. A resounding boom echoed throughout the primordial realm. Even the creatures of the ocean sensed the shockwave. Tai Yi, wielding the chaos bell, braced it against the axe's blade, momentarily halting its descent. The remaining denizens infused their spiritual treasures with power, collectively resisting the force of the axe. Those positioned closer to the impact zone, such as the three pure ones of Kunlun and the two Western sages, quickly retrieved their defensive treasures. Those without such artifacts conjured their defensive spells to counter the residual force of the axe. However, several slow-reacting Luo were sent flying, blood streaming from their orifices, their fates uncertain. The residual force was overwhelmingly powerful. What of those in the heavenly court who faced it head-on? The Chaos Bell, revered as the primordial realm's premier defensive treasure, barely withstood the blow at Tai Yi's command, though it only managed to halt the axe itself. The shockwave and sanguine force still penetrated their defenses, causing Tai Yi to spit blood, while others also suffered from injuries. Yet they had withstood this lethal strike. What would follow, however, against the giant? A booming laughter emerged from the giant's figure, Dijun and Tai Yi. Even with your severed 3 corpses, you cannot break my 12-capital celestial array, nor can you teach the myriad spirits of the primordial world. You'd best preserve your lives. At that moment, over 100 figures surged forth from the direction of the heavenly court. These figures were all of Luo cultivation, including several quasi-saints. Upon seeing them, Dijun exhaled deeply, then shouted, All-star deities, heed my command. Form the great celestial array. It is the heavenly emperor, came the unified response from the crowd. With that call, Dijun was once again filled with vigor. He and the star deities dispersed and formed hand seals, a vast array beginning to materialize. As the formation took shape, all the stars in the celestial expanse descended, their light coalescing into the form of a colossal avian, a golden crow, now appearing as a silvery version. A cold snort echoed. Let us see what this feathered creature can conjure as a formation, and whether it can withstand the strike. A towering giant faced off against a sky-dominating celestial crow. Who could possibly triumph? Chapter 21. Demonic control of the heavens, in which suppression of the earth, a cacophony of shouts erupted. Which? As a multitude of towering men of varying heights surged forth from all directions. Leading them were Hou Yi, the 9 phoenixes, and Qingyang, the great shamans. Ha! Truly, my witch clan brethren are valiant. Let us charge forth. The throngs of shamans shouted as they advanced, for the witch clan could not soar through the skies, but could only in stark contrast. Dijun and Tai Yi exchanged knowing smirks. Our demon kin are numerous. We fear not a horde of brutes. Where are our demon allies? From within the heavenly court, a resounding battle cry echoed. To arms! In the next moment, a myriad of demon figures emerged, resembling a constellation of stars. With Dijun's command, fight, the 10 great demon saints led their kin into battle without hesitation, and soon the two factions were embroiled in a fierce clash. The battlefield erupted in chaos, with thunderous roars. Flames ablaze, and the sounds of tigers roaring, dragons howling, and eagles screeching. The conflict was intensely brutal, as both the witch warriors and the demon kin unleashed various spells and laws, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The immense destructive force shook the very vicinity of Buzhou Mountain, as if threatening to shatter the celestial pillar of the heavens. Winds howled violently across the battlefield, as colossal waves surged forth. The atmosphere was saturated with potent spiritual energy fluctuations. The myriad of demons unleashed an array of enigmatic spells, their formidable powers colliding and igniting sparks of brilliance. They launched fierce assaults upon their adversaries, the battle reaching a fevered climax as both sides employed their utmost prowess in a bid for victory. Onlookers, including the esteemed figures such as the three purities and the two revered beings of the West, observed the fierce conflict with varied thoughts racing through their minds. Yet, a singular concern resonated among them. The overwhelming strength of the witch and demon clans posed a grave question. Could the vast expanse of the primordial world still accommodate their existence? This sentiment was shared even by several future saints, who pondered whether their prospective disciples would ever rival such might. Particularly, the two from the West, who found their homeland to be barren and awaited its flourishing, were deeply troubled by the prospect of such a relentless struggle. Suddenly, the higher echelons of both clans prepared to engage once more. The ethereal visage of Pangu slowly lifted its right arm, the colossal axe swaying menacingly as it swung towards the heavens. Meanwhile, the great crow raised its head and unleashed a torrent of concentrated stellar power, both factions charging towards each other in fierce combat. The axe, imbued with bloodthirsty energy, collided with the boundless force of the stars, resulting in a shockwave that sent both the witch and demon clans reeling. The two powers clashed in the sky, stalemated for a protracted duration, until they ultimately dissipated in mutual annihilation. From the direction of the celestial star array burst forth a cascade of silver radiance, which swiftly descended upon the witch clan, inflicting immeasurable harm. Those caught in the silver light suffered grievous injuries, while some were obliterated entirely, their very forms vaporized. Witnessing this, the ethereal Pangu's fury erupted, bellowing in wrath. Who dares harm my kin seeks death. It swiftly retaliated with its axe towards the demon clan, the earth trembling as dust and debris billowed forth, creating a chasm that claimed countless lives within the demon ranks. As the battlefield grew increasingly intense, both factions unleashed their true fire, with the air thick with the cries of avian and terrestrial beasts and the ominous energy of the witch clan. T. Chapter 23. The Nesting Clan and the Black Garment Clan. Thus, over the span of a century, the human race flourished rapidly. This sudden surge drew the attention of the two formidable races of the primordial era, the Demon Clan and the Shaman Clan, who perceived a threat to their dominance. Consequently, they dispatched observers to monitor the movements of humanity. This observation persisted for 100 years, during which it was noted that while humans exhibited remarkable reproductive capabilities, their lifespan was exceedingly brief, rarely exceeding a century. Moreover, they were devoid of any cultivation practices. Even the primordial humans created by Nuwa had dwindled in number. Witnessing this, the shaman and demon clans lost interest and ceased their scrutiny of humanity. One day, a man from the human race ventured into the woods to hunt alone. Upon hearing a bird call, he attentively listened and, once he discerned its location, stealthily approached. He spotted a bird carrying a twig. Engaged in some mysterious task, and his curiosity piqued, he observed quietly. The bird tirelessly made multiple trips, retrieving the twig, and this observation extended over several days. Eventually, a circular object began to take shape. One day, the bird failed to return with the twig, prompting the man to investigate. Inside, he discovered 2 bird eggs, and just as he reached out to take them, he seemed to realize something profound. He gazed intently at the nest, his eyes gleaming with excitement, but suddenly turned away, leaving the eggs untouched, and returned to the gathering of his kin. The man then gathered numerous large trees and branches, provoking the curiosity of many fellow humans who gathered around to watch. After several days of labor, he successfully constructed a wooden hut. Initially, the humans were perplexed by its purpose until the man demonstrated its utility from within. This revelation ignited collective cheers, and the tale spread far and wide. Humanity transitioned from damp caves into the era of wooden huts, and divine grace descended, marking the first wooden hut as a treasure of postnatal merit for the human race. Thus, the nesting clan, one of humanity's 3 ancestral lineages, was established. Following the advent of the wooden hut era, humanity experienced rapid development, and after about a century, a sense of shame began to emerge among the people. However, they remained unclothed, both men and women alike, which proved inconvenient. Despite the wooden huts providing some shelter, many still succumbed to the cold during frigid seasons. At this juncture, a woman from the human race observed various animals adorned in fur or scales, and an idea struck her. Noticing the leaves on a nearby tree, she ingeniously wove them together with fine vines, draping them over her body. This effectively concealed much of her form, and she returned to her tribe, inspiring others to craft their own leaf garments. As time passed, and the weather turned increasingly frigid, the leaves withered and failed to offer adequate warmth, resulting in numerous casualties among the humans. The woman fell into deep contemplation, experimenting with various methods to provide warmth, but to no avail. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to several pieces of animal hides nearby. Picking one up, she pondered for a moment, stroking its surface. After examining various pieces, she found a particularly soft hide covered in white fur, which sparked her creativity. She affixed it to her body and felt a soothing warmth envelop her. Hastily, she called forth others from her tribe to try her method. Her companions followed suit, experiencing the newfound warmth, and the news spread rapidly until all humans were aware. Thus, humanity entered the era of clothing, finally shedding the vulnerability of nudity and embracing the warmth of fur garments. This woman became one of the 3 ancestral figures known as the Black Garment Clan. The first fur garment, blessed by divine merit, became another postnatal treasure for the human race. With the acquisition of fire, homes, and clothing, human fatalities diminished significantly, and their population surged once more. In the Primordial era, the human race could be considered a substantial lineage, albeit lacking their own cultivation techniques, enduring brief lifespans, and possessing no formidable magical powers, rendering them a relatively weak presence among the primordial beings. Chapter 24. Taishang and the Human Race on Kunlun Mountain. One day, Taishang was immersed in contemplating the primordial purple energy, seeking to uncover the path to his enlightenment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sensing that a significant event related to him was about to unfold. Taishang attempted to calculate the unfolding events, but found himself thwarted by an unseen force obstructing his divination. Feeling unsettled and unable to focus on his enlightenment, Taishang stepped outside the Grand Hall to clear his mind. As he wandered aimlessly, he inadvertently left Kunlun Mountain and began a journey eastward through the primordial realm. In truth, Taishang himself was unaware of his destination, merely meandering through the vast expanse of the primordial world. Thus, Taishang roamed the primordial realm for a total of 81 years, eventually arriving at the largest gathering of humanity. Suddenly, he became aware of his surroundings. He mused, "Unbeknownst to me, I have arrived here, at the creation of my sister Nuwa." With this newfound realization, he decided to take a closer look. Taishang descended not far from the human settlement, concealing his power to appear as an elderly human. Upon entering the community, he noted the absence of magical abilities among the people, all engaged in physical labor. Could it be that my sister Nuwa has imparted not a shred of cultivation? Since entering the human realm, Taishang had experienced an inexplicable sensation. He refrained from inquiring and continued to wander among the humans until he arrived at a place of apparent significance. The humans regarded this area with reverence, which piqued Taishang's curiosity. He gazed ahead and saw a charred piece of wood with a small depression atop it, from which flickered a faint flame, exuding an air of both fragility and resilience. With a breath, Taishang directed his energy towards the flame, expecting a reaction. Typically, his breath could shatter gold and stone. Even a raging fire would succumb to its force. Yet, Upon approaching the flickering flame, it emitted a wave of magical energy that surged toward Taishang, startling him. Merit power. This is a treasure of merit, in a realm devoid of magical prowess. How could such a treasure exist here? Taishang, well acquainted with treasures of merit, sensed something amiss. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently on the flame. Filled with curiosity rather than desire, he glanced around and approached an elder with similarly white hair. Intending to inquire about the origins of this treasure, standing beside the elder, they conversed as if long-lost friends, discussing the significance of the treasure and how, regardless of the dispersion of humanity, this place would forever remain one of their ancestral grounds. Taishang listened intently, fearful of missing a single detail. The elder spoke of the treasure being associated with Suiren, one of the three ancestral figures of humanity, recounting the tale of kindling fire by drilling wood. When the elder mentioned the descent of golden light from the heavens, Taishang's eyes lit up. Clarity washed over him, akin to the feeling of clouds parting to reveal the Sun in his mind. He realized, so that was it. The elusive sensation I felt was a pivotal opportunity, the key to my enlightenment. I now know where my path lies. Within humanity, that moment, Taishang's mind cleared, and he understood. The golden gas that descended from the heavens was indeed the power of merit. With this revelation, he bowed to the elder, acknowledging the wisdom that had opened his path. Turning away, he sought a secluded hillside, where he delved into profound contemplation. This period of reflection lasted for a century. One day, Taishang opened his eyes, gazing toward the heavens, his mind now illuminated. With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, I have attained my path. Ha ha ha, my path is complete. He then set forth towards the gathering of humanity. Upon reaching the flames of the human settlement, he looked around, noting the absence of the elder. Indeed, a century had passed, and the elder had long since departed. Turning his body, he declared, the human race is frail, subject to the cycles of birth, aging, sickness, and death. This is the nature of the cosmos. Hearing his voice, countless humans turned their gazes toward him, for this was their ancestral ground. And the assembly was vast. Yet all beings are equal in the eyes of heaven and earth. Some are born with innate cultivation, unburdened by mortality, destined to endure alongside the cosmos. You are all born as innate beings of the Dao. As more and more humans gathered before Taishang, they listened intently as he spoke. I possess a method of the golden elixir Dao. Those who study it may ascend to immortality, wield supreme divine powers, and achieve eternal life. Having spoken, countless rays of golden light scattered in all directions with a mere wave of his hand, entering the bodies of every member of the human race. In an instant, the profound path of the golden elixir manifested in their minds, awakening them to clarity. Just as they intended to kneel in gratitude, they realized that the elder had vanished without a trace. Of course, Taishang had not departed. Rather, he journeyed towards the ancestral grounds of each human clan. As he traversed the lands inhabited by humanity, Taishang had already imparted the path of the golden elixir. He bestowed this wisdom upon 3,000 individuals, for there exist 3,000 paths in the heavens. Hence he only transmitted it to 3,000 members of the human race. Taishang held the conviction that this method would undoubtedly spread throughout all territories of humanity. Chapter 25. The Descent of the Five Saints. Taishang arrived at the ancestral mountain of humanity, known as Buzhou Mountain, revered as the birthplace of the human race. The population of humans here was vast, and at that moment, they were all prostrating before Nuwa. Observing the multitude kneeling in reverence, Taishang felt a surge of fortune emanating from each individual. Simultaneously, strands of fortune drifted in from all directions. Though they were but wisps, they coalesced at the ancestral mountain, ascending towards the heavens, where Nuwa's palace awaited. This moment, Taishang comprehended that his moment of enlightenment and ascension to sainthood had arrived. The primordial purple energy within him began to vibrate. With this realization, Taishang returned to his original form. Soaring into the skies above the human race, he proclaimed, I am Taishang Dao Tianzuan, one of the Pangu Three Pure Ones. Moved by the wisdom of humanity, yet aware of their lack of cultivation methods, I hereby establish the teachings of humanity. I shall serve as the leader of these teachings, and humanity shall honor me as their guide. As witnessed by the heavenly way, With the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, he suppressed the fortune of the teachings of humanity. Though Taishang's words were not grandiose, they resonated with the power of the heavenly way. Echoing in the minds of every human being, in that instant, the heavens and earth trembled, and a vast expanse of merit descended from the heavens, merging into Taishang's being alongside the primordial purple energy. Integrating into his primordial spirit, endless spiritual energy rained down from the skies, while golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and a myriad of harmonious sounds filled the air, as if celebrating. The skies were adorned with countless vibrant clouds, symbolizing the birth of a saint. At that moment, a powerful aura of authority emanated from Taishang, suppressing the entirety of the primordial chaos, embodying the might of a saint. As Taishang opened his eyes, the saintly power intensified, bending all of creation in reverence, compelling them to bow before him. Even the heavenly Emperor Dijun and Donghuang Tai, no matter how formidable, had no choice but to lower their heads in the face of this saintly might. All humans in the primordial chaos envisioned the indistinct figure of Saint Taishang. Unable to discern his features no matter how hard they tried to open their eyes, they knelt towards the ancestral mountain, chanting his name, Master Taishang, leader of humanity. The myriad beings of the primordial chaos also bowed deeply, calling out, Saint Taishang. The verdant peaks of Kunlun Mountain witnessed Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, and Tong Tian exchanging glances. And in haste, they remarked, Elder brother has found his path. What of us? In the grand hall, they paced anxiously, filled with restlessness, while Tong Tian sighed deeply, his face a mask of confusion. Just then, a voice echoed in their ears, causing both to change countenance as they simultaneously exclaimed, Elder brother, at this moment if one does not awaken, when will they? Having exchanged glances, they smiled at each other, the opportunity for sainthood now clear. They then turned and soared forth. Heavenly decree above. Today I, Yuan Shi Tianzuan of the Panga Three Pure Ones, establish the Chan teachings in accordance with heavenly will, elucidating the principles of the heavenly way to guide the beings of the primordial chaos. Using the Panga banner to suppress fortune, the Chan teachings are hereby established. Heavenly decree above. Today, I, Ling Bao, Tianzuan of the Panga Three Pure Ones, see that all beings possess a yearning for the path. I, Tong Tian, wish to carve out a glimmer of hope for them, using the four swords of immortal slaying to suppress fortune. The is hereby established. Once more, the beings of the primordial chaos bowed in reverence. In this brief span of time, they had knelt 3 times. 3 individuals attained sainthood in succession, and the aura of 3 saints spread throughout the primordial chaos, causing a great stir. Yet, in the face of Tong Tian's saintly might, the beings of the primordial chaos felt a sense of familiarity as he sought to carve out a sliver of hope for them, rooted in their very essence. The phenomenon of 3 saints being born in a single day was indeed astonishing. In the Western Spirit Mountain, the 2 figures sensed the saintly aura emanating from the establishment of the 3 Pure Ones. Without uttering a word, they exchanged glances before sitting cross-legged, their 12-petaled lotus of merit slowly revolving beneath them. We witness the suffering of sentient beings. Let us, Join and Zhuan-Ti, establish a separate path, creating Western Buddhism, severing ties with the Xianmen, and not bowing to Hongjun, using the 12-petaled lotus of merit to suppress fortune. The Buddhist teachings are hereby established. The heavens trembled as vast waves of merit cascaded towards the west, merging into the 2 figures as the power of merit fused with the primordial purple energy. Their cultivation abruptly reached a critical juncture, halting in place. Zhuan-Ti was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Join and inquiring, Brother, is the merit insufficient? Join, typically unperturbed, bore an unusual expression of urgency, gritting his teeth as he replied, There is a method, but we must first entangle ourselves with the grand karma of heaven. Hearing this, Zhuan-Ti's expression soured. After all, achieving sainthood while entangled in karma was no trivial matter. Juin continued, We must make great vows. Borrowing merit from the heavenly way, and combined with the merit of our teachings, it shall be sufficient for us to attain sainthood. However, after attaining sainthood, we must fulfill our vows. Otherwise, we cannot retain our positions as saints. Upon hearing this, Zhuanti's countenance darkened. After all, becoming a saint required monumental vows to sustain them. Yet the allure of sainthood was immense. Moments later, he declared, "Brother, let us proceed with this plan, at worst. We shall labor more in the future, spreading teachings in the East. Today, we must achieve sainthood. After all, they had vowed to establish prosperity in the West. And without a saint, how could they expect the West to flourish?" They promptly closed their eyes and directed their intentions skyward, proclaiming. From the west came resonant, profound sounds as Jiuyin and Zhuanti made their 48 grand vows to the heavenly way. If I attain supreme enlightenment and achieve the utmost path. In that moment, the sky was suffused with benevolence, and 2 beams of golden light filled the heavens, while the air was imbued with the intoxicating scent of sandalwood. Among them, Jiuyin's saintly cultivation surpassed that of Zhuanti. Once more, the beings of the primordial chaos bowed in reverence, congratulating the emergence of the 2 saints from the west. Chapter 26. Encounter with the ancestral witch of the earth. Qingyang was en route to Kunlun mountain when suddenly he heard the news of Taishang's ascension to sainthood. Having paid his respects to Taishang, Qingyang thought it prudent to hasten his journey, uncertain of what unforeseen events might transpire along the way. Just as he prepared to set off, news of Yuan Shi, Tinzuan, and Tong Tian's ascension reached him. He was momentarily speechless. Though he had anticipated their eventual sainthood, he had not expected it to occur on the same day. Could the 2 from the west also attain sainthood today? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed the presence of 2 more saintly auras from the west. 5 saints emerged in a single day. Indeed, the primordial chaos was abuzz with excitement. With this thought, Qingyang quickened his pace towards Kunlun, disregarding the dangers that might lie ahead. As he journeyed, a faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, growing more potent with each step he took, even permeating the spiritual energy around him. This was not merely a scent of blood. It was the essence of blood itself. Qingyang pondered where he had arrived. Such a foreboding atmosphere near Kunlun was unprecedented. Countless lives must have perished for this spiritual energy to turn crimson. In truth, no battle had occurred nearby. This was the domain of a powerful entity, the endless sea of blood belonging to the ancestor of the Underworld river. Qingyang would soon discover the truth of this realm. The origin of the sea of blood was linked to the Pangu deity. The Sea of Blood evolved from the blood of Pangu's navel and that of the chaotic demon god, serving as the repository of the primordial world's impurities, a realm where negative energies were refined and cycled. Within the Sea of Blood, divine anomalies were absent, and aquatic life could not thrive. Only the aura of bloodlust pervaded. The Sea of Blood absorbed the negative energies and impurities, forming unique rules and an atmosphere, while also consuming the tainted blood of countless beings that had perished, possessing an innate ability to devour and assimilate all. The Sea of Blood was a forbidden zone for many creatures. Suddenly, after traversing a considerable distance, Qingyang spotted a towering figure, indicating that life still existed in this place. To thrive in such an environment surely meant that this being was no ordinary individual. Qingyang prepared to retreat from this location, but just then, a voice called out from the distance. "Fellow traveler, I have a word." The word seemed to carry an enchanting resonance that Qingyang found impossible to refuse, compelling him to approach despite his trepidation. Before him stood a being with a human body and a serpent's tail, 7 arms protruding from its back, and 2 hands grasping writhing serpents. Clearly a member of the witch clan. Qingyang blurted out, "You are of the witch clan?" Immediately regretting his words. He feared provoking this being, certain that he stood no chance against such a formidable presence, especially in a place like this where the cultivation of others remained undetectable. Inwardly, he braced himself, prepared for a confrontation at any moment. "I am Houtu, the ancestral witch of the witch clan. It is a pleasure to meet you, young friend." The single utterance jolted Qingyang back to reality. He hesitated for a moment before quickly responding. "Greetings, ancestral witch Houtu. Do not be alarmed, young friend. I merely felt a sense of unease and took a stroll, unknowingly wandering into this endless sea of blood. Upon seeing you, I was momentarily inspired and inadvertently startled you." Upon hearing this, Qingyang was momentarily taken aback. The Sea of Blood. This was indeed the Sea of Blood belonging to the Ancestor of the Underworld River. Excitement surged through him, causing him to tremble with exhilaration. This was a moment of reincarnation. He was witnessing it firsthand. His journey to the primordial chaos had finally led him to partake in a significant event, making all worthwhile. "Young friend, what ails you? Are you unwell?" Qingyang, gathering himself, replied. No, upon learning that this is the Sea of Blood, I realized the source of the intense scent of blood." "Ah, so that is why the scent is so potent." "I beg your pardon, ancestral witch." After uttering an awkward laugh, Houtu remarked, "Indeed, the sanguine aura of this place can taint the primordial spirit of cultivators. As members of the Wu clan, we do not cultivate the primordial spirit, so we remain oblivious to it. It is entirely reasonable for you, my young friend, to feel this way. Might you accompany me for a stroll? I sense something alluring about you." Upon hearing this, Qingyang felt a jolt in his gaze, thinking, "What should I do? Surely it is the judge's pen and the book of life and death that have drawn her attention. Should I hastily reveal them to her? But if I do, will she allow me to depart afterward?" While these thoughts swirled in his mind, he replied, "Then I shall heed the ancestral shaman." As Houtu led the way, an unsettling feeling began to wash over her, not from inner turmoil, but rather as if someone were guiding her to this place. Who could it be? Could it be the heavenly Dao, or perhaps the will of the Father God? Suddenly, a sea of blood loomed ahead, and Qingyang felt as though his very lifeblood were being siphoned away. He quickly harnessed his magical power to stabilize his fluctuations and approached the blood sea. Unconsciously, the ancestral shaman crouched down, towering over Qingyang even while seated at that moment. The blood sea began to churn violently as the lingering souls within rushed eagerly to Houtu's side. She reached out to touch these remnants, but found nothing tangible. Gazing at them, an unbidden sorrow welled up within her. They felt akin to her own children. The blood sea surged with greater intensity, the waves rising ferociously. Witnessing this, Houtu's eyes quickly moistened, and a single tear escaped, plunging into the blood sea. "What is happening to me? Why am I weeping?" As the tear fell into the blood sea, it erupted in chaos, the restless souls becoming increasingly agitated, conjuring various storms upon the surface, as if a great malevolence were about to emerge from the depths. Qingyang pondered, "How should I approach her? How can I guide her? If I speak too directly, surely the heavenly Dao or the Great Dao would obliterate me." He scratched his head, feeling an unprecedented sense of vexation since arriving in the primordial realm. Alas, Chapter 27. The Blood Sea and the Ancestor of the Underworld beneath the Blood Sea. In the palace of the Blood God, several pairs of eyes were fixed upon Qingyang and Houtu, observing their every move. These belonged to the Lord of the Endless Blood Sea, the Ancestor of the Underworld, along with his subordinates, the Asura clans Zaishan Bashan, Yuz Tian, Dafan Tian, and Dish Tian, 4 formidable demon kings, all of whom were great Luo golden immortals. It is said that the Ancestor of the Underworld has been favored by fortune. Since the Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, this blood sea has perpetually expanded, instinctively absorbing the blood of numerous departed beings, the blood of 3,000 chaotic demons, alongside countless wild beasts, and the essence of the great war between the 3 clans. Coalesced within the blood sea, it was only after many years that the sea ceased its expansion. Its vastness remains unmeasured. Years later, the blood sea erupted, and from its center emerged a blood-red lotus, born of the chaotic blue lotus seeds, becoming one of the 5 divine lotuses of the primordial realm. The other 4 divine lotuses include the 24th grade creation blue lotus, revered by the 3 pure ones, the red lotus, white lotus, and green lotus, which were divided among the 3 saints as treasures of their enlightenment. The 12th grade merit golden lotus was bestowed by the Dao Ancestor upon the 2 saints of the West to suppress fortune, while the 12th grade destruction black lotus vanished following the Dao magic conflict. The whereabouts of the 12th grade purification white lotus remain unknown, either having never emerged or claimed by a great transcendental being, with no news thereafter. Ultimately, the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus resides within this blood sea, belonging to the Ancestor of the Underworld. The karmic fire red lotus, a defensive treasure, radiates with crimson flames, deterring all who dare approach. As the lotus fully emerged from the blood sea, it began to blossom, an elder clad in black robes, exuding a fierce aura and surrounded by a menacing presence, sat atop it, flanked by a sword on either side. Grasping a black flag, clearly a figure of decisive action. This is the ancestor of the underworld, born with 4 supreme, innate spiritual treasures as protection, a testament to immense fortune. The supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Karmic fire red lotus serves as a defensive artifact, while 2 offensive supreme, innate spiritual treasures, the Yuan 2 Ubi sword, and 1 supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Asura flag, make him unparalleled in spiritual treasures before the Dao Ancestor distributed them. The underworld itself emerged from the blood sea, inherently possessing the ability to command it. Other beings dare not approach, yet within the blood sea, the ancestor of the underworld fears no adversary. He has long secluded himself within the blood sea, merging it with his essence, cultivating 480 million blood god offspring abilities. Every movement of the blood sea remains under his control, earning him the title of the great ability that signifies the blood sea's existence and his immortality. Having remained hidden for so long, the primordial realm was unaware of this formidable entity until the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace revealed his presence. The ancestor of the underworld, having witnessed the establishment of the demon clan by Emperor Jun, the creation of humanity by Nuwa, and the sanctification of the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West, found his thoughts stirred, leading him to meditate deeply. Initially, inspired by the creation of humanity by Nuwa, he utilized the abundant, lingering souls in the blood sea to forge the Asura clan, whose females are naturally alluring, while the males are fierce and unattractive. Although the heavens granted considerable merit, it was insufficient to yield even a second corpse, leaving the ancestor of the underworld in a state of despondency. Subsequently, upon witnessing the 3 pure ones establish their teachings and attain sanctification, he emulated their example, founding the Asura Sect. In an instant, heavenly merit rained down, merging with him and allowing him to sever his second corpse, achieving the status of a quasi-saint. However, the ancestor of the underworld was now filled with indignation. It took 2 instances of merit to sever just 1 corpse. He couldn't help but wonder if the absence of primordial purple energy truly hindered one's path to enlightenment. Reflecting on the explosion of Hou Yi and the subsequent disappearance of primordial purple energy, he shook his head and retreated to his blood god palace on the shore of the blood sea. Qingyang was contemplating how to subtly prompt the ancestral shaman, when Houtu unexpectedly posed the question, "My young friend, you mentioned that the numerous lingering souls in this blood sea are being gradually eroded by its corrosive power, destined to dissipate. Is that not a tragic fate?" Qingyang paused, then turned to gaze into the blood sea. Indeed, they spent their lives in conflict, only to be imprisoned in this blood sea after death, unable to reincarnate. It is truly lamentable. Suddenly, Houtu stood upright, fixing her gaze upon Qingyang as she inquired, "Might you repeat what you just said, young friend?" Qingyang, taken aback, thought, "Can such a formidable ancestral shaman truly be hard of hearing? So close, yet she requires me to repeat myself." Though he entertained such thoughts, he complied, realizing the potential consequences of inciting her as he uttered the word reincarnation. Houtu's eyes lit up, and she began to chant, "Reincarnation, reincarnation, reincarnation." A realization dawned upon her. Indeed, the heavenly court possesses it. Is this world not devoid of a realm for the reincarnation of all things? Reincarnation signifies the rebirth of all existence. Though it is said that shamans lack primordial spirits, a flicker of such a spirit had emerged within her, grasping the essence of the path of reincarnation and quietly growing stronger. Unbeknownst to Houtu, her mind was becoming increasingly lucid, and her understanding of her own Dao was sharpening. Hearing Houtu's words, Qingyang quickly glanced toward the void, thinking, "Oh, heavenly Dao, great Dao Ancestor, I have said nothing. This is her own epiphany. It has nothing to do with me." He feared that revealing too much of the heavenly secrets might lead to his obliteration by the heavenly Dao or the Great Dao. Seeing nothing in the void, he finally relaxed. Suddenly, Houtu turned to him and said, "Young friend, thank you for your reminder. I have discovered the path of my Dao." Qingyang gazed at the ancestral shaman with admiration. And then an idea struck him. Without hesitation, he waved his hand to produce two artifacts. Chapter 28. The Ancestor of the Underworld. Is a bit dazed. Houtu looked at the two spiritual treasures. Her understanding deepening further. She turned to Qingyang and bowed her head in gratitude. Qingyang quickly dodged, thinking, "What a joke. The future goddess Houtu bows to me. Who would dare accept such an honor? If I were to accept it, I might inexplicably ascend to the Dao. Haven't I seen in novels from my past life that even the saints bowed to Lady Houtu? Surely I am not ready for that." Qingyang hastily waved his hands. "There is no need for such formalities, ancestral shaman. Since my arrival here, these two artifacts have been in constant motion. Upon hearing you mention your newfound understanding of the Dao, I felt a strong connection between these items and your path." Though Qingyang considered himself neither a villain nor a hero, he would not engage in acts that would incite divine wrath. After speaking, he gazed into the distance, maintaining a blank expression, yet only he knew his true thoughts. However, Houtu perceived these words differently. She had never encountered such sentiments before, and her fondness for Qingyang grew immensely. After all, these were two supreme, innate spiritual treasures, not mere stones or weeds by the roadside. Such remarkable audacity rendered her completely astounded. Casting a glance at Qingyang, she then turned her gaze toward the sea of blood, which now surged with even greater turbulence. Within the sea of blood, Mingyi could no longer remain idle. He was uncertain of what the two individuals outside were doing to incite such volatility within his domain, and he felt a growing sense of loss of control. Without delay, he charged out accompanied by the four great demon lords. Upon emerging from the sea of blood, he greeted Houtu, inquiring whether there was a matter that required his assistance. This was the respect due to an ancestral shaman, considering there were 12 ancestral shamans of the witch tribe, and should they all arrive together, Mingyi would truly have to flee, for he had no desire to offend the witch clan. As for Qingyang, he disregarded her entirely. What significance could a mere Xianxian hold? Were it not for her company with Houtu, he would have seized her and cast her into his sea of blood. "Mingyi, my friend," Houtu began, "the reason for my visit is indeed significant, that I wish to inquire whether the Asura clan was born from the remnants of the sea of blood." Upon hearing this, Mingyi's mood soured. He thought, "Why should you concern yourself with matters within my domain?" Yet he replied, "Indeed, all members of the Asura clan are birthed from these remnants. Then can all the remnants of the sea of blood transform into members of the Asura clan?" Houtu pressed. Mingyi hesitated, surprised that Houtu could pose such questions. He replied, "Not all can, but these remnants can be used to forge spiritual treasures." Houtu then exclaimed, "To forge treasures from remnants? Dear friend, your actions are exceedingly cruel and truly injurious to the heavens." Mingyi's patience wore thin. "Houtu, I implore you to mind your words. The entirety of the sea of blood is my domain, and a mere handful of remnants are my concern alone. How I choose to handle them is of no business to you. I kindly ask you to vacate the sea of blood, or I shall be compelled to act without courtesy." With that, he turned and re-entered the sea of blood. But how could Houtu depart? This was her sacred ground of enlightenment. She promptly seated herself beside the sea of blood, caressing the remnants and sensing something profound. At this moment, Qingyang spoke up, "Reincarnation signifies rebirth. All beings in the world can undergo reincarnation, much like these remnants. Are they not destined to evolve into new forms under the guidance of Ancestor Mingyi?" Suddenly, Houtu closed her eyes tightly, her aura swelling magnificently as the power of her primordial spirit manifested, the force of reincarnation enveloping her entire being. Qingyang, witnessing this from behind, internally exclaimed, "The power of the primordial spirit." Ancestor Houtu has unveiled her primordial spirit, which means she is not far from transcending into reincarnation. I must seize an opportunity to leave quickly. If I wait until Houtu undergoes reincarnation and the brutish members of the witch clan arrive, I will surely be crushed. The aura of the Great Dao of reincarnation emanating from Houtu grew ever more potent. She felt as if she had transcended to another realm, where she witnessed Pangu, the primordial father, creating the heavens and the earth. It seemed as though Pangu had planted the seed of her primordial spirit, imparting to her the path of reincarnation. She sensed her primordial spirit's power strengthening, now rivaling that of her corporeal form, as her path in reincarnation expanded further. Murmuring, she articulated, "This is the cycle of reincarnation. The underworld, the six paths, the path of the celestial beings, the path of humans. The Asura path, the hell path, the beast path, the hungry ghost path, and so forth." Qingyang listened intently, observing as the force of reincarnation unleashed from Houtu began to sweep through the sea of blood, purifying the remnants it touched, even cleansing a portion of the sea itself. Seeing this, Mingyi at the ocean's depths could no longer remain passive. If this continued, his sea of blood would be entirely purified. Not only would he lose his domain, but he would also be subject to mockery from the primal beings of the wilderness to have a woman obstruct him at his threshold, with his domain rendered unrecognizable. Mingyi felt it would be better to perish than endure such humiliation. With this thought, he surged forth from the sea of blood, preparing to unleash a torrent of curses, when suddenly a voice rang in his ears. "Ancestor, please refrain from violence." Mingyi was taken aback, sensing with his primordial spirit that there were no allies nearby. Had he misheard? Glancing down, he noticed the young one beside Houtu, the small Xianxian, gazing at him with a playful smile. His fury ignited. To be insulted by a mere girl was one thing, but to have a lowly golden immortal dare mock him was intolerable. "I could squash you with a single slap, roasting your soul in the flames of retribution." "Let's see if you can maintain that grin," Mingyi thought, ready to strike, when he froze at a single utterance that extinguished his anger entirely, leaving him in a daze to the edge of the sea of blood. Mingyi and Qingyang exchanged fierce glares, staring intently at one another. "What did you just say, young one? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I shall let you experience the taste of the red lotus karma fire. Are you prepared for that?" Just moments before Mingyi had emerged from the sea of blood, Qingyang sensed impending danger. If Mingyi interrupted Houtu's enlightenment, who could predict the consequences? Thus, in desperation, Qingyang called out for Mingyi to halt, only to realize moments later that he was preparing to strike again. With no other recourse, he exclaimed, "Ancestor, are you on the verge of achieving the Dao?" This question struck a chord with Mingyi, who had indeed been tirelessly pursuing enlightenment for countless years. Even severing his second corpse, he looked around, surveying the area before finally acknowledging Qingyang, which left Qingyang feeling rather sheepish. "Rest assured, I am merely a Xianxian. I would not dare gamble with my own life. The truth is, Ancestor, do you know why Houtu has come here?" Qingyang transmitted telepathically his dismay. Mingyi remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon him, causing Qingyang to break out in goosebumps. With no choice left, he divulged the matter of reincarnation. Upon hearing that Houtu intended to undergo reincarnation in his sacred domain, Mingyi's fury nearly overwhelmed him, and he was on the verge of striking. However, Qingyang's next words halted him. "She possesses merit to gain." Mingyi's icy stare bore into Qingyang. Without uttering a word, his expression suggesting disbelief, as if to say, "Are you jesting with me? She achieves the Dao. I gain merit. Do you take me for a child?" Unable to contain himself, he snapped, "Get to the point. If you keep dilly-dallying, I might as well let you achieve the Dao." Qingyang, sensing the urgency, quickly replied, "The cycle of reincarnation has manifested. The underworld emerges, with the six paths of reincarnation. Among them lies the Asura path. And Ancestor, you could become the sovereign of the Asura path." Once he finished speaking, Qingyang's anxiety heightened, fearing that the formidable figure before him might truly grant him the Dao, as the old man radiated an intimidating aura. Mingyi fell into contemplation, realizing that Qingyang's proposition held merit for him. Yet he remained cautious. He inquired, "How do you know these things?" Qingyang hastily responded, "Just now, Houtu herself articulated it. If you do not believe me, wait a moment. If I am wrong, you may punish me as you see fit." "Humph," Mingyi scoffed, ceasing his discourse and taking a seat beside Houtu. Qingyang fell silent, observing Houtu intently. Shortly thereafter, she opened her eyes, leaping up and proclaiming to the heavens, "Great Dao above, today I, Houtu, ancestral shaman, feel the plight of the wandering souls in the wilderness. I wish to transform into reincarnation. to establish the realm of the netherworld, to remedy the deficiencies of heaven and earth, and to forge the 6 paths of reincarnation, allowing all beings in the wilderness to enter the netherworld after death. With her final words spoken, the path of reincarnation surged forth from Houtu. In an instant, she vanished from the world, and the sea of blood rapidly evaporated, transforming into a vast river with a yellowish hue. Suddenly, a passageway appeared in the sky, revealing a dim, gray space beyond. Before them materialized the 6 paths of reincarnation: the celestial path, the Asura path, the human path, the beast path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path, with the underworld manifesting as well. The river, formed from the sea of blood, surged toward this dimension, and above the river, a bridge appeared, the bridge of helplessness, leading directly into the heart of the underworld. Then, Houtu's figure appeared in the sky, releasing immense merit from above. The merit divided into 3 portions, the largest drifting toward Houtu, merging with her being, comprising roughly 7/10 of the total merit. The smallest portion floated toward Mingyi, integrating into his essence, and in that instant he severed his 3rd corpse. Though he had not directly attained sainthood, with the underworld's fortuitous energy, he would undoubtedly achieve that status in the future. The middle portion approached Qingyang, merging with him, filling him with a warm, comforting sensation. Suddenly, Qingyang perceived that this was the merit of the Great Dao, not the merit of the heavenly Dao. He quickly employed his spiritual power to envelop this merit, preventing its refinement. The merit of the Great Dao surged within Qingyang for a moment before he concentrated in his mind, transforming it into a merit golden wheel. The power of this merit golden wheel would prove immensely beneficial in the future. At that moment, another wave of merit descended from the heavens, dividing into 3 portions as before, and Qingyang was bewildered, wondering why he received double. Upon receiving the merit, he realized this was the merit of the heavenly Dao. Having bestowed the merit of the Great Dao, how could the heavenly Dao withhold its share? As with the previous merit, Qingyang did not refine it, but transformed it into another merit golden wheel, which would be of great use later on. Approaching Mingyi, he was about to speak when a strand of reincarnation power enveloped his essence, which he promptly collected, observing Houtu after receiving the merit of the Great Dao. Qingyang noted that she did not refine it, nor did her cultivation increase, leaving him puzzled. What transpired was that the body of the ancestral witch Houtu began to slowly disintegrate, indeed shattering apart from a distance. Several voices could be heard calling out, "Sister Houtu, Sister Houtu." Subsequently, Houtu was completely obliterated, and her figure vanished without a trace. Not even a lingering breath remained. Witnessing this scene, Qingyang hastily nudged the old ancestor of the underworld, inquiring, "Old ancestor, do you understand what is happening? What is the situation?" The old ancestor of the underworld, equally perplexed, felt compelled to respond to Qingyang, as admitting ignorance would be quite embarrassing. After all, he was now a formidable being of the 3 corpses. He feigned profound insight and replied to Qingyang, "Your current realm is too low for you to comprehend this layer of the Dao. In the future, when you attain my level, you shall understand the circumstances." Upon hearing this, Qingyang slightly curled his lip, thinking to himself, "If you don't know, just admit it. Why pretend to be a great sage? My realm may be low, but I am aware of what is transpiring. You, an old immortal, do you dare to believe that soon the ancestral witch Houtu will convey a message?" Out of course, these were mere thoughts. If Qingyang were to voice them, the old ancestor of the underworld would undoubtedly send him flying with a single strike, though he wouldn't dare to say it would be fatal. Severe injury was certainly assured. Qingyang quickly responded, "Yes, old ancestor, I will diligently cultivate, striving to reach this realm as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, the old ancestor of the underworld stroked his beard and grunted in acknowledgement. If anyone familiar with the old ancestor of the underworld were present, they would be utterly astonished at his newfound amiability. Perhaps even he himself was unaware of this transformation. However, the voices that had reached them from afar were indeed those of other ancestral witches from the witch clan. Upon hearing this, the old ancestor of the underworld furrowed his brow and nodded that Qingyang's expression also shifted, falling silent. This was truly a matter that could not be mentioned. Just as he thought this, 11 towering figures rushed over like the wind, halting not far from the two. A coarse voice, imbued with a bloodthirsty aura, boomed, "Friend of the Underworld, do you see my sister Houtu?" As for Qingyang, he was once again overlooked, leaving the old ancestor of the Underworld with a headache. Unsure of how to respond to these giants, he knew that if Houtu had transcended, those individuals would undoubtedly charge forward. If he chose not to answer, they would certainly not relent. What a troubling predicament. Even a being of the three corpses could experience such frustrations. Just as the old ancestor was about to respond, a resounding voice echoed through the heavens and earth, accompanied by a cascade of starlight and multicolored auspicious clouds. The earth erupted with golden lotuses, and the spiritual energy in the void transformed into golden dragons and Shilants, filling the entire primordial world with auspicious signs. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged forth from the gray passageway, instantly enveloping the entire primordial continent, a pressure even greater than that which accompanied the ascension of the three pure ones, causing all beings in the primordial realm to kneel in worship. Even several saints paused momentarily before bowing their heads. Unable to resist this divine pressure, Houtu emanated from their very hearts, a sincere act of reverence, for at that moment, all beings in the primordial realm understood that the ancestral which Houtu had transformed into the cycle of reincarnation. Even those creatures without forms or intelligence shed tears. The myriad beings of the primordial world cried out, "We honor the ancestral which Houtu." All beasts roared in unison. All spirits wept together. Even Qingyang shed a tear. Among the witch clan, several ancestral witches cried out in unison, "Sister Houtu." The giants, their faces streaked with tears, experienced emotions too profound for words. The bond among the 12 ancestral witches was beyond verbal expression. They had been together since their transformation, inseparable every moment. That sentiment was truly ineffable. When Houtu called out as she reincarnated, several ancestral witches sensed something, allowing them to find this place. Yet, they regretted not having seen her one last time. Just as the ancestral witches were at a loss, a decree resounded from the Underworld, proclaiming, "Seal the boundless blood sea of the Underworld, making it the dominion of the Asura path, and eternally enjoy the fortunes of the Underworld." Upon hearing this, the old ancestor of the Underworld bowed towards the Underworld and was about to call out the name of the ancestral which Houtu, but suddenly changed his words, saying, "I shall follow the heavenly mandate," emulating the profound virtue of the great lady Houtu. This voice resonated with Houtu's essence, for she was now referred to as Lady Houtu. Immediately, a gigantic hand reached out from the direction of the Underworld, grasping a member of the Cattle clan and a member of the Horse clan, bringing them back to the Underworld. These would become the future soul collectors, the Oxhead and Horse Dash face, that at this moment. The ancestral witches of the Witch clan, their faces stained with tears, roared, "But Sister Houtu!" Instantly, the scene fell silent. The ancestral witches awaited a response. A voice echoed back, "Brothers and sisters, this is the last time I shall call you. From now on, I'm a Lady Houtu, emulating the heavenly mandate and the profound virtue of Great Houtu. No, you are still my sister Houtu," roared Zhu Rong, the most fiery of them all. The Underworld responded once more. Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches broke into smiles, with Di Jiang stating, "Regardless of physical form, you are still my sister Houtu." After a moment of silence, Houtu's voice rang out, "Please, each ancestral witch, return and send a team of witches. The Underworld has just emerged from the Netherworld and is in dire need of personnel." Di Jiang thought to himself, "Indeed, this is wise. At the very least, it provides my witch clan with a fallback. A war between our clan and the demon clan is inevitable. It could very well lead to our extermination. Yes, I shall emulate the heavenly mandate and the profound virtue of the great Lady Houtu." At this moment, another voice emerged. "The young friend Qingyang possesses a drop of the ancestral, which Houtu's essence blood. You may take it back along with your own essence blood to the ancestral witch hall, where it can be used to create a new ancestral witch. Before that, each ancestral which must provide a drop of essence blood. I have a use for it. This young friend Qingyang has rendered great service to the ancestral witch Houtu, and I request that all ancestral witches treat him kindly." With that, the voice fell silent. Each of the ancestral witches produced a drop of essence blood, which upon appearing, vanished towards the underworld that moment. Several colossal figures appeared beside Qingyang, saying, "Young friend Qing, come with us." Before Qingyang could respond, a giant hand lifted him and placed him upon the shoulder of a giant, just as the ancestral witches were about to depart. The old ancestor of the underworld called out, "Friends, please wait a moment." Simultaneously, the old ancestor of the underworld tossed a blood jade towards Qingyang, saying, "Old ancestor finds you quite agreeable. Keep this jade safe. In times of danger, crush it, and no matter where you are, I shall come to your aid." With that, he turned and soared towards the underworld. After traveling a considerable distance, the passage to the underworld closed. But just before it did, a voice reached Qingyang's ears. "Young friend Qingyang, no matter when, the underworld will always have a place for you." As the narrative continues, Qingyang mused over the concept of karma and retribution, reflecting, "Indeed, this is directed at none other than the old ancestor of the underworld. Had I not intervened and persuaded him, who knows if he would have become the lord of the Asura path? Perhaps he could have even been eliminated by the heavenly or Great Dao. Otherwise, how could the Asura clan have been dictated by Bo Sun in the previous era?" As Qingyang contemplated, Di Jiang interjected, "Young friend Qingyang, do you have something to say? Speak freely. Our witch clan will do everything within our power to assist you. After all, you are a great benefactor to our clan." Upon hearing this, Qingyang quickly waved his hands, insisting, "Old ancestor Di Jiang, you are too courteous. What benefactor? It was merely happenstance that I encountered the ancestral witch Houtu. I shall not leverage this encounter for personal gain." Upon hearing these words, the ancestral witches erupted in carefree laughter. Zhu Rong remarked, "Young friend Qingyang, your character is exactly to my liking. I consider you a friend. You're not only my friend, but also a benefactor to our witch clan. No further words are necessary. Once we reach the witch clan, you will understand." From then on, Qingyang found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy journey, they finally arrived at the witch clan. Upon reaching their destination, Qingyang hastily dismounted. Sitting upon Di Jiang's shoulder throughout the ride had left him stiff and tense, for after all, he was in the presence of quasi-saint level powerhouses, 11 in total, naturally instilling a sense of trepidation. After touching down, he followed the ancestral witches towards the ancestral witch hall. Upon seeing the ancestral witch hall standing there, Qingyang bowed deeply in respect. The ancestral witches, witnessing this, were filled with excitement, for to bow before the ancestral witch hall signified an acknowledgement of the great Pangu, and to recognize Pangu was to recognize their witch clan. "Young friend, you are indeed the very first guest to arrive at the ancestral witch hall." "Ha ha." Upon hearing these words, Qingyang responded with a serious countenance, expressing his profound gratitude to the esteemed ancestors for allowing him to experience the majesty of the great Pangu. Qingyang felt deeply honored. Noticing his earnest demeanor, which was evidently sincere, the ancestors invited him to proceed. Thus, Qingyang followed them into the Pangu hall. Once inside, without further ado, he produced a drop of essence blood, which upon entering the ancestral witch hall, flew on its own into the blood pool before him. Observing this, the ancestors each released a drop of essence blood into the pool as well, after which they exited the ancestral witch hall and arrived at a certain tribe. Emperor Jiang remarked, "Zhurong and Gonggong, please accompany our young friend well. I shall return shortly." With that, he vanished from sight. "Come, let me show you our witch clan's young warriors." Upon arriving at this place, Qingyang felt a significant relaxation, no longer burdened by tension, and felt a sense of ease. Before long, Emperor Jiang returned, holding 2 items in his hands, saying, "Young friend Qingyang, I wonder if you are aware of the value of these 2 treasures." Turning around, Qingyang saw that in Emperor Jiang's left hand was a 5-colored treasure umbrella, unmistakably a congenital artifact, though he could not discern its rank. In his right hand was a ruler of a profound yellow hue, intricately inscribed with the myriad spirits of the primordial wilderness. The very essence of this treasure seemed to embody numerous life forms, each representing various races, which was truly peculiar, suddenly recalling a certain magical artifact. Qingyang recognized it immediately and leaped up, exclaiming, "Ancestral witches, this is far too precious. I cannot possibly accept it." To his surprise, Emperor Jiang replied, "Young friend, you may not realize the significance of this treasure, but our witch clan believes in repaying kindness. Do you understand how vital the ascension of Sister Houtu is to our clan? Now, we have a sage among us, and we have retained some of our young warriors, ensuring we have no worries. We shall inevitably battle the demon clan, and it will not be a trivial conflict. Young friend, you are a wise individual. You surely comprehend my words. Thus, we can only use this treasure to express our gratitude." At this moment, Zhurong, with a piercing gaze, added, "Qingyang, if you refuse these two treasures, it would be tantamount to disrespecting me and our witch clan." The expressions of the ancestors reflected deep sorrow, leaving Qingyang with no choice but to relent. "Very well, I shall accept them." Upon saying this, the ancestors revealed expressions of relief, exclaiming, "Now you understand. Why be so hesitant? Come, let us drink." Subsequently, Qingyang accepted the two treasures and joined the witch clan in a hearty celebration. On the summit of Buzhou Mountain, a solitary figure was laboriously climbing upward. This was none other than Qingyang. After spending several months with the witch clan, he bid them farewell and ascended Buzhou Mountain, where he was immediately met with an overwhelming pressure. Shortly after arriving, Qingyang sensed a profound energy locking onto a certain point of Buzhou, yet despite his efforts, he found himself unable to ascend due to the formidable oppressive force. With no other options, he leaped downward. Gazing at the towering Buzhou Mountain, he mused that he would return only after a breakthrough in his cultivation. "Treasures, since we are fated to meet, I shall return for you." With this thought, he turned and hastened towards Kunlun. Chapter 32. The three purities set the formation not long after departing from Buzhou Mountain. A voice resonated through the air. "I am the Taiji Sage, one of the three purities, establishing a formation outside Kunlun Mountain. Those who can breach this formation shall become my personal disciples, regardless of race. All may attempt to pass that I am the I Ching Sage." Another of the three purities, setting up two formations outside Kunlun Mountain. "Breaching one formation allows one to become an inner disciple of my teaching, without regard for race. All may attempt to pass. I am the Shanqing Sage, the last of the three purities, placing three formations outside Kunlun Mountain. Breaching one grants access to the outer discipleship, breaching two allows entry as inner disciples, and breaching all three grants personal discipleship. Irrespective of race, all may attempt to pass." Not only Qingyang heard this, but the entirety of the primordial beings also did. The wilderness trembled, resonating with life, as countless beings rushed towards Kunlun. However, they soon realized that entering under the sage's tutelage was no simple feat. The barriers of aptitude and disposition halted many. Unexpectedly, another voice rang out. "I am the leader of the Western Buddhist teachings, the saint of salvation. All beings may enter my fold, regardless of race." Upon hearing this proclamation, the primordial beings fell silent, aware of the Western faction's betrayal of the Taoist teachings and their lack of reverence for the Taoist ancestor. Who among them would abandon their own path to seek refuge in the barren lands of the West? Furthermore, who would wish to dwell in such a desolate place? However, Qingyang, upon hearing this, hastened towards Kunlun, fearing he might miss the opportunity. Although he understood that joining the Jie sect was relatively easier, arriving early was still advantageous. After 30 years of travel, he suddenly felt a moment of disorientation as a certain energy locked onto him from the left, its nature unknown. As Qingyang contemplated moving on, he recalled something and quickly released the creature. Having been confined for so long, Laifu stood up in indignation, one hand on its hip and the other pointing at Qingyang, chattering away like an angry housewife. There was no doubt it was scolding Qingyang. Suddenly, Qingyang produced a fruit, and immediately Laifu fell silent, eagerly gnawing at it with delight, its little eyes sparkling with joy. Once finished, Laifu leaped over and rubbed its little face against Qingyang's leg, whether in an attempt to savor the juice or to express affection. It was evident that its mood had improved. Qingyang then pointed in a direction, inquiring if there were any treasures to be found. Upon hearing this, Laifu sniffed vigorously in that direction and dashed off, prompting Qingyang to surmise that treasures were indeed present. After half an hour, the sight before Qingyang caused his eyes to gleam. What had he discovered? In the primordial wilderness, apart from the congenital gourd vine bearing 7 gourds, each a supreme congenital spiritual treasure of immense power, there was another spiritual root that bore 4 spiritual treasures, all of which were exceptional and purely offensive in nature. Before Qingyang stood the legendary congenital root, the banana tree. Although the banana tree did not rank among the top 10 congenital roots, it was still an exceptional one. This banana tree had absorbed the 4 elemental essences of earth, water, fire, and wind, resulting in the growth of 4 banana fans. The wind banana fan could summon fierce gales, darkening the skies with a single flap, altering the stars with 2 flaps, and reversing the river's flow with 3. Even a celestial being at the Tai level would be swept away by such winds. The water banana fan could condense boundless vapor, embodying the essence of the lunar energy, capable of extinguishing all fires and summoning storms, resulting in torrential downpours. The earth banana fan could drive mountains and alter the currents of the earth, controlling the very essence of the land, possessing the ability to relocate mountains at will. The fire banana fan could unleash blazing infernos that were not of this world, comprising primordial fires from wood, stone, and air. Ordinary water could not extinguish such flames. Indeed, the banana tree was a truly exceptional congenital root. The 4 banana fans were immensely powerful. Before him, only 2 fans remained, the earth and water attributes. Faced with the dilemma of which to choose, Qingyang pondered for a moment before declaring, "Both treasures are fated to be mine." He then reached out to pluck the earth attributes banana fan. The moment he did so, the banana tree vanished. Qingyang lamented this loss, realizing his greed. Had anyone witnessed his expression, they would have surely reprimanded him for being insatiable. Continuing towards Kunlun, Qingyang encountered no dangers along the way. Even when he encountered other beings, they were all hastily making their way to Kunlun, eager to seek the sage's teachings. After all, who wouldn't want to ally with such powerful figures? On his journey, Qingyang reflected on whether this was due to the merits of the golden wheel of virtue. First, he acquired 2 treasures from the witch clan, then found treasures awaiting him on Buzhou Mountain, and now stumbled upon the exceptional banana fans that it was hard to believe this was all mere coincidence. With the golden wheel of virtue, Qingyang felt emboldened to venture anywhere. Who would dare to harm him? Just shining the wheel, even just 2 circles with the merits of the Dao, would cause any sage to think twice before acting against him. This was indeed a means of self-preservation. Kunlun Mountain, here I come. Chapter 33. The second personal disciple, gazing at the mountains ahead, Qingyang felt a surge of ambition. Kunlun Mountain, also known as Kunlun X, is revered as the ancestor of dragon veins and the progenitor of myriad mountains. In the distance, he beheld Kunlun Mountain, shrouded in purple aura, basking in the radiant sun, adorned with ancient pines and cypress, brimming with verdant life. Countless ancient trees decorated the azure mountains, while the colors of clouds and rain enveloped the emerald peaks. Thousands of flowers bloomed in vibrant competition, carpeting the slopes, and even the wild grasses by the roadside exuded a fragrant aroma. Fruit trees flourished among the ridges, their branches heavy with spiritual fruits. Occasionally, the call of celestial cranes echoed, their voices piercing the heavens, while flocks of birds soared, manifesting 5-colored divine clouds. White deer and azure monkeys occasionally appeared in the woods, while azure lions and white elephants concealed themselves in the foliage. Upon careful observation of the land of Lingfu, it truly resembles paradise. At long last, Qingyang gazed at Kunlun, overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. Reflecting on the journey since his transformation, he had traversed from that valley towards the unyielding Kunlun Mountain, encountering countless dangers and setbacks along the way. Nevertheless, he persevered, and this time he must succeed in becoming a disciple. Regaining his composure and shaking off the dust of his travels, Qingyang strode forward. Upon entering the mountain range, he nearly uttered a couplet of national essence, but managed to restrain himself. Beings, no, living creatures, surrounded the grand formation, including even those animals that had yet to transform. Faced with this scene, Qingyang found himself unable to cue. As he beheld the mountains leading towards Kunlun, the 3 pure ones turned their gaze upon him. First, the Taiji sage raised his head to look at Qingyang, murmuring, "A fine disciple indeed, a true being of virtue." Yuan Shi and Tong Tian followed suit, lifting their eyes to Qingyang. Yuan Shi exclaimed, "Indeed, a remarkable talent. This lad exudes an aura of virtue. His magical powers are steady and solid, and his foundation is commendable. Born of the primordial yin and yang, he is worthy to be taken under our wing." Just as they were about to take action, Tong Tian interjected, "Second brother, we agreed they must approach us to become disciples. How can you snatch away a promising talent at first sight? It is most unfair." Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, merely huffed, falling silent, feeling somewhat reluctant to claim Qingyang. Nevertheless, the three saints fixated their attention solely on Qingyang, not sparing a glance elsewhere, including Taiji Sage as for Tong Tian. His expression beamed with joy, as if Qingyang had already pledged himself to him. Despite the numerous beings surrounding the formations, most congregated near the formations of Taiji Sage and Yuan Shi, while only a few were near Tong Tian's side. This was unavoidable, as Tong Tian had 3 formations while the others had fewer. Yet even so, Tong Tian's formations were easier to traverse as Qingyang slowly began to move. The 3 pure ones watched intently, hoping he would approach their formations to seek them as mentors. Each of the 3 saints had their intentions, even if Qingyang failed to pass through their formations. As long as he attempted theirs, they would step forth to accept him as a disciple, showcasing their fondness for him. After an indeterminate number of steps, 1, 2, 5, Qingyang arrived near the formations and halted, closing his eyes. Observing this, the 3 pure ones understood the significance of his actions, their affection for him deepening as they recognized that he was calming his emotions and honoring his own choice. Moments later, Qingyang opened his eyes and decisively advanced towards the formations, choosing Tong Tian. Upon witnessing this, Tong Tian erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, my dear disciple." He then positioned himself behind the formation, preparing for what was to come. Although Qingyang had chosen Tong Tian, Taiji Sage and Yuan Shi were still curious to see how far he could progress through the formations, to their astonishment. As soon as Qingyang entered the formation, nothing appeared. After merely 3 steps, he found himself before Tong Tian. Tong Tian, seeing this, burst into laughter, while the other 2 saints were momentarily taken aback, their smiles fading. What did these 3 formations signify? One represented the purity of magical power, the second the resilience of will, and the third the quality of one's heart. Those with dark intentions could not enter a sage's domain, regardless of their innate talent. At this moment, Qingyang felt somewhat dazed. As he emerged from the formation, a young Taoist was laughing heartily at him, which made Qingyang feel nervous. What was the matter with this person, laughing at me like that? In his moment of stupor, Tong Tian gazed at Qingyang, his admiration growing with every glance. Such a splendid foundation, a strong base, unwavering determination, and an impeccable character, he exclaimed, "Good, good, good." Each good snapping Qingyang back to reality. I could see that moment. A plump Taoist beside him remarked, "Friend, this is my master, Tong Tian." Upon hearing this, Qingyang bowed his head, saying, "Qingyang pays respects to Master Tong Tian." Tong Tian, observing this, said, "Speak freely." Once Qingyang stood, he turned to face Tong Tian, noting the man before him, whose hair was as dark as ink, adorned with the Qinghua crown and clad in a blue Taoist robe, radiating a stern demeanor. Tong Tian then proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall be my second direct disciple." He casually produced a treasure, saying, "This is the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Yin-Yang 2 instruments lamp, more fitting for you. I bestow it upon you for your protection." Nearby, he gestured toward the figure, saying, "This is your senior brother, Duo Bao." Upon hearing this, Qingyang's eyes filled with tears. To be granted a spiritual treasure upon becoming a disciple, such a supreme treasure, it was indeed the right choice. He immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Qingyang thanks Master." He did not address him as teacher, but rather as master, akin to a father. This title brought immense satisfaction to Tong Tian, who thought, yes, the bond between master and disciple should embody such warmth. He then helped Qingyang to his feet, saying, "Come, let us greet your 2 uncles." I personally cherish the bond within the Jiejiao, and I firmly believe that although myriad immortals may pay their respects, a sage would never accept those of great treachery and malice as disciples. Chapter 34. Paying respects to the two sages. Tong Tian led Qingyang towards the highest point in the direction of Kunlun. Arriving before Taiji Sage and Yuan Shi, the two sages regarded the approaching duo with attentive eyes. "This is your granduncle, Taiji Sage, and this is your second granduncle, Yuan Shi," Tong Tian introduced at this moment. Qingyang knelt, offering his salutations. Qingyang pays respects to granduncle and second granduncle. There's no need for excessive formalities. "Rise," the two sages said with smiles in their eyes, with Taiji Sage adding, "regardless of the circumstances." Qingyang has indeed entered the fold of Tong Tian's disciples. The three were originally manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, bound by blood ties. That it is said that one day, when the three pure ones had yet to attain sainthood, while cultivating on Kunlun Mountain, they simultaneously sensed a disturbance in their hearts, as if a significant connection had emerged from a certain place. The three quickly convened, determined to investigate the matter, not one to procrastinate. They swiftly devised a plan. In the blink of an eye, the three appeared outside Kunlun Mountain, flying towards the source of the energy, not pausing along the way. However, en route, they encountered an unexpected opportunity. Upon arriving at a certain location, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, revealing an abundance of innate essence. The three exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intent, and raced towards the source of the energy. Before they could arrive, they beheld three items enveloped in innate energy, slowly rotating in the void. As they reached the location, the three items flew towards the three pure ones, with a swift motion. Each item landed in their hands, and as the innate energy dissipated, three ancient yet grand lamp-shaped treasures were unveiled. These were among the 7 divine lamps, the 8 scenery palace lamp, the jade void glazed lamp, and the Yin Yang 2 instruments lamp. The 8 scenery palace lamp contained a purple flame known as the burning sky purple fire, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. The jade void glazed lamp housed a golden flame called the ancient flame of all spirits, which could probe into all beings. The Yin Yang 2 instruments lamp contained a black and white flame known as the Yin Yang flame, capable of refining souls with its Yin fire and incinerating bodies with its Yang fire, embodying the duality of destruction. Having acquired these treasures, the three pure ones swiftly made their way towards the source of the energy. Upon arrival, they discovered it emanated from an area on Buzhou Mountain. The three ascended the mountain, proceeding directly to a cave without any hesitation. Inside, they beheld a blue lotus gracefully spinning above a pool of water. This was the 24-petal primal creation blue lotus. Gazing upon this flower, the three experienced enlightenment. Each called out, "Red flower, white lotus, blue lotus leaf," and immediately the white lotus transformed into a flat staff. The blue lotus leaf morphed into the Qingping sword, and the red flower became the 3 treasures of the jade Wuyi. These 3 spiritual treasures became the path to enlightenment for the 3 pure ones. The saying red flower, white lotus, blue lotus leaf signifies that the 3 teachings are fundamentally one and the same. Qingyang looked upon the 2 sages. One had long white hair, cascading over his shoulders, adorned with a Taiji-colored fishtail crown and wearing the 8 trigrams robe, an elder exuding serenity. The other bore a square visage, wearing a jade-green lotus crown and clad in the attire of a majestic middle-aged man. These were Taiji Sage and Yuan Shi. Both sages regarded Qingyang and spoke slowly, neither arrogant nor impatient. With an excellent foundation and character, third brother, you have indeed acquired a fine disciple. Although they had gained the essence of Yin and Yang, Qingyang was free from the karma of the Yin-Yang ancestor. Green represents Yin, and Yin is green. Qingyang, a splendid name, a wonderful fate, Taiji Sage remarked leisurely, with Tong Tian and Yuan Shi nodding in agreement. Casually, he pulled out a gourd and handed it to Qingyang, saying, "This is a 9-tier golden elixir crafted by your granduncle during his leisure time, containing 9 pills. I present it to you as a token of our first meeting." Yuan Shi then produced a jade pendant, stating, This is a postnatal treasure crafted by your granduncle during his idle hours. Imbued with a fraction of my power, I bestow it upon you as a greeting gift. Receiving the two items, Qingyang once again expressed his gratitude to the two sages. Taiji sage then added, "Third brother is indeed generous. He has a fondness for the Yin-Yang 2 instruments lamp, which he only takes out during his inner sanctuary cultivation. Yet he willingly bestows it upon Qingyang. Truly, he holds great affection for him. However, this treasure indeed suits Qingyang." Upon hearing this, Qingyang realized that it was the great sage of Taishang who was hinting at him, implying that the principles of yin and yang contained within the treasure lamp resonated with his own path of enlightenment, and that he should not miss this opportunity. He promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Uncle, for your guidance." Qingyang has now comprehended. With that, Taishang ceased to speak further. Suddenly, Tongtian's voice echoed, "Brothers, I shall first impart to Qingyang the methods of cultivation." Observing that Qingyang's magical power is abundant and his physical form agile, I fear he may soon break through his current limitations. The two saints nodded in agreement. Tongtian then lifted Qingyang and soared into his inner sanctum. Upon entering the hall, he set Qingyang down and sat on the floor. Qingyang followed suit, taking a seat opposite his master. "Here, I possess numerous divine techniques and spells to impart to you that I shall teach you the Qingxian Sutra. This method refines the spirit with the spirit and the yang with the yang. Only those of exceptionally high disposition can cultivate it. However, this practice still lacks the literary fire. Thus you must also attain enlightenment during meditation to ascend to the celestial realm. Those who successfully cultivate the Qingxian will possess a heart devoid of desire. Hence it is termed Wu Wei. With a heart free of desire, one perceives the desires of others, understanding causality and the connections between events. Thus it is also called Wu Bu Wei. Moreover, there are numerous other wondrous methods that require your own comprehension. I will also transmit to you the physical techniques known as the 8 or 9 mystical arts, which involve transformations and endless wonders. This set of techniques is not only a gateway to immortality, but also encompasses 36 celestial powers, 72 terrestrial powers, and many varied control techniques. Additionally, with respect to the power of the primordial spirit, there are numerous marvels I shall refrain from elaborating upon, as you must gradually experience and understand them yourself. With a wave of his hand, a beam of pure light entered Qingyang's body. "You shall remain here, focus on your cultivation, and strive to break through soon." With that, he departed the hall, leaving Qingyang alone inside to enter seclusion. Chapter 35. The 5 Qi returned to origin after Tongtian's departure. 2 spells resonated within Qingyang's mind. Gazing at these cultivation methods, he felt a profound tranquility. After waiting all these years, he had finally become a disciple of a sage. Why had he chosen to join the Jie sect? Because he was acutely aware of what lay ahead. The entire Jie sect would attract countless immortals, yet in the war of the gods, many perished and many were reincarnated, with some even becoming figures of renown. He was fully aware of the fate of the 3,000 worldly guests who were captured and taken to the West to become monks. Why, knowing the dangers, would one still venture into the fire pit? Having witnessed the tale of the war of the gods, he knew well that the once grand Jie sect was left with but a few straggling disciples, its name lingering without substance. Yet, the Chan sect was not without its troubles either. For among the 12 golden immortals had defected, and disciples of 3 generations pursued their master with magical artifacts, bringing shame upon the Chan sect in the eyes of countless beings. Had it not been for the alliance with the other 2 sects, the Chan sect might have faced annihilation, for it was known for bullying the weak. Though the Jie sect suffered a crushing defeat, the Chan sect was also gravely weakened. Neither sect emerged victorious. The true victors were the Western teachings and the heavenly court. Furthermore, humanity faced defeat, as even the title of human emperor was usurped by the celestial sun, transforming the equality of mortals and immortals into a hierarchy where they were subordinated to the immortals, worshipping them without autonomy. In the war of the gods, the Jie sect truly showcased its might. With 4 principal disciples, attended by 7 immortals, and a multitude of inter-sect disciples engaged in fierce confrontations of divine abilities and magical artifacts, the unwavering intent of the sect, the bonds of brotherhood, heartfelt emotions, indomitable spirit, and the courage to confront the sages. All of these commanded the respect of the beings in the primordial realm, vividly illustrating what it meant to be a Sect immortal. Especially Tian, who faced off against 4 revered sages without flinching. What tremendous courage that required. Within the array of myriad immortals, the disciples of the Sect charged forth one after another, heedless of their own destruction, akin to moths drawn to a flame. All of this deeply captivated Qingyang. Having arrived in the primordial realm, he resolved that even if he faced death and obliteration, he would strive to become a Sect immortal. Qingyang even contemplated his immortal name, Yin Yang Qi Sheng Qingyang, transformed into the Sect's Yin Yang immortal, and no matter what path lay ahead, be it fame or reincarnation, he would harbor no regrets. With these thoughts, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Outside Kunlun Mountain, beings continued to surge forth from all directions, eager to breach the array and seek discipleship. The 3 purities observed these beings closely. Yet, despite the passage of a century, neither Taishang nor Yuanshi had taken in a single disciple. While Tian had only accepted Qingyang as for Duobao, he had already been taken as a disciple when Tian traversed the primordial realm. As 100 years passed, Kunlun Mountain became a veritable menagerie. Lions, tigers, wolves, bears, and phoenixes abounded. Creatures of all kinds were present. In a typical scenario, these animals would engage in fierce battles upon encountering one another, with no hesitation whatsoever, as many were natural enemies. Moreover, many beings had taken on forms, though many of these transformations were imperfect, retaining some characteristics of their original forms. Only a few had completely transformed into human shapes, and they were exceedingly rare. One man, with a dark face and a beard, gazed at the formation set by Tian, then leaped into the array. Following him was a peculiar cultivator with unusually long ears that drooped to his shoulders, who also entered the array at a leisurely pace. This time, a century had passed since the disciple collecting began. Taishang had yet to receive a disciple, while Yuanshi had 4 figures following him, and Tian had 3 disciples trailing behind him. The 4 disciples of Yuanshi were undoubtedly led by Guang Qingzi, the foremost disciple of the Chan sect, cultivating in the Peach Blossom Cave of 9 Immortals Mountain. Currently at the early stage of the profound immortal realm, the second figure was Qi Jingzi, who practiced in the Cloud Cave of Mount Buzhou at the early stage of the true immortal realm. The third was Yu Dingjinren, who was originally a primordial jade stone transformed into a being, cultivating in the Golden Mist Cave of Jade Spring Mountain, currently at the mid-stage of the true immortal realm. The fourth was Zhu Lu Sun, who practiced in the Flying Cloud Cave of the Dragon Clamping Mountain, also at the early stage of the true immortal realm. As for the 3 disciples following Tian, they were 3 female cultivators, specifically the 3 great holy mothers. There was no need to elaborate on Duobao and Qingyang. The third direct disciple, Jin Ling, was originally a golden phoenix who had attained transformation. At the late stage of the profound immortal realm, the fourth direct disciple, Wu Dang Xingmu, was a bell-shaped magical artifact that had gained a spark of consciousness and transformed, also at the late stage of the profound immortal realm. The fifth direct disciple, Gui Ling Xingmu, was an immortal turtle of longevity, currently at the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. As for the 2 within the array, we shall discuss them later. Let us focus on Qingyang, who remained deeply engrossed in his cultivation, having already broken through to the golden immortal stage. Speaking of the golden immortal stage, it is essential to mention the 5 qi in the chest. Indeed, to break through to the golden immortal, one must refine the 5 qi within the chest and grasp a fragment of the Great Dao, which is the power of the laws. As Qingyang refined the 5 qi within him, he needed to regenerate his internal organs and gradually establish his skeletal and muscular framework from within, growing bit by bit. During cultivation, tranquility should be the primary focus, severing all ties of causality, isolating all inner and outer thoughts. In this moment, Qingyang resembled a being returning from the acquired to the innate, akin to a living corpse. The joys and sorrows of the world, in their chaotic multitude, could not disturb his mind. Being originally a manifestation of the yin and yang source, He meticulously contemplated the principles of yin and yang, that a subtle essence emanated from his heart, lungs, spleen, liver, and kidneys. The heart concealed the spirit, corresponding to the fire energy of the southern region, while the liver housed the soul, aligning with the wood energy of the east. The spleen contained intentions, corresponding to the earth energy of the center. The lungs concealed the corporeal soul, corresponding to the metal energy of the west, and the kidneys stored essence, in alignment with the water energy of the north. This is known as the 5 qi returning to origin. These organs correspond to the 5 elements of fire, wood, earth, metal, and water, collectively referred to as the 5q I.B. While refining the 5 qi, one transforms yin and yang. Thus, the emergence of the 5 qi signifies the manifestation of yin and yang. In truth, there is no specific method for returning to origin. It is a natural progression that varies from person to person, and the path to enlightenment is unique to each individual, requiring gradual comprehension. Chapter 36. Breaking through 2 stages. After Qingyang's breakthrough to the golden immortal stage, no thunder tribulation occurred, for the heavenly court was not yet in control and had not imposed shackles upon the beings of the world. Having attained the golden immortal stage, Qingyang did not exit his seclusion but remained in meditation. Perhaps it was due to the solid foundation he had laid, his magical powers being well preserved and solidified. Sensing he still had the energy to break through another level, he chose not to exit, but to continue his cultivation. This period of cultivation lasted for 200 years. Qingyang now resembled a resilient pine tree, embodying the essence of tenacity. Outside Kunlun Mountain, the number of beings had significantly dwindled, as most of them had repeatedly attempted to breach the formations of the 3 purities, only to find themselves unsuccessful, leading to a sense of despair. Among these beings, some looked up towards the west, their eyes gleaming with hope. What precisely they were thinking remained a mystery. During these 200 years in the primordial realm, even the witch and demon clans had quieted considerably, with only minor skirmishes occurring. These conflicts were primarily among the lower-tier cultivators of both clans and were swiftly suppressed by the higher-ups, creating a tacit atmosphere of reconciliation between the 2 factions that, of course, only their ancestral witches and the celestial emperor Dongwang possessed the full knowledge of the situation. Perhaps it was indeed the decree of the Dao Ancestor that forbade any grand battles for a millennium that brought about this tranquility. At this moment on Kunlun Mountain, the vicinity of Sanqing has become bustling with numerous figures, no longer so desolate and solitary. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching are merely 3 short of full attendance, while behind the Lord of a multitude of disciples stands orderly, exuding an extraordinary aura. The Taishang saint remains alone, perhaps due to the exceedingly stringent requirements for discipleship he imposes, with only the last 200 years remaining. This round of disciple recruitment by the Sanqing is drawing to a close. Qingyang is still engrossed in his cultivation. Within him burns a pure white flame, emanating waves of tranquil energy that bestow a sense of serenity. However, Qingyang's expression is one of gritted teeth and grimaces, beads of perspiration trickling down his face, his clothes nearly soaked through, overwhelmed by the torrent of sweat. The might of this flame is astonishing. Even with my cultivation at the golden immortal stage, I can barely suppress it. It feels as though this fire seeks to purify me, evoking a sensation akin to transcendence. What sort of heavenly spiritual fire is this? When it first manifested, I managed to confine it within the tower, preventing it from refining any spiritual essence. Over these years, it has shown no sign of waning, yet remains so formidable. This flame is indeed the strand of innate spiritual fire that Qingyang encountered shortly after his transformation from the valley. Logically, such heavenly spiritual fire requires a lengthy period of growth, incessantly refining equivalent spiritual materials from the world to enhance its power. Its current strength, having just emerged, is beyond Qingyang's expectations. After breaking through to the golden immortal stage, Qingyang sensed that he could advance further. Yet each time he approached the mid-stage breakthrough, he found himself lacking a crucial opportunity, a recurring dilemma. This moment, Qingyang perceived that he is in need of some external assistance. Although he has collected a fair amount of heavenly treasures, he still lacks this specific supportive spiritual material. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignites in Qingyang's mind. How could he have forgotten about it? With a swift gesture, a flickering flame appears within the grand hall. Upon seeing this fire, Qingyang instantly feels a surge of magical energy within him. He recognizes that this flame can indeed aid him in breaking through. And after his advancement to the Golden Immortal stage, he has gained some confidence in refining this fire. Without a moment's hesitation, he draws the flame into his body, intending to refine his astonishment. The moment the flame enters, it erupts into a towering blaze, quickly enveloping his entire dantian and gradually extending towards his internal organs. This frightens Qingyang immensely. If this fire were to touch his recently condensed organs, it would surely refine him to oblivion. That he hastily mobilizes his magical energy to encase the fire within his dantian, preventing any movement, but this proves ineffective. After a brief moment, Qingyang finds that he has not refined even a hint of it. It seems impossible to subdue, and instead, it gradually consumes a significant amount of his magical energy. Moreover, he feels its power intensifying as the dantian burns with a searing pain that radiates throughout his entire being, causing him to sweat profusely, a golden immortal sweating. He might well be the first in the primordial world. Thus, Qingyang's grimace deepens, and he contemplates whether to call for his master. How embarrassing would that be? Just having become a disciple, and on the very first occasion of cultivation, he finds himself in need of his teacher's rescue. What a loss of face! Yet his life is of far greater importance than his pride, and he ultimately chooses survival over dignity. Just as he prepares to speak, the power of merits within him stirs, flowing through his meridians towards his dantian. Upon witnessing this, Qingyang hesitates, deciding to refrain from seeking his master for the moment and to assess the situation first. As the power of merits gradually reaches his dantian, something peculiar occurs. The fire, upon sensing this power, retracts into a compact form, returning to its original size and trembling as if in fear. Indeed, it is quaking. Qingyang's heart leaps with joy at this sight. This is the perfect opportunity to refine the flame. He channels all his magical energy into his dantian, penetrating the fire within. This moment, the flame ceases its resistance, allowing Qingyang to refine it as if resigned to its fate. Had he not made contact with it, this fire would undoubtedly have taken form, potentially resulting in the emergence of another flame sovereign in the primordial world. After a short while, Qingyang successfully refines the flame, and his magical energy surges forth. The moment to break through to the mid-stage has arrived. Utilizing his magical energy to guide the flame through his meridians, it returns to his dantian. Qingyang sits cross-legged, and all the spiritual energy in the grand hall begins to converge around him. As if he is glowing with an extraordinary radiance, streams of heavenly spiritual materials flow into his body through his mouth and nostrils. And at that moment, his previously stagnant cultivation begins to flow gradually. His entire being manifests as a tempest of spiritual energy shining brilliantly, and as this dazzling light intensifies, it ultimately shatters, vanishing within him. Chapter 37. Qingyang emerges from seclusion, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within him. Qingyang, now having broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal, waves his hand, and a white flame materializes. Upon sensing the power of this flame, it becomes evident to Qingyang just how fortunate he is, for this spiritual fire is not something that can be approached at the Golden Immortal stage. At the very least, the magical energy of a Tai Golden Immortal is required to withstand its purifying force before having a chance to refine it. Had it not been for the power of merits, Qingyang would have likely been refined by it without even calling upon the Lord of Tongtian. It would indeed be a grand spectacle for the second direct disciple of it to be transformed by a mere flame. Qingyang ponders for a moment, then glances at the other two cultivation methods. If one is to forge iron, one must strike while it is hot. His current state is optimal, and thus he decides to continue his cultivation. The 8-9 profound art, the most formidable divine ability for those below the quasi-saint level, cultivates both the physical body and the primordial spirit, allowing one to achieve sanctity with the body at its pinnacle. This technique derives its essence from the yin number of 8 and the yang number of 9, for the product of 8 and 9 represents the utmost in Taoist methods. Hence, there are the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends and the 3 heads and 6 arms technique. When cultivated to perfection, one attains the indestructible state, impervious even to pure yang treasures or innate spiritual artifacts, sustaining minimal damage and occasionally sparking fire without suffering in the slightest. Once perfected, the body becomes formidable, dominating the primordial world. Upon mastering this art, one can freely transform into myriad beings of the primordial realm, integrating the advantages and divine abilities of countless races into one's self, thus becoming a being of infinite transformations and unparalleled divine powers. With an indestructible primordial spirit, the physical body remains immortal. If the primordial spirit retreats, one can still ensure safety, and the body can be reborn infinitely, coupled with the ability to change with the wind. This art is truly immortal and indestructible. The 8-9 profound art consists of 9 transformations. The first transformation is Earth Immortal. The second is Heaven Immortal. The third is True Immortal. The fourth is Profound Immortal. The fifth is Golden Immortal. The sixth is Tai Golden Immortal. The seventh is the Luo Golden Immortal. The eighth is Quasi-Saint. And the ninth is Hun Yuan. This is the 8-9 profound art, and each level attained is a pinnacle, without distinction between early and late stages, making one genuinely invincible among peers, complemented by 36 celestial divine powers and 72 earthly fiend divine powers. This is true divine ability, not mere transformation. Upon achieving mastery, one can transform into myriad beings of the primordial realm, and upon reaching the golden immortal stage, one gains hundreds of transformations. Observing this technique, Qingyang muses that it is truly monstrous, yet it is undeniably suited to him. This art requires the pursuit of potent spiritual materials for body refinement. The stronger the spiritual material, the stronger the body, with innate spiritual fire at his disposal, and the most supreme innate spiritual fire, alongside the bloodthirsty power of the witch clan for body refinement. Who could rival him in this cultivation method? He immerses himself wholeheartedly into the training of this art, ignoring worldly affairs that at this moment. Qingyang appears as though drenched in blood, his entire body smeared with crimson, not from injury, but rather a deliberate application during the cultivation of the 8-9 profound art. This blood was gifted to him by the witch clan during his time among them. 12 drops of ancestral witch blood, 12 drops of great witch blood, and a total of 48 drops from other witches, enough to cultivate to the quasi-saint level. Why did the witch clan bestow their blood upon him? During his time with them, after witnessing their formidable physical prowess during sparring matches, he casually remarked that he too desired to cultivate a profound body refinement technique. However, the methods of the witch clan were not suited for him. The words spoken without intent were received with purpose. This statement reached the ears of the ancestral witches, who understood that regardless of the body refinement technique, the quest for spiritual materials was paramount. However, no spiritual material could rival the might of their witch blood. After a moment of contemplation, the ancestral witches decided to gather the necessary blood for him to reach the quasi-saint level. Thus, Qingyang obtained the witch clan's blood, with innate spiritual fire refining the impurities of his body and the witch blood externally solidifying his form. Qingyang finds himself in a state of pain intertwined with pleasure. Enduring this grueling process, Qingyang has been in seclusion for nearly 300 years. The recruitment of disciples by the Sanqing has long since concluded, and he is on the verge of a breakthrough. He has managed to endure, but the blood upon his skin is nearly depleted, almost fully absorbed. In a moment of focus, a thunderous sound erupts from within Qingyang's body, echoing like celestial thunder and continuing for a while until it culminates in a resounding boom. Accompanied by a shudder of his physical form, Qingyang opens his eyes. Rising, he senses the power of his body and smiles, marveling at its formidable strength. He has successfully progressed to the 5th transformation of the 8-9 profound art, achieving the physical prowess of a golden immortal. Qingyang exclaims, donning his garments and preparing to emerge from seclusion to pay respects to his master, for it has been far too long since he last appeared, and he wishes to greet his fellow disciples. With a creak, the doors of the grand hall swing open, revealing the long-awaited sunlight. How swiftly time has passed in cultivation. Years have flown by like the snap of fingers. A voice resonates in his ears, "Disciple, come seek your master." Upon hearing this, Qingyang responds, "Master, your disciple will be there shortly." Following the guidance of Tong Tian, he arrives at a valley atop Kunlun mountain, where he finds his master serenely seated upon a massive rock. Surrounded by dozens of figures at AS for their cultivation levels, from the lofty realms of the Xianxian to the celestial beings of the Tian, all were present. Before Tong Tian, they bowed deeply and addressed him as master. Tong Tian gazed at Qingyang, his face radiating admiration. After nearly 600 years of seclusion, having ascended 2 stages, he exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. Come, let me introduce you to your fellow disciples." He then addressed the assembly. "This is my second disciple, Qingyang. You should all pay your respects to your senior brother, Qingyang." Instantly, every figure rose and respectfully greeted Qingyang, who responded, "Please rise, my dear junior brothers and sisters," he continued, "since you have joined the Jie sect. We are now one family, and should cherish and support one another without such formalities. In the future, should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will never refuse. However, should I discover anyone straying from our teachings or acting against the principles of the Jie sect, I shall not show mercy." Chapter 38. The Immortals of the Jie sect. "Yes, senior brother Qingyang," Tong Tian replied, nodding with satisfaction. Observing his junior disciples, he reflected, "Most of our main combat forces are assembled. We are merely lacking the 4 great outer disciples, Zhao, Gong Ming, and the 3 Shaos." Indeed, the 4 great direct disciples were all present, alongside the 7 accompanying immortals, led by Wuyi Xian, whose true form was a golden-bearded Ao fish at the late stage of Xianxian. Jingu Xian, Ma Sui, a human who attained enlightenment, wielded a treasured artifact known as the Golden Hoop at the early stage of Xianxian. Chang Dingwang Xian, whose true form was a long-eared rabbit, was at the mid-stage of Xianxian. Qiushou Xian, whose true form was a green-haired lion, was at the early stage of Xianxian. Lingya Xian, whose true form was a long-tusked white elephant, was also at the early stage of Xianxian. Jin Guang Xian, whose true form was a golden-haired roarer, was at the early stage of Xianxian. B. Lu Xian, whose true form was a reed root, was at the early stage of Xianxian. This constituted the 7 accompanying immortals. Additionally, there was a feathered wing Immortal, whose true form was a golden-winged roc, reputed to be the second son of the phoenix, and the brother of Kong Xian, at the late stage of Xianxian. There was also a Ta, a master of spells and formidable in magic at the mid-stage of Xianxian, along with various disciples such as Ma Yuan, Shiji, Lu Huan, and others present. Very well, today's teachings conclude here. You may all return to your cultivation. Qingyang followed his master, trailing behind Tong Tian, as the assembly of immortals respectfully escorted them back to Tong Tian's palace. Tong Tian sat upon a mat, while Qingyang stood below in reverence. "Disciple, should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to speak to me," Tong Tian encouraged. Upon hearing this, Qingyang immediately articulated the aspects of his cultivation that he found perplexing, particularly the intricacies of the 8-9 profound art. Tong Tian patiently provided answers to each query, and Qingyang's face illuminated with understanding, revealing his realization. Looking at Tong Tian, Qingyang said, "Master, I have something to present as a token of filial piety." Tong Tian's interest was piqued. "Oh, let me see what you wish to offer." With a smile, Qingyang produced 2 fruits, the fragrant and crispy white jade pear, a mid-grade spiritual fruit, and presented it, stating, "This shall quench Master's thirst during leisure." He then revealed another item. "Master, this is the first innate tea tree, a supreme spiritual root that produces enlightening tea, rich in flavor." Placing the 2 spiritual fruits and the enlightening tea before his master, he then retrieved another item, saying, "This treasure is a waste for me to possess. It is also a tribute to you." He stepped forward, presenting it to Tong Tian. Upon seeing the 2 fruits, Tong Tian recognized them as innate treasures. And the subsequent tea was indeed a thoughtful gift that my disciple truly possesses great fortune, effortlessly acquiring such innate spiritual roots. Your luck is commendable. However, when Qingyang unveiled the next item, Tong Tian's composure faltered. His eyes widened in astonishment. nearly causing him to rise. What could elicit such excitement from a sage? Qingyang's treasure was none other than the Xian Huang Liangtian ruler, which he explained was a gift from the Wu clan. Reluctantly, Qingyang accepted it, as the ancestral Wu was displeased, reasoning that refusing the treasure would be akin to disrespecting the Wu clan. Thus Qingyang felt compelled to accept it. Tong Tian examined the Xian Huang Liangtian ruler closely. It was a premier post-heaven merit attack treasure, devoid of karmic retribution, capable of suppressing fortunes, and its offensive power rivaled that of the innate treasure, Panga Banner. This naturally piqued Tong Tian's curiosity, much like the premier post-heaven defensive treasure of the Taiji sage, the Tiandi Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda, which possessed defensive capabilities on par with the Chaos Bell. Tong Tian then looked at Qingyang and inquired, "Disciple, do you understand the significance of this treasure? Are you truly willing to part with it for your master?" "Master, I am aware of its importance, yet I still wish to gift it to you." "Willingly," Qingyang replied. "With this treasure, among the saints, you shall undoubtedly be the most formidable." Hearing such praise from his own disciple was music to Tong Tian's ears. He sighed. With such a disciple, the heavenly Dao has indeed been generous with me. He then returned the ruler to Qingyang, saying, "Disciple, I cannot accept this treasure. Its arrival in your hands signifies a unique destiny. Moreover, without this treasure, I fear no sage. Pride and confidence brim within me," eliciting admiration from Qingyang. Putting the treasure away, Tong Tian cautioned, "Disciple, do not reveal this treasure to others. The human heart is inscrutable, and one must remain vigilant. Although you are my disciple, I fear the actions of those who may stray. Once your cultivation strengthens, I shall have no reservations. Remember, you are my direct disciple of Tong Tian. Do not fear anyone outside. Regardless of the circumstances, I will always support you." Upon hearing these words, Qingyang felt a surge of excitement, his face radiant with confidence. "Thank you, Master." Tong Tian waved his hand. "Go now." Outside the palace, Qingyang pondered for a moment before making his way to the palace of the Taiji sage. Upon arriving, he respectfully announced, "Qingyang comes to pay respects to my great uncle." "Come in." The voice of the Taiji sage resonated. Upon entering the grand hall, Qingyang beheld the Taiji sage seated on a mat. Kneeling, he proclaimed, "Wishing my great uncle eternal longevity." The Taiji sage opened his eyes and replied, "Rise." Qingyang stood and said, "Great uncle, I have 2 items to offer as a token of respect. I humbly request your acceptance." He presented the spiritual fruits and the enlightening tea before the Taiji sage. Upon seeing the offerings, the Taiji sage appraised Qingyang with a knowing glance, commenting, "Disciple, you are thoughtful." He then closed his eyes. Entering a state of contemplation, Qingyang remained still, standing respectfully in the grand hall. After a while, the Taiji sage's voice broke the silence. "Do you have any requests, disciple? Speak freely to me." Qingyang hastily knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, great uncle. I wish to learn the art of alchemy." After uttering this, he took a deep breath, awaiting the Taiji sage's response. Hearing this, the Taiji sage's eyes sparkled with light as he swiftly emitted a golden beam into Qingyang's mind. "Go forth. I bestow upon you the secrets of alchemical mastery. Grasp them well." Qingyang, taken aback, maintained his respectful demeanor, expressing his gratitude before exiting the Taiji sage's grand hall. Chapter 39. The Art of Alchemy and Craftsmanship Outside the Palace. Qingyang stood in a daze, disbelief etched across his face. Within his mind resided the alchemical insights of the Taiji sage, encompassing all methods and recipes for alchemy. Qingyang had not anticipated such generosity. This legacy was freely given. Though this was precisely what Qingyang desired, he found it difficult to fathom that he had acquired the art of alchemy so readily. It seemed he should visit his great uncle more frequently, as such encounters only bore benefits. Energized, Qingyang descended from the Taiji Grand Hall and turned his steps towards the palace of Yuanshi Tianzun. Upon arriving at the entrance, Qingyang respectfully announced, "Qingyang comes to pay respects to my second great uncle." Bowing his head as he awaited a response. Inside the Grand Hall, the Taiji sage observed this scene, a smile gracing his lips as he mused, "My disciple is quite ambitious." "Come in," came the call. Pushing open the palace door, Qingyang entered and knelt, proclaiming, wishing my second great-uncle eternal longevity. Hearing this, Yuanshi chuckled. My disciple knows how to flatter. I enjoy eternal longevity, and for him, it is eternal longevity as well. This little trickster, listening to this, Yuanshi inquired, disciple, what brings you here today? Eagerly, Qingyang presented his gifts, repeating the same words, I have brought offerings for my second great-uncle. I humbly request your acceptance. Yuanshi replied straightforwardly. Do you have any matters to discuss? Quickly, Qingyang stepped forward, stating, I wish to learn the art of craftsmanship. Bowing his head in deference, upon hearing this, Yuanshi waved a hand, sending a white light towards Qingyang, and thereafter fell silent. As Qingyang felt the transformation within him, he could scarcely take a moment to reflect. He expressed his gratitude before exiting the Grand Hall. Outside, Qingyang reveled in the newfound knowledge of the four characters. Jade, clarity, craftsmanship. His spirit soaring as he descended the mountain in the near future. Qingyang had no intention of entering seclusion again. Having just emerged from his prior retreat, he found it unbearable to confine himself once more. He could not indulge whimsically. What was the point of cultivating immortality if he could not enjoy the journey? Engaging in discussions of the Dao with his junior brothers and sisters, savoring fruits, and sharing enlightening tea with those he found agreeable. What a delight that would be! Furthermore, the function was still years away. There was no need for haste, as time was ample for cultivation. With these thoughts, he headed towards the disciples' area. Watching this unfolding scene, Tong Tian felt increasingly pleased with his disciple, whose roots, comprehension, and intellect were all exceptional. Moreover, his respect for his teachers was unparalleled. Where could one find such a remarkable disciple? As Qingyang arrived in the disciples' area, he noticed a gathering of over 10 cultivators engrossed in animated discussion. Among them, one individual was passionately proclaiming, all beings, regardless of their appearance, can coexist with us. Qingyang was momentarily taken aback. It had only been a century since the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects had begun to stir discord. Immediately, fury surged within him. If it were the second master who spoke, he would have no choice but to listen. Yet, how dare you, a mere being not even a golden immortal, utter such words? He bellowed, what nonsense are you all spouting? Whom are you referring to with such audacity? Who granted you the gall to spout heresy in the land of the saints? It is truly shameful, unworthy of being a son. The force of his shout sent a shiver down the spines of several individuals, who hastily cast their gazes towards Qingyang. Striding with purpose, Qingyang approached them. Upon reaching the front, the group, unfamiliar with him, inquired about his identity. Qingyang replied, I am Qingyang, the second direct disciple of the Jie sect. Instantly, they recognized him, having heard his name from the mouth of the primordial heavenly venerable. They hurriedly expressed their identities and said, we have met Qingyang Shixiao. Qingyang was well aware of who they were. From a distance, he could tell they were the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, along with a few outer disciples. The 12 golden immortals included the 5th, Taishang, who cultivated in the golden light cave of Qingyang Mountain, at the mid-level of true immortal. The 6th, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, who practiced in the cloud-soaring cave of Wulong Mountain, at the late stage of true immortal. The 7th, Pu Xianjinren, who trained in the White Crane Cave of Jiugong Mountain, at the late stage of true immortal. The 8th, Xihong Daoren, who resided in the Laojia Cave of Putuo Mountain, at the late stage of true immortal. The 9th, Daoxing Tianzuan, who cultivated in the Jade House Cave of Jinting Mountain, at the early stage of true immortal. The 10th, Lingbao Dafa Shi, who practiced in the Yuanyang Cave of Kongtong Mountain, at the mid-level of true immortal. The 11th, Huanglong Jinren, who resided in the Magu Cave of Erxian Mountain, at the early stage of Xian Immortal. The 12th, Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, who cultivated in the Xiang Cave of Qingfeng Mountain, at the early stage of true immortal. Also present were the South Pole Immortal and disciples of the Chan sect, who practiced in the Zhuling Cave of Nanyue Hung Mountain, at the late stage of Xian Immortal, and Yanzongzi, an outer disciple of the Chan sect, known as the Fujinxian, who cultivated in the Yuzhu Cave of Zhongnan Mountain, at the early stage of Xian Immortal, along with a few named disciples. All second-generation disciples of the Chan sect were gathered here. Qingyang glared at them, yet he could not resort to violence. Otherwise, the primordial heavenly venerable would not be pleased that he did not wish to create discord between Tongtian and the primordial heavenly venerable. What was the meaning of congregating here, engaging in slander against fellow disciples instead of diligently cultivating in the cave? Do you think that Kunlun mountain is under your command? Answer me. Upon hearing this, the 12 golden immortals bowed their heads, too intimidated to respond. Observing their timidity, Qingyang's anger intensified. They were truly a bunch of useless beings, unable to retort, yet bold enough to bully the weak. Looking at the disciples of the Sect, who dared to confront the saints, he thought to himself, how pitiful they were. He then declared, "Let this matter rest. If I hear such heretical words from your mouths again, I shall suppress you first and then seek forgiveness from the second master. Now, return to your caves. I have been in seclusion for 600 years. You shall return and meditate for 500 years to refine your spirits." The Chan Sect disciples responded in unison, "Yes, Qingyang Shixiang," realizing they had no choice, especially since Duobao was currently in seclusion, and Qingyang was indeed the highest among the second-generation disciples. Go, disperse. Chapter 40. Disciples discussing Dao over tea. As Qingyang approached the area of the Sect disciples, he could hear cheerful voices and the sound of laughter. He walked over slowly, ate tea that moment. A woman turned to him and said, "The second Shixiang has arrived." Everyone promptly stood up and exclaimed in unison, "We greet you, second Shixiang." Qingyang waved his hand, saying, "No need for formalities next time. Simply call me Qingyang Shixiang or Shixiang." The crowd echoed in agreement. "Haha, Shixiang still prefers a quieter approach," one woman remarked, teasingly. This woman was Jin Ling, still poking fun at Qingyang regarding a previous incident. Upon hearing this, Qingyang awkwardly smiled and gestured for her not to mention it again. "What were you all discussing that brought such joy? Might I join in your merriment?" The group, hearing this, lowered their heads in laughter without speaking. Among them, a woman with a figure as graceful as jade replied. Just now, Jin Ling was recounting how Shixiang once compensated for the spiritual fruit. "Hey, this." Qingyang burst into laughter and said, "Alas, the only disgraceful incident you all know of? Jin Ling, it seems I should have sent a few more spiritual fruits back then. Perhaps then my shimmy would refrain from bringing it up?" Jin Ling covered her mouth and giggled, and the others joined in hearty laughter, realizing that Shixiang was quite amiable, in contrast to the stern demeanor of Duobao Shixiang, which made him feel more approachable. "Come, Shixiang invites you all to taste the spiritual fruits and drink the spiritual tea. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to consult with me." He produced 9 platters of fruits that floated onto the stone tables. There were a total of 9 stone tables, and then he waved his hand, conjuring over 100 fruits, placing one before each person while the rest settled into the platters. Next, he released the 2 beasts that had been pinned up in the tower for quite some time. As soon as they emerged, Wang Kai was about to roar, but upon seeing so many people, he paused, chuckled, transformed into human form, and casually found a seat to meditate. However, Lai Fu paid no heed to that, as the aroma of the spiritual fruits caught his attention. He leaped onto one of the stone tables and began to devour a spiritual fruit voraciously. "What a cute little mouse!" Upon hearing the sounds, Lai Fu's ears perked up, but he continued to munch on the fruit. For to him, the fruit was all that mattered. Seeing this, Qingyang smiled and extracted a furnace, pouring in the spiritual water before covering it and commencing his discourse. The crowd listened intently, leisurely savoring the innate spiritual fruits. After quite some time, Qingyang ceased his teachings and looked at the crowd, stating, "I see several of you are on the verge of a breakthrough. Allow me to add fuel to your fire." He took out the Dao tea and infused it into the long-boiling spiritual water. Instantly, a fragrance imbued with Dao rhythm wafted through the air, reaching everyone's nostrils. "What is this fragrant aroma?" Shixiang. Upon inhaling it, "I feel my entire essence flowing with power. What tea is this? If I were to drink it, I could break through," someone exclaimed confidently. As Qingyang opened the lid, the fragrance intensified and the Dao rhythm deepened. Everyone fixated their gaze on the furnace. Do not rush. There is enough for everyone. He flung out dozens of teacups before the crowd, and with a wave of his hand, the tea flowed from the furnace, landing perfectly in each cup. This moment, Qingyang proclaimed, "Please, my dear Shitty and Shimmy." The crowd raised their cups and drank deeply. Just as someone was about to offer praise, the next instant, they closed their eyes to delve into the Dao. Each person felt the true essence of the Dao. Although the majority among them were far from the Dao, due to this one sip of tea, they all made early contact with their own Dao. They were seen with closed eyes, comprehending, while Qingyang began his teachings anew. Taishang, witnessing this scene, unhesitatingly praised Qingyang, while the primordial heavenly venerable remarked, "Worthy of being called Xixiang." Taishang also chimed in, "Indeed, after 2 hours some began to awaken gradually. And after half a day, most had regained consciousness, though 12 remained in deep meditation. They are breaking through." Qingyang continued his teachings, not halting until every last individual had awakened. It was only by noon the following day that the last one finally opened their eyes. Upon seeing everyone staring at him, his face flushed, and he turned to Qingyang. That moment, Qingyang's voice came to an abrupt stop, and everyone stood, bowing to Qingyang, saying, "Thank you for your teachings, Xixiang." In response, Qingyang said, "Your ability to comprehend the Dao is due to your own insight. There is no need to thank me." Despite his words, the crowd still bowed deeply. This lecture proved to be a significant opportunity for them. As the Dao Ti was a singular treasure in the entirety of Honghuang, the IT allowed true immortals and celestial immortals to gain early insights into their own Dao. Such an extraordinary item was exclusively possessed by Qingyang. The crowd understood this principle, thus they sincerely expressed their gratitude to Qingyang. This tea session had not only filled their cups, but also advanced each of their paths considerably. The operation of the heavenly Dao and the convergence of fortunes made it so. Qingyang addressed them, "Each of you take a spiritual fruit and return to your caves for seclusion." Upon hearing this, everyone took a spiritual fruit and returned to their respective dwellings, as Shiji was about to leave. Qingyang's voice reached her ears, "Shimmy, take your time. I have something to discuss." Once everyone had departed, Shiji approached Qingyang and asked, "Xixiang, please speak." Qingyang casually flicked a ray of spiritual light, which entered Shiji's mind, and then he produced 2 drops of essence blood to present to her. He spoke slowly, "This cultivation method suits you, so I bestow it upon you today. As for this essence blood, you will understand how to use it once you examine the method." "Thank you, Xixiang," Shiji said, joyfully accepting the essence blood and returning to her cave. At this point, Qingyang remarked, "The great path is best traveled together. Dear Shitty and Shimmy, I will do my utmost to protect your paths, unworthy of being called Xixiang." Qingyang gazed up at the sky, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 41. Shiji's body refinement. Within a certain cave on Kunlun Mountain, Duobao had just achieved a breakthrough, reaching the mid-level of Golden Immortal. Finally, he felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, there was always a feeling of pressure. As the foremost disciple of the 3 teachings, he ought to possess such cultivation. He wondered whether Qingyang's Shitty had shattered the mirror yet. Ever since Qingyang entered seclusion, Duobao felt a growing sense of pressure. Back then, he had only been at the early stage of Golden Immortal. After completing his discipleship, most had advanced to the true Immortal or Xian Immortal stages, with the highest among them at the late stage of Xian Immortal, 2 realms ahead of him. Yet the pressure Qingyang exerted upon him was immense. Qingyang's roots and comprehension were exceptional. Should he surpass Duobao? How could he continue to serve as the elder brother? Thus, as soon as the apprenticeship concluded, he hurriedly retreated into seclusion. Although Duobao felt no hint of a breakthrough at that moment, the abundance of spiritual treasures was undeniable. More treasures meant more possibilities for growth. Originally a manifestation of the Duobao mouse, much like Lifu, it possessed an innate talent for seeking spiritual objects. However, the 2 belonged to different clans, both being extraordinary beasts from the primordial era. Over the past century, Duobao had refined countless spiritual items, finally achieving a breakthrough into the mid-stage. With this thought, he rose and exited his cave dwelling. This moment, Tong Tian was delivering a lecture to the disciples. After an indeterminate period, he proclaimed, "Today's teachings have concluded," before vanishing from the scene. Just as Qingyang intended to depart, a woman's voice reached him. "Qingyang Xixiang, thank you for imparting your teachings. This technique indeed aligns perfectly with Shichi. Shichi expresses her gratitude to you." On that day, Qingyang had bestowed upon Shichi a technique, the 8-9 profound art, which suited her exceptionally well, given that Shichi was inherently a primordial spiritual stone and possessed a naturally formidable physique, making her an ideal candidate for this cultivation method. Moreover, during the time of the investiture of the gods, Shichi was forced back to her original form by Taishang, who had used the 9-dragon divine fire cover in an attempt to save this unfortunate younger sister from calamity. Notably, Shichi had done nothing wrong. She was merely at home when calamity struck from the heavens. First, Neza shot and killed Biyun Tongzi with an arrow, followed by the slaying of Kaiyun Tongzi. It was evidently a problem stemming from the teachings. And yet Taishang cornered her and forced her transformation, which was truly outrageous. Qingyang could hardly bear to see it. Upon recalling these events after encountering Shichi, Qingyang was inspired to impart a method of body refinement. Little did he know, this technique was most fitting for Shichi. As he gazed at her, a sudden thought crossed his mind. When Taishang comes looking for Shichi to refine her, could it be possible that he might fail and instead be chased by her? This amusing image made him chuckle, causing Shichi to blink in surprise before calling out, "Xixiang, Qingyang Xixiang." Quickly regaining his composure, Qingyang replied, "Sister, there's no need for formalities. The other day, I observed your exceptional physical prowess and thought that if you pursued the path of the corporeal body, you would undoubtedly go far in the art of body refinement. Thus, I gifted you a method to experiment with, and to my delight, it has proven to be incredibly suitable if you ever find yourself perplexed by the techniques. Do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, Qingyang Xixiang, that I shall certainly trouble you frequently." He added, "Sister, please do not disclose the matter of your body refinement to outsiders. Let it serve as a hidden ace. Just in case that which Shichi agreed, I shall heed your advice that moment. A voice resonated through the air. "Everyone look! Du Bao speaks." The crowd turned their gazes forward in unison, exclaiming, "Du Bao Xixiang." Du Bao smiled broadly at the assembly. But upon seeing Qingyang, he paused briefly, then remarked, "Your insight is commendable, Shitty. You have indeed broken through." Before he could finish a sentence, he exclaimed, "Mid-stage golden immortal." Realizing his tone had been somewhat presumptuous, he quickly added, "Qingyang Shitty, do not overthink it. I was merely surprised to see you break through 2 stages in quick succession." Qingyang responded, "Thank you, Du Bao Xixiang, that I merely found myself fortunate. Perhaps I accumulated too much in the Xinxian stage, leading to consecutive breakthroughs that I was indeed taken aback myself." With a smile directed at Du Bao, he thought, "Thank goodness I had the foresight to enter seclusion early. Otherwise, this moment would have been quite awkward." "Congratulations, Shitty." Qingyang waved his hand dismissively, remaining silent. Just as Du Bao and Qingyang felt somewhat embarrassed, someone remarked, "I heard that Taishang Shibwa has voluntarily descended the mountain to take disciples." The crowd reacted with curiosity and surprise. After all, during the 3 Purities recruitment period, they had abstained from taking any disciples for a full 5 centuries. The fact that Taishang, as the leader of the 3 Purities, had decided to take disciples merely 100 years later was indeed a novelty that piqued everyone's interest. If Taishang Shibwa had chosen to take disciples, it surely meant that the qualifications of the prospective students were extraordinary. Some muttered among themselves, observing the reactions of the crowd. Qingyang mused, "When we meet, it will surely astonish you that the Taishang Palace, a postnatal human of approximately 40 years, knelt within the hall. This was Xuandu, whose qualifications were rather average. One day, Taishang's saint, inspired by a sudden whim, calculated the appearance of his future disciple. The image of this disciple's qualifications and visage materialized in Taishang's mind. He saw a postnatal human emerging from the human realm, devoid of any cultivation, relying solely on his feet to traverse towards Kunlun. This human, with resolute determination, walked for nearly a decade through rugged terrain, filled with thorns and perilous waters. Yet, not once did he waver in his resolve. After observing for 10 years, Taishang could no longer bear it and voluntarily descended the mountain to accept him as a disciple. Had he waited for this human to reach Kunlun, it would have likely been impossible. It would take a miracle for him to arrive at all. Thus, Taishang welcomed this fated disciple to Kunlun Mountain. Taishang imparted cultivation methods to this individual, declaring from now on, "You shall be my first direct disciple." known as Xuandu, the Great Master Xuandu. Chapter 42. The three saints deliver teachings with a resounding chime. Qingyang, who had been meditating, heard the gathering bell resonate from the peak of Kunlun mountain. This was the bell of assembly. All disciples, upon hearing the toll, hastily made their way to the lectern, where the three purities sat firmly upon the high platform. As each disciple found their place and stood ready, once the last disciple arrived. All the cultivators knelt in unison to pay their respects to their masters, Shibua, Shu. Taishang's saint waved his hand, prompting everyone to rise that we, the three of us, shall take turns imparting teachings, each for a century. How much you comprehend depends on your own fortune. After everyone settled, he began to speak. The Dao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Dao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Therefore, always be without desire to observe its wonders, and always have desire to observe its manifestations. These two emerge together but are named differently. The disciples of the three teachings instantly entered a meditative state, deeply absorbing the principles of the Dao. This moment. Qingyang had been a disciple for a millennium, fully immersed in contemplation, occasionally revealing expressions of enlightenment as he grasped the Dao. Among all present, only 3 or 4 could achieve such insight, while the others required considerable time to enter a state of comprehension. Unlike Qingyang, who had entered the tranquility of understanding from the outset. The Dao can be taken but cannot be stolen. To grasp one Dao is to encompass 100, yet it cannot seize the infinite Dao. There is always a primordial Dao beyond heaven and earth. The Dao is pure, and thus heaven and earth arise. The boundless transforms into the ultimate. The 2 forms and 4 symbols divide, and the Dao cleverly manifests as non-action. In an instant, the myriad of calamities return to their origin. Tranquility and clarity of purpose arise within the heart. Such realizations flowed through Qingyang's mind. After an indeterminate period, Qingyang awoke from his state of comprehension. Realizing a century had passed, and Taishang had concluded his teachings at this juncture, Yuanshi Tianwen began to elucidate. The heavens and earth shine brightly under the moon, as mountains and rivers shift with the winds and rains. The Dao is nameless, traversing heaven and earth. The profound mysteries of the Xianmen are imbued with emotion. The Dao is inherently formless, giving rise to myriad beings. All manifestations are but one principle. Ultimately, it must be formless, truly representing the boundless. It evolves the universe and transforms living beings. Yin and Yang complement each other, and the 5 elements interact. The true heart remains unaffected, cultivating oneself and nurturing one's nature, cultivating both internally and externally. The body and mind become pure. The sage expounded upon the great Dao of heaven and earth. The listeners absorbed their own paths from the teachings. Some discerned their own techniques, while others grasped their own great powers. Indeed, to attain any insight at all was a mark of exceptional fortune. At this moment, Qingyang found himself immersed in this understanding. What is divine power? Every being possesses divine power. Those who master the laws can share longevity with heaven and earth, laughing in the face of the vast cosmos. The natural world is pure. The foul energies dissipate. In the depths of the cave, the mysterious and profound reverberates with the ultimate. In a fleeting thought. The myriad calamities return to their source, remaining detached and resolute, traversing the grand pathway of the heart. Countless truths of heaven and earth flowed through Qingyang's consciousness. Suddenly, the disciples were roused from their reverie. Realizing a century had passed since Yuanshi Tianzuan's teachings began, Yuanshi let out a soft exclamation, turning his gaze towards Qingyang. Gradually, an overwhelming essence of the Dao rolled around him, with the energies of Yin and Yang revolving and changing unceasingly. From the heavens and earth, the powers of the sun and moon wafted in, transforming into the dual energies of Yin and Yang, intertwining like colossal black and white dragons. The white dragon melded into his left eye, while the black dragon retreated into his right eye, one Yin and one Yang. Countless principles of Yin and Yang manifested as twinkling starlight, gradually merging into Qingyang's being. The dual energies of yin and yang swirled around him, creating a harmonious unity. The black and white energies appeared in his mind, surrounded by auspicious radiance, and the essence of the Tao enveloped his consciousness. Before long, Qingyang awakened from his enlightenment and rose to express his gratitude towards the Taishang saint. Taishang said, "This is your fortune. There is no need for such formality." The other two saints nodded in silence. Tongtian stated, "The virtue of Taishang is thus termed supreme virtue." The sage declares, "By virtue of Taishang, it is called Dao. By encompassing, it is named great." It is also explained, "The void is the essence of the wondrous, for it is not a material object. The natural is the essence of the wondrous, for it is not fabricated." The audience was enraptured, lost in their thoughts. Accompanied by the tolling of a bell, the audience slowly awakened, noticing that only a few remained alert, while the majority appeared bewildered. Regaining their senses after a brief moment, Taishang saint proclaimed, "The teachings have concluded. Disperse and devote yourselves to cultivation." Having spoken, the three sages vanished without a trace. The crowd then paid their respects before descending the mountain. At that moment, Qingyang hurried back to his cave abode, preparing to enter seclusion to assimilate the insights he had just gleaned. However, just as he reached the foot of the mountain, he heard his master's voice calling him back up. Qingyang turned and made his way toward the upper clear palace. "Come in." Just as he was about to announce his arrival at the door, the voice of the Tongtian saint echoed. Upon entering the grand hall, the master inquired whether the disciple had attained any understanding. Qingyang responded, "Master, I perceive that you are the embryonic form of a miraculous ability, and it feels as though this ability is extraordinary, comparable even to the 36 heavenly stars' divine powers, if not surpassing them." Qingyang articulated passionately. Upon hearing this, the Tongtian saint advised, "Return and contemplate deeply. Such abilities are of paramount importance, and one must not be negligent." Qingyang softly replied, "Yes, master." He then slowly turned and exited the upper clear palace. The Tongtian saint muttered to himself, "The path of Tao is without end," as he closed his eyes and embarked on a celestial journey. Chapter 43. The state of the primordial world following the teachings of the three purities at Kunlun Mountain. The disciples fell into seclusion, creating an atmosphere of quietude, devoid of any bustle. The only sounds that occasionally broke the silence were the calls of distant animals. Meanwhile, within the demon tribe and the heavenly court, the aftermath of the recent celestial battle had left Emperor Jun and Tai Yi severely weakened, requiring extensive recuperation that it took them a millennium to recover fully, inciting great ire among the denizens of the heavenly court. Emperor Jun urged the demons to intensify their training, particularly the 365-star gods, to comprehend the great array of the celestial stars, in preparation against the Wu clan's 12 capitals' heavenly array. During this millennium, the heavenly Empress Shiha gave birth to 10 little golden crows, which was the sole piece of good news for Emperor Jun and the others. After all, the golden crow lineage had long been limited to him and Tai Yi, and now they had successors. The 10 golden crows, the 10 princes of the heavenly court, were placed in the Tang Valley shortly after their birth. In the east, where the sun rises, lies a valley with a lake whose waters bubble as if boiling, hence it is named Tang Valley. Within this valley stands a towering tree, 300 miles high, a spiritual root of the utmost fire, embodying the essence of fire itself. Its appearance resembles 2 mulberry trees growing from the same root, entwined and supporting each other, radiating a fiery red hue. Hence it is called Fusong. The 10 little golden crows nestled upon the branches of the Fusong tree, diligently honing their skills. Within the Wu clan, the 12 ancestors of the Wu were absorbing the blood and malevolent energy within the Panga Palace, enhancing their physical prowess. Since the ancestor Houtu's reincarnation, only 11 ancestors remained. However, they could not form the 12 capitals' heavenly array alone, rendering them incapable of contending against the Wu clan. Although the ancestors were proud, they understood this reality well. Fortunately, a drop of Houtu's essence blood remained, which could be fused with the blood of the 11 ancestors to bestow the power of a new ancestor upon a mighty Wu. Yet, to establish the 12 capitals' heavenly array, 12 distinct laws of power were needed, necessitating the selection of a formidable Wu from Houtu's tribe for fusion. After nearly 500 years, the great Wus of Houtu's tribe finally concluded their battles and elected a new chieftain, Xing Tian, the god of war wielding a halberd. Upon Xing Tian's arrival at Pangu Palace to receive the inheritance, the ancestors of Wu each presented a drop of their essence blood, purging it of any law power or impurities, and placed it into a blood pool. When Houtu's drop, infused with earth law power, was added, Xing Tian promptly leaped into the blood pool. The blood within the pool surged violently, engulfing him as it delved into his flesh. 500 years later, the blood pool within Pangu Palace began to surge dramatically. The ancestors, witnessing this spectacle, felt their own blood boiling with excitement and gathered around to observe the unfolding events. After a while, the blood pool was entirely depleted, leaving behind a massive, intense malevolent aura that coalesced into a great cocoon, shaking violently as if an unparalleled fiend were about to emerge from within. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the cocoon, followed by a series of cracking sounds as it became riddled with cracks. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the cocoon burst open, revealing a figure of extraordinary stature. Approximately 10 zhang tall, with a human body and a serpent tail, possessing 7 arms on its back and 2 additional arms on its chest, tightly gripping a soaring serpent, resembling the true form of Ancestor Hou. Upon witnessing this scene, the ancestors of Wu erupted in a chorus of Wu, Wu, Wu. The newly formed ancestor Xing Tian instinctively joined in the chant. After a brief moment, the ancestors turned their attention to the new Earth ancestor, Xing Tian, who promptly called out, "You are now the new Earth ancestor and the chieftain of the Earth tribe. Simply call us brothers." Upon hearing this, Xing Tian, without pretense, addressed each ancestor in kind. After indulging in a grand celebration, they collectively began to comprehend the 12 capitals' heavenly array. Among the various gathering places of the human race, a fervor for cultivation thrived. The golden elixir Dao passed down by the Taiji saint proved exceptionally suitable for human cultivation. Within a mere millennium, countless cultivators had emerged at the celestial immortal and true immortal stages, with a notable number even reaching the profound immortal stage. This remarkable progress is primarily attributed to the innate physical prowess of the human race. Unmatched in comprehension and talent compared to the myriad races of the primordial world, and no longer relegated to the lowest tier, the human race now occupies a more moderate position among the various primordial races. However, they still lack high-end combatants above the golden immortal level. Nonetheless, this is not a significant concern, as the human race has only been cultivating for a mere millennium, with no guidance available for their cultivation queries, forcing them to navigate the path of discovery on their own. Given this context, the emergence of so many celestial and true immortals suggests that it is only a matter of time before they ascend to become one of the foremost races in the primordial world. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, a thief emerged. Throughout this millennium, significant events had been scarce. Following the Day of the 5 Saints, approximately a century passed during which amusing tales circulated across the land. Indeed, humorous anecdotes point one such tale spoke of a great clan, the Blazing Flame Celestial Tiger Tribe, known for possessing a hint of white tiger blood, which was sufficient for them to be regarded as a prominent clan. Their chieftain boasted the peak strength of a great Luo golden immortal. This tribe possessed a sacred tree, the Fire Lin fruit tree, an innate spiritual root, whose fruit could enhance the bloodline of those who consumed it. Moreover, for particularly fortunate beings, consuming the fruit could yield a chance to produce an innate spiritual fire within them. Although it was an acquired fire, it was immensely powerful, and each individual's fire was uniquely wondrous. Chapter 44. A thief. One day marked the ripening of the spiritual fruits, prompting the entire celestial tiger tribe to mobilize towards the sacred mountain. At the forefront was the tribe's chieftain, followed closely by 9 little tigers, who had yet to transform but radiated abundant spiritual energy. The Fire Lin fruit tree bore fruit only once every 3 millennia, yielding a mere 9 spiritual fruits each time. Furthermore, only newly born beings who had not undergone any prior cultivation could consume the fruits to enhance their bloodline or generate innate spiritual fire. Consequently, the Blazing Flame Celestial Tiger Tribe established a rule. Only the first 9 celestial tigers born during the year of fruit ripening would be eligible to consume the spiritual fruits. In light of this, all members of the tribe chose to give birth during that year. Today was the day the fruits had ripened, and the chieftain, brimming with enthusiasm, led his kin to the sacred mountain. Typically, the sacred mountain was protected by two formidable arrays, acquired at great expense from the heavenly court by the chieftain himself. This underscores the significance he placed upon this fruit tree at the mountain's base. They activated the first array, and the tigers ascended to the mountaintop, arriving beside the hidden array. Addressing the newly arrived tigers, the chieftain proclaimed, "Behold, this is our foundation, the future of our celestial tiger tribe." As he spoke, he began to unveil the array, emphasizing that not every tribe possessed such a foundation. Yet, as he continued, he noticed the expressions of the tigers were amiss. Why were they not excited? Did they not see this magnificent fruit tree? Each time he visited, he was filled with exhilaration. Turning his gaze towards the fruit tree, he suddenly realized something was amiss. The tree was gone. Indeed, it had vanished. He quickly turned around in search of the fruit tree, but upon opening the hidden array, there was nothing there. Bewildered for a moment, he then erupted in fury, bellowing, "Where is my tree? Who has stolen my fire Lin fruit tree?" Seeing this, the other tigers joined in a thunderous roar. Slowly, word of this incident spread, much to the delight of their rivals, the Xianbing celestial wolf tribe, who considered the celestial tiger tribe their adversaries. The news reached the ears of the wolf tribe's chieftain, who was overjoyed upon hearing of the incident. Without the sacred fruit, the celestial tiger tribe would inevitably decline. Many tribes in the primordial world had met their demise in such a manner. Unable to find a successor, the chieftain of the wolf tribe even offered gratitude to the heavens, celebrating the deeds of the powerful being responsible for this turn of events, reveling in festivities for several days. As the time approached for them to unveil their own foundation next month, they contemplated how to further provoke the celestial tigers, chuckling to themselves at the thought. On that day, the chieftain of the celestial tiger tribe received an invitation to the Xianbing wolf tribe to observe their festival. No, that simply would not do. It is unavoidable. Several prominent clan leaders from nearby have arrived. If he does not attend, it would reflect poorly on his character, leading to idle gossip and a loss of face. Thus, he must go, suppressing his indignation as he makes his way to the sacred grounds of the Tianlang clan. Upon arrival, the clan leader approaches him with an inexplicable smile, exclaiming, "Brother Lai has come." "Welcome, welcome." His expression is quite infuriating. The leader of the Tianhu clan feels a twitch in his eyelid, forcing a smile despite his anger, and responds, with Brother Han's invitation, "I must attend." He huffs, stepping aside to sulk alone. Observing this, the old wolf feels a thrill akin to savoring an ice pop on a frigid day. His mood is genuinely delightful, yet the joy will soon give way to sorrow. Upon reaching the sacred site, he admonishes the gathered members of the wolf clan, conducts a ceremony, and activates a hidden formation, revealing a vast expanse of empty land. Indeed, it is a wide stretch devoid of life, not even a blade of grass. Impeccably clean, the clan leaders, visiting the wolf clan's sacred ground for the first time and unaware of the actual situation, suspect the old wolf is merely feigning. They urge him to hasten, as matters within their clans require attention. The old wolf, bewildered, wonders about the mountains that should be present in this sacred land, only to be jolted by a sudden realization. Turning back to the foreign clan leaders, he wears a confused and awkward expression, stating, "Brothers, I must ask, do you believe me if I say our mountains have gone missing?" Upon hearing this, the leaders are incredulous. How can a mountain simply vanish? They then glance towards the barren land, their faces reflecting shock. A mournful howl pierces the air, resounding tragically. "Who has stolen my mountains?" This is quickly followed by a chorus of anguish howls from the wolves, echoing their despair. As the news spreads, it reaches far and wide, causing laughter among many in the wilderness. Those clans with heritage or legacy hastily activate their protective formations, yet to no avail. What was lost remains lost, as the protective arrays prove futile. Mere decorations. Some clans that have been in possession of treasures one moment find them absent the next, prompting panic as they rush to locate their kin. Soon, more clans report missing items, be it spiritual roots or treasured artifacts. Some even lament the loss of ancestral relics used for clan protection that in essence, anything imbued with spiritual energy seems to vanish. Observing this calamity, the myriad clans decide to carry their treasures with them. Those unable to transport their spiritual roots or fruits expend considerable effort to seek powerful beings, to forge enchanted items, to safeguard their spiritual possessions. Before long, no spiritual items are reported missing, leading every clan to seek connections for crafting such enchanted artifacts. However, merely a century later, while the treasures remain intact, people begin to disappear. Distrust among the clans grows, as more and more report the loss of their gifted and perceptive youth. This is a grievous situation indeed, threatening the very foundation of their clans. Thus, they resolve to protect their younger generation fiercely, appointing the most skilled members to guard over them daily. Chapter 45. The Underworld in a Dim and Murky Expanse. Visibility is almost non-existent, devoid of warmth or starlight. The vast ground lies shrouded in darkness, with the gates of the underworld hidden within shadows, emanating an aura of mystery. The air is thick with a heavy silence. Here, black iron trees stand stark and bare, shrouded in gloom. Since the emergence of the underworld following the reincarnation of the Earth Mother, all beings in the wilderness have been granted a place of rebirth after death. The Earth Mother manifested a doppelganger named Meng Pe, an ageless elder with silver hair. Within the underworld, countless souls queue on the Niha Bridge to partake of Meng Pe's brew, which helps them forget their worldly troubles and emotional entanglements before they reincarnate. This concoction, a blend of the 5 flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, crafted with the waters of the forgetting river and the tears of the deceased, is commonly known as Meng Pe soup or the water of forgetfulness. Once consumed, souls sever their past ties and enter their next reincarnation unburdened. This nascent stage of the underworld. Only the bull-headed and horse-faced clans are active, serving as guardians of the nether realm. Armed with a steel fort capable of uprooting mountains, the bull-headed guards oversee the gates, while the horse-faced wield soul-binding chains to tether wandering spirits. In addition to these two, there are various other officers overseeing different categories of souls: beasts, birds, aquatic beings, and insects. Although the Underworld's ranks are sparse, a few demon kings from the Asura clan assist in maintaining its operations. Presently, the Underworld consists of the Earth Mother, the Asura Lord of the Nether River, Meng Pe, and 6 chief guardians, with many other positions yet unfilled. Notable figures like the Emperor of Fengdu, the 5 Ghost Emperors, the 10 Kings of Hell, and others have yet to make their appearance, leaving the Underworld eerily quiet. In the Kunlun Mountains, over a millennium has passed. Nearly 3,000 years since Qingyang ascended the mountain. He has reached the pinnacle of mid-gold immortal, yet has felt no inclination to break through. His cultivation has reached a plateau, and he has nearly mastered the body refining method. Today, however, he finds himself unable to meditate. His mind restless, realizing he has hit a bottleneck. He abandons his training, contemplating his next steps before exiting his cave. Arriving at the Shanqing Palace, he calls out, "Master, Qingyang has matters to discuss. Please allow me to enter." He pushes open the door and enters the hall, where he sees the Tongtian saint pause momentarily. "Master, Qingyang wishes to descend the mountain. I implore your consent," he states, kneeling before his mentor. Upon hearing this, Tongtian opens his eyes and regards Qingyang, saying, "The wilderness grows increasingly chaotic, with calamity brewing and opportunities obscured. Now is not the ideal time to descend." Yet Qingyang counters, "Master, today I cannot enter meditation. My mind is unsettled, and my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I must venture down the mountain to seek a breakthrough. I assure you, I will proceed with utmost caution and will not trouble you." Hearing this, Tongtian gazes at his favored disciple and sighs. "Since you are resolute, I shall honor your wish." He then hands Qingyang a green hairpin, saying, "The current cosmic energy is unclear, and even saints cannot predict the future. This hairpin holds 3 strikes of my power. Once used thrice, it will shatter, but you will know your location. Prioritize your safety. Do not force any outcomes that go now." Qingyang, with tears in his eyes, gazes intently at Tongtian and replies, "Master, I shall take my leave." He turns and exits the grand hall, making his way down the mountain. Qingyang does not share his plans with anyone, choosing to descend alone, stepping through the gates of Kunlun Mountain. Indeed, at this moment, the wilderness is permeated with a hint of calamity, detectable only by those with profound power and true mastery. This sensation is linked to his previous insights, as his eyes perceive the flow of yin and yang, revealing matters invisible to the ordinary. Upon leaving Kunlun Mountain, Qingyang feels a surge of fortune and decides to carry it with him. Recognizing the utility of his ability to avert misfortune, that he heads toward the direction of the Buzhou Mountain, as he must retrieve a treasure awaiting him there. If we do not retrieve the treasure soon, once the war between the two undead clans ensues and the celestial pillar collapses, those precious artifacts will surely be obliterated along with it. Moreover, Qingyang's mastery of the 8-9 profound art is on the brink of a breakthrough, which necessitates the oppressive force of Mount Buzhou to facilitate this ascension. Chapter 46. Arrival at Mount Buzhou. Although recent years have seen the wilderness fraught with turmoil and chaos, my journey thus far has been devoid of peril. Upon reaching the base of Mount Buzhou, despite having visited this place before, I am once again awestruck by its imposing grandeur as it soars into the heavens. The ancient charm of the mountain resonates through every inch of its terrain, suffused with a profound and timeless essence. As I set forth towards Mount Buzhou, I refrain from utilizing any magical power, relying solely on the strength of my physical form to withstand the relentless pressure, ascending step by step. After a considerable distance, fatigue begins to set in. With each stride, I must summon all my might. At that moment, Qingyang suddenly closes his eyes, instinctively moving forward, guided by intuition. As I absorb the atmosphere of Mount Buzhou, I sense a loosening of the shackles that bind my body, a surge of vitality coursing through me, resonating with the oppressive force surrounding me. This is both a trial for my physical form and a test of my resolve. I must endure, for perseverance will fortify my spirit. Should I falter, the path to enlightenment shall remain elusive. That I remind myself that only those with unwavering determination can traverse far into their own destiny. Gradually, torrents of energy begin to emanate from within, refining my corporeal form and increasing its resilience. My pace quickens, muscles undulating, the sound of bones creaking echoing within. From my pores, blood mist and dark impurities seep forth, as the potent life force within me begins to flow, and my aura intensifies, the blood spilling from my pores, staining me crimson, an exchange of the old for the new. With each passing moment, the sound of cracking bones reverberates like a drumbeat, and in an instant, I open my eyes, my body trembling as it sheds its former self, revealing a bronze-hued physique. Indeed, I have broken through the sixth transformation of the 8-9 profound art, attaining a body akin to that of a Tai golden immortal, invincible against others of the same realm. The transformations encompass the following. 1. First transformation, lowering the elixir 2. Second transformation, harmonizing 3. Third transformation, nourishing yang 4. Fourth transformation, nourishing yin 5. Fifth transformation, transforming bones 6. Sixth transformation, transforming flesh 7. Seventh transformation, transforming organs 8. Eighth transformation, nurturing fire 9. Ninth transformation, ascension. Truly, this is the foremost body-refining technique of the wilderness, rivaling even that of the witch clan. With this physical transformation complete, it is time to seek out treasures. Presently, the innate spiritual artifacts hold little allure for me, for I am already blessed with an abundance of treasures, unsure of which to wield. Among my possessions are the Xianhuang Liangtian ruler, an artifact of postnatal merit, the yin-yang life and death diagram, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the yin-yang 2 instruments lamp, another supreme innate spiritual artifact, the falling treasure money, yet another extraordinary innate treasure, the banana leaf fan, an exceptional innate spiritual item, the Yang Immortal Tower, a superior innate artifact, and the Tianluo 5 elements umbrella, also a superior innate treasure, which I obtained from the witch clan along with 2 artifacts, one for offense and one for defense. With 7 innate spiritual treasures in my possession, who could rival my wealth? Contemplating this, I shake my head slightly and proceed towards the treasure-laden ground. After walking for a while, I encounter a magical barrier obstructing my path. Sitting down, I begin to comprehend the formation. After some time, I open my eyes, realizing that such a trivial formation cannot hinder my quest for treasures. Do they not know that I am a disciple of the Jia Sect? Rising, I step into the formation, and upon entering, I behold a colossal tree bearing 36 fruits. The bark resembles scales, exuding an aura of unyielding strength. Upon examining the fruits, I find they too are encased in a scaly exterior. Using my spiritual sense to probe the tree's essence, I am instantly captivated, nearly overwhelmed with the desire to consume it. I swiftly produce 36 jade boxes to secure the fruits, and with a wave of my hand, I ensconce the tree within my tower. What kind of spiritual root could transform Qingyang so drastically? It turns out this tree is an innate supreme spiritual root known as the Tianlin fruit, which, when consumed, does not enhance one's magical prowess but significantly augments physical strength, effective even for those at the quasi-saint level. This truly is a fortuitous windfall. No wonder Qingyang bore such an expression. This fruit had not appeared in his previous life, likely due to its untimely emergence. Mount Buzhou's impending collapse would have eradicated the Tianlin fruit tree along with it. Perhaps this fruit is too extraordinary for the heavens to allow its manifestation, preventing its emergence. Regardless, it is now firmly within Qingyang's grasp. As Qingyang roams the expanse of Mount Buzhou, he savors the unique allure of its ancient ambience. A dreamlike experience, meandering through its landscapes. The ancient charm envelopes him, as time seems to stand still, revealing the deep azure and ebony hues of the mountain. Majestic and solemn, as the sun rises, mists begin to swirl. In the future, such breathtaking artistry will be a rarity, a lamentable loss. Qingyang muses, he gazes upward towards the mountain's peak, scrutinizing it from afar, left to right, as if wishing to engrave Mount Buzhou into his very vision. After lingering for a while, I descend the mountain, taking my leave of Mount Buzhou, lightly treading downwards with a quiet grace. Chapter 47. The Human and which clans upon descending from Mount Buzhou. Qingyang pauses briefly in contemplation before setting his course towards the Witch clan. After all, he has garnered immense benefits from them, including the reincarnation of Houtu, although he bestowed 2 artifacts and offered guidance to Houtu. Without his assistance, her reincarnation would have remained pending, a mission she was destined to fulfill. From that endeavor, he has acquired both the merit of the Great Dao and the merit of the Heavenly Dao, which coalesced into a golden wheel. With 2 merits in his possession, even the saints would think twice before attempting to harm him, for the consequences would be dire. Heavenly Dao muses. Ah, this lad possesses such abundant Heavenly Dao merit. Yet you dare to provoke him? What a blatant disregard for my authority. The merit of the Great Dao is even more formidable. In the entirety of the wilderness, only Houtu and he possess such merit. Underscoring its significance, of course, all of this is Qingyang's own embellishment. The Xianhuang Liantian ruler, the Tianluo 5 elements umbrella, and those 48 drops of essence blood, were they not all procured from the Witch clan? This journey to the Witch clan is merely to settle the debts of cause and effect. Upon arriving at the domain of the Witch clan, he is quickly spotted by their members, who call out in unison, "Brother Qingyang has arrived." It has been far too long. A Witch clan member approaches, throwing an arm around Qingyang's shoulder, guiding him towards the tribe. Their hospitality is overwhelming. The Witch clan is known for their fiery warmth towards friends. If they do not seek to harm you, consider yourself fortunate. Have you taken a master? Which sage do you serve? Upon witnessing Qingyang's ascension to the golden immortal realm and his formidable physical prowess, Emperor Jiang and the ancestral witches surmise he must have found a master, though his identity remains a mystery. The young man has indeed taken the celestial treasure master of Kunlun Mountain as his mentor, becoming the second direct disciple of the Tongtian saint. Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches extend their heartfelt congratulations to Qingyang. While there is little to celebrate for an ordinary disciple, being the second direct disciple carries significant weight. Although the Witch clan does not revere the Dao Ancestor or the heavens, they're not ignorant of saint's might. The gathering culminates in joyful revelry as they drink and converse, during which Qingyang meets a new ancestral witch, Xing Tian. The name of the war, God Xingtian, resonates with great renown. Xingtian dances with his battle axe, his fierce spirit unwavering. This phrase has often graced his ears. On the following day, Qingyang bids farewell to the ancestral witches who attempt to persuade him to stay, but he graciously declines each invitation. Emperor Jiang and the others, recognizing his resolve, cease their entreaties before departing. Qingyang leaves behind 12 Tianlin fruits, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the witches. Qingyang's first stop is the ancestral mountain of the human clan. After so many years, he has almost forgotten the sensation of being human. Yet upon encountering these ancient humans, a wave of familiarity washes over him. Since the advent of cultivation methods, the living conditions of the human clan have vastly improved. Moreover, a significant development has occurred. The human clan has begun intermarrying with the witch clan, a revelation that leaves Qingyang utterly astonished. This was unheard of in his previous life. In truth, the population of the human clan has surged dramatically over the past several millennia, especially as many have adopted cultivation practices, significantly increasing their survival rates. Previously, many infants would perish shortly after birth, but now, with cultivators present, many who would have died are thriving. The current population of the human clan has reached over 1 trillion. Divided into numerous tribes, gradually expanding beyond the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. Throughout the wilderness, save for the seas, human footprints can be found almost everywhere. Particularly along the shores of the Eastern Sea, a stronghold for the human clan is emerging. The witch clan, upon witnessing such rapid growth among the humans, is alarmed and hastens to send observers to monitor their development, for they are a race birthed by the Saint Nuwa, and must be approached with caution. After a century of observation, many tribes of witches that dwelled near the human race discovered the vast numbers of humanity, yet they lacked formidable combat prowess, with the highest cultivation merely reaching the golden immortal stage. Furthermore, they noted that these humans were predominantly simple and kind-hearted, lacking the cunning and treachery often associated with the demon clans. Indeed, many humans harbored a profound disdain for the demon race. This prompted the witches to report their findings to their ancestral, which, following discussions among the ancestral witches, a decision was made that left many astounded, to intermarry with the human race. Over the years, the witch population had stagnated, and their numbers were not substantial, causing considerable distress among the ancestral witches. Observing the high fertility of humans, they resolved to take this unprecedented step. Thus, many ordinary witches were dispatched to reside near human settlements, and a chief which was sent to negotiate with the numerous human cultivators regarding this matter. After extensive deliberation, a consensus was reached. Witches could not compel humans. Their consent was essential for any union. Additionally, a chief which would be appointed to oversee the humans, providing assistance should they find themselves lacking in cultivation. This arrangement was straightforward for the witches, who readily consented. Consequently, intermarriage commenced, with the offspring being examined for their bloodlines. If the lineage of witch blood was deemed sufficiently strong, they would be taken back to the witch tribe. Otherwise, they would remain with the humans. After several centuries of rapid human reproduction, both races progressed together, significantly bolstering the witch population. Observing this development, the ancestral witches sent even more ordinary witches to settle near human communities to facilitate further unions. Many humans were found to possess innate abilities to control fire, summon lightning, and manipulate water, thereby enhancing the combat capabilities of the human race. This marked the emergence of the ancestors of the Wuyi tribe. Upon hearing this, Qingyang finally understood the origins of the Wuyi tribe. Chapter 48 travels through the primordial wilderness in the heavenly court. A group of scheming humans were deemed despicable by Emperor Jun, who exclaimed vehemently, "They are fully aware that the Holy Mother belongs to the demon race. Yet they refuse to ally with us and instead choose to intermarry with the witch tribes. It is truly regrettable that Nuwa created them." With that, he slammed his fist down on the table, clearly infuriated. What he did not realize was that initially, the human race had indeed been close to the demon clans, as creations of Nuwa. Humans felt a sense of kinship with the demons. At first, relations were amicable, but gradually, the inherent frailty of human bodies became apparent. Many demons found themselves with an overwhelming desire to devour humans, leading to a persistent disdain for them. The demons would often harass and mock humanity, who could only endure in silence, until one fateful day, a wounded human, drenched in blood, sought help from the demons. His misfortune, a wolf demon, drawn by the enticing scent of blood, seized the opportunity to devour him. Discovering that human flesh was not only delectable, but also enhanced his own demonic power and vitality. Thus began a clandestine hunt for humans, as the wolf demon's rapid growth and strength caught the attention of another demon, who suspected a hidden secret behind his newfound prowess. After secretly observing the wolf demon, it uncovered the grim truth and threatened to report him to the heavenly court, which had strictly prohibited harming humans. However, the wolf demon, fearing exposure, divulged the reason behind his actions. Surprisingly, rather than reporting him, the other demon joined in the hunt, leading to a growing number of demons secretly preying upon humans. Word of this spread among the lower echelons of the demon race, and more demons began to partake in the slaughter of humans. This day, the heavenly court remains oblivious to these occurrences, whether feigning ignorance or genuinely unaware is uncertain. Presently, demons exhibit no hesitation in slaying humans upon sight. At this moment, Qingyang was leisurely wandering through the primordial wilderness, having departed from Mount Buzhou for several centuries, and he sensed a breakthrough was imminent, merely awaiting a slight push, which could happen at any moment or perhaps take several more centuries. Such uncertainties are inherent in cultivation. A path of defying destiny. Little did Qingyang know that a significant confrontation awaited him. As he made his way towards the shores of the Eastern Sea, Qingyang reflected on how he had yet to witness the vast ocean of the primordial wilderness. Nor had he encountered a true dragon, only lesser dragon-like creatures such as serpents and flood dragons, although it was often said that the descendants of Yin and Huang were the heirs of the dragons. He longed to behold a true dragon and ascertain whether it aligned with the legends. After journeying for over half a month, a sudden cacophony of battle reached his ears. Powerful cultivators were engaged in combat. Just as he considered altering his route to avoid the fray, he recalled that he was no longer the same individual devoid of divine abilities or offensive techniques. Now, he wielded top-tier divine powers, and his physical form could contend with the likes of the Great Luo. With newfound confidence, he floated towards the source of the commotion. Upon nearing the scene, he noticed a considerable number of figures engaged in combat. To his dismay, it was indeed a battle between Great Luo beings. Two demon Great Luo were attacking a single chief witch. One of the demons appeared relatively inexperienced, having recently broken through and thus struggled to wield the powers of the laws effectively. Witnessing this, Qingyang contemplated leaving the conflict undisturbed, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. However, fate had other plans, as an attack unexpectedly targeted him. Effortlessly, Qingyang neutralized the assault and turned to address the assailant. "Pray tell, why does this demon friend choose to ambush me?" The attacker, a demon of the Tai Golden Immortal stage, paid him no heed and continued his assault. Qingyang, feeling underestimated, thought to himself, "Does this fool believe me to be a mere sickly cat?" As the demon pressed the attack, Qingyang remained unfazed, observing with a cold gaze. The demon, mistaking Qingyang's composure for fear, began to look down upon him. Undeterred, Qingyang prepared to retaliate. When the distance closed, he swiftly struck the demon's head, only to find his hand pass through it as if it were soft tofu, obliterating it instantaneously. "How revolting!" Qingyang exclaimed, shaking his hand, "that I must be more cautious next time. Perhaps I should target elsewhere." The demon revealed its true form, a leopard demon. Just as Qingyang stowed away the body, another attack surged forth, accompanied by a voice declaring, "Dare you kill my kind before me? You shall pay dearly." Faced with the assault of a Great Luo, Qingyang was not one to underestimate, channeling the 8-9 profound art. He braced himself for the impending strike. The attack approached with alarming speed, prompting Qingyang to counter with a punch. It was propelled several hundred meters, crashing into the ground. The demon, believing it had effortlessly dispatched Qingyang, resumed its onslaught against the chief which, emerging from the soil, Qingyang sat up, assessing his condition, and no harm done. He mused, not even a drop of blood spilled. This Great Luo is rather weak. It was no wonder that during battles involving chief witches, several demons were often required, revealing the inadequacy of the demon race. I have arrived. Chapter 49. Great Luo. Is this all? At this moment, Qingyang used his earth-escaping speed to silently approach the battle from below. Intending to catch the demon off guard, he maintained a cautious distance, waiting for the right moment to strike. Suddenly, the opportunity presented itself. Bursting forth from the ground, he declared, by harnessing the power of the five thunder, "I command the essence of the heavens." The five thunders correspond to the five elements. The eastern soul of wood manifests as the azure thunder. The western spirit of metal embodies the silver thunder. The southern deity of fire represents the crimson thunder. The northern essence of water reveals the mysterious thunder, and the central palace of earth is the golden thunder, with the quintessence of the five organs commanding the five thunders. The atmosphere within millions of miles dimmed, as boundless thunderclouds congregated. In an instant, Qingyang conjured an overwhelming torrent of thunder, transforming it into the fearsome five-elemental thunder, each bolt capable of effortlessly shattering an ancient divine mountain, cascading down upon the demon before him. Thunder, after all, is the fulcrum of yin and yang, the very foundation that commands all things. Mastering the five thunders is, in itself, one of the 36 great supernatural abilities, possessing terrifying power that in an instant. A wave of destructive energy manifested before that demon clan's Deluo, leaving the Deluo no chance to react as it bore the full brunt of this grand supernatural feat. The mastery of the five thunders. This assault sent Qingyang hurtling over 1,000 meters away, leaving the remaining witch and demon utterly stunned. The witch stood wide-eyed, speechless, completely forgetting to counterattack. The demon clan's Deluo, on the other hand, was rendered speechless by fear, and, after a moment, became flustered at this juncture. Qingyang hastily urged, "Great Witch, please swiftly eliminate this demon. I shall entangle the other for a brief moment, if that is agreeable." Upon hearing this, the Great Witch regained composure and laughed heartily. "Then I shall trouble you, my friend," clearly acknowledging Qingyang, as indicated by the term of endearment, for the Witch clan is known for its prideful disposition. Qingyang quickly dove in, seizing the opportunity to strike a fallen foe, for he could not afford to miss this chance. After all, this was at Luo, and he did not wish to meet his end here. Upon arrival, he witnessed that the demon clan's Deluo was crawling out from the ground, spitting blood and emitting smoke. Just as it was about to utter something, it coughed up another mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Qingyang shouted, "To hell with you! Take this!" With a swift motion, he unleashed another grand supernatural ability, flying sand and moving stones, directed at the demon clan's Deluo. This technique summoned the power of the surrounding earth veins, conjuring sand and stones to obscure vision, hinder progress, and even assault the enemy with an overwhelming wall of sand and wind. As he executed this art, it resembled the tumultuous winds of a desert, swirling and dancing. All the surrounding soil and stones coalesced into numerous colossal boulders, launching an attack on the opponent. Not mere stones, but those imbued with supernatural force, possessing immense power suitable for both solitary and group combat. One might ponder the audacity of that demon clan's Tai Yi. Just as Qingyang was about to depart, it dared to provoke him. It was likely that this Deluo harbored a deep-seated animosity towards that demon. Even if Qingyang chose not to slay it, this Deluo would have relished the opportunity to dispatch it in due time. After all, the demon was incensed, having been met with two attacks it had never encountered before, each wielding tremendous might. The flying sand and moving stones concluded. One could behold the demon, resembling a beggar, covered in tatters, with a face smeared in a grotesque mixture of blood and earth. Lying amidst the dirt, it appeared not to be dead. As Qingyang noted, it was still breathing. The demon slowly rose, fixing its gaze on Qingyang, and muttered, "You have provoked my ire. You shall pay dearly for this." With that, it lunged at Qingyang. Seeing the beggar-like demon rush towards him, Qingyang's eyes flickered, and he charged at it as well. That a cacophony of collisions ensued, and in mere moments, Qingyang had exchanged blows with it dozens of times. Yet, Qingyang found himself in dire straits. While his exterior remained unscathed, Internally, he had sustained significant injuries. If it were merely a few exchanges, it would have been manageable, but this was a relentless barrage of strikes. After all, his opponent was a Deluo. Surviving such an onslaught was fortunate enough. Had he faced a Deluo under a sage's tutelage, Qingyang would have surely perished. The demon clan, witnessing Qingyang seemingly unscathed, widened its eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "How resilient is he? Is he truly a golden immortal? Why does he appear stronger than I?" It seemed to question its own nature, pondering whether it was the demon or Qingyang who embodied the essence of a demon more vividly. Undeterred, Qingyang stood firm, and upon hearing the demon's words, it continued its assault. This time, with a single strike, it sent Qingyang spewing blood, propelling him like a cannonball over 1,000 meters, creating a massive crater upon impact with the earth. Qingyang was gravely injured, yet his life was not in peril. Merely heavily wounded, he called out, "Oh, brethren of the Witch Clan, why are you still not finished? I have endured quite a beating," as the demon prepared to pursue Qingyang. The Great Witch charged the demon with a wolf-toothed club. The clash between witch and demon ensued, and before long, 2 demon corpses lay side by side upon the ground. From afar, the Great Witch lifted Qingyang from the crater, cradling him in his palm, and slowly approached the 2 demon corpses, saying, "My friend, I am truly grateful. Without your diversion of that foolish bird, I would have struggled to defeat these 2." The Great Witch, ever the humble one, responded, "No need for thanks. These 2 demons were destined to fall by your hand eventually. After all, the demon clan's Deluo pales in comparison to you witches." Upon hearing this, Qingyang remarked, "Indeed, I have visited the Witch Clan." The Great Witch's eyes lit up. "Ah, you are young friend Qingyang. How did you know my name?" Qingyang inquired, to which the Great Witch replied, "You are a benefactor to the Witch Clan. Every member will forever remember you." And with that, he bowed deeply. It turned out that the Great Witch was also from the Houtu tribe. Well aware of this matter, he was soon to lead a portion of his kin to the Underworld. Hence his familiarity with the situation. At this moment, Qingyang slowly expressed, "Great Witch, could you assist in guarding me? I am about to undergo a breakthrough." The Great Witch, upon hearing this, stood vigil beside Qingyang, providing protection. Chapter 50. Late-stage, golden, immortal Qingyang sat cross-legged as the spiritual energies of the universe began to convert around him, causing him to radiate a remarkable brilliance, appearing extraordinarily extraordinary. Wisps of spiritual energy flowed into him with each breath, merging into his being, and the cultivation that had long stagnated gradually ascended. His body quivered gently as black and white light erupted from within, rending the surrounding space with cracks, with a continuous surge of power from within. His mind jolted, as if the very air around him was being drawn away. In that fleeting moment, he grasped boundless truths, and with the movement of his consciousness, Qingyang finally broke through his previous limitations. After the breakthrough, Qingyang did not rise, for he still bore injuries. He retrieved a gourd and poured out a golden elixir. Ah, the elixir of the Taishang sage, capable of reviving the dead. Swallowing the golden elixir, he felt it transform into a surge of white medicinal power that rushed to the wounds within him, healing them within mere breaths. Qingyang gradually stood. The internal injuries mended, yet the external ones required further recuperation. That last attack had indeed utilized the power of the laws. Otherwise, Qingyang would not have suffered so greatly. The Great Witch gazed at Qingyang, inquiring, "Are you well, my friend?" To which Qingyang replied, "As long as you guard me." "Great Witch, I shall be fine. Oh, good to hear. My friend, when I return to the Witch Clan, you must accompany me." He gestured that no. "Great Witch, I still wish to traverse the vast wilderness," Qingyang replied. "Then we part ways here," the Great Witch said, and with that he turned and strode away. Qingyang called out, "Great Witch, you haven't taken the corpses yet. What use is that dead bird to me? I gift it to you." In that moment, Qingyang could only glimpse the Great Witch's retreating figure. Turning his attention to the 2 demon corpses, he chuckled. "What a prize! Deluo golden immortal level corpses. 2 to be exact." He kicked the corpses lightly, contemplating that he would surely take on disciples in the future, and to do so, he would need to bestow treasures upon them. Were these not excellent materials for refining? He collected the 2 demon corpses and sought a place to heal. This healing process took approximately a century, a rather tedious endeavor for his injuries. Yet it was ultimately resolved. Soaring in the sky, Qingyang pondered that he must not be so reckless in the future. When encountering at a luo, it would be wise to evade. Even if not at a luo, he should observe carefully for any dangers. While munching on fruit, he lamented, "Alas, this Tianlin fruit is truly dreadful. Its texture is akin to chewing wood." Yet he could not forego it, having consumed 5 or 6 already, resulting in a slight enhancement of his physique. That I wonder how much longer until I reach the Eastern Sea. The wilderness is indeed vast, yet its vastness can be quite vexing. Once at the Eastern Sea, he intended to find a proper dojo, for Golden Ao Island would serve as the headquarters of the Jiejiao in the future. While residing on the island was feasible, having his own dojo would allow for greater freedom, enabling him to take on disciples and elevate himself to a revered status. What a delight that would be! At this thought, his mood brightened significantly. He resolved to visit Sanxian Island and catch up with the Sanshao, as well as Zhao Gongming, his future junior disciples. This time, he must not allow them to become deities. Even if they were to ascend, it should be in their physical forms, as all of them possessed exceptional talents. Their loyalty to Jiejiao was truly commendable. That moment, Lai Fu in his embrace stirred, calling out, indeed, Lai Fu's ability to attract fortune and avert calamity was proving effective. Qingyang took it out, observing Lai Fu chirping towards the southeast, then leaping away. What treasures await over there? Qingyang thought, closely following its agile form. Though Qingyang possessed numerous treasures, including several innate spiritual artifacts, one could never have too many treasures. Moreover, he could bestow them upon his disciples in the future. Upon arriving at a mountain range, he found it to possess an impressive grandeur. In the next moment, a stream of energy flashed from each of his eyes, transforming Qingyang's left eye to white and his right to black. This was a fragment of his comprehension of supernatural abilities. The eye of yin and yang. The mountain range was filled with peaks as numerous as the stars, shrouded in clouds, with spiritual energy flowing like water. Whirling clouds danced in the wind, while various spiritual entities surged through the valleys and seas of clouds. The mountains stretched infinitely, replete with countless exotic flowers, rare herbs, and towering trees. There were also vertical waterfalls, and beneath the cascades lay a massive lotus pool, its waters adorned with radiant red lotuses, sparkling with an otherworldly brilliance. Gazing upon this celestial realm, he mused, indeed, this is a splendid place, a truly remarkable location. Yet it was too distant from the Eastern Sea, making travel inconvenient. However, when the heavens bestow a fortuitous encounter, one ought not to turn it away. Thus, Qingyang began to comprehend the hidden formations of this realm. After a brief period, he opened his eyes and broke through the formation from the right front. Before him stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Lu Shan Dong Tian. Ah, so it is indeed a cave abode. I am indeed curious to discover what treasures this place may hold. Upon arriving at the center, I beheld a cave beside the magnificent waterfall of Lushan. Without hesitation, I ventured inside, finding the cave to be quite expansive. After traversing a considerable distance, I stumbled upon a jade table adorned with a beautiful blue bottle. Intrigued, I picked it up to examine its details. A bottle of the 4 Cs, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Wasn't this in the possession of the Jade Emperor? It was later bestowed upon Princess Longji during the investiture of the gods. How did it come to be here? The fortune of Qingyang is indeed extraordinary. Wherever he goes, he seems to stumble upon treasures. Upon reflection, had it not been for the blessings of Lu and the merit of the Golden Wheel, he would not have encountered such a multitude of spiritual treasures. Collect, collect. I shall welcome all that comes my way. May I gather several precious items for my future disciples. Exiting this cave, I pondered for a moment and decided to set up a concealment formation here. It is better to have control over such a celestial abode. Even in my absence, who can truly predict the future? Since I have discovered this cave, it must be by fate's design. Chapter 51, Kong Xian in the current primordial realm. Golden immortals are as numerous as dogs. Tai are everywhere, and encounters with the Luo golden immortals are commonplace. Only those at the quasi-saint level can dominate a region, while great powers can reign supreme. With saints establishing all, Qingyang has roamed the primordial realm for millennia, collecting numerous treasures from the heavens and earth, including rare flowers, exotic herbs, innate spiritual medicines, and postnatal spiritual roots. As Qingyang gazed at the spiritual essence of the world, he sensed an increasing density of malevolent energy, indicating that the impending calamity was growing more severe. Along his journey, he witnessed numerous battles, with escalating conflicts between the demon and shaman clans, and he saw demons preying upon humans. Each time he witnessed such atrocities, he felt compelled to intervene on behalf of humanity, as he could not turn a blind eye to their plight, having once belonged to their kind in a previous life. Ahead loomed a great mountain, suffused with the energies of the five elements, circulating throughout its expanse. Wood nourishes fire. Fire overcomes metal. Metal generates water. Water extinguishes fire. Fire creates earth. Earth constrains wood. The five elements both support and restrain one another, harmonizing in a natural rhythm. When adjacent, they thrive together in vitality. When distanced, they maintain balance and order. The sequence of mutual generation resembles the spring when wood flourishes, fueling the fervor of fire. As fire blazes, it enriches the earth. From fertile earth, metal emerges. Metal nourishes water, and water, in turn, invigorates the roots of wood, embodying the cycle of life and the continuous development of all things. The principle of mutual restraint is akin to wood anchoring the earth, which in turn regulates the flow of water. Water quenches fierce fire, while fire melts the sturdy metal. Metal cleaves wood branches, each interlinked, maintaining the delicate balance of this place. Truly, it is an excellent location for cultivation, and one can surmise that the resident here is indeed a person of great capability. Are there any fellow practitioners in this mountain? I am Qingyang, a disciple of the Upper Clear Sect, here to pay a visit. After a brief moment, a clear voice resonated from within the mountain. A disciple of the Upper Clear Sage has come to visit. Please enter and share in our gathering. As the energies of the five elements surged, a path gradually revealed itself, leading Qingyang forward until he arrived at the entrance of a cave. Inside, the energies of the five elements were even more pronounced. Without pausing, he stepped inside, where he observed a table with a figure standing beside it, adorned with a golden crown and draped in a brocade robe of gold and crimson, shimmering with multicolored light, a truly striking presence. Qingyang stepped forward, gently clasping his fist in greeting. I humbly apologize for the unexpected intrusion, esteemed friend. The figure reciprocated the gesture, replying, "It is an honor to have you grace my humble abode. There is no talk of intrusion here. Please take a seat and let us converse at our leisure." The two settled at the table, and Qingyang spoke. From afar, I sense that this mountain exudes the essence of the five elements, suggesting the presence of a profound practitioner of this path. Upon meeting you, my intuition proves correct that I am Qingyan, a solitary cultivator. However, my brother is your fellow disciple, having also taken refuge under the teachings of the Tongtian sage. Qingyang was taken aback, for Qingyan was none other than the illustrious Qingyan. Though he maintained his composure, the first calamity of the heavens was marked by the great battle of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, during which the first phoenix birthed many descendants, including the Dapeng, Qingyao, and Peacock, with the first peacock being none other than Qingyan himself. Born with the fortune of the heavens, he was revered by most avian beings, who often addressed him as prince. Qingyang inquired, "Might I ask which of your brothers is your sibling?" "My brother, the golden-winged Great Peng, is known as Dapeng, also one of the winged immortals in your sect," Qingyan replied. Qingyang, aware of their connection, feigned surprise. "No wonder I felt such a kinship upon seeing you. It appears we share a deeper bond. The primary essence of the five elements and the yin-yang path is one of brotherhood. In the primordial chaos, the gods of the five elements and the yin-yang coexisted, and after the fall of the five elements, the yin-yang emerged. Both deities transcended, but a remnant of the yin-yang god lingered. Following the opening of the primordial realm, the yin-yang ancestors emerged, giving rise to Qingyang's transformation. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the dual energies of yin and yang, or tread upon the exalted path of yin-yang? The five elements and yin-yang are interdependent, perpetually cycling. Through their interplay, the five elements manifest life, and all beings are intertwined with their power. Had it not been for Kong Xian's proud disposition as the son of the phoenix, he would not have welcomed Qingyang into the mountain. Regardless of Qingyang's status as a disciple of the sage, Kong Xian, unperturbed, had even dared to confront the saint of the Jie sect during the investiture of the gods. Devouring him in a single gulp, Qingyang reflected upon this, while Kong Xian remained silent, until Qingyang remarked, "I find a profound affinity with you. Dear friend, that I possess a spiritual tea. Would you care to sample it?" With that, he produced his brewing apparatus, filled it with water, and ignited the flame to steep the tea. After a while, a fragrant aroma, imbued with a trace of Taoist essence, filled the cave. Kong Xian's eyes sparkled. "You possess a remarkable fortune to have such exquisite spiritual tea. Oh, this," Qingyang replied, "but are you not also fortunate?" Their gazes met, and they shared a knowing smile out on a platform within the mountain. The energies of yin-yang intermingled with those of the five elements, resonating in harmony. The yin-yang vibrated together, while the five elements danced in unison, merging into a singular essence, and the sequence of the five elements thrived. Perpetually renewing, Qingyang and Kong Xian simultaneously expounded, the paths of yin-yang and the five elements are complementary and intricately intertwined, embodying the grandeur of the natural way. Kong Xian, these recent discussions have greatly enriched my understanding of the yin-yang path. I cannot fathom how much time I have saved in my cultivation. Ah, dear Qingyang, you jest. The yin-yang and five elements are inherently interdependent. Rest assured, my insights gleaned from you are not fewer than yours. The two erupted into hearty laughter. Having spent a century in this place, their bond deepened as they engaged in discussions, ultimately swearing brotherhood. Kong Xian as the elder brother, and Qingyang as the younger. Each day was filled with philosophical discourse, fruit tasting, and tea sipping, living a life of leisure. Yet, all good things must come to an end. Brother Kong Xian, until we meet again. Chapter 52, my struggles gazing at the Tianlin fruit in my hand. I looked into the distance, lost in thought. Over the past century, Kong Xian's mastery of the five elements has grown rapidly, his aura becoming increasingly potent. Should an ordinary person behold him at this moment, they would instantly sense the profundity of the five elements. Observing the thickening malevolent energy in the world, Kong Xian activated a grand formation to conceal his Taoist sanctuary within the primordial realm, rendering the mountain imperceptible from the outside. A T this moment. Across the primordial continent, I must hurry back to the tribe and inform those nearby to refrain from venturing out for the foreseeable future. This is Qingyang. After exiting Kong Xian's sanctuary, I headed eastward towards the eastern sea. Along the way, numerous demons hunted humans without a care, attacking anyone they encountered. Having intervened countless times, I finally arrived at a scene where dozens of humans were besieged by demons. With many corpses strewn about, humans, demons, and even shamans, though humans were the most numerous, that I could no longer remain indifferent. I swiftly engaged the demons, whose highest cultivation level was only Tai and posed no threat to me, swiftly dispatching them. The remaining demons, sensing the dire situation, scattered in disarray. After slaying the last demon, I turned to the humans, who were expressing their gratitude. Just as they were about to flee, I instructed, "Take all the corpses with you." Before floating away, the humans promptly gathered the bodies and hurried back to their tribe. This scene was merely one of many battles unfolding continuously across the primordial realm. Little did humanity know, they were on the brink of a calamity that could lead to their extinction. In the western spiritual mountain, the two saints, Jin and Wuyi, sat facing each other. Wuyi lamented, "After wandering the east for these years, I have only gathered a handful of disciples, most of whom possess little fortune and mediocre talents. As for spiritual treasures, there are scarcely a few innate items, with the rest being postnatal. When will the West flourish? When shall we witness true prosperity? Alas, my struggles are immense. At this rate, I cannot fathom how long it will take to fulfill the 48 great vows I have made. This feeling of being powerless is truly distressing." In truth, The spiritual materials and treasures lost by the myriad tribes of the primordial realm were all taken by Zhuni. Even the lost beings were led away by him, all under the guise of claiming that these items were fated for him, and that those he gathered were destined to be part of the Western teachings. But who knows if those beings wished to be bound by such fate or to be transformed by him? Arriving in this desolate land of the West, where the achievement of the Great Way is deemed possible, yet such accomplishments remain unattainable in the splendid East, one cannot help but question the absurdity of it all. Is it truly believed that I am foolish? These thoughts echo the sentiments of those beings he has guided, yet they remain unvoiced, snatched away by the saint of Zhuan upon hearing these words. The saint of Jin transformed his expression of suffering into one of deep concern. After a considerable pause, his demeanor returned to normal. The saint of Jin, naturally bearing an air of distress, always appeared as such. He remarked, "Junior brother, there is no need for despair. We are destined to toil for the flourishing of Buddhism in the West. This is our mission. After all, there are indeed many beings in the West, and powerful entities exist, yet the attainment of sanctity has fortuitously fallen upon you. It is merely that the time has not yet come. Moreover, extremes inevitably lead to decline. Excess results in reversal. Fullness gives way to emptiness. The waxing and waning of the moon, the constancy of the heavens, these are the principles of nature. Just as the East cannot remain forever prosperous, consider the former might of the three clans, which surpassed the current prowess of the Wu and Yao. Yet they too fell beneath the heavenly decree. Even the leaders of the three clans have since transcended. The Dragon Clan, dominating the four seas, summons clouds and rain. The Phoenix suppresses the immortal volcano. The Qingyang transforms into auspicious signs of the primordial chaos that I foresee the Wu and Yao clans will not endure for long. Patience is key, and there is no need for haste." Zhuan, upon hearing this, responded, "Very well, elder brother, I understand. I shall travel to the east." Jin then closed his eyes at that moment. Those beings remained entirely unaware that the precious spiritual items and their kin had been brought back to the West by the saint of Zhuan. Even if they were to learn of it, they would likely only dare to ponder it silently, fearing to provoke the saint, and thus it would end in silence. This time, Qingyang was fleeing, employing his divine abilities and golden light to hasten forward, not daring to glance back. In a certain location, two members of the demon clan were engaged in fierce combat, having reverted to their true forms. Hearing the commotion, Qingyang approached, discovering that two golden immortals of the demon clan were exchanging blows, piquing his curiosity as he watched for a considerable duration. During their battle, they exchanged words, revealing that their conflict was over a spiritual item. Upon hearing this, Qingyang lost interest. Although he felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the spiritual item, he had recently encountered a significant number of demons and had already met several powerful figures of the Deluo. Yet he restrained himself and considered quietly changing direction. Just as he was about to move, upon hearing the name of a spiritual item, he became agitated. Sanguang Shunshui, the renowned first healing holy water of the primordial chaos. Upon learning of this item, Qingyang was instantly unsettled, even contemplating seizing the two demons to acquire the Sanguang Shunshui. However, he still held back, preparing to listen further, uncertain whether the holy water was even in the possession of the two demons. If it were not, it would mean he had no connection to this spiritual item. "I am fated to the Sanguang Shunshui," he muttered to himself, continuing to listen intently. Chapter 53. Sanguang Shunshui. The Sanguang Shunshui can be said to currently exist only within the 8 treasures glazed bottle of Yuan Shi Tianzun. The goddess Nuwa had possessed many, but they were all consumed during the creation of humanity. As for Guanyin Bodhisattva, also known as Xiang Daoren, she is yet to obtain the innate willow branch and the jade purity bottle. Those 2 treasures were acquired by her only after the Fengshun in the South Sea. However, with Qingyang's presence in this life, who knows to whom this treasure will ultimately belong? The Sanguang Shunshui comprises 3 distinct types: the golden sunlight water, the silver moonlight water, and the purple starlight water. Sunlight water erodes blood, essence, and flesh. Moonlight water corrodes the primordial spirit and soul. Starlight water devours the true spirit and consciousness. Each drop of this divine water is a lethal poison. Yet when combined, they become the supreme healing elixir, capable of dispelling all toxins and curing even the most desperate ailments. That it can even mend bones and revive the deceased, far surpassing the efficacy of the 9-transformation golden elixir of Taishang. Only the sounds of the two demons' roars and screeches fill the air. They were two massive serpents entangled in combat. Qingyang beheld this scene, lamenting the tragedy of kin battling over a spiritual item. Their lives at stake. One demon was a Yomi python, and the other a blackwater Xian snake. Since gaining sentience, they had trained together, never parting, and despite being cold-blooded creatures, their bond was profound, facing life and death together. Each bore a trace of dragon blood, and aspired to leap over the dragon gate in the East Sea upon achieving mastery. Thus they journeyed from the depths of the primordial chaos towards the East Sea. However, unbeknownst to them, during their journey, Emperor Jun established the demon clan, and by unfortunate coincidence, the two demons were discovered by the demon sage Jiu Ying, but a strange beast of the primordial chaos, Jiu Ying, being of the serpent family, took them in. The two demons reasoned that since the dragon clan was in decline and reclusive, they would follow the path of the demon clan under Jiu Ying's guidance. Thus, they accompanied Jiu Ying into battle across the primordial chaos, cultivating their strength to the Tai golden immortal stage, just a step away from attaining the Dao of the Luo, after the establishment of the heavenly court. The two demons, disinterested in remaining there for peaceful cultivation, sought a place abundant in spiritual energy near the East Sea, where they claimed a mountain as their dominion, living quite comfortably. One day, a minor demon under their command reported that treasures had been discovered in the far west, prompting many demons to converge upon the site. Eager to receive a reward, he hurried back to inform the two demons of the news. Upon hearing this, they confidently pledged to reward the minor demon handsomely after retrieving the treasure, and set forth towards the treasure site. Upon arrival, they indeed found many demons clashing, albeit mostly of the Xian immortal stage. The two demons unleashed their aura, frightening the others into retreat, and soon, only the two of them remained, laughing as they approached the treasure. However, upon first sighting the treasure, the two demons were filled with elation, sensing the water-attributed spiritual energy emanating from that moment. They recognized that this was a chance for transcendence. Each forming differing thoughts, the Yomi python declared, "This spirit belongs to me. I shall collect it first and share it upon our return to the mountain." Yet the blackwater Xian snake objected, asserting, "This item is precious. I should collect it first, and we can divide it later." With that, it stepped forward. Thus, their differing opinions escalated in a conflict. Fearing the treasure would be damaged in their fight, they ventured outside the mountain to battle, which was precisely the scene Qingyang witnessed. Both demons were battered and bruised, showing no sign of halting. Instead, they unleashed their true flames, launching lethal strikes at one another without mercy. Upon hearing this, Qingyang finally discerned the location of the Sanguang, Shun Shui, and contemplated stealthily obtaining it. Unexpectedly, the Yomi python, possessing innate spiritual sight, saw through Qingyang's hiding place. With a fierce roar, it bellowed, "Who goes there?" stepped forth, and directed an attack towards Qingyang's direction, revealing his presence. The two demons abruptly ceased their conflict, turning their attention toward Qingyang. Feeling awkward, Qingyang stammered, "I was merely drawn here by your battle. Esteemed seniors, I shall take my leave now." The two demons exchanged glances, unwilling to let Qingyang escape. "You should remain here," they declared, charging at him. Realizing that a confrontation was inevitable, Qingyang unleashed a devastating attack. Employing the pure lotus demon fire, an ethereal white flame he had refined within himself, which he named pure lotus demon fire. Controlling this flame, it swiftly transformed into two fire dragons that surged toward the demons. Seeing Qingyang's flames, the two demons became invigorated, for they were born of the water element and were adept at controlling water. They conjured water serpents to counter the fire dragons. Thinking to extinguish the flames, underestimating Qingyang's cultivation at the golden immortal stage, focusing their defenses on each other instead, the pure lotus demon fire had grown immensely over the years. as Qingyang had often refined it using the essence of heaven and earth. It was not only capable of harming Tai golden immortals, but could even catch a Deluo off guard. Previously, he had refrained from using it due to being injured by the Deluo, but now, with the Tuta-level demons underestimating its power, they were in for a surprise as the water and fire clashed. The water was instantly vaporized, and the fire dragon struck the demons without pause. In an instant, the two demons were engulfed in flames, unable to react, completely enveloped by the inferno, their screams echoing in the air. Ultimately, they were reduced to mere skeletal remains, their souls unable to escape the purifying force of the demon fire. Qingyang stood in shock, having never expected such immense power from the fire he had just unleashed. Chapter 54. Deluo pursued hastily. Qingyang collected the remains of the two demons and turned to flee into a cave. The commotion caused by the demons was significant, and he needed to act swiftly. Should someone arrive, it would spell trouble. Ordinary demons posed little threat, but if a Deluo were to appear, Qingyang would find himself in dire straits. Upon entering the cave, he discovered a stone platform, entirely black, exuding an aura of chaos. Upon this platform was a hollow the size of a human head, filled to the brim with San Guang Shenshui. Just as he was about to speak, alas, it was not a moment to lose. The stone platform was hastily retracted, and with a surge of divine power, Qingyang fled with the speed of the Earth's golden light, scarcely allowing himself a moment to ponder his circumstances. As the very fears he harbored materialized before him, that a formidable figure from the Deluo demon clan, flanked by a host of lesser demons, arrived at this location. Upon his arrival, the demon instantly detected Qingyang hidden within the cave. And in turn, Qingyang recognized the presence of this Deluo, prompting him to flee with utmost urgency. Qingyang dashed forward, employing the Earth's golden light to escape, while the Deluo initially dismissed him, regarding him as merely a minor golden immortal, easily subdued. Yet, in an instant, the Deluo's aura erupted, sending the surrounding demons flying, their fates uncertain. In the next moment, the Deluo seethed with rage. How dare this insignificant creature not hasten to greet him upon sensing his arrival? Instead, it dared to flee. Such insolence was intolerable. A mere golden immortal attempting to escape from a Deluo was indeed astonishing. Inciting the Deluo's fury, he summoned the power of the laws to pursue the direction in which Qingyang had vanished, vowing inwardly that if he caught him, he would relish the opportunity to torment him thoroughly. At this juncture, Qingyang was engulfed in a tempest of frustration. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The Deluo had arrived with alarming swiftness, leaving Qingyang no time to strategize. His only recourse was to flee. He was acutely aware that being captured by a Deluo would not bode well for him, though he would likely escape with his life. Between the celestial hairpin, gifted by the celestial sage, and the jade tablet from the primordial heavenly sovereign, along with the blood jade from the ancestor of the Nether River, he possessed means of survival. However, Qingyang was reluctant to resort to such protective measures just yet, sensing the Deluo's rapidly closing distance. Qingyang realized that it would not be long before he was caught unless he devised a means to elude him. Thus, a golden immortal fled ahead, while a Deluo pursued from behind, weaving through the primordial landscape, disturbing numerous beings along the way. Yet, as they felt the Deluo's overwhelming presence, they chose to disregard it, though the absurdity of a Deluo failing to catch a mere golden immortal was not lost on them. "Stop, young one," thundered the Deluo, "that I promise you shall not meet your demise. Should I capture you, however, your fate will be far worse than death. Halt at once." The Deluo pondered, perplexed by the extraordinary swiftness of this youngling. Even with his utmost effort, he found himself only slightly faster, realizing he would need considerable time to close the gap. Qingyang, however, remained silent and continued to channel his power in a desperate bid to escape, seemingly accelerating further. "Stop? What nonsense! Am I to stop so you can torment me?" he thought furiously. The Deluo, frustrated by Qingyang's silence, ceased his verbal taunts and redoubled his efforts to catch up as Qingyang sprinted. He beheld an ancient mountain looming ahead. Its majestic peaks stood tall and resolute, resembling time-worn towers of eternal verdancy. Commanding and enigmatic, the mountain exuded an aura of spiritual energy that felt oppressive, casting a somber gloom despite its vitality. In that moment, a stone tablet suddenly came into view, inscribed with 3 familiar characters. Lingzhou Mountain, a realization struck him. This was the domain of the Radiant Lamp. It seemed that his thoughts had summoned this place into existence. The figure then materialized at the foot of the mountain, drawing Qingyang's attention. The personage appeared gaunt, with hair styled in 2 lofty buns. Garbed in a robe of dual colors, in a burst of desperation, Qingyang called out, "Elder brother, save me. There's a Luo demon pursuing me. I must retreat to recuperate. Please hold him off." In an instant, Qingyang zipped past this figure, racing into the distance, leaving the bewildered individual, none other than the Radiant Lamp, behind, pondering, who is this elder brother of his? Qingyang's loud declaration was intentionally meant for the Luo to overhear. And indeed, the demon, feeling humiliated, contemplated the existence of a Luo golden immortal sibling. Suddenly, another figure appeared ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a Luo golden immortal. The Luo felt a surge of indignation. After pursuing for so long, was his effort to be in vain? As he pondered this, he saw the approaching figure raise a hand, prompting the Luo to believe an attack was imminent. He preemptively unleashed an assault of his own, sending forth a wave of law power toward the Radiant Lamp. The Radiant Lamp, preparing to activate the mountain's protective array, hesitated upon sensing the presence of 2 unfamiliar Luo golden immortals. Yet as he raised his hand, the attacking Luo struck first, clearly harboring ill intentions. "How dare you underestimate me?" The Radiant Lamp thought, incensed at the audacity of this intruder. Chapter 55. The Fall of the Luo, seething with indignation. The Radiant Lamp resolved not to tolerate such disrespect. He had long struggled to break through to the quasi-saint level, while others of his generation had already attained such heights. The likes of the 3 pure ones had reached saintly status, while he remained stagnated at the Luo golden immortal tier. The audacity of this demon to attack him without a word was utterly intolerable. Quaking with fury, the Radiant Lamp's body trembled, a rare sight in the prehistoric realm. The Luo, witnessing this, could scarcely believe his eyes. "Did I frighten you so?" he mused, incredulous that the Radiant Lamp appeared shaken. Yet the Radiant Lamp, having recognized the disdainful expression on the Luo's face, erupted in anger. "How dare you? You vile demons are deserving of death," he bellowed, radiating a formidable aura of authority. With a swift motion, he launched a powerful strike toward the Luo, following it up with another wave of law power. The Luo, who had previously dismissed the Radiant Lamp, was suddenly struck with terror upon witnessing the unleashing of such overwhelming might that he immediately halted his retreat and turned to flee, feeling the insurmountable pressure of the Radiant Lamp's presence. After all, he had only just achieved mid-level Luo status, while the Radiant Lamp's power was palpable, almost materializing. Seething with resentment toward Qingyang for leading him to such a formidable adversary, the Luo fled, unleashing waves of law power in a futile attempt to block the Radiant Lamp's assault. "Please spare me, esteemed elder. I was unaware that the young one was your brother," he pleaded, calling himself a mere little demon, a clear indication of his terror. The Radiant Lamp, however, dismissed the Luo's pleas entirely, unwilling to entertain such cowardice after being provoked. The attack surged forward, rendering any defenses the Luo attempted to mount utterly ineffective in an instant. The mighty Luo was struck down, his physical form shattered and his very essence extinguished, leaving nothing but remnants of his existence behind. As the Luo fell, the Radiant Lamp felt a rush of clarity, a hidden exhilaration coursing through him. The pent-up emotions he had long suppressed were finally released, and he exhaled deeply. And no longer would he wear the mask of a benevolent figure. He resolved that those who deserved death would meet their fate without hesitation. With newfound resolve, the Radiant Lamp activated the protective array of the mountain and vanished within its confines. Meanwhile, Qingyang found himself at a distant mountain range, recovering his spiritual energy. Prolonged use of divine powers was taxing, as they relied upon the laws of nature for their efficacy. Unbeknownst to him, The casual words he had uttered had led to the demise of a Deluo golden immortal, whose soul had not escaped, vanishing entirely from existence. Furthermore, his words had ignited a change in the radiant lamp, instilling within him a newfound ruthlessness that would eventually bring calamity upon many disciples of the Sect. 3 days later, Qingyang stealthily emerged from the mountains. Making his way toward the eastern sea, he was wary of the possibility that the Deluo demon might be lying in wait, oblivious to the notion that his words had led to the creature's demise at the hands of the radiant lamp. Regardless, he mused, I certainly can't be caught. I am quite adept at fleeing. On his journey, Qingyang skillfully navigated several great battles, artfully avoiding them and opting for alternate routes, weary of conflict along the way. He encountered some reckless beings who dared to provoke him, but they were swiftly dealt with. At this moment, Qingyang's mind was solely focused on reaching the eastern sea as quickly as possible. Seeking a tranquil place for seclusion, he sensed his magical power flowing steadily within him. It was a sign that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Nothing could be more significant than this ascension. Cultivation was paramount. Qingyang felt assured that he must be nearing the eastern sea, for the ethereal essence of water in the surrounding spiritual energy was exceedingly abundant, and the presence of water attribute materials was on the rise. Throughout his travels, he had encountered numerous innate treasures, with the Yangxian Tower filled to the brim with items imbued with primordial energy. After all, following the War of the Wraiths, the collapse of Mount Buzhou had left the wilderness bereft of such innate treasures. Chapter 56. The Eastern Sea gazing at the boundless expanse of the ocean, its azure depths shimmering like translucent jade, Qingyang was captivated by its vastness and splendor. The sea stretched wide like a silver expanse, unmarred by clouds, with sunlight cascading upon its surface, resembling countless diamonds sparkling in a mesmerizing display. The powerful sea breeze surged forth, stirring colossal waves that roared with a feral fury, crashing onto the shore and leaving behind layers of pristine white foam that vanished in an instant. The gusts brought with them a unique, invigorating scent of the sea, imbued with freshness and moisture, transporting one to a distant isle, far removed from the chaos of the mundane world. This moment, Qingyang floated above the eastern sea, quietly observing the waters, his spirit remarkably tranquil. Having endured numerous trials throughout the primordial era, he had finally arrived at the eastern sea, which, at this time, was far less murky and devoid of foul odors. Save for a hint of brine, there were no cultivators nearby, only a few seabirds soaring gracefully in the sky. Witnessing this scene, Qingyang felt his magical power stirring restlessly within him. He needed to find a place for seclusion without delay. He soared directly over the ocean's surface, venturing deeper into the sea until a small island materialized before him. Eagerly, he alighted upon the island, which was rich in spiritual energy, ample enough for him to achieve the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, he detected no other beings and settled upon a massive stone, forming a meditative posture while establishing a concealment array to facilitate his focused cultivation. For an entire day, he practiced his breathing techniques, channeling the upper clear immortal method, allowing the spiritual energy to circulate throughout his body. The familiar sensations of mild pain and tingling surged once again, as his magical power manifested like a colossal dragon of black and white, coursing through his meridians, gradually increasing in size. Qingyang's aura intensified, and suddenly, he trembled, releasing the formidable essence of the golden immortal pinnacle into the surrounding atmosphere. With a serene gaze, Qingyang opened his eyes, rose to his feet, stretched his limbs, and paused in contemplation before suddenly directing his flight toward a specific direction. Having spent over 200 years in the Eastern Sea, Qingyang had yet to encounter a single dragon. The vastness of the Eastern Sea was overwhelming, dotted with numerous islands of varying sizes, where most of the spiritually rich lands were claimed by other beings. And he had little desire to compete for such mundane territories. One day, while soaring above the ocean, a sudden inspiration struck him. In the distance, he discerned the vague outline of an island resembling a colossal turtle. Could it be Jin Ling Island? From afar, it appeared as an immense tortoise, resting majestically upon the surface of the as Qingyang approached. He beheld the island's rugged formations and towering peaks, suffused with an abundance of spiritual energy. Enveloping the isle in a mesmerizing haze of purple aura, the island was shrouded in mist, adorned with fragrant blossoms and melodious birdsong, and Qingyang felt an overwhelming sense of serenity. However, he refrained from landing. Knowing that this island had yet to reveal its full potential and was destined to become the stronghold of the, as well as the location of the Buzhou Palace, he resolved to remember the exact location of Jinao Island and continued his quiet journey forward. As he traveled further, he heard a deep, resonant call emanating from ahead, a voice imbued with the essence of the dragon clan. At last, he was about to witness a dragon. He quickened his pace towards the source of the sound. Before him floated a magnificent golden creature, adorned with antler-like horns and large, protruding eyes reminiscent of a shrimp. Its ears resembled those of a bull, with sharp tips, while its serpentine body was covered in glistening scales radiating majesty. Its claws were sharp and curved like hooks, and as it moved, whiskers danced in the wind, with a crescent-shaped white scale beneath its throat, the fabled reverse scale. Beholding this imposing dragon, Qingyang recognized it as the very embodiment of the descriptions from his previous life. At that moment, the golden dragon noticed Qingyang's presence, cast a fleeting glance in his direction, and indifferent, plunged into the depths of the sea, revealing its majestic form as it submerged. Qingyang felt an intense desire to explore the dragon palace of the Eastern Sea. Wondering what wonders lay within, surveying his surroundings, Qingyang found himself at a loss. He had arrived at the Eastern Sea, but where to go next? The thought of returning to Kunlun filled him with nostalgia for the days spent with his fellow disciples, filled with laughter and warmth. Reflecting on this, he resolved to hasten his cultivation. Otherwise, when the time of the canonization arrived, they might be left with no one, he thought to himself. Even if he did not ascend to the ranks of the honored, he would wander in solitude and loneliness. Thus, he endeavored to elevate his cultivation, determined to save as many as he could, lest it be reduced to a mere handful. Chapter 57. The departure of the three pure ones in the 2,000 years since Qingyang had descended the mountain. Kunlun Mountain had become increasingly tumultuous in his absence. With no restraint from Qingyang, the conflicts between the disciples of thee and they intensified. Initially, the disputes were mere whispers exchanged in secrecy, but they soon escalated into open confrontations. With both sides engaging in direct conflicts of magical prowess, in the beginning, the saint of Tongtian reprimanded the disciples for their behavior, yet they remained indifferent, offering no words of counsel. Eventually, the saint of Tongtian ceased to intervene, and they remained silently detached, emboldening the disciples of both sects to become increasingly brazen. Whenever the two sects encountered one another, harsh words would be exchanged. The followers hurled insults, calling the disciples names like beasts with fur and horns and spawn of damp origins. Igniting the fury of the disciples, who glared back with contempt, their eyes burning with a desire for vengeance. The disciples retorted, branding their rivals as worthless, claiming they had wasted years on Kunlun without achieving any progress in their cultivation. Tarnishing the sanctity of such a revered place, the disciples, upon hearing such words, glared back with hostility, their eyes glinting with icy disdain. Thus, the strife between the two sects escalated, turning Kunlun Mountain into a veritable cauldron of chaos and discord. With daily exchanges of mockery becoming commonplace, one day, amidst their usual quarrels, a terrifying aura erupted from the mountain, accompanied by the sounds of heated arguments. Observing this, the disciples instinctively halted their disputes, turning their attention towards the summit. There, within the grand hall, the saint of Tongtian and they were embroiled in a heated debate, while they sat nearby, eyes closed in meditation. Second brother, your words challenge the dignity of my disciples. What do you mean by calling them mere beasts born from damp origins? Such remarks are acceptable among the younger generation, but when they come from you, they hold a different weight. To disparage my disciples is to disparage me, Tongtian. Conversely, I find my disciples to be exemplary individuals, devoted to their masters and grateful, always showing the utmost respect towards both you and our elder brother. Perhaps it is your disciples who need to be properly guided. As saint disciples, they should be diligently cultivating instead of indulging in idle gossip and slander. If they continue in this manner, they will become bullies and oppressors, lacking any understanding of morality. Such behavior will inevitably lead to their downfall, and it will reflect poorly on the three pure ones, tarnishing our reputation in the primordial realm. Upon hearing these words, they erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Taunton, do you still regard me as your second brother?" Before he could finish, he opened his eyes and interjected, "Have you two not finished? Must you argue both in public and atop the mountain? Is this how saints should conduct themselves? You both seem no different from mere mortals. And Tauntion, how can you speak to your second brother in such a manner? This is a complete breach of decorum." Upon hearing that Tauntion once again leaned towards Yuanshi, Taishang could hardly contain his fury and exclaimed, "Elder brother, you side with him yet again, even neglecting to address our second brother." This clearly illustrates the extent of Tauntion's anger. In that moment, Tauntion, feeling utterly disrespected as a brother and scorned by his disciples, declared, "Since you do not regard me as a sibling and look down upon my disciples, I shall take my leave. Kunlun Mountain shall be left to you. I will seek my own refuge." With that, he turned away without casting a glance at the two and departed. Taishang and Yuanshi, upon hearing his words, contemplated urging Tauntion to stay. Yet as the words lingered on their lips, they found themselves unable to lower their pride and remained silent, merely watching as Tauntion walked away. "All disciples of Jiejiao, gather your belongings and follow me down the mountain," Tauntion commanded. The disciples, in unison, responded, "Master, we are prepared to leave at any moment, given the multitude of people on the mountain. None would dare leave valuable possessions behind in their caves. They all carried their treasures with them, rendering them unnecessary to store away." "Very well, I shall lead you to a new place of establishment. This land shall remain for them," said Tauntion, as the group followed him, soaring from Kunlun Mountain, leaving behind a bewildered assembly of disciples from the Chan sect. Inside the Grand Hall on Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi, regaining his composure, remarked, "Let them go. Let them go. With their departure, Kunlun will indeed feel much more serene." Freed from the sight of those adorned with fur and horns, a sense of tranquility washed over him, and he turned to Taishang, saying, "Brother, I too shall leave Kunlun Mountain and seek a new place to stand. With but one disciple from Xuandu, it shall be easy to arrange," without waiting for Yuanshi to respond. He turned and left. Yuanshi, upon hearing this, stood frozen in place, feeling an emptiness within, gazing towards the hall's entrance. After prolonged silence, he finally murmured, "Let them go. All of them. Kunlun Mountain is better left to me. I shall no longer be burdened by concerns." Following Taishang's departure with Xuandu from Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of Chan sect were instructed to thoroughly clean the mountain, proclaiming, "From now on, this mountain belongs to us." The disciples answered, "As per the Master's decree, in truth, the separation of the three purities was a matter of divine will, though Kunlun Mountain served as the ancestral vein of the primordial world. It could not withstand the combined fortunes of the three saints. Moreover, the doctrines of the two sects differed. The Chan sect sought to elucidate heavenly principles and align with the way of heaven, while Jiejiao aimed to seize a fragment of heavenly secrets, teaching without discrimination. Thus, the three purities inevitably parted ways. After departing from Kunlun Mountain, Tauntion and his disciples soared to a mountaintop, contemplating where to establish their new cultivation ground. At this moment, Wuyi suggested, "Master, why not venture to the Eastern Sea? The Eastern Sea is dotted with immortal islands, akin to the stars in the sky. Surely there must be islands abundant in spiritual energy." Taishang nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed to the Eastern Sea." The group then set their course towards the eastern waters, as for Taishang. After leaving Kunlun, he journeyed eastward until he arrived at a place suffused with a mysterious aura. Enveloped in clouds and mist, with towering peaks that reached into the heavens, there he also discovered a vein of innate copper. Upon seeing this sight, Taishang proclaimed, "This shall be my place of cultivation." The events that unfolded on Kunlun Mountain did not escape the notice of the astute. After Tauntion and his disciples departed, Taishang and his sole disciple Xuandu also exited Kunlun. Coupled with the earlier discord on the mountain, some beings speculated that a rift had formed among the three purities, leading to their separation, an outcome that many beings had longed to witness. Gradually, news of the three purities division spread throughout the primordial world. For most beings, it was merely idle chatter during leisure. Yet for certain factions, this development was most fortuitous. In the heavenly court, the likes of Emperor Jun expressed great delight upon hearing the news, although the three purities were saints and posed little threat to him. Their unity had always exerted pressure on him. With their separation, Emperor Jun felt considerably more at ease. In the western spiritual mountain, upon hearing this news, the saint of propping up the teachings nearly leapt for joy. Thanks to the timely reminder from the saint of guidance, he managed to temper his excitement and avoid losing composure. However, elation was hard to contain. Brother, you were right. Discord has arisen in the east. The three purities have parted ways, and no longer together. Our opportunity has come, he exclaimed. In response, the saint of guidance cautioned, though the three purities have separated, their teachings remain intact. It does not imply a complete severance of relations. They will always be the three purities regardless of the situation. Yet the saint of propping up the teachings held a different view, believing that the emotional rift among the three would widen with time. And thus, he resolved to exploit their teachings to further deepen the divide. Indeed, the saint of guidance understands well. His words regarding the teachings of the three purities serve as a reminder for the saint of propping up the teachings. To incite their rift, one must target their teachings. The saint of guidance is indeed a person of great wisdom. The saint of propping up the teachings declared, Brother, I shall venture eastward to explore. With that, he descended from the spiritual mountain and set off towards the east, while the saint of guidance remained aware of his intentions, choosing simply to remain silent. After nearly a decade of traversing the primordial realm alongside his disciples, Tong Tian finally arrived at the eastern sea. In truth, had Tong Tian traveled alone, he could have reached the eastern sea in the time it takes to burn a joss stick. However, with so many disciples, their journey was marked by pauses and delays, taking a full year to arrive. Did one not witness how Qingyang took over 1,000 years to reach his destination? Yet, Qingyang traveled leisurely while the disciples of Jiejiao were on a mission. Thus their speeds were not comparable. Upon reaching the eastern sea, Tong Tian felt a stirring within his spirit, sensing that something related to him was emerging from the depths. With this in mind, he led his disciples into the sea, flying for about half a day until they spotted an immortal island. This island, resembling a golden tortoise, lay majestically upon the waters, emanating an extraordinary presence. Upon seeing this sight, Tong Tian understood that this was his destined opportunity. As they approached the island, a familiar wave of magical energy caught Tong Tian's attention. This is the essence of Qingyang. It seems my disciple has been here before. But why did he not set foot on the island? With a wave of his hand, Tong Tian dispelled the island's protective formation, revealing an abundance of spiritual energy that flowed like water, with ethereal mists swirling about. The entire island spanned roughly 300 miles. Numerous towering peaks adorned the island, and various spiritual birds and immortal beasts roamed and soared across its expanse. Observing this, Tong Tian exclaimed, "What a fortuitous opportunity! What a splendid island! What an exquisite place for cultivation!" Upon setting foot on the immortal island, Tong Tian's spirits soared even higher, and he felt immensely satisfied with his decision to leave Kunlun Mountain. This place could serve as his cultivation ground, rivaling that of Kunlun itself. The more he pondered this, the more elated he became, and he addressed his disciples, saying, "From this day forth, this island shall be known as Golden Tortoise Island, my sanctum for cultivation and the site of Jiejiao's teachings. You may each find a cave dwelling upon this island and settle here." The outer disciples were instructed to seek a place of cultivation outside the sanctum. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Tong Tian soared into the heavens and proclaimed, "I, the saint of Jiejiao, hereby establish a sanctum on this island, named Golden Tortoise Island, that in accordance with the principle of teaching without discrimination, a great formation shall be laid out before this island in 100 years' time. Those who pass through this formation shall be recognized as outer disciples of this land." With that, he ascended the island and, in the heart of the central plain, conjured a palace with a casual wave of his hand. Upon seeing the words Upper Clear Palace inscribed on the entrance, he found them rather jarring. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand once more, and the three characters for Upper Clear Palace transformed into Green Escape Palace, thus laying the foundation for the future congregation of myriad immortals. Additionally, a verse was composed. Hongjun manifests. The heavens are unveiled. The earth's villains rise upon the law platform, forging a golden body through countless tribulations. Within the Green Escape Palace, many talents shall flourish. The three purities were busy gathering disciples on Kunlun Mountain. The Western faith was also enrolling many followers, although the majority possessed mediocre aptitude. There were a few exceptional individuals among them, including the eldest disciple of the Saint of Guidance, who would become the future Merciless Buddha. Merciless Buddha was born in a human tribe in the West. During a time when humanity spread throughout the primordial realm, a tribe, after enduring countless hardships, finally settled in the West. The beings of the West were predominantly devoted to the Western faith, and these humans assimilated into the local customs, growing to become followers of the Western teachings. Over the years, the human population in the West gradually increased, forming numerous tribes. Merciless Buddha, originally named Jayapali, was the son of the chief of one such tribe. From a young age, he cultivated the principles of the Western faith. Upon reaching adulthood, he ventured forth from his tribe to explore the West and seek enlightenment. One day, he found himself at the base of a mountain brimming with spiritual energy. The mountain stood sacred and imposing, shrouded in fragrant smoke, emanating waves of serene and benevolent truths. Witnessing this, his heart resonated harmoniously, filling him with a sense of joy and tranquility. At this moment, the revered sage of the mountain, the one who guides the way, awakened from his deep meditation. Sensing a presence that resonated with his own at the foot of the mountain, he gazed downward and beheld a human kneeling earnestly at the base. This individual bore a gentle countenance, a robust form, and was clad in gray robes, emanating an aura of compassion. Observing this, the sage calculated with his fingers and discerned the man's origins and connections, realizing they shared a bond as master and disciple. Recognizing that his destined disciple had appeared, he descended the mountain leisurely until he stood before him. He looked upon the kneeling figure. Named Jayapali, his fondness grew, and he inquired, "Would you be willing to take me as your master and embark on the path of the supreme truth that liberates all souls?" Upon hearing this, Jayapali gazed at the sage, adorned in a golden robe and crowned with a fleshly diadem, his complexion slightly pale, and his features marked by suffering. Yet the essence emanating from the sage evoked a sense of familiarity within him. He then responded, "Jayapali pays his respects to the master." The sage regarded him and gently proclaimed, "At your birth, you were accompanied by the 32 auspicious signs and 80 good qualities. Henceforth you shall be named Merciless, my foremost disciple." With that, he turned and ascended the mountain, while Merciless expressed his gratitude for the bestowed name and followed closely behind. The second individual was the Medicine Master Buddha, originally a monk from the West named Robikyu, who had two sons. He had devoted himself to the teachings of the West from a young age, cultivating a compassionate heart. After achieving success in his practice, he wandered the Western lands with his two sons, healing the afflicted and alleviating disasters, earning a reputation as the Medicine King. His sons were named Rizhao and Yuedio. Unbeknownst to the Medicine Master, a powerful being had been observing him from the shadows. This being was the sage who guides the way. He set forth various trials to test Robikyu's determination, character, and understanding. After Robikyu successfully traversed these challenges, the sage appeared before him and accepted him as his second disciple, naming him Medicine Master, with his two sons designated as protectors. The third individual was the Bodhisattva of great strength, born in a human tribe as a child named Moni. From the moment of his birth, he was enveloped in auspicious light, embodying purity as he grew. He exhibited unparalleled filial piety. His reputation spread across numerous tribes, yet Moni's parents were ordinary individuals devoid of spiritual attainment and passed away early, which left him heartbroken, feeling he had not yet repaid their kindness before their departure. Gradually, he developed a desire for cultivation, placing his parents' remains in a vessel atop his head, hoping to strengthen his own abilities to liberate them from the cycle of rebirth. His profound filial piety garnered him even greater renown. All beings marveled at his devotion, and upon hearing of this, the sage descended to observe Moni. After confirming the truth of the matter, he was moved by Moni's filial heart and accepted him as his third disciple, bestowing upon him the name Great Strength, symbolizing compassion and the wisdom of liberation. The fourth disciple was the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who vowed to attain Buddhahood only after hell had been emptied. With these four esteemed disciples, the spiritual mountain grew ever more formidable, strengthening the Western teachings. Meanwhile, the sage who guides the way traversed the primordial wilderness, not flying, but moving with such swiftness that it rivaled flight, each step carrying him miles in an instant. As he approached the depths of the eastern sea, he suddenly encountered a valley ahead, filled with the sounds of laughter and merriment. Curiosity piqued, he approached the valley and discovered numerous members of the demon clan gathered there, seemingly guarding something, led by the powerful demon saint, Jin Ling, of quasi-saint cultivation. This sight further aroused his intrigue. Something worthy of a quasi-saint's protection must be significant. He stealthily entered the valley, undetected by Jin Ling and the demon kin outside the formation, easily bypassing their defenses due to his saintly prowess. Upon entering, he was greeted by a breathtaking spectacle that filled his eyes with indescribable brilliance. In the valley, 10 small golden crows frolicked joyfully, their bodies adorned with golden, scaly feathers that appeared sharp and fierce. They radiated with the brilliance of the sun, their flames seeming capable of incinerating all. The largest among them had reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, while the smallest had already attained the same level. Truly remarkable beings of heaven and earth. Had Qingyang been present, he would surely lament that it took him over 10,000 years to reach the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, whereas these fledgling golden crows achieved such prowess in merely 2,000 years. Indeed, comparison breeds envy. These golden crows, born from the fusion of pure yang and pure yin energies, were inherently endowed with great fortune. From birth, they became the 10 princes within the celestial court and the demon clan, enjoying boundless luck, which facilitated their rapid ascension and cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, an immense crisis loomed on the horizon, a threat that could return them to the cycle of existence. Yet they continued to play without a care. Eventually, wearied from their antics, they returned to rest upon the branches of the Fusang tree. At that moment, the eldest golden crow exclaimed, "I long to soar beyond this place and truly enjoy the world outside. Spending day after day in this tiny valley is dreadfully dull." The others quickly chimed in. "Brother speaks true. I have lost all motivation to cultivate here. It is utterly stifling. Alas, there are numerous guardians from various clans outside who would never permit us to leave, and furthermore, there are formations that can only be opened from the outside, making our escape impossible. Sigh. It is all the orders of our father and uncle, forbidding us from leaving the valley. They claim that the outside world is perilous, with many from the witch clan waging war against our demon kin. And thus, for our safety, we are to remain here. When I reach a sufficient level of cultivation, I shall certainly teach those witch clan scoundrels a lesson for daring to challenge our demon kin, showing them the consequences of their actions. Yes, once we grow strong, we shall teach them a lesson and assist our father and uncle in punishing the witch clan." The small golden crows excitedly exchanged words, completely unaware that someone was observing them, listening intently to their conversation. Upon entering the valley, the sage who guides the way beheld the playful golden crows, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Their extraordinary talents made him wish to take them all back to the west, for they would undoubtedly become formidable beings. However, he dared not act, as the time set by the Dao Ancestor was drawing near. Moreover, the celestial signs were unclear, and the ominous energies of calamity were growing stronger, causing all to refrain from involving themselves with the two clans for fear of repercussions. After observing for some time, the sage contemplated leaving, but he suddenly overheard the conversation among the small golden crows. An idea sparked within him, and he devised a cunning scheme. If he could assist these little ones in escaping without entangling himself with the two clans, it would be a harmless endeavor. It would sow chaos in the east while subtly stoking the flames between the two clans. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became of the righteousness of his plan. How could he persuade the Golden Crows to trust him? After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. Taking advantage of the demons' inattention, he waved his hand to cast a charm that lulled all the demons into a deep slumber. Concealing them nearby with a formation that made them undetectable, he then boldly entered the valley. The little Golden Crows, noticing his arrival, turned to face him. Seeing an unfamiliar figure, the eldest Golden Crow called out, "Who are you? We've never seen you before. Where are Jin Ling and the others? You must be one of the individuals sent by our father or uncle." The sage, impressed by their intelligence, thought, "What astute Golden Crows! Such a pity they cannot be utilized for the benefit of my Western teachings that I am a friend of your father and uncle. They have sent me to inform the 10 princes that from this day forth, you may leave the valley and need not remain confined here any longer." Just as he was about to elaborate, the elder Golden Crow interrupted. "Why have our father and uncle not come to tell us themselves? And we have not seen our mother in a long time. Are you trying to deceive us? Besides, Jin Ling and the others are not here. How clever you are." The sage replied, "Jin Ling and the demon kin have returned to the heavenly court, while the heavenly emperor, empress, and others are in seclusion, preparing to engage in battle against the witch clan. Consider this, my dear eldest prince. If I were not sent by your father, how could I have entered the valley? And if Jin Ling and the others did not recognize me, how could they have returned to the heavenly court? After all, the strength of this formation is something you princes can surely sense." The eldest prince was about to respond when the other Golden Crows chimed in. "Yes, brother, this sage speaks the truth. Otherwise, with our father's and uncle's immense power, how could he have breached the formation they set? Jin Ling has undoubtedly received orders from father to return to the heavenly court. Otherwise, he would face punishment for leaving without permission." Once they heard they could leave, the Golden Crows erupted with joy. Yet the eldest Golden Crow remained skeptical, expressing his doubts about the sage. "Brother, please take us out. Besides, our demon kin are widespread across the primordial wilderness. Who could possibly harm us, even if we encounter members of the witch clan? If we cannot defeat them, we can simply flee. The shamanic tribe members are incapable of flight, thus posing no threat to us." After some contemplation, the eldest Golden Crow conceded that his brothers were indeed correct. Although he harbored a lingering sense of unease regarding the individuals before him, the persistent enthusiasm of his younger siblings was hard to resist. Furthermore, he genuinely yearned for a change of scenery. Having grown weary of his current surroundings, with this thought in mind, he addressed the sage Jun Ti, expressing gratitude for the message conveyed, and requested that upon returning to the heavenly realm, he inform their father and mother of their intentions to venture out for a brief excursion. With a respectful bow to Jun Ti, he then declared to his brothers, "Once we are outside, you must all heed my guidance. Can you comply?" The little Golden Crows, upon hearing this, were more than willing to follow their elder brother's lead as long as it meant they could frolic outdoors. "Very well, then, let us depart from the valley." The 10 little Golden Crows eagerly soared out of the Tang Valley, venturing into the vast primordial world. Jun Ti, observing the scene, added, "The Heavenly Emperor has granted you permission to explore the eastern lands. But be wary of the western territories, for there dwell many powerful beings who may provoke the wrath of reclusive giants." Jun Ti harbored concerns for the little Golden Crows, fearing that should they venture west, the denizens of that region might suffer greatly. It was indeed a pity for the Golden Crows, so astute and clever. Given the opportunity, he would still wish to test whether he could lead one to the west. With this thought, Jun Ti stepped forth from the Tang Valley, heading in another direction toward the primordial expanse, leaving the notification for Dijun and Tai Yi unspoken. The 10 little Golden Crows spent a considerable time frolicking above the eastern sea, but their inherent affinity for fire made the humid atmosphere of the ocean rather unpleasant. Thus, they turned their flight toward the land. After nearly a century, one fateful day, the eastern lands of the primordial continent suddenly experienced an upsurge of heat. The atmosphere became unbearably sweltering, with the blazing sun scorching the earth and the air thick with oppressive warmth. The relentless heat persisted, cracking the ground and rendering it parched and desolate, causing many plants to wither and the lakes and rivers to dry up completely. At this moment, numerous beings began to notice that several suns had mysteriously appeared in the sky. and upon closer inspection, they discovered there were 10 suns soaring through the heavens. Members of the demon tribe recognized them as the Demon Prince. And the shamanic tribe also took note of their presence. Gazing upon the 10 suns, a chilling glint flashed in their eyes. The 10 golden crows, having descended to the earth, quickly discovered an abundance of ancient trees and rugged mountains. Teeming with life, a stark contrast to the valley they had left behind, their spirits were lifted by the breathtaking scenery. Brother, did we not make the right choice coming out? The landscape is so beautiful, and the spiritual energy in the air is abundant. Look over there, those magnificent mountains. How splendid. And there are so many flowers and plants. And look at all the creatures gazing at us. What a marvelous place. We must come out to play more often. The little golden crows exclaimed with delight. In their exuberance, they spotted a wooden-roofed house and, filled with curiosity, approached it to take a closer look. Yet, their intense fiery aura inadvertently ignited the structure, setting it ablaze. The human inhabitants below screamed and fled for their lives, while the little golden crows erupted into fits of laughter, exclaiming, "How delightful!" just as the eldest golden crow was about to speak. The mischievous little ones darted away into the distance. As they flew, they playfully shook their wings, causing flames to cascade down. Wherever the embers fell, they ignited the ground in an instant. This calamity rendered many beings utterly helpless. As countless lives perished beneath the scorching rays of the golden flames, the primordial earth was engulfed in cries of anguish that echoed for a long time. The 10 golden crows grew increasingly exhilarated by the unfolding chaos. Completely oblivious to the suffering they inflicted upon the denizens of the land, focused solely on their own merriment, that on that day, they arrived at a shamanic tribe settlement, where they beheld towering figures that matched the descriptions they had heard. The shamanic tribe. The sworn enemies of the demon tribe. The little crows conferred amongst themselves, "Let us teach these shamans a lesson." United in their resolve, the 10 golden crows approached the shamanic stronghold, unleashing torrents of golden flames upon the land. However, before the flames could reach the ground, a powerful force of law surged forth from the side, extinguishing the fire. The golden crows, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, quickly grew irate. Who dares to extinguish the flames of this prince? How audacious! Come forth and face us, they shouted, scanning their surroundings for the source of their indignation. A booming voice resonated from the ground. "You little feathered brutes of the Golden Crow clan, begone from my territory. Out of mercy for my good mood, I shall spare your lives today, but begone from here." The speaker was a towering figure with a bushy beard, the leader of the tribe, known as Fu. Fu had long been aware of the 10 sons making their way toward his tribe and had anticipated the tumultuous events unfolding across the primordial land. He had no qualms about slaughtering ordinary demons. But the prospect of harming a demon prince could incite a true conflict between the shamans and demons. Though he did not fear battle, he dreaded the repercussions from the ancestral shamans. After observing for a while, the golden crows finally noticed the figure beneath the tree glaring at them and inquired, "Was it you who spoke?" "It was I. And what of it?" "Depart at once and cease disturbing my dreams." Fu's retort ignited their fury. The little crows erupted with rage, flames surging from their bodies as they responded to the affront. "How dare you speak to us so insolently?" they cried, unleashing waves of fire toward Fu. A relentless barrage of flames rained down upon the shamanic settlement. Fu could only manage to deflect a portion of the inferno, and the ordinary tribespeople stood no chance of escape, being consumed by the flames without a trace in a short span. The settlement suffered countless casualties, cries of despair filling the air, and even some skilled shamans fell victim to the conflagration. Witnessing this devastation, Fu's heart surged with fury. His eyes ablaze with rage, he disregarded the ancestral shaman's command to avoid provoking the demon tribe, consumed only by the desire for vengeance against the 10 golden crows. Seizing his peachwood staff, he transformed into his true shamanic form, a colossal figure towering over the landscape, his visage fierce and eyes glowing red, exuding a palpable aura of menace as he charged at the golden crows. The crows, possessing only the cultivation of golden immortals, found themselves no match for in mere moments. They were struck down, spitting blood from their injuries. Shaken by the overwhelming Golden Crow led the charge towards Kuo Fu, followed closely by the remaining little Golden Crows, each descending upon him in a fierce attack. The 10 Golden Crows encircled Kuo Fu, channeling their full magical power to summon the true fire of the sun against him. As the flames enveloped Kuo Fu, no matter how he attempted to disperse them, they would not relent. Gradually, Kuo Fu's strength waned, and he collapsed to the ground, murmuring in despair, "How can this be? I am so unwilling." His final roar echoed for a long time, reverberating through the air. Indeed, as a great shaman, to be tormented to death by a group of Tai golden immortals, no one could accept such a fate, dying in such a humiliating and frustrating manner. As the flames subsided, both Kuo Fu and the peachwood staff in his hand underwent a transformation. In an instant, that staff morphed into a vast peach orchard, while Kuo Fu himself transformed into a towering mountain. Appearing to gaze intently at the heavens and the distant horizon. Chapter 63. A narrow escape within a shamanic tribe. In a tall wooden house, a man of resolute countenance, his body rippling with muscles, suddenly felt a telepathic connection. He rose and shouted, "Brother, Kuo Fu!" The sound reverberated so powerfully that it shattered the wooden structure, prompting the man to stride purposefully towards the place where Kuo Fu had fallen. He raced like the wind, reaching the mountain where Kuo Fu had transformed, and roared, "Brother Kuo Fu, your death is so tragic. I shall avenge you." After slaying Kuo Fu, the 10 little Golden Crows were elated, their faces adorned with expressions of triumph, for they had vanquished a great shaman of the Deluo realm, and they themselves were merely at the Tai level of cultivation. Anyone would feel an overwhelming sense of pride. If they could swiftly return to the heavenly realm, they might escape retribution, yet they chose to linger and converse. "Eldest brother, we have slain a great shaman. How splendid we are! If our father and mother learn of this, they will surely commend us. Indeed, now we can go wherever we please, for having slain a great shaman, they will have no choice but to trust us." While they were engaged in their chatter, another great shaman approached from afar. "Eldest brother, another member of the shaman tribe is coming. Let us slay him as well. With our experience in killing a great shaman, they dare to challenge us again." If it were another shaman tribe, it might be a different story, but upon this individual's arrival, their lives were no longer in their own hands, unbeknownst to them as they eagerly awaited Hou Yi's arrival. Their gazes fixated upon him with fervor. The battle had already sent tremors through the primordial chaos as the ancestral shamans gathered and rushed towards the scene. Meanwhile, the demon tribe remained silent. Dijun and Tai Yi had no intention of coming, not because they did not want to, but because they were entirely unaware as the power of the heavenly way obscured their senses. Reporting to the demon tribe would take some time. Hou Yi bellowed, "Ah!" Turning to the 10 Golden Crows, "You are the ones who killed my brother Kuo Fu." Upon hearing this, one of the Golden Crows retorted, "And what of it? As a great shaman, he deserved to die at our hands. Mere Tai cultivators. What can you do about it?" With that, the 10 Golden Crows flapped their wings, summoning the true fire of the sun, transforming into fiery birds to attack Hou Yi. "You wretched birds, prepare to meet your end," he thundered, drawing forth his weapon. The Sunner OBWS. Soon as the bow appeared, the 10 Golden Crows trembled in fear, their souls quaking, their feathers standing on end. The eldest Golden Crow, witnessing this, decisively declared, "This bow is not right. We must flee quickly." They scattered in all directions. The moment they laid eyes on the bow, an ominous feeling enveloped them. Once the eldest Golden Crow spoke, the notion of retreat took hold. Not only them. Upon the bow's emergence, Dijun, Tai Yi, and the Heavenly Queen, she were instantly awakened, their hearts in sync as they swiftly descended from the heavenly realm towards the 10 Golden Crows. Moving with remarkable speed, Hou Yi knocked an arrow, aiming at one of the Golden Crows, and with a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the body of the Golden Crow, striking true to its heart. The Golden Crow let out a faint cry before its breath ceased, plummeting from the sky. Following this, another arrow was released, claiming yet another Golden Crow's life. Witnessing this, the remaining golden crows trembled in terror. At that moment, the eldest golden crow cried out, "Brothers, gather around. If this continues, none of us will escape. Little 10, you are the smallest. Hurry and flee." With that, he charged towards Hou Yi, face resolute in its acceptance of death. The other golden crows, hearing this, shouted as they rushed toward Hou Yi, with the smallest golden crow insisting, "Brother, I won't leave. Brothers, I won't go. If I run away, I will never see you again," tears streaming down its face. It cried out, "Little 10, hurry, run. Don't let our brothers die in vain. Quickly return to the heavenly realm and seek vengeance from our father and mother." Hearing this, the small golden crow shot a defiant glance at Hou Yi, filled with tears as it raced back towards the heavenly realm, that if you attempt to flee, you will pay with your lives. Die here to atone for my brother Qua Fu. With one arrow, 3 golden crow princes fell. With another, 6 princes met their demise. With the 9th arrow, the eldest golden crow prince fell beneath its flight. The last arrow was drawn and aimed at the remaining golden crow. With a swift whoosh, it launched towards the final golden crow, which stood frozen in fear, paralyzed in the void. A resounding boom echoed as a flame collided with the arrowhead, sending it careening away into the unknown. In that moment, Dijun, Tai Yi, and Shi materialized beside the golden crow. "Oh, my child, my child," she cried, frenzied, as she shouted and wept to the heavens. Meanwhile, as Tai Yi shielded the small golden crow behind him, his face was awash with tears, crying out, "My nephew." Dijun stood, stunned, gazing at the 9 fallen golden crows, tears streaming down his face, yet he could not wail like she, as the leader of the demon tribe and the heavenly emperor. He was Dijun, and he could only silently shed tears, for he too was a father, and those were his children. Chapter 64. A duel is set at this moment. The earth trembled, and from afar, over a dozen towering figures approached, each standing over 100,000 feet tall. Fearing a great upheaval, the ancestral shamans revealed their true forms and raced towards the scene with incredible speed. Soon to arrive, the sound of their approach disrupted Dijun and the others, pulling them from their sorrowful reverie. Tai Yi fixed a fierce gaze upon Hou Yi and demanded, "Did you slay my nephews?" Dijun and Shi also turned their eyes towards Hou Yi, with Shi's gaze tinged with madness, as if she longed to rend him limb from limb. Hou Yi stared back at Dijun and Tai Yi, his expression unyielding, and replied, "Those wretched birds have wreaked havoc upon the primordial chaos, causing countless lives to perish. They deserve to die. Yes, I was the one who shot them down. What of it?" From the day Qua Fu emerged from the shaman tribe, Hou Yi had been by his side, inseparable in life and death. Seeking vengeance with a natural course of action, why should he show mercy simply because they were Dijun's children, the princes of the heavenly realm? Even before Dijun and Tai Yi, Hou Yi would not hesitate to aim his arrows at the so-called heavenly emperor, Donghuang. Furthermore, the 2 tribes were natural enemies. How could he not acknowledge this? With a look of satisfaction etched upon his face, he regarded them, prompting Dijun to roar. If the ancestral shaman of her tribe spoke such words, it would be one thing. But you, a mere great shaman, dare to act so brazenly? Come, meet your end. With all his might, he unleashed a torrent of flames towards Hou Yi, who was about to retaliate when a hearty laugh rang out. Indeed, our great shaman speaks the truth. Those chaotic birds deserve death. Suddenly, a colossal figure materialized beside Hou Yi, effortlessly blocking Dijun's attack. "Qingyang, are you seeking death?" Dijun exclaimed. "Humph, seeking death? Who knows who will perish?" In that moment, the 12 ancestral shamans gathered beside Hou Yi, all fixing their gazes upon the heavens, and "You ended. You dare defy the will of the Dao Ancestor. Do you wish to incite a war between our 2 tribes?" Tai Yi stepped forward and declared, "Hou Yi has slain 9 of our heavenly princes. He struck first. Hand him over, and we shall immediately retreat to the heavenly realm. Otherwise, we shall not rest until we have our vengeance. What if we refuse? Do you dare provoke a war?" In response, Hou Yi retorted, "They were the ones who initiated the attack, killing our great shaman Qua Fu first, which led to these events. You must bear the blame for the panic you have caused in the primordial chaos." For the countless lives lost? Why did you not intervene then? Now you demand our surrender and threaten us. If you wish for war, then let it be. When has our shaman tribe ever feared you? The ancestral shamans erupted into laughter. Jun regarded them solemnly and slowly declared, "In 3,000 years, when the time comes, our two tribes shall go to war. This battle will continue until one tribe is annihilated." Very well, we, the shaman tribe, accept the challenge that in 3,000 years, we shall engage in a war to the death. Tai Yi promptly rang the chaotic bell, signaling the time of the three battles. Jun, I demand that you kill them now. Take vengeance for the 9 children he has slain. 9 of them, he bellowed. How can we wait for 3,000 years? Upon hearing these words, Emperor Jun gazed at Hou Yi and slowly replied. The decree set forth by the Dao Ancestor stipulates that the two clans must not engage in war for 10,000 years. The demons govern the heavens while the witches control the earth. You are well aware of this. I, too, yearn for vengeance for our children, yet the command of the Dao Ancestor cannot be defied. Hou Yi, in turn, assured him, I promise you, just 3,000 years, when the time arrives. I shall undoubtedly avenge our children. I will keep my word. Upon hearing this, she stood frozen in place, watching the witch clan gradually retreat. She then closed her eyes and let out a laugh. A sound tinged with helplessness, choked emotion, and a hint of sorrow. Emperor Jun, feeling a deep pang of compassion, looked at Hou Yi, wishing to embrace her at that moment. Hou Yi opened her eyes, and 2 streams of blood tears flowed from them. Gradually, she distanced herself from Emperor Jun and declared, Since you are unwilling to avenge our children, I shall seek revenge in my own manner, without your interference. Take Xiaoshi back to the heavenly court. From that point onward, though I, Hou Yi, am the heavenly empress, I shall never set foot in the heavenly court again. Xiaoshi, do not harbor resentment towards your mother. She departs to avenge your 9 brothers. Holding the soul child, the 10 golden crows, tightly in her embrace, she turned and soared into the vast wilderness, disappearing from sight. Emperor Jun, gazing after Hou Yi's retreating figure, managed a bitter smile before flying toward the direction of the corpses of the golden crows. Collecting each one following this, he spoke to Tai Yi, second brother. Does it not seem that the elder brother, as the heavenly emperor, is rather constrained and powerless? Tai Yi, fixing his gaze upon Emperor Jun, replied, Elder brother, I grieve no less than you for our 9 nephews that I long to wage war against the witch clan immediately. Yet we must refrain. The time has not yet come. The command of the Dao Ancestor cannot be disobeyed. For otherwise, we might not only fail to avenge our grievances, but you, I, and even the demon clan would suffer the consequences. The elder sister-in-law, as the heavenly empress, will eventually come to understand your choices. You have done well, elder brother, Tai Yi observed. Let us hope that is indeed the case. Chapter 65. Hou Yi and Qingyang. After Hou Yi shot down the 10 golden crows, the events of that day spread throughout the vast wilderness. The entire realm was engulfed in anxiety, with undercurrents stirring as all beings discussed the occurrences and speculated about the impending war between the witch and demon clans in 3,000 years. Upon hearing of this, the saints held differing views. The Western sage of salvation remarked, A great calamity approaches. Once more, the lives of many will be lost. The 3 pure ones, upon learning of these events, remained stoic, with the sage of Taishang reciting the Tao Te Ching, instructing the Xian to activate the protective mountain array and conceal the mountains. Shortly thereafter, thick mists enveloped the mountains, and soon the entire range vanished from the realm, shrouded in secrecy. Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain, the primordial beginning sage resided within the Grand Hall, with the 12 golden immortals and other disciples gathered below. The primordial beginning sage proclaimed, Seal the mountain, and with a wave of his hand, the great array activated, concealing Kunlun Mountain. Thus began the 3,000 years of preaching by the saints on Golden Turtle Island in the Eastern Sea. The Tongtian sage was delivering teachings to the gathered crowd. Upon hearing of the calamity, he pondered for a moment and declared, In this impending great calamity, the Sect shall neither retreat nor conceal itself. All beings within the wilderness who are fated to connect with the Sect may join us. I, the Tongtian sage, shall offer my protection. His words spread gradually, and all beings marveled at the might of the Tongtian sage and the teachings of the Jie sect, which offered a sliver of heavenly insight to the masses. Meanwhile, many new faces began to appear within the Jie sect, as they were accepted as external disciples by the Tongtian Lord at this moment. The witch and human clans were closely situated. Not long ago, the great witch Hou Yi resided within this clan. Hou Yi, the great witch, gazed intently toward a small stream, his eyes brimming with emotion. By the stream sat a woman upon a large rock, her hands propping up a face as delicate as jade, with large, sparkling eyes that glimmered like clear water, occasionally revealing pearly white teeth and a small, rosy mouth that compelled admiration. Truly, a fairy descended to the mortal realm. Suddenly, as if recalling something, the woman smiled coyly, her smile blooming like a flower in full blossom. Observing this scene from a distance, Hou Yi felt his heart stir and could not help but smile in return. Occasionally, Hou Yi would encounter this woman by the river, and he felt as though a celestial being had graced the human clan. Thus, he would secretly observe her from afar each day. Today, emboldened, Hou Yi took slow, deliberate steps toward the woman, not knowing how many steps he took until he finally reached her side, sensing his presence. The woman looked up and saw a tall, robust man with a resolute visage that inspired a sense of security. The two exchanged glances, a spark igniting between them. Suddenly, the woman's face flushed crimson, resembling the hue of fire jade, while Hou Yi, witnessing her reaction, turned equally red, at a loss for words. Just as he stood there in perplexity, a few women approached, observing their expressions. Instantly, they understood the situation and chimed in. "Sister Qingyang, have you come to the riverbank for a leisurely stroll again? How fortuitous that the great witch Hou Yi is here as well." Hou Yi, upon hearing this, laughed heartily and replied, "Recently, I have found myself with little to occupy my time. So, I thought I would take a stroll here to this lovely lady named Qingyang. I am the great witch Hou Yi. May I ask how I should address you?" Qingyang responded, "You may simply call me sister." Great witch.my voice is as melodious as a songbird, soothing to the heart. Hearing this, Hou Yi stammered, "Sister Qingyang, it is a pleasure to meet you," before hastily departing, as if a ferocious beast were chasing him. From that day forth, Hou Yi visited the riverbank daily, and Qingyang was always there as well. Their feelings blossomed rapidly, and both were inclined toward one another. Hou Yi sought a matchmaker, and it was only natural that they became husband and wife. After their marriage, the couple experienced profound sweetness and devotion, inseparable as if bound by glue. Thus, a decade passed swiftly. One day, as Qingyang washed the pelts of wild beasts by the river, she suddenly caught sight of her own reflection in the water and began to admire her beauty. Fiddling with her hair, little did she know that a single white hair caught her attention. Removing the white strand, she stared at it in silence, even neglecting the pelts, and headed straight home, locking herself inside her room, unable to eat. Upon returning home, Hou Yi found Qingyang silent and filled with sorrow, which deeply concerned him. He inquired about what troubled her at that moment. Qingyang's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face. Seeing this beautiful woman weep left Hou Yi astonished, and he hurriedly pressed her for the reason behind her distress. After a long while, Qingyang finally revealed the matter to him. After much contemplation, Hou Yi understood what had transpired and gazed at Qingyang, who appeared as delicate as a rain-soaked pear blossom. He resolved that regardless of the circumstances, he would ensure Qingyang attained immortality, remaining by his side forever. However, Qingyang's innate talent was exceedingly poor, rendering her incapable of cultivation, and even if she could cultivate, she could not achieve longevity. Thus, he recalled the legend among the human clan about the primordial deity, that the Western Queen Mother possessed a primordial elixir that could grant one immediate immortality. Pounding his chest, he assured Qingyang, "This matter is upon me. I have a way to make you an immortal and keep you by my side forever." Upon hearing this, Qingyang asked, "Is that true, or are you merely saying this to please me?" Hou Yi solemnly promised that it was indeed true, and only then did Qingyang open her heart, her mood lifting instantly. Chapter 66. She emerges. Qingyang ascends to the moon on this day. Hou Yi departed from the clan, embarking on a journey toward the abode of the Western Queen Mother. After trudging through mountains and rivers for half a month, He finally arrived at the eastern Kunlun. Upon reaching this destination, Hou Yi concealed his true form as the Great Witch and approached the mountain gate, calling out, "Hou Yi of the Witch clan seeks an audience with the revered Western Queen Mother. I humbly request an audience." After a moment, a wide path appeared on the mountain, and Hou Yi followed it to the entrance of the palace atop the mountain. The Great Witch was permitted entry, and just as he was about to speak, a voice from within interrupted him, prompting Hou Yi to stride forward. Inside the grand hall, the Western Queen Mother sat regally upon her throne, observing him. Hou Yi approached and bowed, stating, "I, Hou Yi, pay my respects to the revered Western Queen Mother. In truth, as the Great Witch, he need not have done so, but as he sought a favor, he humbly lowered himself." The Western Queen Mother replied, "There is no need for such formality. Great Witch, speak your mind. The people of the Witch clan are known for their forthrightness. Why do you act thus?" The Western Queen Mother was well aware of Hou Yi's intentions, but feigned ignorance for the sake of formality. Hou Yi explained, "I have a wife of the human clan who, due to her constitution, cannot cultivate or achieve longevity. I have heard that you possess a primordial elixir that can bestow longevity without the need for cultivation. Therefore, I humbly request that you grant me an elixir so that my wife may attain immortality. I, Hou Yi, shall be indebted to you, and I will heed your commands, no matter the peril." The Western Queen Mother, upon hearing this, remarked, "What a devoted Great Witch you are. Fortunately, this request is simple. You need not go to such lengths." She then called out, "Jiu Tian, bring forth a longevity elixir for the Great Witch." At her command, a stunningly beautiful woman stepped forward and handed Hou Yi a jade vial, saying, "The longevity elixir is contained within this vial. Great Witch, return home and have your wife consume it on the night of the full moon, and she shall ascend to immortality." Upon receiving the elixir, Hou Yi was filled with immense joy and hastily expressed his gratitude to the Western Queen Mother. She then urged him to return quickly and administer the elixir to his wife. After he departed, she remarked, "Sister, this matter has been settled." The elixir of immortality had already been bestowed upon Hou Yi, who had returned home as soon as the words of the West Queen Mother faded. A woman adorned in palace attire gracefully emerged from the inner sanctum. It was none other than the heavenly consort, Shi. "Sister," she remarked, "this shaman is indeed a person of deep sentiment. After that incident, it is likely to have dealt him a substantial blow, perhaps rendering him listless and despondent from henceforth." Upon hearing this, Shi bitterly replied, "Even if I were to witness his demise before my very eyes, I would find it impossible to let go. I intend for him to languish in this state." After acquiring the elixir of immortality, Hou Yi hastened home with great joy, his return journey proving to be significantly swifter than his departure. Upon arriving, he immediately produced the elixir and presented it to Qingyang, recounting the time of ingestion, which elicited a radiant smile from her, as if the wrinkles on her face had diminished considerably. When the night of the full moon arrived, under Hou Yi's watchful gaze, Qingyang retrieved the divine potion and consumed it. Suddenly, a surge of power enveloped her, bestowing upon her the cultivation of a celestial being. Much to the delight of both Qingyang and Hou Yi, just as they believed they would be together forever, Qingyang unexpectedly ascended into the sky, leaving Hou Yi in a state of shock. He rushed to embrace her, but even the great shaman could not resist the force of her ascension. Fearing that Qingyang might soar too far away, he relinquished some of his own mystical power, allowing him to follow her into the heavens. After an indeterminate amount of time, they alighted upon a celestial body, one imbued with the profound energies of the lunar essence. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they had arrived at the moonstar. Just as Hou Yi was about to speak, a woman's voice drifted from nearby. Emerging from a palace, 3 figures appeared, and upon recognizing one of them, Hou Yi's expression shifted to one of wariness. Indeed, it was Shi. Gazing at Qingyang and then back at Shi, Hou Yi exclaimed, "The elixir is your scheme. All of this is your plot, is it not?" Shi retorted, "What scheme? What plot? I know not of what you speak. I have merely come to reclaim my fragment of soul, to fulfill my path. As for your allegations, I am perplexed. I wish to inquire about the great shaman. What brings you to my moonstar, fragment of soul? I do not comprehend your meaning, your majesty." Who is your fragment of soul? Please clarify, Hou Yi inquired. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly realized. Could Chang Yi be He's fragment? Indeed, this Chang Yi is my fragment of soul, a portion of my spiritual essence sent to endure tribulations. Now that her trials are complete, I must reclaim my fragment to perfect my path. At that moment, Hou Yi felt as though the very earth beneath him had shifted, struggling to maintain his grip on his bow. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and asked, "May I inquire? Your Majesty, once the fragment is reclaimed, will Chang Yi still exist?" "Of course not. She is merely my fragment of soul, meant to endure trials on my behalf. How could she remain in the world?" Upon hearing this, Hou Yi implored, "Might your Majesty possess a means to ensure Chang Yi's spirit endures?" She regarded him thoughtfully before stating, "It is not impossible. I could refrain from reclaiming the fragment. At worst, I could cultivate for 1,000 years to restore this sliver of soul. However, why should I do this? It offers me no benefit, and you are my enemy, the slayer of my kin, a formidable foe of the heavenly realm. For reasons of sentiment and reason, I cannot act thus." Hou Yi was momentarily taken aback, astonished that even the great shaman was at a loss as he continued. "However, if the great shaman is indeed a person of sentiment and loyalty, I would be willing to assist you. What must I do, your Majesty? Please enlighten me." She produced an object, stating, "This is the treasure of my moon star, known as the heartless cuff. When worn, it will cause one to instantly lose all emotion, becoming akin to a living corpse. Yet, it can also be shattered by the power of emotion. Would the great shaman dare to attempt it? If so, I shall refrain from reclaiming Chang Yi, allowing her to remain by your side eternally." Upon hearing this, Hou Yi glanced at Chang Yi, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, your Majesty. I am willing." Chapter 67. Hou Yi chops the laurel. Humanity faces calamity after Hou Yi donned the heartless cuff. He cast a heartfelt glance at Chang Yi before placing the cuff upon his wrist. In an instant, his eyes grew vacant, and he lost all sensory perception. Observing this, she let out a deep sigh, then awakened Chang Yi, casting a shadowy light into her being. Chang Yi absorbed it. She was momentarily stunned, the sequence of events now clear to her. She approached Hou Yi, gently caressing his cheek. "My husband, I shall forever remain by your side." Seeing this tender scene, she casually conjured a stone axe for Hou Yi to wield, which he obediently accepted. Those who are ensnared by the heartless cuff can only heed the commands of its master. "Go now. There lies a laurel tree. Chop it down." Hou Yi, in a daze, nodded and proceeded to the nearby laurel tree to begin his task. He approached Chang Yi and said, "Do not accuse me of lacking compassion. Once she breaks free from the heartless cuff's constraints, I shall ensure you are together for eternity. From now on, you shall simply be Chang Yi, no longer my fragment of soul. There's a moon palace over there. You may reside within it." With that, she retreated into the grand hall, no longer to be seen. Chang Yi settled onto a stone bench in the backyard, gazing at Hou Yi, remaining motionless for an extended period on this day. Jun and others were engaged in their cultivation when suddenly a demon saint arrived, claiming to bear significant news that could only be shared with the heavenly emperor. Intrigued, Jun granted the demon audience. The demon immediately fell to his knees, pleading for the heavenly emperor's mercy. Startling Jun and Tai Yi. "Speak your business swiftly," Jun urged. The demon recounted how he had been secretly preying upon the human race, rapidly enhancing his cultivation. Initially, the news of the demon disregarding orders to hunt humans shocked Jun, who feared that if Nuwa learned of this, she would be displeased. However, when the demon revealed that he had crafted a treasure from the souls of humans that could effortlessly breach the physical defenses of the shaman race, Jun's interest was piqued, and he listened intently. It turned out this demon had discovered that consuming humans greatly accelerated his cultivation, leading him to indulge in the practice frequently. Eventually, after satisfying his hunger, he began to forge artifacts. This demon possessed an exceptional innate talent for crafting, and as he worked, the cries of the imprisoned humans became a source of annoyance, prompting him to throw one into the demon fire, incinerating the body while leaving only the soul. Just as he was about to extract the soul, the artifact took shape, and the soul instinctively rushed toward it. Furious, the demon realized the artifact was worthless. But to his astonishment, the soul fused with the artifact, leading to its successful creation. Normally, adding an extra material would result in failure. Yet here was a soul, and it had not impeded the process. Upon testing the artifact's power, he found it exceeded his expectations. Upon returning to his lair, he resumed crafting. When the next artifact neared completion, he captured another human and tossed them into the flames. After the soul was all that remained, it too willingly merged with the artifact. Testing its power once more, he was astounded by its strength. This realization led him to conclude that humans were indeed treasures. Their flesh was consumable, and their souls were exceptional fodder for crafting. However, this secret could not be revealed, for doing so would lead to trouble. Thus, he guarded this knowledge closely. One day, he encountered a shaman, an old rival with whom he had clashed countless times. On this occasion, the great shaman inexplicably pursued him, launching a series of lethal attacks, igniting a fierce battle. After an indeterminate duration of combat, neither side gained the upper hand. However, the shaman suddenly recalled his newly forged artifact and decided to test its efficacy. He unleashed the artifact upon the demon, and to his astonishment, it breached the shaman's defenses, resulting in the shaman's demise. The demon was left utterly astonished and promptly summoned the artifact back, scrutinizing it closely. Noticing no change, he contemplated for a moment before exclaiming, "I shall find another shaman to test this." Randomly, it found another solitary member of the witch clan and immediately activated its magical artifact. Just like last time, the artifact showed no hesitation as it pierced through the flesh of the witch clan, filling it with immense excitement. However, upon returning to its cave, it began to feel increasingly uneasy about the incident. It contemplated reporting the matter to the heavenly court, but feared that it might be executed on the spot. Thus, it found itself in a state of deep inner conflict, to the point where even its favorite delicacy, human flesh, tasted as bland as wax. As approximately half a month passed, the creature could no longer contain its anxiety and made its way to the heavenly court, demanding an audience with the heavenly emperor, claiming it had significant news to share. However, the gatekeepers, who were all more powerful than it, refused entry no matter how it pleaded. Left with no choice, the creature resorted to threatening the gatekeepers, insisting that the matter concerned the survival of their kind, and that failing to report, it would surely invite the emperor's wrath upon them. Despite its claims, the gatekeepers, who had long served the emperor and witnessed many significant events, remained unmoved. Had it not been for the creature's status as a golden immortal and its shared lineage, they would have executed it for its insolence rather than allowing it to shout at the gates of the heavenly court. At that moment, the sage of demons, Buzhou, happened to pass by and, upon witnessing the commotion, approached to inquire. After hearing the situation, Buzhou decided to escort the creature into the heavenly court, leading to the unfolding of the subsequent events. In the grand hall, the heavenly emperor, Dijun, listened intently as the demon recounted its tale, ultimately producing the magical artifact for inspection. The demon casually presented a blade, a mere rectangular piece of iron devoid of a handle, exceedingly ugly in appearance. With the emergence of this so-called treasure, an air of tension filled the hall. After a moment, Dijun remarked, "This is what you call a magical artifact. It appears no different than scrap metal." The other demons in attendance exchanged amused glances, struggling to suppress their laughter, yet were restrained by Dijun's presence. The owner of the artifact, overhearing the comments, felt its face flush with embarrassment and managed a sheepish smile before stating, "This very blade sliced through the flesh of the witch clan without the slightest pause." Dijun, Tai Yi, and the other sages displayed skepticism at the claim. "Are you seriously suggesting that this worthless item could sever the flesh of the witch clan in a single stroke? Are you jesting?" At this point, Buzhou interjected, "Why not send a clan member to test it and ascertain the truth?" The assembly nodded in agreement, and a golden immortal demon was summoned to conduct the experiment while the others awaited the outcome. During the waiting period, the presenting demon fidgeted restlessly, casting anxious glances outside the hall, repeatedly muttering prayers for good fortune. Soon after, the demon returned, brimming with enthusiasm. Perhaps it was indeed under the protection of its ancestors. For upon entering the Grand Hall, it declared to Dijun, "This blade truly did slice through the flesh of the witch clan instantaneously, without any hesitation." The revelation momentarily stunned Dijun and the others. But soon, excitement spread throughout the high-ranking demons in attendance. The presenting demon was rewarded handsomely, even being granted a leadership position among the demon ranks, leaving the hall in a jubilant state. Within the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Emperor, Dijun, along with Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, Sage of Demons Kunpeng, and the 10 great demon sages, gathered to deliberate on matters concerning the human race. However, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. After Dijun relayed the incident, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension as not a single voice spoke up. Even the more warlike sages among them remained silent, wary of the repercussions of their words. "Speak up. How shall we handle this matter? Should we ignore it or report it to the sage Nuwa?" Most believed Dijun implied that they should disregard the human race altogether. Only Tai Yi and Baizé discerned the underlying tone, an inclination to slaughter the human race and harvest their soul power rather than report to Nuwa. Seeing the silence, Dijun began to call on individuals. "Tai Yi, what say you regarding this matter?" Tai Yi opened his mouth, contemplating for what felt like an eternity, but struggled to find the words. If even the decisive Eastern Emperor was at a loss, the issue must be extraordinarily complex. "Brother Shi, do you have any insights?" Venerable Fushi also shook his head, offering a bitter smile, remaining silent. Indeed, who would dare to suggest a course of action? To dismiss the human race would invite immediate rebuttal from Dijun and Tai Yi. Conversely, proposing to report to the sage Nuwa raised the question of how to approach her. Would one dare to go before Nuwa and suggest that the souls of humans were beneficial to the demon race? As a creator of humanity, surely she would side with them, demanding they eliminate the human race, only to recreate them later. Such a notion would likely earn one a swift rebuke at this juncture. Baizé spoke up. "Perhaps it would be prudent to report to the sage Nuwa. After all, the human race is her creation, as the mother of humanity. If we fail to consult her, I fear the repercussions could be dire. Should we provoke her wrath, the consequences would be unmanageable." The assembly nodded in silent agreement, but the question of who would bear the burden of delivering the message left them all perplexed. Given the current circumstances, only Sage She could approach Nuwa without consequence. Any others would likely face dire consequences. Baizé slowly articulated his thoughts. All eyes turned to Fushi, who helplessly shook his head. The assembly misinterpreted his gesture as a refusal, but the next moment, a voice brought a wave of relief. "Very well, I shall give it a try," Fushi declared. The crowd immediately rose to their feet, expressing gratitude for Fushi's willingness to speak on behalf of the demon race. Upon arriving at Nuwa's palace, Fushi was about to speak when a voice called from within. "Brother, come in." He shivered slightly at the sound and stepped inside the hall. "How have you been, dear sister? How is your cultivation? Are you bored here?" He bombarded Nuwa with questions that left her momentarily speechless. Finally, she inquired, "Brother, do you have something to discuss?" Fushi smiled awkwardly, wrestling internally for a long moment before broaching the subject. Noting the lack of anger on Nuwa's face, he continued, "I've come to inform you that the souls of humanity possess a restraining effect on the flesh of the witch clan." Nuwa's expression darkened at this revelation. Fushi noticed, but felt compelled to continue. The arrow was on the string, and he could not withdraw it. "I came to ascertain your will on this matter." Nuwa fixed her gaze on Fushi for a long while. "Does it matter what I think? Even if I instructed you not to harm the human race, you would not heed my words. Would you? Did you come merely to test whether I would intervene against your kin?" Inform Jun to tread carefully. Let the demon race act wisely. Not overstep your bounds. And Fushi, extricate yourself from this situation as soon as possible. With that, she closed her eyes and ceased speaking. Fushi quickly rose, stating, "The demon race will leave a spark of life for humanity. We will not annihilate them," and hurriedly exited the palace, returning to the heavenly court. Chapter 69. The great calamity of humanity approaches. Upon returning to the heavenly court, Fushi rushed directly to the grand hall. As soon as he entered, he was met with the eager gazes of the assembled demons. Fushi looked straight at Dijun and announced, "The matter is settled." Hearing this, the demons felt a wave of relief wash over them, smiles spreading across their faces. However, a condition emerged. Jun raised his hand, saying, "Sage Shi, please articulate your terms. Since the situation concerning humanity is resolved, I shall agree to whatever your condition may be." Fushi firmly stated, "The human race must not face the threat of extinction." "That is easily arranged." Wuyi, the demon race of the heavenly court, will certainly ensure that humanity retains a lineage and will not enact extermination. After all, humanity is a race created by the sage Nuwa. We are akin to brothers. The it is only that we currently require their assistance. If there were any other way, I would not wish to raise my blade against them. Brothers, you say? I have never seen one brother draw a blade against another. Why not try using Tai's soul instead? It would undoubtedly be more potent than that of a human. A thought crossed the mind of the sage Kunlun, though he dared not voice it. Indeed, the sage had always harbored resentment toward Jun and Tai, for when they first invited Kunlun to join their cause, they had promised to assist him against Hou Yi. They had cornered Hou Yi into self-destruction. Yet Kunlun, lacking defensive treasures, sustained severe injuries from the explosion. Both Jun and Tai had protective treasures and suffered no significant consequences. Kunlun had intended to retreat to his domain to recuperate. But after healing, he would undoubtedly follow the two without complaint. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. Jun and Tai replied, "That is easily arranged. We trust the words of our friend Kunlun, who has existed since the dawn of creation. But we kindly request that you contribute a fragment of your soul to our demon banner. After all, you are a formidable being, and we cannot afford to let our guard down." At these words, Kunlun's expression darkened, and he shot an accusatory glance at the two. "What do you mean by that? Are you attempting to take advantage of me? If this news were to spread, it would surely be the subject of ridicule among our peers in the wilderness. Kunlun, your words bear no weight. You must either willingly leave a fragment of your soul in this banner or face the same fate as Hou Yi today. Choose wisely," Tai declared, not allowing Kunlun any opportunity to respond. Kunlun's face fell, and after a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly relinquished a fragment of his soul to Jun, who received it into the demon banner. "Do not take this matter to heart, Kunlun. It is only because of your immense power that we felt compelled to resort to such measures. Rest assured, we have no intention of leveraging this against you." Kunlun nodded in acknowledgement. "May I return to my sanctuary to recuperate?" "Of course, you may," they replied. Thus, Kunlun found himself bound to Jun and Tai, unable to extricate himself from the situation. The gods have received their orders. They shall lead the entire celestial army forth to commence their assault on the human race, employing this treasure to harvest the souls of humanity. Numerous dark artifacts shall be distributed among the myriad demons. Furthermore, they were instructed to leave behind merely 100 humans and 1 cultivator from each human tribe at this moment, within the Grand Hall, aside from the 3 demon emperors and the 10 demon saints. The 72 demon gods and 365 star gods gathered in compliance with the heavenly decree. Meanwhile, the human race toiled tirelessly for their livelihood. Women were engaged in washing and preparing food with their children, while men hunted outdoors, blissfully unaware of the impending peril. On this day, atop the ancestral mountain of the human race, it marked the day of creation by the goddess Nuwa. The humans regarded this day as the birthday of Nuwa. And every year, a multitude of cultivators would come to pay their respects. Regardless of the size of the tribe, each would send a cultivator to honor the Holy Mother, as the humans revered Nuwa as their divine matron. In front of Nuwa's statue, countless human cultivators knelt with utmost sincerity, while ordinary humans who resided on the ancestral mountain joined them, all expressing profound respect and gratitude as they chanted prayers. Just as the human ceremonial rites were concluding and the people were about to celebrate, the sky abruptly darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds. The humans, mistaking it for impending rain, hurried to seek shelter, yet after a prolonged wait, not a single drop fell. While they deliberated on this peculiar phenomenon, dark silhouettes began to emerge from the clouded heavens, drawing ever nearer and multiplying in number, prompting cries of alarm from the onlookers. However, none contemplated the notion of disaster, for many powerful cultivators were present among the human ranks. They quickly discerned that it was the demon race. Upon realizing that these were kin of the Holy Mother. Despite their reservations towards the demons, they did not dwell on it too long. After all, it was still the Holy Mother's birthday, and with her statue standing tall, their thoughts remained fixed on the dark shapes in the sky as they drew closer. Suddenly, a voice thundered from above, proclaiming the slaughter of the demon race, and in that instant, the humans below were momentarily stunned, thinking they had misheard, only to soon realize that the demons were indeed coming to slay them. Chapter 70. The Duel of Dragon and Flood Dragon. After departing from Golden Tortoise Island, Qingyang traversed the Eastern Sea, and after a considerable time, he exited its territory, reaching the Southern Sea. However, it was much the same, all blue with no discernible difference, merely differing in name. Yet shortly after arriving in the Southern Sea, Qingyang found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. Severely wounded, had it not been for the Sanguang divine water he obtained on the primordial land, his very foundation would have been compromised. Upon arriving in the Southern Sea, Qingyang gazed upon the seemingly endless ocean, unsure of which direction to take as everything appeared identical. Trusting his instinct, he chose a direction and flew leisurely onward. During this period, he encountered nothing, but his appetite was satiated. The sea water itself carried a salty flavor, and he occasionally landed on an unknown small island to catch fish and roast them. Enjoying some scallops, he feasted well on the ordinary marine life, but on the 7th year of his arrival in the Southern Sea, Qingyang came upon a location where a deafening clamor erupted, accompanied by shouts, followed by the anguished roar of a dragon. Pondering this disturbance, Qingyang's expression turned inquisitive as he contemplated for a while before deciding to stealthily approach. Diving into the ocean, he cautiously navigated through the depths, eventually concealing himself in a trench where he could observe the happenings above the surface. Before his eyes, two colossal serpentine creatures faced each other. One was a golden dragon with 5 claws, unmistakably of pure dragon lineage and of high status among its kin. The golden dragon bore numerous wounds, its blood gushing forth, and several scales had fallen away. It emitted a series of reproachful growls towards its opponent. The other creature was a dragon-like being, entirely black, its scales glimmering ominously, occasionally flashing with dark light. A single horn adorned its forehead, sharp and menacing, and 3 inky claws gripped the ground beneath it. Drops of golden blood, the blood of the golden dragon, trickled from its claws. This fearsome entity was a black flood dragon, frequently breaking into sinister laughter. Yin, the golden dragon spoke. Do you understand what you are doing? You are rebelling against the hierarchy, and I have always treated you as kin, sharing my thoughts without hesitation, with no impropriety between us. Yet now, over a mere stone, you dare to ambush me, disregarding our nearly 10,000-year bond. How could you betray me so? The black flood dragon paused for a moment before responding. Ao, Qian, do you comprehend the depths of my envy towards you? When the dragon race dominated the primordial realm, it was then that we first met. Back then, we were not even at the level of celestial immortals. You were of pure dragon blood, a 5-clawed golden dragon, the pride of the dragon race. And I, merely a mixed blood, constantly subjected to humiliation. But ever since our acquaintance, my life has improved significantly. Yet, do you know what they call me? They say I am your slave, your underling pet, that you took pity on me and brought me to your side. You have no idea how that feels for me. Nevertheless, I possess my own emotions. I'm not your slave or your pet. From that point onward, I have endeavored to serve you diligently, doing whatever you asked. Merely to secure more resources for my cultivation, I have worked tirelessly, but fearing your displeasure, I would only dare to break through after you achieve your own ascension. That it was only after the war of the 3 races that I truly found joy. For you lost everything, and the dragon race fell into ruin. You are just like me, and as a golden dragon, you were pursued the moment you set foot on primordial soil, akin to a stray dog, forced to cower in the depths of the sea, while I can roam freely above the primordial land. Unscathed, from then on, I laid bare my heart. My cultivation progressed rapidly, and over time, feelings developed that I never intended to harm you. When the Celestial Emperor established the demon race, I too secretly joined their ranks, battling alongside the Celestial Emperor in the primordial realm. After the establishment of the Heavenly Court, I grasped a sliver of fortune and broke through to the Great Luo golden immortal level. Becoming a general in the heavenly court, I had hoped to elevate you as well. Who would have known that your fortunes would be so splendid to acquire the dragon bloodstone, if it were merely ordinary? I would not covet it, but when you told me it was the Ancestor dragon bloodstone, I was astounded. Only the blood of the Ancestor dragon could give rise to such a treasure. There are hardly any to be found across the primordial realm, and given that the Ancestor dragon has returned to the cosmos, where can one seek it? Not long ago, I broke through to the Great Luo. But I am cultivating both physically and spiritually. My body remains stuck at the peak of Tai. If only my body could also ascend to the Great Luo, my combat prowess would be formidable. In the heavenly court, I would undoubtedly stand among the star gods and demon gods. Yet at such a moment, you tell me you have obtained an Ancestor dragon bloodstone. Should you grant it to me, my physical form would certainly ascend to the Great Luo. I have subtly hinted at this before. I mentioned that we are different. You are of pure dragon lineage. Your physique and magical power are intertwined, allowing simultaneous breakthroughs, whereas I, as a mixed blood, can only tackle one at a time. Now, I am merely a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. My body could ascend, yet you clearly heard me and understood the implications of my words. Yet you persist in feigning ignorance. What can be done about that? Qingyang, listening to the exchange between the dragon and the flood dragon from the depths of the sea, felt his expression shift unpredictably. Chapter 71. Taking the initiative upon returning to the heavenly court, I struggled with my cultivation, unable to enter a meditative state, for my mind was consumed by thoughts of that dragon bloodstone. I have counseled myself, reminding that we are akin to brothers. Yet every time I contemplate that golden stone, my heart ignites with fervor. Fortune. This is your fortune, yet it can also become mine, from the moment of my birth. I have relied solely on myself, gradually strengthening my cultivation that it is because each step I took was astutely chosen that I have attained my current prowess. That dragon bloodstone is a stepping stone for my advancement. How can I relinquish it? Thus, today, I seek you out one final time, imploring you for that dragon bloodstone, and I have made my intentions clear. Once I grow stronger, I shall certainly procure for you a spiritual item to aid in your ascension to the Great Luo. I have sworn an oath, yet you still refuse. The opportunity was given to you. It is you who did not seize it, so do not blame me. O Qian, at this juncture, let me be clear. Anyone who obstructs my path to enlightenment shall not be spared. Achieving enlightenment requires one to strive, to fight, to seize, regardless of the wrath of heaven and earth. If I can attain it, nothing else matters. Your character, however, is indecisive and lacks resolution. How can you ever succeed? Fear not. Today, rest assured in your departure. Once my body breaks through, I shall safeguard the southern sea on your behalf. Upon finishing his words, a sinister smile crept upon his lips as he charged toward the golden dragon. You are lost in your delusions. My father will arrive shortly. It will not be so easy for you to take my life. Suddenly, the golden dragon expelled a dragon pearl, radiating a brilliant golden light, the oppressive force of its bloodline becoming apparent. The black serpent, sensing this overwhelming pressure, paused momentarily and exclaimed, "Impossible! I have already broken through to the realm of the Great Luo. How could I fear your bloodline's might? It must be that wretched dragon pearl at play." With that, he lunged at the golden dragon, undeterred by the pressure, high in the skies above the South Sea. The dragon and serpent engaged in a fierce battle, their physical forms colliding violently, each strike causing torrents of dragon blood to cascade from the golden dragon's wounds. The blood, a pale golden hue, fell into the sea. Had any sea creature been fortunate enough to taste a drop, it would instantly transform into a dragon spawn. Of course, there was also a considerable amount of crimson blood raining down, but it paled in comparison to the golden blood. The golden dragon sustained numerous injuries, yet, given the resilience of dragonkind, they were not grave. Merely a sight to behold in its brutality, had this battle unfolded under normal circumstances. The black serpent, not being of true dragon lineage, would have long since subdued the golden dragon. After all, a Great Luo golden immortal could easily capture Atai. However, when confronted with an anomaly like Qingyang, one could not treat the situation lightly. Under the enhancement of the Dragon Pearl, the bloodline pressure of the dragon race exerted a significant restraining force on any creature lacking pure dragon ancestry, which explained why the Black Serpent struggled to conquer the Golden Dragon. Echoes of dragon roars filled the sky, and with each passing moment, the situation grew increasingly dire for the Golden Dragon. Listening to the sounds from above, Qingyang thought, this Black Serpent is truly shameless. It relies on the Golden Dragon to gradually elevate its cultivation, ultimately breaking through to the Great Luoit claims the credit as its own. Had it not been for the Golden Dragon's presence, it would have perished long ago. Yet it boasts with such audacity, truly infuriating. A creature devoid of shame is indeed invincible. Had his cultivation been sufficient, Qingyang would have charged forth, unleashing the power of the five Thunder Divine Art. As if sensing Qingyang's thoughts, the Black Serpent, amidst the battle, cast a furtive glance toward his hiding spot, though it was a mere casual glance. It alerted Qingyang to the peril of being discovered. This was no time to underestimate the Great Luo. What should he do? Even if he attempted to flee now, it would be too late. Watching the Golden Dragon's increasingly precarious state, Qingyang felt a burning urgency to intervene that I end this moment of desperation. He contemplated the impossibility of locating a timely ally like Randang. The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became, his face darkening with frustration. An idea took root in his mind. Why not confront the Black Serpent? With my support, I could endure longer, perhaps until the South Sea Dragon King arrives. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that he resolved to act. Just then, a fortuitous opportunity presented itself. Seizing upon the Black Serpent's moment of distraction, the Golden Dragon executed a sweeping tail strike, sending the Black Serpent plummeting toward Qingyang. As Qingyang reached the seabed, the Black Serpent became aware of his presence, anxiety surging through it. Fearing Qingyang might alert others and disrupt its grand design, it pondered its next move. Sensing that Qingyang was not of the sea folk and posed no immediate threat, it decided to disregard him for the moment, intending to deal with the Golden Dragon first. After all, dealing with a mere golden immortal should be trivial. In this moment of hesitation, the Golden Dragon seized its chance, striking and sending the Black Serpent crashing down. Here it comes. Now's the time. Qingyang thought, channeling all his magical energy and hurtling toward the Black Serpent. Both entities charged at one another, their speeds immense. Qingyang refrained from employing any divine powers or innate treasures, instead launching a fist imbued with black and white energy toward the Black Serpent. The Black Serpent was taken aback by Qingyang's audacity. What is he doing? Is he seeking death? Bewildered, the Black Serpent grappled with the absurdity of a mere golden immortal daring to engage a Great Luo. How could this junior be so reckless? It could not even breach my defenses, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Did he not understand the futility of his actions, or was he simply a fool? Yet, how could a fool have achieved the rank of Golden Immortal? The Black Serpent's mind raced with questions. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon, noticing Qingyang's bold assault on the Black Serpent, felt a surge of exhilaration. Finally, a helping hand had arrived. After all, everyone desires to live. However, upon sensing Qingyang's true cultivation level, the Golden Dragon was momentarily stunned that a Golden Immortal daring to confront a Great Luo. This was astonishing. What a display of audacity! The Golden Dragon found itself admiring Qingyang's boldness rather than dismissing him. Qingyang, fully aware of the Black Serpent's expression, reveled in the fact that it underestimated him, allowing him to catch it off guard. In that instant, all three parties silently acknowledged their thoughts. The Black Serpent's expression darkened. Recognizing the affront, you dare to belittle me, a Golden Immortal attacking a Great Luo. You clearly underestimate me. It trembled with indignation, its fury palpable. With a thunderous crash, Qingyang's fist connected with the Black Serpent's form, sending waves of black and white energy surging into its body. Qingyang exerted all his strength into that blow. The Black Serpent, initially dismissive, suddenly felt a sharp, heart-wrenching pain, akin to being struck by a colossal force. It had not experienced such agony in ages. With a howl, the Black Serpent was propelled backward, crashing into the sea with a resounding splash. As the golden dragon continued to admire Qingyang, it witnessed the black serpent soaring through the air, releasing a pained cry. What a transformation! Why does it even sound different now? Qingyang rushed to the golden dragon's side, stating, "Dragon brother, we must join forces against the black serpent if we are to have any chance of survival. Otherwise, we shall inevitably fall before it." The golden dragon, momentarily taken aback by Qingyang's words, simply replied, It was clear that the golden dragon was still in a state of confusion. The black serpent, racked with pain from Qingyang's assault, could scarcely comprehend the extent of its injuries that it opened its eyes to find scales missing and a significant wound gushing blood. The black serpent felt utterly humiliated. Being defeated by a golden immortal would surely invite mockery from the heavenly court. Determined to reclaim its dignity, the black serpent surged upward, breaking through the ocean's surface to confront Qingyang and the golden dragon. Just as it prepared to speak, a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Wiping the blood from its lips, it glared at Qingyang, then suddenly realized something was amiss. "Wait, you are not merely a golden immortal. Your physical form is that of a Tai golden immortal. How shameless you are to feign such weakness." Qingyang shrugged and replied, "I am not pretending. My cultivation is indeed that of a golden immortal. It is merely my physical form that is Tai, which still qualifies as a golden immortal." The golden dragon, overhearing their exchange, couldn't help but chuckle, reflecting, "This brother truly has a cunning edge. It feels satisfying to see the black serpent outwitted," reflecting on its own past deception at the hands of the black serpent. The golden dragon felt a wave of relief. The black serpent, poised to respond, suddenly trembled violently. What was happening? It could feel a black and white energy swirling rapidly within its body, not just moving but wreaking havoc with each movement. Desperate, it attempted to channel its magical power to dispel the energy. "What? I cannot dispel it. A great Luo's power cannot counter a golden immortal's? This is utterly bizarre." The energy wreaked havoc on its meridians. And with two violent coughs, the black serpent spat out blood. Furious, it glared at Qingyang, exclaiming, "What have you done to me? What is this force? Why can I not dispel it?" Qingyang once again initiated his sinister machinations. Unleashing the life and death energies from the yin-yang diagram, intertwined with his own magical essence, he struck the corporeal form of the black serpent. He infused it with these energies, which were formidable techniques derived from a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, far from easy to dispel. Chapter 73, Fierce Battle at the Luo since the last encounter, wherein he had utilized his divine power to strike a blow against the Luo of the monster clan. The impact had proved largely ineffectual. The might of his attack was minimal, and the pure lotus demon fire had yet to mature to a level capable of harming a Luo. Qingyang recalled the time he had ensnared that wretched frog. Employing the life and death energies, which did not require maturation owing to their inherent destructive force. Thus, he conceived a plan, leading to the scene before him. It's merely adding a little something to your body. No significant harm done. You'll adapt soon enough, he declared, not allowing the black serpent a moment to respond. He communicated to Jin Ling, brother dragon, "Take advantage of its weakness and strike. Let us attack together." Without hesitation, Jin Ling met his gaze, and they advanced towards the black serpent from either side, just as it was preoccupied with the energies within its body. As they approached, the serpent could only divert some of its power to envelop the internal energies, slowly refining them. In an instant, the three figures clashed violently, Jin Ling wielding the might of the dragon clan to suppress the black serpent, while Qingyang relentlessly assaulted its flesh with his physical power. His fist shrouded in a dual-hued energy of black and white. The black serpent seethed with rage. It found itself oppressed by a Tai Jin Ling, not to mention being assaulted by a creature of lesser rank who pounded its flesh with palpable force. It was particularly wary of Qingyang, for the dual-colored energies enveloping his fists were profoundly concerning. Should several such energies manifest within its body, flight would be its only option, albeit uncertain whether it could escape. "Brother Dragon, this cannot continue. If it resolves the issue within, we will be under tremendous pressure," Qingyang exclaimed after a prolonged struggle. "When is your father arriving? Let us not wait until we are slain by it before he makes an appearance." Before Jin Ling could respond, an icy aura surged towards Qingyang, who was caught off guard and sent sprawling, but he steadied himself in midair, expelling a copious amount of blood. The black serpent had refined the energies within, but dared not unleash its full magical might. For the residual damage it had suffered was significant. Unlike physical injuries, internal wounds would require decades of recuperation to mend. Subsequently, the black serpent retaliated, forcing Jin Ling back, and without a moment's hesitation, it produced a treasure, a rope adorned with sharp, barbed hooks, exuding a primal aura. Jin Ling cried out in disbelief, while Qingyang merely glanced at the treasure without a reaction. I acquired this treasure during my travels through the primordial continent, back when your dragon clan reigned supreme. How fortunate am I, wouldn't you say? The black serpent reveled in Jin Ling's expression, relishing the thought of their demise beneath an innate artifact. As it commanded the treasure towards Qingyang, it charged at Jin Ling, intent on ensnaring Qingyang first before dealing with Jin Ling. However, the serpent was gravely mistaken about Qingyang's prowess. Had the roles been reversed, perhaps its scheme could have succeeded, but employing the treasure against Qingyang was a grievous error. As the artifact surged towards him, Qingyang remained unmoved, quietly producing a winged treasure, the falling treasure coin. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the coin towards the rope artifact, and upon contact, it emitted a unique aura, rendering the rope motionless. Qingyang casually collected both treasures, reveling in his good fortune. What luck to acquire such treasures, haha. Meanwhile, as Qingyang celebrated internally, the battle between the Black Serpent and Jin Ling raged on. In the heat of combat, the Black Serpent momentarily faltered, allowing Jin Ling to seize the opportunity and strike its wound, eliciting a pained roar from the serpent as it recoiled. Yet despite its injuries, the Black Serpent's gaze shifted to Qingyang. Realizing the dire state it was in, here it was, once the aggressor, now reduced to a victim, suffering at the hands of two Taishangs. Feeling the weight of despair, it thought, I cannot allow myself to be defeated. In a moment of desperation, Qingyang called out, Brother, I assure you, I have not taken your treasure. Perhaps you should search for it? The serpent, in its frenzy, perceived this as the final straw. None shall survive, it roared, its aura surging ominously. Before they could react, a tremendous explosion resonated through the heavens, creating a gaping void in the sea's surface, sending shockwaves far and wide. Caught unawares, Qingyang and Jin Ling were thrust away by the force of the blast. Both gravely injured, blood streaming from their wounds as they were sent sprawling. After such a cataclysm, Qingyang and Jin Ling found themselves adrift upon the sea, assessing their grievous injuries. This is dire indeed. My foundation may have been compromised. Turning to Jin Ling, their eyes met. Brother Dragon, given our current plight, it would be remiss of you not to offer some compensation. With that, Qingyang instructed Jin Ling, open your mouth. Though perplexed, Jin Ling complied without thought. Qingyang laboriously raised his arm. Casting a tricolor droplet into Jin Ling's mouth, he then tossed another droplet into his own mouth, declaring, This is the three-light divine water. I wonder if you recognize it. With that, Qingyang succumbed to unconsciousness, while Jin Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. As the prince of the Southern Sea Dragon clan, he was well aware of the renown of this water. Yet before he could express his gratitude, Qingyang had already fallen into a state of immobility. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence hastening toward him, followed by a well-known voice calling out, Qin'er, my dear Qin'er, where are you? Upon hearing this voice, Ao Qian's eyes brimmed with tears. My father, at long last, you have arrived. If you had delayed any longer, your child would have been devoured by the fish. The Dragon King of the South Sea had finally come, and were it not for Ao Qian's formidable golden dragon physique, he would have had to gather his son's remains. Despite his physical strength, at this moment, Ao Qian was utterly immobile. If it had not been for the drop of San Guang, divine water from Qingyang, he might have already met the ancestral dragon. Reflecting on this, tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Summoning all his strength, he managed to let out a roar, prompting the South Sea Dragon King to rush toward him. After a considerable time, he finally arrived, and upon seeing the state of the golden dragon, He was about to speak when Ao Qian directed his words toward the unconscious Qingyang, saying, "This person is my savior. He must be well cared for." Before he could finish, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. The South Sea Dragon King, understanding the situation, controlled both man and dragon to slowly retreat toward the underwater dragon palace. Chapter 75. The Dragon Palace of the South Sea. Qingyang awoke in an exquisitely crafted hall, lying on a wooden bed adorned with lifelike carvings of dragons and phoenixes, with tassels hanging at its sides. Exuding an air of ancient nobility, the hall featured beams of sandalwood and crystal lamps, and at the center of the ceiling hung a massive pearl, radiating grandeur. Where am I? Who saved me? Is it Brother Long? I remember he was injured more severely than I. He heard footsteps approaching, the sound preceding the arrival of the person. "Haha, brother, you're awake," exclaimed Qingyang, who was overjoyed to see Ao Qian standing in the hall. "I was wondering who my savior was, and indeed it is you, Brother Long. Brother, it wasn't me who saved you, but you who saved me. After you gave me a drop of Sanguang divine water, you fainted, and then, haha, Ao brother, it seems our fates are intertwined. A great Luo golden immortal forced in his self-detonation by us. What an extraordinary tale." Hearing this, Ao Qian paused momentarily before replying, "Alas, I had known that being together for so many years would lead to such an outcome. It is indeed a case of poor judgment." Qingyang chose not to respond, for after millennia of camaraderie, anyone would feel sorrow at such a betrayal. He then added, "Though I nearly lost my life. This has also granted us both a fortuitous opportunity. I have broken through to the great Luo golden immortal realm, and you have ascended to the Tai realm. Such is the duality of fortune and misfortune." Ao Qian remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Qingyang had slept for several decades, and during his slumber, Ao Qian also advanced to the great Luo golden immortal level, while Qingyang ascended to the Tai golden immortal realm. Such life and death battles often yield great rewards for those who endure. Those who falter know nothing of the aftermath. That it was fortunate for you, that drop of Sanguang divine water. Without it, I might have taken many more years to break through. "Your Highness," a palace maid announced, "the Dragon King has heard of your awakening and wishes to meet you." Upon hearing this, Qingyang replied, "Please have the fairy guide me." The palace maid blushed at being called fairy and said, "Please follow me." Qingyang and Ao Qian followed her to the main hall, where they saw a middle-aged man smiling at Qingyang, dressed in a golden robe embroidered with 5-clawed dragon patterns and wearing a royal crown. He radiated imperial majesty. "I am Qingyang." He greeted respectfully, maintaining both politeness and respect. The South Sea Dragon King responded, "Dear nephew, there is no need for such formalities. I owe you my gratitude, if it were not for your timely intervention to aid Ao Qian. The consequences would have been dire. Uncle, you flatter me. Indeed, that black flood dragon was excessive. I simply could not bear to witness it and acted without hesitation. Though I suffered some injuries, both Ao brother and I have broken through our realms. It is a case of fortune arising from misfortune." He smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the South Sea Dragon King laughed heartily, glancing at Ao Qian and then back at Qingyang. "Dear nephew, your abilities are remarkable. May I ask to which mountain you owe your teachings?" "Uncle, I am a disciple of the Sanqing, the second direct disciple of the Supreme Lord of Lingbao." Upon hearing this, the South Sea Dragon King was deeply moved, and "Oh wonder you are a disciple of the Celestial Saint. It is no surprise you possess such extraordinary powers." They continued their conversation, and when Qingyang mentioned that the Celestial Saint had established his temple in the Eastern Sea, he understood that the Sanqing had divided their teachings and chose not to elaborate further. To express his gratitude for Qingyang's saving grace, the South Sea Dragon King invited him into the Dragon Palace treasury to select 3 treasures of his choosing. However, Qingyang repeatedly declined, adamant in his refusal. The South Sea Dragon King then promised, "Even if you do not choose now, this great favor will always remain valid. You may come to the South Sea Dragon Palace in the future with a token of identification to either complete 3 tasks or select 3 treasures." Qingyang consented, feeling that such promises could serve him well in the future. Moreover, he was well aware that the Dragon Palace treasury was filled with ordinary items. The truly valuable treasures were secured within the Dragon Gate space of the Eastern Sea, which he deemed unworthy of his attention. Brother Qingyang, it is indeed that place. Not only I, but even my father and the elders cannot access it. It is truly a mystery. Thank you, Ao brother. Until we meet again. I shall take my leave here. Indeed, Brother Qingyang, do visit me in the South Sea whenever you can. With that, he sank into the depths of the ocean, after spending nearly a decade in the South Sea Dragon Palace. Qingyang bid farewell to the South Sea Dragon King and Ao Qian, but before departing, he inquired whether there were any peculiar locations above the South Sea, such as formations or mists. After pondering for a while, just as Qingyang was about to reveal his intentions, the South Sea Dragon King recalled something, stating, "There is indeed a place that is quite strange. Once, when I accompanied the Dragon Clan elders to the Western Sea for an errand, we accidentally entered a formation and were trapped there for half a year, after which that location became a forbidden zone for the South Sea Dragon Clan. No one dares to venture into that area." Upon hearing this, Qingyang's eyes lit up. Was this not the very place he sought? He hastily inquired about its location, and the South Sea Dragon King instructed Ao Qian to lead him there. Chapter 76. The South Sea Heist. In a certain maritime region of the South Sea, Qingyang sat contemplating the formation. After nearly 30 years, he still had yet to comprehend the grand array, constantly interrupted at critical moments, leaving him at a loss. Before him lay a thick mist, obscuring his view of the surroundings. He could only faintly sense the presence of an island, and it was not small. During his final attempt, Qingyang declared to the mist, "This treasure is destined for me." As he hovered in the air, absorbing the intricacies of the formation, a year passed without any breakthrough. Just as he was about to give up, whether it was due to his words or some other reason, the golden wheel of merit at the back of his head shimmered, creating a gap in the formation. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyang swiftly entered the array. At the same time, far away on Kunlun Mountain, the Taishang Daoist, deep in meditation, was suddenly roused, sensing that an opportunity was slipping away from him. What is happening? He wondered. Has something been taken from me? The original heavenly sovereign inquired. Taishang, why do you appear so distressed? Has something occurred? Taishang hurriedly explained the reason for his awakening, and upon hearing this, the original heavenly sovereign remarked, "If this item has left you, then it is not meant for you." Taishang promptly agreed, casting aside the matter from his mind. "Oh my heavens!" Qingyang exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the large characters inscribed on the stone tablet before him. "No wonder I could not penetrate this formation. It turns out I am not the destined one. Were it not for the assistance of virtue, I would likely remain oblivious for millennia, unable to arrive at this moment." Before me stand a stone tablet inscribed with the 3 characters Luo, Jia Mountain. This place is destined to become the future sanctuary of Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva of compassion, known as the Qianyin Cave of Nanhai Luo, Jia Mountain, now referred to as the Compassionate Navigator. Upon contemplating this, Qingyang murmured to himself, "Compassionate brother, if I had not entered, it would be one thing. However, since I have, you cannot blame me. Rest assured, I shall only claim treasures, leaving this sanctuary for you, for I am unworthy of its blessings. It is solely yours." With a chuckle, I arrived on the island and summoned Fu Yi. As soon as he emerged, Qingyang handed him a fruit, and Fu Yi, clutching the fruit, displayed no signs of discontent. Qingyang had discerned the nature of this mouse. As long as there was food in sight, it mattered not how long he had been confined. Quietly waiting for Fu Yi to finish, he gently patted its little head, saying, "Once you've finished, it's time to work. Such a wonderful treasure! I shall grant you 2 more shortly." Upon hearing this, Fu Yi turned, sniffed a couple of times, and dashed inside. Qingyang followed leisurely. Upon reaching Qianyin Cave, he recited the 3 characters, then stepped inside. After walking for a while, he noticed a stone table ahead, where Fu Yi was already waiting for him. Seeing him arrive, Fu Yi called out a couple of times. Qingyang approached, and upon the table, he beheld a green jade bottle and 3 rings, all neatly arranged. He picked up the jade bottle, examining it closely, and soon felt the essence of this treasure. After a moment, Qingyang opened his eyes, confirming it was indeed the jade pure bottle, which contained a drop of the primordial Sanguang divine water and a branch of the innate willow. This spiritual treasure possesses a primal force, capable of striking down foes and manipulating endless water vapor to extinguish primordial flames, a truly remarkable treasure. Turning his attention to the 3 rings, he picked them up one by one to assess their properties. Indeed, they were the tightening ring, the restraining ring, and the golden ring. All 3 spiritual treasures serve similar purposes, each exerting control from a psychological standpoint. Each ring surpassed the last in strength, each possessing a unique method of control. The Jade Pure Bottle is a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure, while the 3 rings are classified as inferior innate spiritual treasures. AKT this moment, fully squeaked and darted outside. Are there more treasures? I distinctly recall only these 2. Looking at the expanse of purple bamboo before him, he nearly forgot them. The purple bamboo belongs to the category of innate spiritual bamboo, and any treasures crafted from this bamboo can reach the level of postnatal spiritual treasures. Observing the crafting techniques, some can produce top-tier postnatal spiritual treasures, while others yield merely inferior ones. However, the least among them is still a postnatal spiritual treasure, especially the 9 sturdy purple bamboo stalks in the center, which can undoubtedly be fashioned into top-tier treasures, as they all possess superior spiritual roots. Contemplating these bamboos, Qingyang pondered whether to leave a few for his compassionate brother. Ultimately, he decided against it. Any left would only serve to contend with his own disciples. Instead, he took out the Yangxian Tower and, with great magical power, transplanted the entire patch of purple bamboo into the tower. After ensuring all the bamboo had taken root, he finally withdrew, having collected the spiritual treasures and innate purple bamboo. Qingyang mused, the disciples of the Chan school are indeed fortunate, not to mention their wealth. He recalled how during the Fengshan period, Taishang bestowed upon Neza several treasures like the Qingquan Circle and the Miantian Silk, while Yuding offered Yang Jian even more, including the gold and silver slingshot and the demon-dispelling mirror, totaling over 10 treasures. He wondered for where they acquired such vast riches, that I must procure more spiritual weapons. At the very least, my future disciples should not fall short compared to the strongest 3rd-generation disciples of the Chan school, namely Yang Jian and Neza. Moreover, the treasures they possess have significantly aided them. Otherwise, how could they boast such formidable combat prowess? Countless extraordinary individuals exist among the disciples of the 2 schools, enabling them to carve out their own renown. What a jest! Alas, I must obtain more valuable items. Otherwise, my disciples may very well struggle against them. Truly, I find myself in dire straits, he lamented. If others knew that Qingyang, adorned with treasures, still lamented poverty, how many souls would be exasperated by such irony? He proceeded towards the island's edge, and as soon as he exited, the great formation coalesced once more, enveloping the area in mist, before it surged westward towards the western sea. Qingyang resolved to traverse the 4 seas, eager to witness their diverse landscapes. Chapter 77. The 4 great disciples of the outer sect Golden Ao Island. The sanctuary of the Saint of Tongtian in the Eastern Sea was bustling with activity. From a distance, one could see a throng of people, a sea of heads, as myriad beings gathered outside the island, often punctuated by sighs of despair. Not long ago, the Saint of Taiji and the Primordial Heavenly Venerable had consecutively sealed their mountains, while the Saint of Tongtian had opened his gates wide, even setting up formations to receive disciples. The tenets of the Jie school were such that all beings felt the grandeur of the Saint of Tongtian, prompting them to flock to Golden Ao Island in hopes of breaching the formation and successfully becoming his disciples. Though merely outer disciples, they were still under the protection of a saint. With the imminent cataclysm approaching, time was of the essence, and the crowd from the Eastern Sea grew ever larger, with more beings arriving along the way. Amidst this, 4 figures appeared before the formation of Golden Ao Island. Those familiar with the practitioners of the Eastern Sea recognized the 4 as the 4 brothers of Julong Island. Acknowledging their considerable prowess, the 4, seemingly ignoring the commotion, strode directly into the formation. In mere moments, they found themselves within the great hall of the island, where they observed the absence of others, as everyone attentively listened to the saint's teachings. The 4 chose cushions to sit upon and quickly entered a meditative state. These 4 would eventually become the 4 saints of Julong Island. The eldest, Wang Mo, was at the later stage of true immortal cultivation, wielding a treasured sword and protected by the innate spiritual treasure, the Qingyang pearl. The second, also at the later stage of true immortal cultivation, possessed the innate spiritual treasure, the Wanjian carriage. The third was Gao Yuqian, likewise at the later stage of true immortal cultivation, holding the innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan pearl. The last was Li Xingba, also at the later stage of true immortal cultivation, brandishing the innate spiritual treasure, the pity pearl. The four had trained together since their initiation, forging deep bonds outside the island. Numerous beings awaited the four, curious to see how long they would remain inside. After a prolonged wait without a sign of their return, many surmised their successful discipleship. Consequently, those who had failed to breach the formation and harbored grievances against the four quietly withdrew, disappearing from sight. While chaos reigned outside the island, within it, the atmosphere was filled with the sounds of teachings. At that moment, 4 more figures approached from a distance, 1 man and 3 women. The man was tall and imposing, his countenance both dignified and handsome. The 3 women were each beautiful in their own right, exuding grace and elegance. The man's cultivation was at the pinnacle of golden immortal, radiating an extraordinary aura, while the 3 women were at the later stage of golden immortal, with 2 others at the mid-golden immortal stage. The 4 arrived at the formation, pausing only briefly before stepping inside. In an instant, they entered the hall, where they saw many beings engrossed in the saints' teachings. They quickly found spaces to sit and prepared to listen. However, as soon as they settled, they realized they could no longer hear the saint's voice. It turned out that Tong Tian had sensed their presence and ceased his teachings, casting his gaze upon the listeners. Noticing the man and 3 women, he discerned their exceptional talent and understanding, especially the woman with the highest cultivation. The more he looked, the more he favored her, with a wave of his hand. All present awakened from their meditative states and bowed to the saint. Tong Tian then proclaimed, "You shall be my outer disciples of the Jie school." Turning to the man, he stated, "I bestow upon you the name Zhao Gongming, my outer sect's eldest disciple, tasked with overseeing all outer disciples." He then addressed the 3 women, naming Wan Yunxiao as the second outer disciple, while bestowing the names Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao upon the other 2. Thus, the 4 great disciples of the outer sect were complete. However, the formation in front of Golden Ao Island remained intact, signifying that anyone who successfully breached it could become an outer disciple of the Jie school. This was also the reason for the influx of myriad immortals seeking the Jie school at that moment. The outer disciples of the Jie school were still lacking many members, such as the 10 heavenly lords and LVU, who had yet to become disciples. Inside Golden Ao Island, the Taoist Du Bao was engaged in discussions on Taoism with various junior brothers and sisters, having already reached the pinnacle of golden immortal. The 3 holy mothers, Jin Ling, Wu Dang, and Gui Ling, were also at the later stage of golden immortal. Among the inner disciples, the weakest was at the true immortal stage. "I wonder where Brother Qingyang is. What is his cultivation level?" Stone Ji inquired while conversing with a few senior sisters. Jin Ling remarked, "Although I do not know where Brother Qingyang is, I have a strong feeling he is certainly not weaker than the eldest brother." The other women nodded in agreement. It was unclear why the inner disciples felt a sense of oppression when with Du Bao, yet felt light-hearted and joyful in the company of the second brother, Qingyang, which made them long for him even more. Du Bao was aware of his junior disciples' sentiments. He too wished to share laughter and joy with them. However, he believed as the eldest brother, he should maintain a certain authority, lest it hinder his ability to manage them in the future. Among these disciples, only Qingyang was unafraid of him, often joking around during their interactions, which he found endearing. Thus, he too missed Qingyang. "Brother Qingyang, where are you? Are you well? Have you fallen behind in your cultivation?" Du Bao felt certain that Qingyang's cultivation would undoubtedly be on par with his own, if not surpassing it. Chapter 78. The turmoil of the ancestors hasten. For there are more of the demon tribe approaching. It is impossible for so many of our kin, most of whom lack any cultivation, to escape, that we must devise a strategy at a large group of humans gathered, led by a woman wielding a garment made manifest by the power of virtue, a bee skin robe. This woman was none other than Ziyi Shi, one of the three ancestors of the human race, possessing cultivation at the Tai golden immortal level. Since she crafted the robe for humanity, a portion of the celestial merit was divided, with the first garment becoming a treasure of postnatal virtue, while the remainder infused into her being, enabling her to break through to the Tai golden immortal stage, where she has since vigilantly protected her people. The ancestral rites of the heavenly ancestral mountain were presided over by their three ancestors. The demon army arrived swiftly, without any prior warning, that on one of humanity's most significant days, the demons commenced their massacre. It was a one-sided slaughter, devoid of any resistance, for the pinnacle of human combat prowess was merely the Tai golden immortal. Not a single Deluo had emerged as the human race, being of the innate Dao body, had many capable of cultivation, and their initial progress was remarkably swift. However, upon reaching the golden immortal stage, advancement became painfully slow, particularly when attempting to break through to the Deluo golden immortal level. Most could not even perceive the essence of the Dao or grasp the laws of power. Some were even incapable of achieving meditation, rendering the highest cultivation of the human race confined to the Tai golden immortal stage. At this moment, Zhi lowered her head in contemplation. All cultivators were to remain and defend against the demon tribe, creating an opportunity for ordinary humans to flee. You three, accompany the common folk and protect them along the way. With that, she rose and charged towards the demons, followed by a multitude of cultivators. Though she was a woman, her resolve was unwavering, and she acted with decisiveness, truly worthy of her status as one of humanity's three ancestors. Upon witnessing the throngs of humans rushing towards them, the demons erupted into laughter. One demon exclaimed, "Ha! More have come to seek their deaths. Knowing full well they cannot defeat us, they throw themselves into the flames like moths. Truly pathetic and foolish, they bring shame upon our brethren." With that, he crossed his arms, waiting for the humans to approach. The demons scattered, forming numerous small groups to pursue the humans, all led by the Luo, or Tai beings. This was largely due to the scattering of the human race across the vast primordial land, where their tribes were as numerous as the stars, nestled in every corner of the wilderness. Additionally, news of the demon assault had already spread, prompting the humans to divide into smaller groups to flee for their lives. Zhi soared to confront the demons, and without a word, commanded her magical artifact to strike at the leading demon. Soon, many human cultivators arrived, and the two races clashed fiercely in a brief span. The humans began to falter. After all, compared to the demons, the combat strength of humanity was woefully inadequate. The demons were brutal and warlike, possessing superior physique and combat experience. As Zhi observed the increasingly dire situation, she realized that, at this rate, the ordinary humans would not escape far. Growing anxious, she turned to depart from the battlefield, casting a final glance at the direction of the fleeing humans, then looking back at the fallen bodies of her kin. With tears welling in her eyes, she cried out to the demons, "We humans are inherently kind and simple, yet you demons oppress and slaughter us. Though we are weak, regardless of your might, we shall dare to resist. Humanity will never yield." With those words, she charged into the ranks of the demons. As she did, a thunderous explosion resonated. Zhi detonated herself, along with the treasure of virtue, the esteemed ancestor of humanity, forced to end her own life. Witnessing this scene, the remaining humans were instantly overcome with grief, crying out for their ancestor, Zhi Laozu. Their wails seemed to shatter the heavens, echoing far and wide, and the human race, as if in response, collectively raised their voices in anguish. After Zhi self-detonation, the remaining human survivors first wept for a moment, their eyes turning crimson, before they suddenly charged towards the demons once more. Another explosion rang out as yet another human detonated themselves. And one by one, the cultivators rushed towards the demons, sacrificing their lives to inflict damage and create opportunities for the ordinary folk to escape. After a considerable period, all human cultivators perished in their self-explosions, leaving only the demons standing. Yet, the faces of the demons bore no trace of joy from their slaughter. Instead, fear and trepidation clouded their expressions. Indeed, they were afraid. watching the humans charge recklessly toward them. Self-destructing in their final moments, the sight of such fearless resignation instilled a profound sense of dread within the demons, one they would find hard to forget. Gathering the souls of the fallen humans and gazing at the lifeless bodies below, the demons felt no desire for the remnants. The highest ranked among them waved a hand, burying the human corpses into the earth. They then turned their gaze towards the direction of the fleeing ordinary humans, opting not to pursue, and withdrew with their kin. The rest of the demons followed suit without hesitation, retreating from the scene. Chapter 79. The spirits aid humanity. The scene of Zi Shur and the human self-detonations was but a fragment of the primordial world. Similar events unfolded in many places across the land. Nearly a millennium had passed since the demon tribe's massacre of humanity, during which countless humans had fallen beneath the demons' blades. Initially, the Wu tribe struggled to comprehend this. For the demons were a race birthed from the hands of a sage. How dared they engage in such slaughter against humanity, risking the wrath of the sage? At first, the Wu tribe assisted humanity in resisting the demons. However, as a century passed without any directive from the Nuwa sage, the Wu tribe gradually withdrew their support. If the Holy Mother of humanity does not intervene, why should we, the Wu tribe, risk our lives to save you? Thus, all members of the Wu tribe received orders to retreat to their ancestral grounds, leaving humanity to fend for themselves against the demons. Yet, not all demons pursued the humans. A faction of over 10 demons covertly aided the human race. Among them, a tribe of humans sought refuge from the demons. The tribe's golden immortal had already been slain, leaving only 1 million ordinary humans. As they fled, numerous demons pursued them. Just when escape seemed impossible, a group of enigmatic demons appeared, turning their wrath upon the pursuing demons. The onlookers were bewildered, wondering why demons were now battling amongst themselves. The perplexities of humanity persisted until they managed to repel the relentless onslaught of the demon clan. It was only then that the enigmatic demons approached the humans, offering their assistance in fleeing, guiding them into the heart of their own territory. It was there that the humans discovered they were being aided by the ancient clan of the Xiaoshu. However, the reasons behind this unexpected support remained shrouded in mystery, with no one to elucidate the matter. With the aid of the Xiaoshu clan, the million-strong human population managed to survive and establish their settlement in that region. A similar scenario unfolded along the eastern shores of the Great Wilderness, where the Dragon Clan, having suffered devastating losses in the Three Clans War, saw their numbers dwindle to a mere fraction. Most of the survivors residing in the Four Seas. Initially indifferent to the slaughter of humanity by the Demon Clan, the dragons gradually recalled their own tribulations as the number of fallen humans increased. After the Three Clans War, all tribes sustained injuries, with many high-ranking warriors among them perishing. Particularly, as the Dragon Clan dominated the Four Seas, countless precious resources fell into their possession, leading to a subsequent wave of assaults from the beings of the Great Wilderness, resulting in the demise of numerous dragons. Upon witnessing the plight of the humans, which mirrored their own past, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas dispatched numerous dragons to rescue the humans, continuing their efforts until the calamity besieging humanity came to a close. Thus, various demon clans extended their assistance to the human race, despite Emperor Jun's decree to preserve the human lineage. The demons, however, were solely focused on slaughter, showing no mercy to the elderly or children, leaving no intention of safeguarding the human legacy, which led the beings of the Great Wilderness to believe that the demons aimed to eradicate humanity entirely. As the slaughter persisted, an increasing number of races emerged upon the vast expanse of the Great Wilderness, not limited to just these two clans. Other primordial clans also sent their kin to aid humanity, including the Western White Tiger Clan, the Northern Black Turtle Clan, the Golden Rooster Clan, and the Divine Cattle and Celestial Horse tribes, all of whom appeared across the Great Wilderness, rescuing many human lives. Thus, the embers of humanity were preserved, preventing their complete annihilation. During humanity's resistance against the Demon Clan, the remaining human ancestors, Suiren and Yu Chao, also lost their lives to the demon onslaught in 2 separate battles. With all 3 ancestors of humanity deceased, their inherent virtues allowed their souls to reincarnate, and upon their rebirth, they assumed exalted identities. following the tribulations faced by humanity, and as they emerged as the principal actors of the celestial realm. The leaders of humanity expressed their profound gratitude to the various clans that had extended their aid. They selected 12 animals to represent human attributes, establishing the concept of the 12 zodiac signs. Additionally, they chose the 4 spirits from the 4 clans to serve as the 4 great sacred beasts of heaven and earth: the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, due to the unwavering support of the dragon and phoenix clans, which resulted in considerable sacrifices. The dragon clan became a totem for humanity, with future rulers and queens donning dragon robes and phoenix crowns. The appearance of the Qingyang clan always heralded auspiciousness, exuding an air of majesty and strength, thus becoming the embodiment of human vitality. This symbolized resilience, fairness, and happiness. Whenever a child displayed exceptional intelligence and promise, they were affectionately referred to as a Qingyang child. Consequently, these beings became entrenched in human lore, never to be forgotten. In the present moment within the Nuwa palace, the goddess Nuwa sat with her eyes tightly closed, striving to enter a state of enlightenment. Normally adept at achieving such a state, she had found it increasingly elusive in recent years. She sensed her own essence growing ever more unstable, often succumbing to inexplicable anger and tears. Nuwa understood the cause all too well: the demon clan's relentless slaughter of humanity. Having crafted humanity with her own hands, each human was intimately connected to her. The large-scale deaths of her creations were acutely felt by her, more so than anyone else. Whenever these feelings arose, she longed to emerge and unleash a massacre upon the demons. Yet she hesitated, for the demons were also her kin. How could she bring herself to do so? Moreover, this situation was not solely instigated by the demons. It was also orchestrated by the heavenly Dao. The inevitability of this fate left her powerless, forced to witness the unfolding tragedy. That a tear escaped her eye as she murmured, "It is not that I do not wish to help you. Witnessing your suffering pains me deeply. However, this is a trial that humanity must endure to emerge truly powerful. It is the will of the heavenly Dao, and I am truly powerless to intervene." As another tear trickled down her cheek, splattering upon the ground, she lamented the profound truths of the cosmic order. Humanity, destined to become the principal actors in the celestial realm, must endure this great calamity, as no artificial obstruction could prevent their growth. Otherwise, how could they ever ascend to become the foremost race in the great wilderness, in the celestial realm, within a magnificent and exquisitely crafted palace? The Shi Palace, the residence of the demon clan Shi Emperor, Fushi sat upon the dragon throne in the inner hall, staring vacantly ahead, lost in thought. Occasionally, he furrowed his brow or shook his head in a bitter smile. Since his return from the Nuwa palace, he had remained in this state for over a millennium. Since the demon clan's massacre of humanity began, Fushi had not stepped foot outside the Grand Hall, let alone harmed any humans. Nevertheless, it was he who sought out Nuwa and brought back the news. Visions of the Nuwa palace frequently flickered in his mind, and her words, urging him to extricate himself, echoed incessantly. Fushi found himself increasingly restless and disoriented, pacing the hall in agitation. "I cannot continue like this. I feel I am losing my mind. I must go for a walk." Exiting the celestial realm, he instinctively wandered towards the horizon, unaware of his destination. Upon gazing at the earth below, he was met with a cacophony of wails. Hearing those cries, Fushi felt a heaviness in his heart. Peering down, he beheld a horde of demons slaughtering humans. Those defenseless beings, lacking any cultivation, were being mercilessly harvested by the demons. That was a blatant act of massacre. Witnessing this scene, Fushi's mind went blank, leaving him at a loss as to how to react. After a considerable time, he turned his gaze towards the laughing demons, feeling an overwhelming sense of strangeness, cruelty, and malevolence. For the first time, he experienced a profound sense of shame for being a member of the demon clan. A sentiment that grew ever larger, consuming his thoughts entirely. Suddenly, a voice broke through his turmoil. "Brother, have you not yet gained enlightenment? Humanity is the foundation of the future and the rightful heirs of the celestial realm." Upon hearing those words, Fushi's spirit surged, clarity washing over him. his mind becoming acutely aware. Without responding to the voice, he knelt in mid-air, proclaiming, "I, Fushi of the great wilderness, moved by the plight of humanity, am willing to descend into the cycle of reincarnation, enduring the sufferings of 1,000 lifetimes, to become one of humanity, to experience their hardships and guide them out of the darkness." No sooner had he uttered these words than his figure began to fade into nothingness, as if he had never been there, leaving behind not a trace of his essence. "Brother, you have finally awakened. I no longer need to worry about you. When your reincarnation concludes, we shall continue our sibling bond." The voice belonged to Nuwa. She too had perceived the grim future awaiting the demon clan, recognizing that they could never become the rightful heirs of the celestial realm, which had caused her persistent concern for Fushi. Now that he had embarked on his journey of reincarnation, her heart felt a weight lifted. Meanwhile, the demons observed their Emperor kneeling and murmuring to himself, prompting them to approach for inquiry, seeking to discern any imperial edicts. However, before they could reach him, Fushi vanished without a trace, leaving them in shock, their attention diverted from humanity as they hurried back to the celestial realm to report to Emperor Jun and Tai. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun and the others were filled with urgency and rushed to the location mentioned by the demons, yet they could sense no trace of Fushi. This was a grave matter. As the Emperor of the demon clan, Fushi was not only a powerful ally, but also a crucial force in the impending battle against the witch tribe. Losing such a formidable warrior was a significant blow. Furthermore, he was Nuwa's brother. With this in mind, Emperor Jun personally visited the Nuwa palace to discuss the matter with the goddess. To his surprise, Nuwa merely uttered a single sentence before dismissing him. "Fushi has his own destiny and is no longer the Emperor of the celestial realm. There is no need for you to search further. Depart now." Though Emperor Jun wished to inquire further, Nuwa had already sent him away, and he felt reluctant to press the issue. He returned to the celestial realm and relayed the news to the others. But the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. Chapter 81. The forces of the Northern Sea at this moment. The Northern Sea stands as the most tumultuous region among the four seas, ever since the cataclysmic battle of the three clans. Tranquility has eluded these waters, as the largest expanse among the four seas. The Northern Sea is home to myriad factions, each embroiled in relentless conflict, with the Apothecary Palace reigning supreme. The remaining powers consist of two formidable entities formed by ancient beings: the Panwang Hall, presided over by the Pan King, a quasi-saint of the Second Corps who has gleaned wisdom from the Taoist patriarch of the Zhixiao Palace, wielding formidable mastery over insect manipulation, and the Wandu Island, governed by the mighty Pangu, another quasi-saint whose mastery of toxic arts inspires dread. Lastly, there is the Dragon Palace of the Northern Sea, where the last quasi-saint of the Dragon Clan, the Zhulong, maintains order. Although the master of the Apothecary Palace is the Kunlun, a mere quasi-saint, its status as a celestial practitioner grants it the respect of other factions, securing its position at the forefront. The Pan King and Pangu, once brothers who emerged simultaneously, found themselves at odds due to philosophical differences, leading them to establish their own factions. Nevertheless, when faced with external threats, they joined forces, placing them ahead of the Dragon Palace. Following a brief confrontation among the leaders of these factions, mutual scrutiny ensued as they refrained from displaying their true powers, fostering a sense of caution among them. The mid-level and lower ranks, however, frequently engaged in skirmishes, largely disregarded by their superiors who sought to hone their juniors. Over the years, large-scale conflicts have been avoided, resulting in an unexpectedly stable environment. At this juncture, Qingyang had recently emerged from his seclusion on an island, having made considerable progress in his cultivation, reaching the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, with a significant breakthrough in his physical form, now equivalent to that of a Deluo Golden Immortal. This newfound strength instilled within him a profound sense of assurance, liberating him from the constant need for caution. He no longer feared the sight of a Deluo, and though he might not be able to vanquish them, he was assured of his safety. Yet, when confronted with quasi-saints, discretion remained advisable. However, the vastness of the primordial lands meant that most quasi-saints were engrossed in their own pursuits, seldom engaging with the world, leading to few encounters. Upon arriving in the Northern Sea, He indeed encountered a Luo and found himself embroiled in a prolonged struggle, unable to escape the relentless pursuit of this formidable sea demon. Reminiscent of a blue whale from a past life, colossal in size and initially indistinguishable from human. Upon noticing Qingyang, the creature's eyes gleamed with greed, and it commenced a fierce chase, intent on devouring him, drawn by the potent vitality coursing within Qingyang. After a month of evasion, Qingyang was compelled to confront the beast in battle, enduring a prolonged struggle until he sustained injuries that rendered him unable to continue. In desperation, he utilized the jade talisman bestowed by the primordial heavenly sovereign, channeling the power of a saint to obliterate the Luo. The sea demon, a creature of the ocean, had a form reminiscent of a massive fish, and upon its defeat, it lay still upon the surface of the water, its lifeless body transforming back into its original form. After the talisman discharged its radiant energy, it shattered into fragments, swept away by the wind, revealing its latent power capable of extinguishing the souls of all beings beneath the saintly rank, including quasi-saints, leaving Qingyang lamenting the loss. In a fit of indignation, he approached the fallen sea demon, delivering a few kicks that resonated with an echo, for the creature's flesh had surpassed the Luo level, proving remarkably resilient. Gazing at the immense carcass, Qingyang's mind sparked with an idea, and a faint smile graced his face. Having engaged in 2 fierce battles with the Luo beings, coupled with consuming numerous Tianlin fruits, Qingyang's already formidable physique teetered on the brink of another breakthrough. The exhilaration of combat ignited a tingling sensation throughout his body, signaling an impending transformation. As he prepared to depart with the giant demon's body, he noticed a black, triangular object beneath it. Curiosity piqued, he retrieved it, only to be overwhelmed by a powerful aura that took his breath away. Indeed, it was a remarkable find. After a moment of excitement, he secured the object and set off in search of a place to undergo his breakthrough. After a considerable journey, he stumbled upon a diminutive island, no more than 3 meters wide, yet brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Perhaps its small size was the reason it remained unclaimed. Otherwise, Qingyang would not have been afforded the opportunity to cultivate here. He promptly set about establishing a formation, mindful of the uncertainty surrounding his breakthrough process and the necessity of preparation. After all, should an intruder arrive during his cultivation, would he halt his progress or disregard the interruption? Qingyang approached this matter with utmost caution, leaving no room for oversight. With the formation in place, he took out a drop of San Guang divine water and consumed it, nurturing his body back to health. For he knew he must restore his vitality before daring to break through. Decades passed, and when Qingyang finally opened his eyes, he shed his garments and produced 12 drops of the Great Witch's blood. Arranging them before him to attune his state, he anointed his body with the precious blood and settled into a meditative posture. A remarkable transformation ensued. His body trembled as the essence of the blood seeped into him. After a century of intense cultivation, a surge of golden light erupted from his being, and upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance danced within them. If one were to examine his internal organs at that moment, they would behold 5 distinct colors manifesting within, a testament to the profound intricacies of the 7 transformations that refined the 5 organs. Indeed, the mysteries of the 8-9 profound arts were truly astonishing. Chapter 82. The Northern Sea's mysterious tortoise. As Qingyang reveled in the newfound strength and capabilities of his physical form, he mused that it would be unlikely for any future practitioner of the 8-9 profound arts to reach his level of physical prowess. For not everyone has access to Tianlin fruits, nor could anyone employ the blood of the witch clan to temper their bodies. Contemplating the remaining 3 drops of the Great Witch's blood, he carefully stored them away. Dressing himself and dismantling the formation, he departed with a hearty laugh. Not long after his physical breakthrough, approximately 10 years later, he sought another location for yet another advancement. As his cultivation approached the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal realm, once again, that he was elated, for over these years, the 2 drops of San Guang divine water had been assimilated, and the intensification of his combat prowess made this breakthrough inevitable. As he gazed upon a colossal island in the distance, a grave expression crossed his face. The island exuded a peculiar aura, as if it were a living entity. This realization instilled a sense of caution within Qingyang, prompting him to observe from a safe distance rather than approach. Suddenly, a voice resonated, inviting him to explore the island without trepidation, assuring him that he would be unharmed and that the island was home to many beings. Thus he need not worry. Startled by the unexpected voice, Qingyang readied himself for battle, scrutinizing his surroundings, even examining the creatures inhabiting the island. Yet he found nothing. Who was the source of this voice? Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Where are you?" "I am right before you, fellow cultivator," came the reply. This revelation sent a chill down Qingyang's spine. Could it be that he had encountered a quasi-saint? Quickly, he responded, "Please, senior, do not jest with me. Reveal yourself." He maintained a respectful posture, waiting for a response. After what felt like an eternity of silence, he pondered why these ancient beings relished such elusive antics. Just as he was about to voice his curiosity, another voice emerged. "I stand before you. In fact, I am the very island you see." Realization struck him like lightning. This was the Northern Sea's mysterious tortoise. He exclaimed, "Ah, so it is the island is indeed the Northern Sea's tortoise. A creature of immense size and spiritual energy, unable to take form. You startled me, thinking I was being toyed with by some great being. This is the first time I have encountered an island possessing sentience. Why do you not take form? Remaining in your true shape must be quite inconvenient." The tortoise replied, "You see, I am inherently peculiar. No matter how I cultivate or absorb the energies of heaven and earth, I cannot transform. That I have consumed countless celestial treasures, yet the ability to take shape eludes me. Over time, I have grown accustomed to it. Such a marvel," Qingyang remarked, feigning ignorance, before ascending onto the island, perhaps due to its long solitude without conversing with living beings. The tortoise engaged Qingyang in an animated dialogue, discussing everything from the southern skies to the northern realms, tracing the history of creation up to the present. "You, my friend, possess a kind heart, maintaining this posture for nearly 10 millennia, solely out of concern for the beings upon my back. Your compassion will surely attract a true great being to liberate you. When that time comes, do not hesitate." Qingyang, half joking and half reassuring, remarked, "Surely that great being would be a celestial sage?" He wanted to lay the groundwork to ensure the tortoise would cooperate when the time came, hoping to avoid a fate similar to his previous life, where both spirit and body met their demise. "Rest assured, should a true great being come to my aid, I will comply with any request, even relinquishing this physical form, for I yearn to traverse the vastness of the primordial realm and behold its wonders." "Agreed," Qingyang responded with a smile. "Should that day come, if you find your form of no further use, please leave your body to me as a token of gratitude for our lengthy conversation." "Does that sound agreeable?" "Certainly, Qingyang. If such a scenario arises, my physical form shall be yours, though I fear you may struggle to manage it." "Haha." Both the individual and the turtle burst into hearty laughter. Quietly gazing upon the 4 pieces of sea demon skin before me, I found the task exceedingly laborious. Truly, the flesh of the great Luo sea demon is formidable, and the effort it took to peel it away was no small feat. Suddenly, for purple bamboo, stalks materialized out of thin air, precisely the 9 exquisite heavenly purple bamboos of the highest quality. With a wave of my hand, a flame ignited in my palm, its potency escalating rapidly. I had refined countless heavenly spiritual materials with this fire, transforming its flicker into a roaring blaze. Grasping a piece of bee skin, I hurled it into the flames to commence the refining process. The skin was gradually being transformed in the fire. After a considerable duration, the bee skin remained unresponsive, showing not a trace of change, still as dark as ever. Upon witnessing this, Qingyang gritted his teeth and remarked, "If you were alive, I would say nothing, for you are indeed a great Luo-level sea demon. However, you are merely a lifeless object now, and I refuse to believe that I cannot refine even a dead thing." As he spoke, the flames surged dramatically. Gradually, the bee skin began to stir, starting to melt from the edges. Chapter 83. The banner takes shape. Qingyang was seen sitting cross-legged on the ground, recuperating his magical energy, with 4 orbs of black liquid floating before him. Upon awakening, he felt utterly exhausted. No wonder it was the physical form of a great luo. With my current cultivation level, it took me several years to refine it. I was utterly worn out. In truth, this sea demon was exceptionally gifted, known as the giant whale. Had it not been born later than the Kunlun, it might have become a demon master itself. Nevertheless, it had its fair share of fortune, acquiring numerous valuable treasures, most of which had already been utilized, leaving only one artifact, which came to benefit Qingyang. Turning around, he picked up a bamboo stalk and easily refined it into a mass of azure liquid. One by one, he transformed the remaining 3 bamboo stalks into liquid as well. Gazing at the 8 orbs of liquid before him, Qingyang fell into deep contemplation. He subsequently placed the liquids into 8 jade bottles and stored them away. Taking out a massive black stone platform, designed for the placement of the 3 radiants divine water, which had long been collected by Qingyang, he examined the stone platform that exuded a profound aura. Initially uncertain of its material, after extensive research in the South Sea Dragon Palace, Qingyang finally discerned its nature. It bore the essence of chaos, and this colossal stone was likely chaos stone that if a piece of chaos stone were added during the artifact refining process, even a minuscule fragment could elevate the resulting treasure by a tier and render it exceptionally resilient. Even a congenital supreme treasure would find it challenging to break. It would be unwise to utilize it lightly. I shall first refine the other 2 items. After all, chaos stones are exceedingly rare. Worst, I can refine it again when my cultivation improves. Stowing away the stone platform, he retrieved the 8 jade bottles, took out the mass of black liquid, scrutinized it closely, and summoned the spiritual fire to begin refining the treasure. The liquid gradually morphed in the air, and as the intensity of the flames increased, its transformation accelerated. Observing the rectangular strip of fabric that emerged, black in color, with irregular shapes on 3 sides, he blew upon it, letting it soar with the wind, and then turned to refine the purple liquid. The liquid gradually congealed into the shape of a purple rod, adorned with various life forms etched by Qingyang, including a roaring black dragon and a black giant bird with an open beak, all fearsome creatures of darkness. Subsequently, Qingyang tossed the 2 formed items into the fire, and they began to merge slowly. After half a year, an object fell from the sky. Upon catching it, he discovered it to be a banner-shaped artifact. Channeling his magical energy into the banner, it soared into the heavens, fluttering with the wind, and upon closer inspection, it produced a dizzying effect. The 10,000 Souls banner has been completed, truly a testament to the quality of the spiritual materials used, resulting in a low-grade spiritual treasure of the highest order. This will not do. As a distinguished disciple of I boldly brandished the 10,000 Souls banner, summoning 4 other banners exuding ominous black mist, accompanied by the chilling sounds of wailing spirits. This could create quite a negative impression. I must not allow others to misconstrue me as a practitioner of the demonic path, as a disciple of the sage. Practicing celestial arts while wielding a banner steeped in ghostly energy may prompt my master to consider a house cleaning. What shall I call this artifact? How shall I conceal its true nature? Alas, wait, doesn't my master possess the 6 Souls banner? I wonder how it compares. Perhaps it too emits ghostly wails. The soul refining banner, spirit control banner, spirit dominating banner, and spirit driving banner. Yes, those will be the names. I'm truly gifted. My master wields the 6 Souls banner, while I shall use the 4 banners. A perfect match. As he spoke, he continued the refining process. Indeed, Qingyang intended to forge 4 banners, keeping one for himself and distributing the others to his future disciples. Together, they would wield the banners against foes, each exuding ghostly energy, striking terror into the hearts of their enemies. Point 1 could see Qingyang bustling about, intermittently laughing, as if recalling some amusing thought. Even he could not suppress his mirth. However, the expression on his face was undeniably grim and somewhat lecherous. One could hardly mistake him for a virtuous individual. Standing on the island, Qingyang beamed with happiness as he gazed at the 4 treasured banners before him. At this moment, his mind wandered into daydreams. Before engaging in battle with others, I must utter this phrase. Fellow Taoist, I possess a banner. Step into my banner, and I shall lead you along the path to transcendence. How incredibly splendid, truly, None can compare. With a chuckle, he stowed away the 4 banners and soared off the island. Racing back to the primordial land, it turned out that while communicating with the Xian turtle in the North Sea, he had overheard many beings discussing a pressing matter. The demon clans had commenced a relentless hunt of the human race, sparing neither the young nor the old, regardless of their cultivation levels. None would escape their clutches. Hearing these words ignited a surge of wrath within Qingyang, as if a malevolent fire erupted from the depths of his soul. Although he had long been aware of this, hearing it spoken aloud filled him with uncontainable fury. Prompting him to bid farewell to the Xian turtle as he raced toward the direction of the earth. Qingyang suddenly halted, pondering for a moment before setting off in search of a celestial island. He recalled that the demon clans slaughtered humans to harvest their souls for the creation of the slaughtering witch sword. Very well. When you engage in battle with the witch clans, I too shall collect the souls of your demon clans. Similarly, to forge my artifacts. After all, the souls of the witch clans, being fused with their physical forms, cannot reincarnate, so I need not fear collateral damage. Thus, the 4 soul banners were successfully forged. Chapter 84. The state of the human race at this moment in the primordial land. The population of the human race had drastically diminished. Once, their presence was ubiquitous, with traces of humanity found in every nook and cranny. Now, encountering a single human was exceedingly rare, often requiring an extensive search. And even then, one might only stumble upon corpses from the demon clans. The souls of the slain were captured by the demon clans using special artifacts and sent to the heavenly realm, while their physical remains were distributed among the demons, becoming their sustenance. This significantly alleviated the hunger of the demon clans, who became frenzied at the sight of any human, scrambling to seize them. Not only were the souls denied the chance of reincarnation, but even the corpses fell prey to the mouths of fierce beasts. How pitiful the state of humanity was. The atmosphere was thick with the ominous aura of calamity, permeating the bodies of all demons, yet they remained oblivious. After all, they existed within the calamity and could hardly perceive it. Perhaps this is what is meant by the ignorance of heavenly principles, driven by insatiable desires. As for the witch clans, rumor had it that the demon clans slaughtered humans to gather souls for crafting weapons capable of subduing the physical forms of the witch clans. This had been corroborated. Indeed, a single strike could shatter the physical strength of the witch race. Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches could no longer remain composed. They began to fret, devising numerous plans, yet all seemed precarious, prompting them to send representatives to the Underworld to consult with Lady Houtu regarding the matter. Lady Houtu, upon hearing their plight, initially showed little interest in the affairs of the witch and demon clans. However, upon hearing the distress of the great witch who had come to her, tears welled in her eyes as she lamented the impending doom of the witch race. This deeply moved Lady Houtu, who, despite no longer embodying the ancestral witch, retained her unwavering spirit. After the great witch concluded, Houtu pondered for a long while and eventually raised her head to address the great witch, stating, "Concentrate the essence of the laws. Use it to forge weapons, and it shall surely resist the treasures crafted by the demon clans." She then requested that the 12 ancestral witches send her 12 drops of their heart's essence. Upon finishing, she directly sent the Great Witch out of the Underworld's domain. The Great Witch returned to the primordial land, momentarily dazed, before regaining clarity and hastening back to the ancestral homeland of the witch race. Upon returning, the Great Witch shared this news with the other ancestral witches, who erupted into joyous laughter, declaring, "You demons possess treasures to contend with the witch race, yet we too have our means of defense. However, what purpose does our heart's essence serve? Since Lady Houtu desires it, we shall send it her way. After all, she would not harm us." Each then produced a drop of their heart's essence to send to the Underworld. Subsequently, all the great witches gathered at the ancestral witch hall to collectively concentrate the essence of the laws. The great witches from all tribes flocked to the ancestral witch hall, joining the ancestral witches in this endeavor. Meanwhile, in the heavenly palace of the celestial emperor, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were busy forging the slaughtering witch sword, continuously tossing materials into the flames. Occasional cries echoed from within the fire, only to be swiftly silenced. Yet, Despite this turmoil, the human race bore no resentment toward anyone, including the human race's divine mother, Nuwa, the leader of the human teachings, the Taishang sage, and other saints. The humans bore no animosity toward them. Their anger was directed inward, lamenting their own impotence and inability to protect their kind, loathing the frailty of the human race, unable to shield them. A saying emerged among them: the human race must strive unceasingly. At this moment, on the peak of Qingyang, the sage of Taishang ceased his meditation, gazing into the distance beyond the hall. His eyes seemed to perceive the myriad struggles of the human race, witnessing their suffering amidst profound tribulations. After a prolonged silence, he withdrew his gaze with a soft sigh. Alas! Meanwhile, the Primordial Supreme had already halted his teachings, finding himself alone in the Grand Hall, murmuring, "Is this truly the elucidation of the heavenly path? In accordance with the mandate of heaven?" On the shores of Jin Ling Island in the Eastern Sea, the Grand Formation remained active, with numerous beings establishing their cultivation sites around the island, while others endeavored to breach the array. Among them, many humans had successfully become outer disciples of the GS Sect. To seize a sliver of heavenly secrets for all sentient beings. This is the extent of my capability, the saint of Tongtian spoke slowly. In the western spiritual mountain, the saints of Jin and Zhuanti sat upon golden lotuses, their gazes fixed upon the eastern lands, perceiving nothing but the ominous aura of calamity that filled the heavens and the earth. Though this great tribulation originated from the east, as saints, their hearts were heavy with concern for all sentient beings. The calamity in the west was already substantial. How much greater must it be in the east? The two exchanged glances and chanted in unison, Amitba. Qingyang was already at the edge of the northern sea, poised to make landfall shortly. It was likely that once Qingyang set foot ashore, he would find no trace of the human race. After over a millennium of slaughter, how many could withstand such carnage? Most were ordinary humans devoid of cultivation. Had it been any other race, they would have perished long ago. It was only due to the sheer number of humans that they could endure such a cataclysm. Alas, how much longer must the human race endure this devastation before their tribulation comes to an end? Chapter 85. Interrogation of the demon race on a shore facing the northern sea. A figure descended. It was Qingyang, having returned from the depths of the northern sea, weary from his arduous journey. Without a moment's respite, he had traversed nearly 30 years, finally setting foot upon the primordial land once more. I am utterly exhausted. Such a relentless pace is unbearable. I would prefer a leisurely journey instead. Yet upon surveying the scene before him, his initial elation vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. The earth's spiritual energy was thick with the ominous aura of calamity, far exceeding that of the sea. How could this be? Was it a result of the demons' massacre of the humans? Caution was warranted. After all, this was not the ocean. The primordial land was fraught with peril. Demons were everywhere. Truly, a golden immortal was worth less than a dog. With Tai, golden immortals abundant, while only those of the Deluo golden immortal tier could be deemed formidable. Despite having transcended to the Deluo, it was prudent to remain cautious. What if a quasi-saint powerhouse were to wander the primordial realm? Though he possessed protective treasures bestowed by his master, in the face of impending calamity, one could never be too sure. Anything was possible. In truth, who would dare roam the primordial lands heedlessly as the calamity approached? They would be scrambling to hide. Yet indeed, there were quasi-saints traversing the primordial realm, and not just one. 2 of the 10 demon saints were present. Beings born of the impending tribulation, their ominous aura nearly imperceptible. Shortly after the onset of the human calamity, many beings and races had aided the humans in evading the demons, who often fled in groups, unable to bring their kin along. Those versed in formations set up concealment arrays for the ordinary humans, allowing many to evade the demons, for the human population was simply vast. They were everywhere, and upon discovering the formations, the demons were disinclined to waste time, allowing the humans hidden within the arrays to escape. However, as countless humans were slaughtered, their presence dwindled. The dead lay dead, the fleeing fled. And the hidden remained hidden. For 3 years and 5 seasons, the humans were scarcely seen, prompting the demons to recall that many were concealed within various formations. The The demons began their search throughout the primordial realm. Yet most were ignorant of the intricacies of formations and could not locate them. Nevertheless, the demons comprised numerous races, akin to a mishmash of ingredients in a great stew. There were always one or two races with exceptional talents and unique abilities to pierce through concealment arrays. Consequently, each demon group had such a being, capturing many humans in the process. The demon Saint Philian, having discovered formation, remarked, "There must be numerous races hidden within, but it requires your expertise to breach the array." All 10 demon saints had emerged from the heavenly court, following the multitude of demons in search of the humans. Philian approached the formation, producing a treasure and directing it towards a particular direction. As the treasure rebounded, a chain of light appeared. "Ah, splendid! Once I break this, we shall see." With that, he summoned a conical treasure. With a single strike, the formation shattered, revealing several 100,000 humans within, who were caught off guard. Countless demons surged forth, and in mere moments, only corpses remained. That be why the time the demons departed, even the bodies had vanished, leaving only a pool of blood, a testament to the chaos that had transpired. With the arrival of the demon saints, the humans hidden within the grand array were continually captured, while numerous others perished beneath the claws of the demons. Some races, having sheltered the humans and refusing to divulge their whereabouts, were exterminated by the demon saints, leaving only a handful of their kin to escape. At this moment, Qingyang was weaving through the forest, concealing his presence, proceeding with utmost caution. Something felt amiss. After such a lengthy search, not a single human could be spotted. He encountered numerous demons, but where had the humans gone? This aimless wandering in the primordial realm was far too reckless. He needed to ascertain the human's location, perhaps by interrogating a demon. Soon enough, he spotted 3 demons conversing amidst a pile of stones. Qingyang stealthily approached, careful not to draw too near. One could never be certain of a demon's abilities. If he were to encounter a particularly gifted demon, it could reveal his position, leading to dire consequences. Having faced such situations too many times, Qingyang remained vigilant. With a swift motion, he unleashed a binding rope, ensnaring the 3 demons instantly, silencing them with its sharp barbs that drew forth their blood. This rope was the inferior spiritual treasure known as the Binding Spirit Rope from the Black Flood Dragon of the Southern Sea. Once ensnared, their powers rendered ineffective, making it an excellent tool for capturing living prey. Qingyang appeared before the 3 demons, striking down 2 with a mere touch, sending them into the cycle of reincarnation. The remaining demon, paralyzed with fear, trembled uncontrollably, nodding vigorously as Qingyang's gaze fixed upon it. "I will ask, and you shall answer. Should you dare to scheme, I will ensure you reunite with your fallen comrades." Qingyang warned, and the demon nodded fervently in response. This was troublesome. Even the demons found it challenging to locate the humans. What a predicament! Chapter 86. A sudden appearance of the demon saints. The demons had indeed grown more ruthless. With so many humans now vanished without a trace, how many had perished? Qingyang's eyes burned with fury. Though he did not live for the human race in this life, he had traversed from among them, and his feelings for them ran deep. After wandering the primordial realm for over half a year, having discovered not a single trace of humanity, Qingyang's heart felt as though it had been plunged into ice. Yet he knew the humans would not simply extinguish. Even as he called upon the fortune of fate, no human figures appeared. The demons, however, multiplied. One day, as Qingyang wandered aimlessly, uncertain of his whereabouts in a vast primordial expanse, he stumbled upon a gathering of demons. That moment, he longed to strike them down, to harvest their souls with his soul banner, allowing them to taste the bitterness of their own demise. Yet the demons were far too numerous. Should he act, a horde of demons would undoubtedly converge upon him, and he had heard that all 10 demon saints had descended from the heavenly court, now roaming the primordial lands. Thus he could not afford to act recklessly. Each was at least a pique de luo, not to be trifled with. They were the elite among demons, overwhelmingly powerful. Quickly, there's a formation up ahead, and the number of hidden beings is surely considerable. The demon saints Zidi and Bays are present. The formation will surely be breached swiftly. Upon hearing this, Qingyang was about to depart, but the mention of two demon saints gave him pause. Bai's was undoubtedly a quasi-saint. Zidi's cultivation level was uncertain, but at the very least, it was Deluode he could consider approaching if only one demon saint were present. But Bai's, the sage of demons, was a different matter entirely. Alas, perhaps he should take a look. Driven by an inexplicable urge, Qingyang followed closely behind, arriving at a vast valley, which appeared capable of concealing a considerable number of humans. His heart raced with urgency. How could the demons have discovered this place? He felt a pang of anxiety for the humans. Just then, a flash of white light illuminated the valley, revealing its contents. A sea of humans filled the valley, their heads bobbing together, each gazing up at the demons with defiance in their eyes. The demons erupted into excited cheers, charging towards the humans in a frenzy. Witnessing this scene, Qingyang could no longer restrain himself. Channeling all his magical energy, he soared above the valley, shouting out as winds and sand swirled, conjuring a tempest that sent the charging demons flying. At this moment, Qingyang gazed down at the multitude of demons, his sudden intervention leaving them utterly astonished. What a peculiar situation this is! How audacious of someone to come forth at this moment to aid the human race. Directly opposing the demon clan, especially with two demon saints present here. Such courage is commendable, albeit somewhat foolish. Bai Zhe and Ci Tai, the two demon saints, paused for a moment, then turned their gazes toward Qingyang. Both at a loss for words to describe their current feelings, but if one were to commend Qingyang, one might argue that he is oblivious to the scene unfolding before him. A mere Tai, golden, immortal daring to assist the human race right under their noses is indeed praiseworthy. Though it borders on recklessness, a nearby demon of the Great Luo golden immortal realm, upon noting that Qingyang was merely a Tai golden immortal, could not help but voice his thoughts, truly courting death. He charged at Qingyang, reaching out to seize him. However, Qingyang merely delivered a light punch, meeting the demon's hand in that instant. A horrific scream echoed as the demon's entire arm shattered and was sent flying by the force of the blow. Bai Zhe and Ci Tai, witnessing this, remarked on the physical prowess of the Great Luo. The assembled demons were equally astonished, and with two demon saints present, what was there to fear at this moment? Qingyang regarded the two demon saints, knowing he had millions of humans behind him. Today, retreat was not an option. To do so would mean abandoning his true self, making the path ahead fraught with difficulty. If he could not even uphold his own essence, how could he aspire to achieve enlightenment? Thus, he introduced himself as a disciple of the sage of the upper clear, one of the three purities, and the second personal disciple of the Qingyang had the honor of meeting both Bai Zhe and Ci Tai. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe and Ci Tai's eyes narrowed. A disciple of the sage of the upper clear posed a significant dilemma. In this age of saints, they truly dared not harm Qingyang, especially under the watchful eyes of many. The repercussions of their actions could lead to the sage of the upper clear seeking vengeance for his disciple, which would spell doom for them. Yet, with so many demons present, they could not simply retreat based on a few words from a sage, for that would render them devoid of any authority. The demons would no longer respect them as they had before, leaving the two demon saints in a state of great frustration. Just as they were at an impasse, Qingyang spoke again. His actions had disturbed the two demon saints, but he was compelled to do so, as some humans owed him a debt of gratitude for their enlightenment. He humbly requested that the two demon saints show mercy and spare the humans present. Expressing his profound gratitude, in his previous life, Qingyang had been nourished by the kindness of many in his village, so it was no exaggeration to speak of a debt of gratitude. Chapter 87. The fox assuming the tiger's might under the eaves of another. One must lower their head. Qingyang had simply reported his lineage, specifically mentioning the three purities, as a way to leverage his connection. He feared that should the two demon saints strike unexpectedly, he would stand no chance against them, that if he were to reveal his lineage during a battle, it would surely be too late. After finishing his introduction, he turned to the two demon saints, who now felt a sense of relief. They were thoroughly impressed by Qingyang's eloquence. His words were of such caliber that they were left pondering how to respond. Qingyang's speech had immediately provided them with an avenue of escape, He first expressed his apologies, then elucidated the reason behind his actions, a debt of gratitude that must be repaid. Otherwise, how could they hope to make further advancements? Furthermore, they had no desire to question the veracity of his claims, whether true or false. The mere fact that they had a way to extricate themselves was of paramount importance. With this in mind, the two demon saints exchanged glances and exhaled simultaneously. Buzhou remarked, "Young friend, you are truly worthy of being a disciple of the sage of the upper clear. Your abilities are indeed remarkable, and your sense of gratitude speaks volumes about your character, which I greatly admire. However, if we were to retreat now, it would be difficult to explain to the Heavenly Emperor. Therefore, I propose a contest between you and my companion, the demon Saint Tai, to assess your strength." Qingyang regarded Buzhou, acknowledging him as the demon clan strategist. His mind was certainly not ordinary. Turning his gaze to Tai, he discerned that although he was not yet a quasi-saint, and still within the great Luo realm, he was undoubtedly invincible within that realm, with few rivals. This was perfect. Having recently broken through in physical prowess, he had yet to engage in combat, making this an excellent opportunity to test his skills against a demon saint. The prospect of sparring with a demon saint was thrilling indeed, for not everyone had the chance to engage in battle with such formidable opponents. Grateful for Buzhou's understanding, Qingyang consented, requesting that Tai show restraint. With that, he turned to the humans and, casting forth a treasure, a 5-colored umbrella, the Tian Luo 5 Elements umbrella, a superior innate spiritual treasure with formidable defensive capabilities, he activated it. The umbrella unfurled in the air, enveloping the humans in a protective barrier of 5 colors, then ascended into the sky, positioning itself against Tai. The humans in the valley watched this scene, tears streaming down their faces, imprinting Qingyang's figure deeply into their memories, with some even carving his likeness from wood. The disciples of thee and the sage of the upper clear, Qingyang, would be remembered by the people. This was enough. The events of this day would echo throughout the human race, especially regarding Qingyang's valiant stand against the demon saint, despite the uncertainty of his cultivation level. The mere mention of a demon saint being associated with a saint implied immense power, and tales would soon circulate of Qingyang single-handedly battling numerous demons and challenging a demon saint. Upon hearing these stories, Qingyang could not help but chuckle for a long while. He had indeed offended Tai, and now he charged toward him, delivering a punch straight at the demon saint. Tai, recognizing the intent, countered with a punch of his own. The two struck against each other, each retreating momentarily before resuming their fierce exchange. The display of combat had the watching demons ablaze with excitement, eager to join the fray, though they merely entertained the thought. After all, they were not yet ready to risk their lives. The sounds of their fists connecting resonated throughout the vicinity as they fought at remarkable speed. The air filled with the sounds of their blows. After nearly a stick of incense worth of time, they finally separated, both displaying expressions of unquenched eagerness. "Ah, my young friend Qingyang, you are truly impressive. Your physical strength is not inferior to that of us demon saints, and may even surpass it. Truly, you are a worthy disciple of the sage of the upper clear. What a delight! It has been far too long since I have enjoyed such a spirited exchange. Let us continue." Just as they were about to recommence, Buzhou interjected, Tai, do not become too engrossed in battle. We must return to the heavenly court." Tai, upon hearing this, could only display disappointment. "Young friend, we shall continue our duel another time. Thank you, Tai, for your restraint. This battle has been exhilarating, and it has been far too long since I have engaged in such combat." With that, Qingyang turned and returned to the valley. Buzhou and Tai soared into the sky, followed closely by the other demons. However, it would not be long before Qingyang's reputation spread among the demons. To have fought to a standstill with Tai and to have received acknowledgement from him could scarcely be the mark of a weakling. As Qingyang descended, he addressed the gathered humans. "You are safe now. No demon will dare approach this place again, especially with Buzhou's decree." Buzhou's words held considerable weight. "Indeed, you may wait here until the great calamity is past, but to be prudent. I shall set up 2 formations for you. Point 1 will be a concealment array to hide this valley. while the other will be a killing formation to fend off any enemies that approach. The three most powerful among you step forward, and I shall teach you how to control the grand formation. Three individuals emerged from the crowd. One a golden immortal, and the other two. Qingyang took to the skies, and they followed closely behind. After securing the treasure umbrella, he began to lay out the formations. Approximately half a month later, he called the three forward, instructing them on how to control the grand formation. Once they understood, they descended. Looking at the humans before him, Qingyang sighed softly. Alas, weakness is indeed a fault. Chapter 88. Rescuing the human race. Do any of you know the locations where other humans are hiding? As soon as he finished speaking, a few individuals stepped forward. I know. They shared the locations they were aware of, and just as Qingyang was about to leave, he felt a twinge of concern and asked, "Do you have any food?" The crowd fell silent, heads bowed. They had fled so suddenly that there had been no time to prepare. Seeing this, Qingyang waved his hand, and numerous marine creatures appeared in the valley. These were beings he had caught during his idle times at sea, often roasting fish and shrimp for his own enjoyment. These are creatures from the sea. They only need to be roasted to be edible. Just remember to cook them thoroughly, or you may fall ill, and that could be fatal. The crowd nodded in understanding. Then, Qingyang recalled something else. He produced a drop of Sanguang divine water along with various spiritual waters, diluted them, and sprinkled the mixture over the people. In the next moment, they all appeared revitalized and full of vigor. Many previously ailing humans were restored to health. You should know that this entire mountain range and valley is covered by the formation. Those of you with higher cultivation can go out hunting. Otherwise, you may starve here. With that, he vanished from sight. Among the humans, a few elders emerged, stating, "We must remember this great immortal. He is our benefactor." Qingyang, disciple of the sage of the upper clear, and, following the directions provided by the humans, Qingyang set off to the indicated locations. Upon arrival, he discovered that the formations were still in place. So he dismantled them, revealing a substantial number of humans, at least several million. As the humans prepared to confront the outside world, one of them, a demon, had broken through the formation and encountered a young Taoist. The Taoist proclaimed, "This formation is far too rudimentary. Allow me to establish two new formations for you." Ascending into the sky and drawing from his previous experience, within a little over a week, the new formations were completed. Qingyang descended among the crowd and addressed the three most powerful individuals, saying, "I will teach you how to control the formations." Upon concluding his words, he waved his hand, and a multitude of animal carcasses appeared on the ground, forming several small hills. With another gesture, he conjured a large hole from which water gushed forth. Looking at the crowd, I could only assist you to this extent. Having said that, I departed from the scene. And the onlookers, upon witnessing this, bowed deeply in the direction of Qingyang. In another location, the formation had vanished, and numerous bloodstains marred the ground, indicating that the demon tribe had made their discovery. Arriving at the final location, I stood beside a grand mountain, gazing at the surging demonic energy ahead. Clearly, the demon tribe had detected us. However, there were many of them in this area. It was truly difficult for me to turn a blind eye to their plight. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to reveal my identity. Slowly approaching, I pondered who this demon saint might be. I fervently hoped it was not Wuyi, as this entity was notoriously irritable and combative, wielding formidable strength at the quasi-saint level. Truly a troublesome opponent. As I reached this place, I overheard a conversation among the demon tribe. Following the ghost chariot demon, Saint has proven advantageous. We have breached several formations and acquired ample blood offerings. They chuckled. Ghost chariot. Thankfully, it was still at the Great Luo level, and those behind it must also be of that caliber. As the formation crumbled, the demon tribe surged forward, but this time they were repelled. Which fellow cultivator is here? A voice rang out, "I am the ghost chariot demon saint of the demon tribe." Upon uttering this, I noticed a figure standing before the crowd of humans. The figure addressed the demon saint, stating, "I am Qingyang, the second direct disciple of the sage of the upper clear, one of the three pure ones." Upon hearing the name Qingyang, the corners of Ghost Chariot's mouth twitched. Not long ago, Baze had mentioned this matter, advising the demon saints against harming Qingyang, as he was a direct disciple of a sage and should not be easily offended. Young friend Qingyang, there is no need for further words. I am aware of your prowess. We have crossed swords before, though the outcome remains unasked, Ghost Chariot remarked before turning to depart, ascending into the void to await Qingyang. Realizing that Bays had indeed spoken on my behalf to the demon saints, I felt a sense of relief. As long as I was afforded respect, I glanced back at the human crowd and once again produced the treasured umbrella to shield them, then flew to face the Ghost Chariot demon saint. The two engaged in battle once more. However, Ghost Chariot recognized that Qingyang, with his physical body at the Great Luo level and cultivation at the Tai Golden Immortal stage, was formidable. Thus, the two clashed fiercely, each unwilling to yield. After a duration equivalent to a stick of incense, Ghost Chariot ceased hostilities and turned, leading the demon tribe away without uttering a single word. It seemed that surviving the aftermath of the Witch Demon War required not only cunning, but also a clear mind. In front of the humans, I first set up 2 formations for their protection, then left behind a bounty of provisions. After inquiring about the whereabouts of the other humans, I departed. Alas, in such a small valley, a vast plain concealed so many humans, and how many had perished in hiding. I could only save as many as fate permitted. At this moment, Qingyang had rescued countless humans, and over the years, he had engaged with several demon saints of the Great Luo level, though the contest had primarily been of physical strength. The name of Qingyang, the disciple of the Jiejiao, rapidly spread among the demon tribe. Reaching the ears of countless beings in the Primordial World, it became known that the sage of Tongtian had a disciple of extraordinary capabilities who could contend with the demon saints without succumbing. This left many in awe of the sage's adept teachings, as he had nurtured such a powerful disciple, further solidifying the reputation of Jiejiao. Chapter 89. The emergence of the slaughter which soared at this juncture. Qingyang had saved an indeterminate number of humans, tirelessly traversing the expanse of the primordial land. The hiding places of humanity were far too dispersed. They were located in every direction, as long as someone informed him of a hidden group of humans. He would hasten there. It had been quite some time since he had encountered the 10 great demon saints. During his travels through the primordial realm, he had often encountered ordinary demons, yet he had chosen to ignore them, as the demon saints treated him with respect, making it difficult for him to slay these lesser demons. However, should he stumble upon demons in the hiding places of humans, he would not hesitate. They would simply be out of luck. Slaying demons and collecting souls had become increasingly effortless, from the lower heavenly immortal to the Great Luo level. Qingyang spared none, capturing every demon soul in a soul banner. After dispatching another group of demons, he breached their formation, offering comfort to the humans before departing. It had been quite a while since he had seen any demons of the Great Luo level. Most were merely golden immortals or at the Tai level. Something felt amiss. Had the demon tribe encountered some trouble? No, he needed to investigate thoroughly. The two tribes were on the brink of war. It was imperative to remain vigilant regarding the situation. Finally, he encountered a demon of the Great Luo level, a rare occurrence, announcing his identity. The demon, upon hearing Qingyang's name, displayed no signs of wariness. Qingyang engaged in conversation with the Great Luo demon and received reassuring news. All 10 demon saints had returned to the heavenly court, and the rest of the demon tribe was soon to follow. The souls of humanity were sufficient. The demons roaming the primordial land were merely capturing humans in secret. Orders had long been given to cease the slaughter of humanity. Sitting upon a stone, Qingyang observed the Great Luo soul banner before him, which began to writhe with dark energy. However, the energy was not overwhelming, as there were fewer than 100,000 demons contained within, still too few. He needed to retrieve this banner and place the 4 soul banners near Mount Buzhou. Otherwise, once the Witch Demon War commenced, it would be too late. Once all the demons returned to the heavenly court, humanity would be completely safe. It was merely a matter of timing. He focused on a particular direction and set off. In the heavenly court, brother, we are but one step away. Jun gazed at the soon-to-be-formed treasure sword. On the verge of emergence, regardless of how he looked at it, the sword exuded an extraordinary aura. Although his body felt fatigued, the thought of wielding this weapon to annihilate the witch tribe with ease filled him with exhilaration. With this thought, he mused, "Witch tribe, consider yourselves fortunate to survive another 1,000 years. Within that time, I shall ensure you do not persist in this world that on this day, the direction of the heavenly court experienced a sudden upheaval. Spiritual energy surged violently, and the heavens darkened with ominous black clouds. The clouds spread across the sky like sheets of black metal, intermittently illuminated by flashes of black lightning. The winds howled furiously, creating an apocalyptic scene. The entirety of the primordial realm witnessed this spectacle, and even those in the West could see this terrifying omen, capturing the attention of all living beings in the primordial world who turned their gazes toward the heavenly court. What have the demon tribe done to provoke such wrath from the heavens? A powerful figure remarked, that moment. Directly above the heavenly court, a dark yellow artifact trembled in the void. The sword measured 3 feet in length. One side etched with the mountains and rivers of the 4 seasons, and the other adorned with the myriad beings of the primordial realm. Its presence was truly magnificent. This was the Slaughter Witch Sword. Forged from the souls of countless humans, Dijun named it the Slaughter Witch Sword, and as he observed the changes in the heavens heralded by the artifact's formation, he felt a surge of excitement. The greater the commotion, the more powerful the treasure. He felt no remorse for the countless human souls sacrificed in its creation. Dijun was oblivious to the natural laws. This was not mere heavenly change. This was an omen, a Slaughter Witch Sword forged from such a multitude of souls, an act that defied the heavens. The heavens stirred with emotion and fury. Thus the terrifying black clouds descended, harboring the wrath of annihilation, intent on obliterating the newly emerged Slaughter Witch Sword. Without any warning, a bolt of black lightning descended from the clouds, striking swiftly toward the Slaughter Witch Sword. It struck the sword lightly, producing a resounding echo that reverberated through the heavens. Yet after the sound faded, the sword remained unchanged, bearing no marks or damage whatsoever. Following that, a second and third strike followed. Ultimately, a total of 81 bolts of black lightning descended, yet they failed to inflict any harm upon the Slaughter Witch Sword. The calamity clouds dissipated in an instant, as if nothing had transpired. Dijun promptly summoned the Slaughter Witch Sword back to him, and upon gazing at it, an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. "Ha ha!" He laughed heartily. "Heavenly assistance from my demon tribe and the heavenly court. With this sword, exterminating the witch tribe will be a mere formality. This sword shall serve as my imperial sword. To behold this sword is to behold me. Gather all demons back to the heavenly court, focus on cultivation, and prepare for the war 1,000 years hence." Before long, the sound of 2 bells resonated from the heavenly court, echoing throughout the primordial realm. At that moment, all demons, regardless of their activities, rushed toward the direction of the heavenly court upon hearing the chimes. In an instant, the skies filled with the figures of demons, and shortly thereafter, no demons remained upon the ground, only a few newly sentient beasts. Yet to transform. All transformed demons hastened to the heavenly court, leaving the primordial land in a long-awaited tranquility, granting respite to the other beings of the primordial realm. This moment, Qingyang, witnessing the retreat of the demon tribe to the heavenly court, began to take action. Chapter 90. The catastrophe of humanity concludes. Qingyang soared swiftly across the primordial land, no longer needing to conceal his form, as he rushed toward the nearest gathering place of humans. Upon arrival, he immediately activated the formation, revealing the humans within. Without waiting for their reactions, he announced, "To make a long story short, the demon tribe has fully retreated to the heavenly court. Now is the time to take you toward the East Sea. The primordial land is no longer a suitable place for humanity to survive." With a wave of his hand, and without allowing the humans to respond, he gathered them into the Yangxian Tower, which boasted 9 levels and vast space, ensuring ample room for all. He then swiftly proceeded to another gathering place of humans, collecting them, and after numerous back-and-forth trips spanning decades, he had gathered all the humans he knew of. He did not count their number, but it exceeded 1 billion as for the others who remained hidden. Qingyang lacked the time to seek them out one by one. They would have to fend for themselves. With unwavering determination, Qingyang hastened back towards the East Sea, encountering no delays along the way. 8 years later, gazing upon the boundless expanse of the East Sea, he exhaled deeply on the shore, finally having arrived. He promptly located a vast piece of land to set down all the members of the human race. Were they not blissfully residing within the tower, with an abundance of spiritual fruits and waters at their disposal? They had no cause for concern, and many had grown fond of their life within the Yangxian Tower, which not only provided a pleasant environment, but was also rich in spiritual energy and devoid of any danger, allowing the human race to live comfortably for many years. Observing the throng of humans before him, a dark mass, Qingyang could not help but smile. After all, he had dedicated himself to saving so many of them. From now on, you may dwell here without fear of such calamities occurring again, he declared, gesturing towards the East Sea. The abode of my sect lies within, and any matters that arise will be promptly addressed by our members. Rest assured and live well. With that, he bowed towards the east and cast forth the communication method of his sect. The message conveyed was, Master, billions of humans have gathered on the East Coast. I humbly request that my fellow disciples come to their aid, for I have other matters to attend to. Here, I wish Master everlasting blessings and longevity equal to the heavens. Master, I miss you dearly. I long to see my fellow disciples and brother Duobao. He then turned to the humans, assuring them that his fellow disciples would soon assist in rebuilding their homeland, instructing them to await their arrival. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, he stated, and with that his figure vanished. Upon realizing that Qingyang had departed, the crowd knelt in reverence, proclaiming, May the great Qingyang Daxian have a safe journey. The human race will forever remember your immense kindness and will never forget. On Golden Ao Island in the East Sea, at the Bo Palace, the Tongtian saint ceased his discourse, and the disciples awakened. Eager to inquire about the events that had transpired, suddenly a radiant light soared in from outside, landing directly in Tongtian's hand. It was a green jade plate, and upon recognizing it as the communication token of his sect, curiosity arose among the disciples regarding its sender, all eyes turning towards the Tongtian saint. After a brief glance at the jade plate, Tongtian examined its contents, and upon hearing Qingyang's voice, a smile graced his face. It is my second disciple, he exclaimed. After sharing Qingyang's voice with the disciples, excitement erupted among those acquainted with Qingyang, while newer disciples, having heard tales of his legendary exploits, were eager to learn of his capabilities that inspired such fondness from their seniors. Qingyang had rescued numerous humans from the clutches of the demon race, and now all had been brought to the East Coast. You must go and assist the humans. This endeavor will yield only benefits for you. Remember, help them with sincerity. Understood, Master, the disciples replied in unison, and all hastily departed the island towards the East Coast, while Tongtian gazed at the communication jade plate, reflecting, to save so many humans speaks volumes of his formidable strength and benevolent heart. It is indeed a blessing for me and for our sect. Listening again to Qingyang's voice, especially the heartfelt master, I miss you dearly, brought tears to his eyes as he recalled the hardships Qingyang had endured outside. However, such experiences only fostered swifter growth. The disciples of the GS sect hurried towards the East Coast, chattering excitedly along the way, their faces alight with joy. After years without seeing Qingyang, they were elated at the prospect of reuniting with him. Upon seeing the dense gathering of humans on the shore, they were taken aback. Just how many humans are here? Where did Brother Qingyang rescue them from? Questions flooded their minds simultaneously. Noticing the GS sect disciples, a keen-eyed human called out, Look, someone approaches from the sea. It must be the fellow disciples of Qingyang Daxian come to assist us. They began to shout joyfully towards the ocean. Upon landing, the GS sect disciples inquired after Qingyang, only to learn that he was no longer present, leaving them with expressions of disappointment as they set to work assisting the humans in rebuilding their homes. Chapter 91. Concealing the Four Soul Banners at this moment. Qingyang was en route to the Buzhou mountain. Coincidentally, all demon races had returned to the heavenly realm, leaving the earthly realm devoid of any demons. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to conceal the Four Soul Banners around Buzhou mountain, ensuring they would remain undiscovered. Indeed, heaven is aiding me. Qingyang, surely My benevolent deeds in saving the human race have moved the heavens to grant me such a fortuitous opportunity. There is no harm in performing good deeds henceforth. The primordial land felt unusually serene, and Qingyang found the silence somewhat unsettling, as if the very air were devoid of life. Not a single being stirred, and one could understand the old adage, before great events transpire, tranquility reigns. It was indeed the calm before the storm. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful malevolent aura emanating from a nearby plane, devoid of any life forms. Piquing his curiosity, upon arrival, he discovered a crystalline long staff, which he scrutinized closely. What a peculiar arrow! What material could possibly emit such a potent malevolence? He mused it was, in fact, an arrow from the legendary Hou Yi, shot towards the 10th Golden Crow, only to be deflected by Jun and land here. This arrow had been forged using the principles of water, a testament to the immense difficulty in crafting such a weapon. Only 10 had been created over countless years. Its power was formidable. Otherwise, it would not have been capable of slaying a golden crow with a single shot. The arrow was aimed at its target, and would not cease until blood was shed. It would either kill or inflict severe injury, never returning empty-handed. Qingyang decided to stow the arrow for further examination at a later time, as his priority was to reach Buzhou Mountain. After a decade, Qingyang finally arrived at the base of Buzhou Mountain. Even after having visited twice before, the sight of the colossal mountain stirred emotions within him. After all, Buzhou Mountain was said to be the backbone of Pangu, the progenitor of all beings in the primordial realm. Seeing one's father after a long absence would naturally evoke excitement. Thus, it was understandable that Qingyang felt such sentiments, a reaction shared by all beings who set foot in this sacred place. After a prolonged moment of admiration, Qingyang began to roam the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain, searching for a suitable location to place the soul banners in such a vast area. Finding a few appropriate spots proved to be a daunting task. They could not be placed too close to Buzhou Mountain, as its collapse would devastate the surrounding region, and Qingyang had no confidence that the soul banners could withstand such force. Yet, positioning them too far away was equally unwise, for distance would diminish the amount of spiritual energy absorbed. And they could not stray too far from Qingyang, as he needed to maintain control over the banners. If they were too distant, their effectiveness would wane, and the opportunity to gather souls would be fleeting. Once Buzhou Mountain collapsed, Nuwa, being the nearest, would undoubtedly arrive first. Upon witnessing Qingyang utilizing such a nefarious artifact to collect the souls of the demon race during a time of calamity, she would likely react with fury, potentially sending Qingyang on the path to the ultimate avenue of transcendence, one devoid of reincarnation. Even if his master, the Tongtian saint, were to learn of this, he would be powerless to avenge him, for Qingyang's actions would be deemed heinous under the eyes of heaven. Such behavior would be no different from that of the demon race, and Tongtian would feel a profound sense of shame for allowing his disciple to engage in such acts beneath the watchful gaze of the saints. Not only would he disgrace himself, but he would also tarnish the reputations of Taishang Saint and Yuanshi Tianzun. How could they, as the three pure ones, tolerate such a scandal? Yuanshi would surely reproach Tongtian for his lack of discernment in accepting disciples, hurling harsh words his way. Tongtian would be unable to refute such claims, forced to swallow his pride, for this was his own disciple, his second direct apprentice. These thoughts raced through Qingyang's mind, conjuring vivid images of the potential consequences, leading him to lament. Indeed, the beginning of any endeavor is fraught with challenges. After years of searching, he finally stumbled upon a contiguous range of mountains, the highest of which provided a clear view of the scene below Buzhou Mountain, flanked by two smaller peaks on either side, an ideal location for placing the four soul banners. Should any disturbances arise, he could swiftly evacuate the area or make his way to the foot of Buzhou Mountain, potentially even faster than Nuwa. Qingyang had other plans as well, and opportunities for merit awaited him. Gazing at the diagram of life and death in his hand, he felt grateful for the assistance it had provided him on numerous occasions. Receiving such a treasure was indeed a blessing from the heavens. He then set about establishing a formation, incorporating both concealment and summoning arrays, an art mastered by the Tongtian saint himself, in Kunlun Mountain. He had imparted this knowledge to Qingyang, for a direct disciple ought to be proficient in the sect's signature formations. Furthermore, Qingyang had developed his own formation, though it was yet to take shape, and would soon be brought into existence. The formidable array can be utilized for both offense and defense, and once ensnared within its confines, one faces certain death unless granted permission by the formation itself to depart. Qingyang was diligently engaged in arranging the formation, leaving no room for even the slightest flaw. Chapter 92. The treasure of principles at this moment, within the ancestral hall of the witch clan. Over 100 great witches were present, some seated, others standing. The witch clan, known for their aversion to sitting still, had grown restless after nearly a millennium spent within the hall. This confinement had nearly driven the group of great witches to madness, with most now engaged in refining the essence of the principles. Each great witch bore a grim expression, their faces contorted, surrounded by an array of items of various sizes. There were golden metals, transparent and chilling Xian ice, and crackling bolts of thunder, all exuding the aura of principles. This was the essence of the principles. The essence of the principles is the physical manifestation condensed from the power of the principles, which are inherently formless. The condensed essence, however, was not intended for the great witches themselves, as only those capable of contending with the likes of Emperor Jun and Tai, such as the 12 ancestral witches, could make use of it. Before these 12 ancestral witches lay a colossal essence of principles. Brother Dijiang, is this essence of principles not sufficient for our needs? Upon hearing this, Dijiang surveyed the essence gathered by the great witches and concluded it was likely adequate. After all, this is my first time handling such matters that I prefer to engage directly with my fists rather than resorting to weapons. Dijiang withdrew his principal power and addressed the assembly of witches. It is time. You may all return. Rest well, for when the millennium arrives, we shall engage in a decisive battle with the demon clan. Now, return to your tribes, and do not roam the primordial lands any longer. At his words, the great witches displayed expressions of exhilaration, each departing the ancestral hall. After such a long period of confinement, they were almost driven to madness. Upon exiting the grand hall, they erupted into jubilant shouts, their voices soaring to the heavens, reaching even the ears of the demon clan guards at the heavenly gates. Those cursed witches are at it again, howling like madmen day in and day out. One demon remarked, feeling a sense of discomfort wash over him at the raucous noise, wishing to rush out and slay them. Nearby demons nodded in agreement. Indeed, it won't be long now. Soon, we shall eradicate the witch clan. Otherwise, I fear I may go mad waiting for it. At this moment, both the witch and demon clans shared a collective sensation of anticipation, yearning for immediate conflict to annihilate one another. This was the influence of the impending catastrophe, which stirred the calamity energy within their beings. Point 1 can only imagine the terrifying scene that would unfold when the two factions finally met a millennium hence, both sides driven by bloodlust, unwilling to relent until one was utterly vanquished. The demon clan's treasures would undoubtedly inflict significant harm upon us. The commotion that erupted upon the emergence of the slaughter witch sword indicated its formidable power. The witch clan had sensed its presence and felt the overwhelming aura of the sword, causing both the ancestral and ordinary witches to stand on edge, sensing impending doom. This revelation left the ancestral witches aghast, prompting them to urge the great witches to hasten their efforts in refining the essence of the principles. The 12 ancestral witches, too, felt a growing unease, remaining vigilant against the artifacts forged by the demon clan. Outside the ancestral hall, the 12 ancestral witches labored diligently on their essence of principles, each personally forging their weapons. They intended to create armor and gauntlets, eschewing other weaponry. The armor would protect their bodies while the gauntlets would enable them to strike with their fists. The sound of clashing metal echoed around the ancestral hall, continuing for many years until silence finally fell. The ancestral witches beheld their newly forged armor and gauntlets, elated by the prospect of no longer fearing the demon clan's artifacts. They then transported the armor into the ancestral hall, opting to refrain from donning it for fear of discovery by the demon clan, instead reserving it for a surprise during their imminent confrontation. Both clans were immersed in their training, unwilling to squander a moment of time, fully aware that the battle a millennium from now would be brutal. One side would emerge victorious while the other would face annihilation. The possibility of cessation was non-existent, unless one of the clans was entirely obliterated, after which the remaining clan would become the protagonists of the world. In truth, the race destined to be the protagonists had long since appeared. Yet none of them anticipated it would be another clan. After all, in the primordial era, the witch and demon clans were the mightiest, dismissing all other races as insignificant. They could never have imagined that the human race, once on the brink of extinction, would soon ascend to become the principal actors upon this stage of existence. Finally, with his task complete, Qingyang gazed at the distant mountains, a smile breaking across his face. After more than a century of relentless effort, he was exhausted. He retrieved 4 soul banners and, with a wave of his hand, sent them soaring into the formation. He controlled the 4 banners and activated the formation. There was not a hint of anomaly visible from the outside. All done. I have completed everything necessary. There remains less than a millennium. It is time to wander through the primordial realm. Soon, I shall no longer behold these abundant, innate treasures. And even the spiritual energy will transform into postnatal energy. I should make the most of these few hundred years to seek out exceptional heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Chapter 93. Boundless Xian Eyes wandering through the primordial realm. Qingyang traversed mountains and rivers, guided solely by instinct, cradling a small beast in his arms. Within an unnamed mountain, he discovered a cave halfway up the slope, where he sat in meditation. Before him flickered a flame, gently quivering. Who could have anticipated encountering a strand of innate spiritual fire here? His clean lotus demon fire had consumed a strand of innate spiritual fire, resulting in its evolution. Even a Luo golden immortal would be scorched by this demon fire. When fate calls, it cannot be resisted, and merely stepping into a mountain could lead to the discovery of innate spiritual fire. For several hundred years, Qingyang had roamed the northern expanse of the primordial lands, collecting numerous ordinary innate spiritual materials, yet he had not encountered anything remarkable, let alone an innate spiritual treasure. Who would have thought that just days ago, entering this mountain, he would stumble upon a strand of innate spiritual fire? This delighted him immensely, for the clean lotus demon fire had struggled to evolve. Consuming this spiritual fire would surely facilitate its transformation. However, he pondered returning, feeling adrift without a destination. Just as he contemplated this, the small beast in his arms, Fu, leaped free and dashed off in a particular direction. Had it discovered something? Following Fu, they ventured into a seemingly ordinary gorge, yet the very fact that Fu had arrived here suggested the presence of treasures. Qingyang closed his eyes, focusing intently on his surroundings. Strange, there was nothing here. It was well hidden. He extended his divine sense deeper into the gorge, scrutinizing every corner to ensure he did not overlook anything. Then, reaching the gorge's apex, he unleashed a surge of mana, causing an array to materialize. Without a meticulous search, one would indeed fail to notice this formation. Qingyang sat in the void, attuning himself to the power of the formation, while Fu chirped excitedly nearby. Having discovered the point of breach, Qingyang rose and unleashed a wave of mana, but did not break the formation. He persisted, launching several more attacks until it finally shattered. Revealing a portal in the void, he stepped through. What a delightful realm filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Before him lay a vast microcosm, ancient trees standing tall, jagged mountains rising, and a large lake teeming with abundant spiritual energy. It was truly a celestial haven. A massive stone tablet stood erect there, and as Qingyang approached, he beheld the words "Purple Cover, Cave Heaven" inscribed upon it. Gazing at this celestial realm, he was struck by the wonder of whose domain this might be. Regardless of ownership, it was now his. Following the battle between the witches and demons, the spiritual energy of the world would transform into postnatal energy. Only within this cave paradise did the innate energy still circulate, a gift from the heavens. Once inside the cave, Qingyang wandered for quite some time, but found no dwelling. Was it possible there was none? Impossible! The 36 cave heavens and 72 blessed lands all had treasures to suppress them. Otherwise, they could not be deemed cave heavens or blessed lands. Where could it be? Observing the lake below, he noted gentle ripples on the surface. A steady stream of spiritual energy emanating from the water, creating an ethereal aura. "I haven't even explored the lake," he exclaimed before plunging into the water. The chill of the water sent shivers down his spine. And as he peered toward the lake bed, he beheld a cerulean glazed palace nestled in its depths, and he raced toward it. Inside the palace, the walls were adorned with ice crystal-like stones, intricately carved with various life forms, each depicted with astounding realism and exquisite detail. And the center of the hall, a crystal-like object the size of a dragon's, I floated gracefully in the air, continuously exuding a chilling aura. Boundless Xian ice. This was the Xian ice of the four spirits of creation, and Qingyang was taken aback by its presence. Should a practitioner of the water path attain this treasure, their comprehension of water principles would undoubtedly advance rapidly. Contemplating the treasure, Qingyang found himself at a loss as to its purpose, for his path was one of yin and yang, and this artifact seemed unrelated to him. Nevertheless, he decided to collect it for the time being. Just because it was of no immediate use did not mean it would not prove valuable in the future. He stored this treasure in a jade box and prepared to leave the area. At the entrance of the gorge, Qingyang set up a concealment array and a maze array, wary of any beings entering this cave heaven. This cave heaven now belonged to him, as the innate energy within would endure. He then soared toward the Buzhou mountain, for the war between the witch and demon clans was about to commence. The soul banners remained there, and he could not afford any slip-ups, should he miss this opportunity. There would be no place to harvest a multitude of souls, rendering the four soul banners powerless. Chapter 94. The great war approaches in the east, Tianshi. The sun rose slowly like a blazing jewel, its rays piercing through the clouds to illuminate the vast wilderness below. Atop an unnamed mountain, Qingyang opened his eyes, possessing the cultivation of a late-stage, Tai, golden immortal, and the physical form of a great Luo. After years of diligent practice in the Primordial World, Qingyang felt quite satisfied with his achievements. After all, this was not yet the time of the human race's great flourishing, nor had the fortune of heaven and earth fully descended upon the various great sections. It was indeed remarkable to attain such a level of cultivation through his own efforts. When humanity eventually became the principal players on the heavenly stage, and the myriad immortals of the Sect came to pay homage, the endowment of fortune would surely accelerate his progress. It finally here. Just then, near Mount Buzhou, all the creatures suddenly began to flee in a panic. Birds took to the skies while beasts scurried away, as if something dreadful pursued them from behind. The power of calamity had already permeated the entire realm, visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, the world transformed. The earth trembled, and a voice sliced through the heavens, echoing across the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. Wu. More voices resonated through the air, the cries of the Wu clan reverberating as countless giants advanced from afar towards the foot of Mount Buzhou. Leading them were 12 colossal figures, the 12 ancestors of Wu, each adorned in armor, followed by a multitude of mighty Wu warriors. Behind them surged an innumerable throng of the Wu clan, each individual exuding a menacing aura that was truly terrifying. At that moment, the sky underwent a transformation. Darkness enveloped it in an instant. Countless shadows emerged in the void, obscuring the sun. Leading this sinister legion was Emperor Juntai, flanked by demon masters, the 10 great demon saints. Followed closely by numerous demon deities, an endless host of demons filled the sky, densely packed. With a thunderous sound, a bell tolled, and the world fell silent. The demon clan gazed down at the Wu clan, who in turn looked up to meet their gaze. In that moment, the two clans, usually quick to hurl insults at each other, were rendered speechless, both observing one another intently. In an instant, both factions erupted into action. All members of the Wu clan revealed their true forms, towering tenfold or more, with the 12 ancestors of Wu standing several 100,000 zhang tall, akin to ancient behemoths. The 12 ancestors swiftly shifted positions, intent on forming the 12 heavenly capital formation, launching into a deadly assault right from the outset. Meanwhile, the demon clan mirrored their actions, revealing their true forms as well, grotesque beasts filling the sky. 365 figures took the lead, establishing the Great Star Array, the power of the stars cascading downwards in an instant. The formations on both sides quickly took shape, titanic giants wielding colossal axes clashing with monstrous beasts. Their bodies suffused with the essence of blood and the power of the stars. In the next moment, both sides roared with fury and charged at each other. Giants against beasts, the great Wu warriors and demon saints engaged in a chaotic melee. The battle igniting. After waiting for millennia, the two clans finally clashed. The giants swung their massive axes at the beasts, who retaliated with razor-sharp claws. A resounding crash echoed, signaling the declaration of war to the heavens and earth. The great Wu warriors, without any weapons, used their tremendous hands to seize a demon and tear it apart, blood splattering upon the ground, as demons fell in droves to the might of the Wu. On the other side, the Jiaoying demon saint revealed its true form, its 9 heads opening wide to unleash torrents of water and fire upon the Wu clan, resulting in countless casualties. Its 4 claws relentlessly grasped at the Wu, claiming the lives of several with each strike. Among the chaos, the flying demon saints inflicted the most damage upon the Wu, continuously spewing forth thick black liquid from their mouths, which seeped into the Wu clan, causing devastating losses in droves. The great Wu warrior Feng Bo manifested his true form, towering 10,000 zhong, surrounded by raging winds, which he wielded to assault the demons. Countless demons were torn asunder, exhibiting destructive power rivaling that of the flying demon saints. The sea of crimson engulfed the battlefield, filled with rolling malevolence and surging demonic energy as severed limbs and dismembered bodies littered the ground. No corpse remaining intact. Flames, storms, and boulders ravaged the battlefield, the air thick with roars of fury, the aura of calamity reaching its zenith, almost materializing. Qingyang observed the battle unfolding beneath Mount Buzhou, his heart racing. Witnessing the conflict between the Wu and the demons firsthand was truly overwhelming. Only by seeing the carnage with his own eyes could he comprehend the sheer brutality of the clash. At that moment, he was controlling 4 soul banners to collect the souls of the fallen demons, noticing the banners tremble slightly as the dark energy grew more intense. Souls of demons began to soar from the battlefield. Not in small groups, but in vast swathes. The black souls stained the mountains a deep shade of ebony, the concealed formation utterly unable to contain them, for there were simply too many. Qingyang had long sensed the situation, but was powerless to halt his control over the soul banners. He was elated to collect such a bounty of souls. The demons, engrossed in their slaughter, remained oblivious to his activities. Nevertheless, Qingyang had an unsettling feeling that something was watching him. He intentionally paused his manipulation of the soul banners and searched carefully. Finding no signs of life, he ridiculed himself for being overly paranoid and resumed his control over the banners. Chapter 95. The collapse of the heavenly pillar, the great battle raged on. Yet the figures of giants and beasts had vanished. Tai Yi wielded the chaos bell, relentlessly striking down upon the ancestors of Wu, while Zhurong, Gong, and the other 5 ancestors surrounded him, the conflict intensifying. Meanwhile, Xingtian and other ancestors besieged Emperor Jun, who wielded the Slaughter Wu sword, striking at Xingtian and his allies. It turned out that after half a day of combat within the formations, neither side could inflict significant harm upon the other. Yet their kin suffered grievous losses, while they themselves remained unscathed. Their clansmen were falling in droves. Thus, they dismantled the formations and engaged in direct combat. Emperor Jun, armed with the Slaughter Wu sword, initially believed he could easily cleave through the flesh of the ancestors. However, when he swung the sword at Qiangliang, he was astonished to find that whatever Qiangliang wore on his hands deflected the blade, sending sparks flying as Qiangliang was sent reeling, unharmed, straight back at him. The Slaughter Wu sword proved ineffective. Just as he realized this, he noticed that all the ancestors present bore similar armaments, understanding that these items were specifically designed to resist the Slaughter Wu sword. In that moment, Xingtian charged at Emperor Jun with a massive axe. Coming to his senses, Emperor Jun engaged in a fierce battle with Xingtian and the other ancestors. But suddenly, Xingtian delivered a devastating blow, causing Emperor Jun to spit blood. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to strike at Xingtian's neck, decapitating him in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Tianwu's eyes filled with rage, his bloodlust surging as he charged at Emperor Jun without a moment's hesitation. Just as Emperor Jun prepared to retaliate, Tianwu detonated himself right beside him. The deafening explosion injured Emperor Jun, and the ancestors of Wu roared in unison, their voices echoing across the battlefield. Shortly thereafter, Xian Yuan, another ancestor, rushed to Emperor Jun's side, leaving him no chance to react. Another deafening blast erupted as Xian Yuan's self-dashed, destructed. In the span of mere seconds, 2 ancestors had perished in explosions, deeply shocking the entire Wu clan. Emperor Jun was gravely wounded, yet before he could take any action, Jumong and Xiangliang charged at him, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that extinguished the lives of nearby Wu and demon warriors. A voice cried out, "Brother!" It was Tai, witnessing the scene, his presence engulfed in blood mist. The sight was devoid of Emperor Jun and the 2 ancestors, leaving only a few golden feathers scattered upon the ground. Tai stood before an empty pit, with only a few feathers remaining, and memories of Emperor Jun's kindness flooded his mind. Igniting a desire for vengeance, he commanded the Eastern Emperor Bell to crash down upon Qingyang, shattering the ancestors' form into fragments. Zhurong cried out, and the remaining ancestors of Wu launched a coordinated attack against Tai, with his body bracing against the assaults of Emperor Jiang and others. Tai, after slaying the nearby Zijian, found himself gravely injured. Observing that the Wu clan still possessed 5 ancestors while he was severely wounded and devoid of further combat power, he shouted, "Let us perish together." Enlarging the Chaos Bell, he aimed it at the remaining ancestors, entering the bell himself. Seeing this, Emperor Jiang promptly kicked Zhurong aside, expelling him from the Chaos Bell. With a resounding boom, the Eastern Emperor Tai detonated. He took with him the lives of Emperor Jiang, Shibi, and other ancestors that in the wake of that explosive sound. The remaining Wu and demon clans halted their battles, gazing towards the direction of the Chaos Bell. With a thud, the Chaos Bell ascended into the skies, soon disappearing, leaving only a few golden feathers gently descending, and then nothingness. The demon Emperor, Emperor Jun, and the Eastern Emperor Tai had both perished, leaving the Wu clan with only ancestor Zhurong and the headless Xingtian, whose fate remained uncertain. Zhurong, witnessing this, roared in despair, "I am the last remaining ancestor of the Wu clan." He turned toward Xingtian, shouting, "Brother Xingtian, are you still there? Brother Xingtian, are you still there? I am the last remaining ancestor of the Wu clan." Who would have thought that upon hearing these words, Xingtian truly stood up, and immediately a sound emanated from his abdomen, "As long as I can still fight." Then I beheld as Xingtian's breast transformed into eyes. His navel morphed into a mouth, and he brandished twin axes with his hands. Upon witnessing Xingtian's revival, Zhurong cried out, "Brother Xingtian, henceforth the Wu clan is entrusted to you. Take good care of the Wu clan. With Emperor Jun and Qingyang dead, what purpose do I have in living?" He then gazed towards the direction of Mount Buzhou, where the colossal ancestral shaman's true form was charging towards it. Shouting, "I'm coming, wait for me!" The entire primordial world trembled. A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the cosmos. Soon after, the spiritual essence of the primordial world became tumultuous, and all beings turned their gaze towards the direction of Mount Buzhou. At this moment, Qingyang was already prepared. In the next instant, Mount Buzhou collapsed, revealing a massive hole in the sky, followed by an onslaught of endless floods, raging fires, meteorites, and tempestuous winds that surged towards the primordial land. Chapter 96. The sky has broken since the moment of Emperor Jun's demise. Qingyang had stored away the 4 soul banners, ready to depart at a moment's notice. When Tai also self-destructed, Qingyang realized that Zhurong was about to crash into Mount Buzhou. Not long after, Mount Buzhou indeed fell. As he witnessed floods, raging fires, meteorites, and hurricanes erupting from the hole, he instantly left this place, rushing towards the battlefield, not fleeing, but charging towards the scene, precisely aiming for the base of the hole. The remaining members of the Wu and Yao clans scattered in all directions, yet Qingyang charged towards the hole with a grand treasure map atop his head. Before him lay an endless flood, an ocean of flames, countless meteorites and gusts of hurricanes cascading from the hole, wreaking havoc across the primordial realm, instantly resulting in countless casualties among living beings. Qingyang hastily commanded the treasure map to expand to its maximum size. A rectangular black and white treasure map ensnaring all the floods, flames, winds, and stones falling from the hole. This granted the beings a chance to breathe and escape, leaving only Qingyang on the battlefield, while the remaining members of the Wu and Yao clans fled far away. At this moment, Nuwa, pacing back and forth in the Grand Hall, suddenly exclaimed, "Not good," and vanished from the hall, swiftly heading towards the battlefield of the Wu and Yao clans. The three Pure Ones and the two Saints of the West sensed the disturbance and hastened towards Mount Buzhou with utmost speed. Meanwhile, Qingyang, positioned beneath the hole, found himself straining immensely. What he had initially thought would be easy was proving to be an exhausting drain on his magical power. He grit his teeth, enduring while awaiting the arrival of the Saints. Before long, Nuwa arrived at the battlefield, but the images of floods and calamities did not manifest in the primordial realm as she had envisioned. Could it be that I was overthinking? However, in the next moment, she understood the situation. A gigantic hole appeared in the sky, continuously unleashing floods and flames, catastrophic natural disasters. Yet none fell upon the primordial land. Instead, they all cascaded into a rectangular black and white map, beneath which stood a young Taoist tirelessly channeling his magical power into the map. Seeing this scene, Nuwa instantly comprehended the situation. But who was this young Taoist? It turned out to be a disciple of Brother Tong Tian. Upon seeing Qingyang's magical power infused with the essence of the upper clear, she realized it was from Tong Tian's disciple. Nuwa remained silent, patiently awaiting the arrival of the other saints. Before long, the other saints gathered at that location. Upon seeing Nuwa gazing towards Mount Buzhou, they followed her gaze. The heavens had been rent asunder, revealing a massive hole, and then they beheld a rectangular black and white map beneath the hole, along with a figure beneath it. Upon seeing that figure, Tong Tian's eyes narrowed, yet he remained silent. Taishang and Yuanshi also noticed Qingyang. Yuanshi remarked, "Third brother, you have taken in a fine disciple." Taishang concurred. Indeed, the two saints of the West understood that this was Tong Tian's disciple and nodded in acknowledgement. Remaining silent, yet the Saint Zhuan Ti's eyes sparkled as if he had spotted something of great value. Nuwa then spoke. "Such a significant event has transpired in the primordial realm. The Master will surely punish us." Taishang inquired, "Sister Nuwa, do you have any solutions?" Nuwa replied, "I possess a spiritual treasure that can forge 5-colored spiritual stones to mend the heavens. Yet I require the assistance of all of you, as I lack certain spiritual materials." Upon hearing this, the saints all presented their spiritual materials before Nuwa for her selection. Soon, Nuwa had chosen what she needed, and she then produced a spiritual cauldron to commence the forging process. At this juncture, Qingyang, having overheard the saints, saw his master. The two senior uncles and several other saints had arrived. He exclaimed loudly, "Qingyang pays respects to my master, my two senior uncles, and greets the Saint Nuwa and the Saint Zhuan Ti." Upon hearing this, Taishang directly tossed a similarly black and white circular treasure map above Qingyang. Qingyang first expressed his gratitude to his senior uncle before stowing away the treasure map, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and tossing a medicinal pill into his mouth to restore his magical power. That moment, Tong Tian scrutinized Qingyang closely, then waved his hand to collect the largest fragment of Mount Buzhou, while the other saints merely exchanged glances with Tong Tian, ultimately saying nothing. After a while, Qingyang finally opened his eyes and ran straight towards the Saint Tong Tian, respectfully calling out Master, and then turned to Yuanshi Tianzuan, addressing him as second senior uncle. Tong Tian looked at Qingyang with a mix of joy and pride, carefully sizing him up before saying, "Your magical power is profound, and your cultivation steady. Not bad." Qingyang, upon hearing this, chuckled and stood behind Tong Tian. Yuanshi Tianzuan added, "Qingyang has done remarkably well. This action has saved countless beings in the primordial realm. You are indeed a worthy disciple of our three Pure Ones." In an unprecedented move, Yuanshi praised Qingyang, who was typically dismissive of disciples from the, yet Qingyang was an exception. Thank you for the praise, second senior uncle. That IT was merely by chance that I happened to be here to act in time. Qingyang replied. Yuan Shi Tianzi nodded and turned to Nuwa. Qingyang sensed someone was watching him, and upon turning, he found Zhuan gazing at him. That he quickly greeted, "Greetings, Saint Zhuan," and swiftly turned away. His heart racing, he thought to himself, Zhuan is known for seeking out fated ones in the East. I hope he doesn't take a liking to me, that I know his methods well. The 10 golden crows were lured by him. Please know, the Tao is above. I have no connection with the Western teachings, nor with Saint Zhuan. He chanted these thoughts in his mind. Chapter 97. Paying respects to the Ancestor. At this moment, Nuwa was forging the 5-colored spiritual stones to mend the heavens. While Qingyang's thoughts began to wander, he gazed at the numerous corpses of the demon clan scattered about, including one of a quasi-saint. Qingyang felt a pang of desire. What splendid materials for forging. It would be a shame to just leave them lying here. He thought he might take the opportunity later. After a while, Nuwa stated, we still require a few pillars to secure these 5-colored stones. Otherwise, they may not hold. Tong Tian responded, in the North Sea, there's a gigantic tortoise, immense in size, whose legs could serve as the pillars. Hearing this, Nuwa replied, then it is up to you, brother Tong Tian, to make the journey. Without further ado, Tong Tian vanished, heading to the North Sea. Before long, he returned with 4 enormous legs, joining Nuwa in her efforts to mend the heavens, as the other saints also stepped forward to assist. Qingyang, however, turned towards the battlefield of the Wu and Yao clans, first approaching the corpse of the quasi-saint, which he recognized as the body of Jiuing, with a large hole in its chest, and only 3 heads remaining out of 9. Qingyang collected the body, then roamed the battlefield, gathering any relatively intact corpses he encountered. He arrived at the large pit created by Tai's self-detonation, where 5 golden feathers lay, occasionally flashing with a hint of pressure and golden flames. Upon seeing them, Qingyang exclaimed, what a treasure! The feathers of Dong Huang Tai, he must be capable of forging excellent spiritual treasures. He went down to collect them. Each feather was over a meter long and still bore remnants of flesh at the base. Moving towards the location of Emperor Jun's demise, he found 6 identical feathers and smiled as he collected them into his tower. While the saints were mending the heavens, Qingyang was courageously scavenging corpses. This was truly audacious. Scavenging beneath the saints put him in a unique position in the entire primordial realm. He lost track of time, and soon all that remained were severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Qingyang then approached the saints' location, quietly standing by as he watched them assist Nuwa in her task. With collective effort, the saints finally succeeded in mending the heavens. At that moment, a surplus 5-colored stone fell from the recently restored area, descending into the primordial land and disappearing from sight. After the saints had completed their task, upon observing the situation, the Dao Ancestor paid no heed to Qingyang. Directing his words towards the assembly of saints, that he proclaimed that the turmoil stemmed from the clash between the witch and demon clans, which caused the collapse of Mount Buzhou. Consequently, he suppressed the ancestral witch, Zhurong, beneath the very roots of Mount Buzhou, forbidding his emergence for eternity to repay the consequences of his action. This conflict between the 2 clans had incited a cataclysm that disrupted the balance of heaven and earth, leading to their subsequent removal from the central stage of the cosmos, allowing the human race to rise and assume the mantle of dominion over the world, as for the position of the heavenly emperor. It was decreed that in a millennium, all present would gather at the Purple Cloud Palace to discuss the appointment of the heavenly emperor. With that, the Dao Ancestor cast a cold, merciless gaze upon Qingyang, a look so chilling that it made Qingyang's very soul tremble. The Dao Ancestor slowly remarked, your teachings from the intercepting sect are indeed intriguing. The primordial essence of yin and yang, coupled with the golden wheel of merit, represents splendid fortune. This item, a primordial spiritual treasure, shall be bestowed upon you for your protection. After uttering these words, he turned and vanished into the horizon. Following the Dao Ancestor's departure, the saints regarded Qingyang, who found himself unable to express his gratitude for the bestowed treasure before the Dao Ancestor had already left. Lost in contemplation over the precious item in his hands, he was oblivious to the gazes of the other saints. It was only when the Tontian saint let out a soft grunt that he snapped back to reality. Blushing as he noticed the saint's attention upon him, he approached the Tontian saint, who was soon to speak. Tontian, your disciple is indeed fortunate. The master has granted him a treasure, affirming him as your little disciple and the only one of his kind in the vast wilderness. Initially, Tontian felt a mix of anger and fear at his disciple referring to their master as Grandmaster. However, to his surprise, the Dao Ancestor showed no anger and even praised Qingyang, which filled him with elation. In that moment, he longed to inquire of his elder brother, Yuan Shi Tenzun, what had transpired with his disciple. Questioning how it was that the master acknowledged Qingyang as his protege, that although unspoken, the gift of the treasure was a tacit agreement. He mused that despite having 12 disciples in the Chan sect, none could compare to his singular disciple. Overall, Tontian was in high spirits, his thoughts now clear and invigorated. Seeing his excitement, Nuwa smiled. When I return, I shall ensure he receives proper guidance to prevent such folly in the future. However, observing Tontian's expression towards his disciple, it appeared less about education and more akin to admiration. At that moment, the Jin Ling inquired, might I ask what Qingyang was engaged in just now? Referring to Qingyang's actions near the corpses. In response, Qingyang explained, indeed, the witch and demon clans have recently engaged in a great battle. This breach was caused by their conflict. I took the initiative to collect the floodwaters and flames, natural disasters, using my treasure, thus saving countless lives and alleviating much of the clan's accumulated sins. Such actions are surely predestined. He added, therefore, I believe retrieving some of the demon corpses is inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Tontian Saint remarked, well said. The Taiji Saint concurred, and Yuan Shi Tenzun added, indeed, all acknowledged Qingyang's reasoning, deeming it quite appropriate. This not akin to the principle of cause and effect you espouse in Western Buddhism. Tontian thought, relishing the irony of using their own words against them. Nuwa stated, Qingyang speaks the truth. Upon my arrival, I witnessed numerous beings fleeing for their lives. Had it not been for Qingyang's timely intervention in collecting the calamities, many would surely have perished. Thus, his actions in gathering those corpses are justified. Jin Saint remarked, there exists such a cause and effect. I have wrongfully judged young friend Qingyang. In the future, I invite him to the West to explore the path of causality together. Before Qingyang could respond, Tontian interjected, no need. My disciple shall be guided by me to comprehend the Great Dao. You need not concern yourself with this matter, my friend. Instead, I encourage you to focus on your own affairs in the West. With that, he bid farewell to the other saints and took Qingyang back to the Eastern Sea. Upon hearing Tontian's statement, Jin Saint's expression turned somewhat awkward, leading him to depart with Jejing Saint back to the West. The remaining saints returned to their respective sanctuaries, as the days of the witch and demon clan's dominance over the wilderness had come to an end. Even the heavenly court had been concealed by the Dao Ancestor. The ancestral witch, Zhu Rong, though having crashed into Mount Buzhou, was not killed but merely rendered unconscious. While Qingyang was sealing the breach, Nuwa arrived, initially collecting the river diagram and Luo book, and then inquired if any surviving demons had seen the chaos bell. The demons replied that it had flown away, and she instructed them to wait. Once the saints had departed, she approached the remaining demons, her heart heavy as she gazed upon their injuries. Come with me. She beckoned. The demons followed her towards the Huahuang Palace, while the witch clan, led by the lone headless ancestor, Xingtian, returned dejectedly to the ancestral witch hall, continuing to live a stable life. The spiritual energy of the world had now shed its cataclysmic aura. With the conclusion of the witch and demon war, the calamity had also ceased. However, the spiritual energy had transformed into postnatal energy due to the collapse of Mount Buzhou, no longer retaining its primordial essence. Only within the blessed lands and the sanctuaries of the saints could one still encounter ample primordial aura. In the Huahuang Palace, as Nuwa entered the Grand Hall, the remaining demons followed suit. And one by one, they approached her. We pay our respects to Lady Nuwa, they said, as one demon clad in golden robes stepped forth, radiating an impressive demeanor. The others exclaimed, we pay our respects to the Crown Prince. The last of the Golden Crows. Nuwa addressed him. I am aware of your unspoken thoughts, Do not harbor dreams of the demon clan reclaiming dominance in the wilderness, nor can you return to the heavenly court. Your father and uncle have perished in the great battle. The witch clan is left with but 2 ancestors, one of whom is sealed beneath Mount Buzhou. The witch and demon clans have both suffered grievously and are no longer what they once were. Henceforth, you shall remain in the Huahuang Palace to cultivate diligently, avoiding any further upheaval in the wilderness. Upon hearing this, the young Golden Crow's countenance grew bitter, and he merely acknowledged her words, falling silent. Nuwa gazed upon the remaining demons for a long moment before speaking. You must cease any aspirations of reviving the demon clan. The demons can no longer withstand further turmoil. The remaining powerful demons are all present here. Those who wish to stay in the Huahuang Palace may do so. Those who wish to follow the demon master may also depart. In any case, do not create further disturbances in the wilderness. Young Golden Crow shall remain, while the rest may withdraw. The demons exited the Grand Hall, leaving only the young Golden Crow, who sat in silence, lost in thought. At this juncture, the demon race was left with only 5 major demon saints: Guiche, Jimeng, Xiangyang, Yingzhao, and Bei's. Guiche and Xiangyang stood at the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, while the others were merely at the quasi-saint level. Most of the demon gods and star gods had suffered grievous losses. With few remaining, Kunlun addressed the gathered demons. Those who wish to stay here may accompany me to the North Sea Demon Master Palace. IT will serve as my sanctuary and provide ample opportunity for your cultivation. Rising into the air, he departed, prompting the demons to follow suit. Subsequently, the North Sea Demon Master Palace flourished, gaining immense influence in the North Sea. Only a handful of demons remained in the Huahuang Palace, while many others had neither gone to the Huahuang Palace nor to the Demon Master Palace. Instead, they retreated into seclusion in the wilderness. Thus, the current demon clan was left in a state of near extinction, only to experience a resurgence many years later. As for the witch clan, they all returned near the ancestral witch hall, with the lone headless ancestor, Qingyang, sitting despondently within, having not stepped outside for an extended period. The remaining powerful witches, such as Jiufeng, Fengbo, and Yushi, appeared even weaker than the demons. However, the might of the witch clan was formidable. In battle, it often took multiple demons to match a single witch, thus maintaining a semblance of balance. From this day forth, both the witch and demon clans had fallen from grace. The human race, now the protagonists of the world, quickly flourished under the favor of heaven and earth as the saints began to take the stage. Conflicts between the Chan and intercepting sects are destined to intensify. Chapter 99. The journey home. No longer shall one act so recklessly. Let us not dwell on the matters concerning the Dao Ancestor. You dared to involve yourself in such a cataclysmic war between the witch and demon clans, and fortunately, no harm befell you. On the return journey to the Eastern Sea, Tian Saint was imparting wisdom to Qingyang, his eyes betraying a smile that he could not suppress. This disciple truly brings honor to his master. In the face of calamity, he risked his life to save many souls of the human race, standing bravely against the tide of disaster. This is indeed the mark of a saint's disciple, a paragon among the disciples of the saints. The saints have established a lineage of teachings. Who among you can compare to my intercepting sect? In my second generation of disciples, a single Qingyang surpasses all of your disciples combined.